Chapter 161. The prince was angry. Sun Rumei is the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan. The legitimate daughter of the Wu clan asked the prince to marry her in front of everyone. It was obvious that the prince was the next emperor. Everyone was waiting for the prince's reply. Surprisingly, the prince regarded the identity of the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan as dust. Come here. Drag her away, and hand her over to the Dali temple. We must investigate it clearly. The dead are still alive. This happened in Jingzhaoyin. We must investigate it clearly. The prince explained these things, and took Lu Qiqi back to the East Palace directly, threatening that from now on the princess would not attend any banquets held by anyone. This word, like Sun Rumei being the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan, quickly spread to every corner of the palace. The king of Qin and the king of Yin, who were outside the palace, quickly got the news. The princess of Chu, the princess of Qin, and the princess of Yin, who were originally coming to the banquet, came a little late. When they heard the news at the palace gate, they went back home one by one. The prince has also shocked the women in the harem, and has caused a great uproar in the court, just because the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan came to the capital and lived in the palace. It was obvious that he recognized the identity of the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan. The prince's refusal was a refusal to be the queen. What would this bring to the state of Qin? The legitimate daughter of the Wu clan has been the queen for generations. Today's refusal is a rejection of the Wu clan, and at the same time it denies the value of the Wu clan's existence. What will happen to the Wu clan? Fall from the altar? Some people shouted that the rules of hundreds of years have finally been broken. Anyone in the future will be qualified to be the queen, as long as you are outstanding enough. Some people think that the prince is too bold, and this kind of thing is not something a prince, can change. He is still just a prince now, and he ignores the rules like this. I don't know how much he will do in the future. The prince was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. He was playing with the entire state of Qin. Just because of a woman, the prince violated the rules. He didn't know what crazy things he would do for a woman in the future. Such a prince was not desirable. The prince of Qin and the prince of Yin were busy with their own things. The prince of Qin was cautious in his work. He would never do anything ostentatiously before there was a result. He always kept a low profile. The prince of Yin was contrary to his usual behavior. He seemed to be quiet in the mansion, but he was quietly working behind the scenes. It can only be said that the prince of Yin was also a master of acting. He seemed to be reckless, but in the face of major events, his genes from the imperial family gradually revealed themselves. It was unexpected that the prince of Jin became the prince. Now the prince of Jin has taken a step forward to become the prince, and the next step is to become the emperor. At that time, they really have no chance. Taking advantage of the prince's wild words this time, he made some operations and took another step forward. The ministers in the court began to wait and see. The prince did not save face for the queen in this move. And concubine Qin and concubine Wu were also included. The emperor is still alive, although he is recovering from illness. He should not be completely unaware of these things. A day passed, and there was no movement in the palace. Was the prince acting recklessly? Or did he become arrogant as soon as he became a prince? There is another more important factor. The emperor deliberately did it behind the prince's behavior. The emperor and the prince's biological mother Songke were in love with each other. If the emperor had not been greedy for power, and if the queen had not suddenly arrived, the prince's biological mother would not have died. Could it be that the emperor was old and sick, and almost went to see the king of hell, and planned to seek revenge on the queen? Over the years, rumors about the emperor and the queen's discord have never stopped. We can see it from the king of Chu. The king of Chu is the eldest son. Logically, the position of the crown prince should belong to the king of Chu. The king of Chu has always regarded himself as the crown prince. Until the king of Chu died, he never became the crown prince. Instead, the king of Jin became the crown prince as soon as the king of Chu died. Does it mean that the emperor is partial? The attitude of the crown prince towards the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan makes people think deeply. From the moment the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan arrived, she moved into the palace. Obviously, she recognized this identity. She did not take any action for a long time. The queen also ordered the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan to fast for 49 days for the dead king of Chu. These can be said to be the queen venting her anger on the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan, because the king of Chu did not become the crown prince. If the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan arrived earlier and chose the king of Chu, the king of Chu would be sitting in the position of the crown prince now. From hope to despair. It is understandable that the queen vented her anger on the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan. The prince's move made them think more. The prince questioned the identity of the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan. She was not qualified to be the new queen. The queen wanted to drive him away with an annoyed attitude because she was concerned about the family relationship. As ministers in the court, they knew some of the past events that day. What they were more concerned about was that the daughter of the Wu clan, who had always been wearing heavy makeup, was somewhat similar to some concubines in the Prince of Jin's mansion. And this concubine was sentenced to death. These things added up and began to become interesting. Some people think that the prince can do anything stupid for Lu Qiqi. Some people think that the prince has a sharp eye and can see the true face of the daughter of the Wu clan under such disguise. Some people think that it is just a similarity, and the prince deliberately makes a fuss. Everyone's thoughts were surging, and under the calm surface, many people began to work. They all wanted to take advantage of this incident to get some benefits for themselves. Before things were clear, everyone was working in the dark. Eastern Palace. Lu Qiqi sat at the door of the small kitchen. Shunbai, Qingdai, and Yudai were busy in the small kitchen. Just after a pot of donkey meat hotcakes was made, Chunbai immediately took one for Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi took the first bite. Delicious. I was still sighing in my heart. It was a pity that I didn't have a bite of such a good pastry yesterday. Thinking of how several lives were almost lost yesterday. No matter how good the food was, I lost my appetite. At the door of the small kitchen, eating the donkey meat hotcakes just out of the pot was also so delicious. Crown Princess. Is it delicious? Chunbai asked carefully. Delicious, Lu Qiqi said, and took a big bite. Chunbai, Qingdai, and Yudai exchanged glances and felt relieved. After what happened yesterday, I was worried that the Crown Princess would be frightened. But fortunately, the Crown Princess was fine. Thinking about it, Chunbai asked, Crown Princess, can you swim? Qingdai recalled the dangerous scene yesterday and couldn't believe that the Crown Princess would go into the water to save people. Today, after asking around, she found out that the queen liked the koi in the pond so much that no one dared to get close to the pond. If the Crown Princess hadn't fallen into the water, the Wu clan's daughter and the concubine would have drowned in it, and no one would have gone into the water to save people. I've learned it specifically. Lu Qiqi didn't find it strange. She learned a lot of things for her career, just to win some connections. Swimming, yoga, rock climbing, racing, hiking. As long as it helps her career, she will study hard. She is not proficient in these areas, but she is not a layman. She has found professional coaches to teach horse riding and shooting. The only thing that makes her a little unhappy is that she intends to learn archery. But when her schedule is too full and the customers who like archery are going abroad, she will go. Now that I think about it, it is better to learn. At least in this era. I can have one more way to protect myself. Chapter 162. How long have you ignored this, prince? Has the Crown Princess learned this? Chunbai thought. Women rarely learn this. Lu Qiqi didn't care. These are all survival skills. You won't suffer if you learn them. What else has the Crown Princess learned? I have learned a lot of things. But the only regret is that I haven't learned archery yet. Chunbai opened her mouth in surprise, wondering why the Crown Princess learned this. Is she planning to shoot anyone she doesn't like? Qingdai said. Crown Princess. The Crown Prince is very good at archery. Lu Qiqi refused directly. Forget it. You can't find acquaintances to learn this. Why? Strict teachers produce good students. The Crown Prince is very strict. Qingdai said. No. I am too charming. I am worried that the Crown Prince will not be willing to teach me archery. Lu Qiqi said, and took a big bite of donkey meat hot bread. The three maids all laughed secretly. The Crown Prince and the Crown Princess finally reconciled. After Lu Qiqi finished eating a donkey meat hot pot, she picked up another one and instructed the three maids. Don't talk. Work quickly. Otherwise, what will you eat later? The three maids stopped talking and worked quickly. Lu Qiqi was like a landlord. While eating, she stared at the three little maids working. Lu Qiqi ate the second one, and when she was almost done, she watched them work. The system voice popped up. It's so lively outside. Lu Qiqi sighed. I can't go out. What does it have to do with me no matter how lively it is? System. It's about you. When Lu Qiqi heard it, she became excited. Are you saying that I am a seductive vixen? System. You know yourself. Lu Qiqi. It's unfair. I didn't do anything. Everything was done by the prince. Why should I bear this infamy? The queen hosted a banquet. Sun Rume and concubine Shu fell into the water. Sun Rume's identity was revealed. Each of them is more important than me. Why do they care about me? System. So, they dare not say the prince. They can only say you. Lu Qiqi was speechless. System. Prince Chen and Prince Yin are both working. Lu Qiqi. If you don't work, there will be no chance. Who doesn't want to pull down the prince and take the throne before the emperor dies? Because she knew the result. Lu Qiqi didn't care much about some things. System. Prince Chen still played a safe game. But Prince Yin suddenly changed his nature. Lu Qiqi was not surprised. They are all acting masters. What's so strange about it? Lu Qiqi didn't care about these things. And was too lazy to even pay attention. She asked. What happened to Sun Rume and Shu Fei in the water yesterday? System. Shu Fei and Sun Rume had a falling out. And both wanted each other's life. Lu Qiqi. Shu Fei killed Sun Rume just to protect the Sun family. What about Sun Rume? System. Kill Shu Fei. And the entire Sun family will be at her disposal. Lu Qiqi sneered. Reality. System. In the palace, how many people don't covet power? This is the truth. And it's the truth. Lu Qiqi. Will Sun Rume's identity be exposed? System is categorical. No. Lu Qiqi was surprised. System. When Sun Rume came to Beijing, the Sun family and the Wu clan had reached an agreement to fabricate a reasonable identity for Sun Rume. The Wu clan was still waiting for the emperor to send someone to investigate to prove Sun Rume's identity. The emperor has been seriously ill, and the prince has also discovered clues. But they will not reveal Sun Rume's identity this time. Lu Qiqi understood that Sun Rume was still useful, and could not die for the time being. Sun Rume was fishing under the identity of the Wu clan's legitimate daughter. Is it for King Chen and King Yen? System. Smart. Lu Qiqi. Where is Sun Rume? System. How to arrange Xinya to be by her side, while cursing others to death in Qi Feng Garden. And how to get more valuable information from the eunuch chief. Lu Qiqi. How to arrange for Xinya. Sun Rume? I saw Sun Rume's figure outside the palace that day. Just to let Xinya enter the palace to work for her. Now Sun Rume's identity is suspicious. If Xinya is no longer with Sun Rume, wouldn't it be easier for others to find out? She didn't think Sun Rume would be so stupid. System. Sun Rume got a few secret medicines from the Wu clan. After taking this medicine, a person's appearance will change within a day. Sun Rume will take it tonight, which will slightly change her appearance. As for Xinya, Sun Rume is also cruel enough. She let her take 2 pills. From now on, even if Xinya stands in front of you, you will not recognize her. Lu Qiqi. Secret medicine of the Wu clan? Is this the reason why the Wu clan can become queens for generations? System. The patriarchs of the Wu clan will not live long, because this secret medicine requires their blood as a medicine. The bottle that Sun Rume got is all the secret medicines that the patriarchs of the Wu clan have refined over the years. Lu Qiqi thought of this, and was a little worried. She asked, where did Sun Rume put this secret medicine? System chuckled. Do you want to do something bad? Lu Qiqi said directly. I want to destroy her secret medicine, so that she will never do such bad things again in the future. System. This is a good idea. Lu Qiqi. I also want to destroy the Wu clan. System. The prince also has this idea. Lu Qiqi was excited when she heard this. And she decided to start working. Before working, she did not forget to remind the system. Don't worry. As long as we complete this task, I will remember you for the rest of my life. System. Fooling people? Lu Qiqi. I'm telling the truth. In order to drag the system into the water, and for the success rate, Lu Qiqi also risked her life. Just when they were about to discuss Qin Chun and prepare to start working tonight, the prince arrived. Seeing the dazed Lu Qiqi, the 3 maids knelt on the ground in fear. Chun Bai wailed in her heart. Crown Princess, you have gone too far. The prince is right in front of you. Can you still turn a blind eye? The prince also got excited and stared at the woman, wanting to see to what extent the woman would ignore him. After looking for a while, he felt that the woman was not right. Her eyes flashed with bright light from time to time. He had seen this look before, and nothing good happened every time. The prince thought, who is so unlucky that a woman would think of him? Thinking about it, he picked up the donkey meat hot buns next to him and started eating. After eating 2 donkey meat hot buns, the prince felt no longer hungry. The woman didn't seem to come back to her senses, so she simply raised her foot and accidentally stepped on Chunbai's hand. Chunbai was frightened for a long time. The prince didn't say anything, and the princess didn't move either. She felt the pain in her palm and screamed "Ah!" which instantly brought the princess back to her senses. Chunbai, you? Lu Qiqi was pulled back to reality. She was about to ask a few questions out of concern, but when she saw the prince who had arrived at some point, and the 3 maids kneeling on the ground, she asked, "When did the prince come?" "When you were in a daze." The prince spoke frankly. "Why did the prince touch my Chunbai's hand?" Lu Qiqi saw the footprints on Chunbai's hand at a glance. Chunbai was moved to tears. In front of the princess still saw her and stood up for her. However, this kind of standing up made her feel scared, because she felt that the prince was not a generous person. The prince said directly, "I just want to know how long you can ignore me." Chapter 163 Changing Faces. Lu Qiqi used the maid to talk about things, and the prince used Lu Qiqi's rudeness to fight back. Lu Qiqi looked at the prince. She was not as powerful as this man. When everyone in the East Palace listened to the prince, she could only bow her head. "I want to get rid of someone." Chunbai was stunned on the spot. "Crown Princess, how can you tell your true feelings to the prince? What if the prince thinks you are a cruel person?" "Want to remind the Crown Princess. Now you speak up?" Obviously telling the prince that the Crown Princess can't even manage a maid, and in the end, it will implicate the Crown Princess. "Who is it?" the prince said. Lu Qiqi lifted her skirt and exposed her injured calf. "Yesterday, when I was holding the drowning concubine's shoe close to the shore, someone heard me underwater." "Du?" The prince's eyes changed slightly. "Mrs. Du?" Lu Qiqi knew the prince's attitude and continued. "It should be. Leave it to me." The prince was angry. Anyone who dared to touch him would die. Lu Qiqi nodded obediently and asked, "Will it not cause trouble to the prince?" "It shouldn't," the prince said, pulling the woman's hand and walking into the house together. Lu Qiqi understood what the man meant. She didn't intend to stop. Seeing the 3 maids kneeling on the ground, she knew that she couldn't seek justice for Chunbai, so she could only change their current posture. "It's almost noon. The prince shouldn't have eaten yet?" "No. It's just right." Today, the small kitchen made some delicious side dishes. Would the prince like to try them? "Yes." All these words fell into the ears of the 3 maids. After the prince and the princess entered the door, they immediately got busy. There were only the prince and Lu Qiqi in the room. Lu Qiqi spoke directly. "Prince, what do you want Du to do? Let's talk about the identity first." Lu Qiqi was so angry that she stopped talking. She knew from the system that Sun Rumei's identity would not be exposed, and the prince's punishment would not be avoided. Lu Qiqi was unhappy about the delay. "Yesterday you said to check the daughter of the Wu clan. Do you suspect her identity?" The prince saw that the woman seemed to be unaware and wanted to explain. "The daughter of the Wu clan has always been the queen of Qin. This time, the king of Chu died on the day when the Wu clan arrived. Now my father is not in good health. I suspect that the identity of the daughter of the Wu clan is fake." Lu Qiqi didn't listen to these nonsense and said directly, "Why do I think the daughter of the Wu clan looks like Sun Rumei? It's her." Lu Qiqi was stunned. She didn't expect the prince to be so direct. The prince held Lu Qiqi's hand. This was a secret. He told the woman because he didn't want to hide it. Sun Rumei was rescued by the queen and the concubine before the execution. She planned to enter the palace again as the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan. The prince understood. If the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan was chosen as the new queen, the prince would be restrained by the queen in the future. It can also be said that the queen planted spies around the prince. It would be best to get rid of them. The prince also wanted to make a bigger plan. Let the queen and the Wu clan behind her no longer have the right to speak, and no right to choose a crown prince for the state of Qin. This matter is the prince's intention, and it also represents the emperor's intention. Father and son joined hands. Lu Qiqi didn't think anyone in the palace could escape. The queen mother, who had not appeared for a long time, was in the group of the prince. The queen and Sun Rumei really couldn't make any waves in the palace. Lu Qiqi thought for a moment and asked, "What can I do?" Just at this moment, Chunbai and others brought food, and the prince looked at the woman and said, "Eat." It seemed that Lu Qiqi had no other ability except eating. Lu Qiqi gritted her teeth at the food in front of her, as if it was the prince himself who was eating. The prince saw the woman's anger and smiled in his heart. The woman gradually let go, which proved that what he did was right. Thinking of his father-in-law Lu Xingdong's reminder, he felt that showing weakness at the right time was also a way to please women. This method undermines a man's dignity, and it can be done more times when no one is around. The two of them finished their meal happily. After the meal, the prince left and ordered someone to bring fruit to Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi looked at the fruit in front of her and thought about the prince's eating, and felt that it was also good. You don't have to do anything, and you can still enjoy the best. I don't know how long the emperor's women have been calculating to have today's honor and favor. She knew from the system that the prince had his own long-term plans for many things. She didn't need to do anything. As long as she was carrying a bad reputation, the prince could go further. Many women can sacrifice everything for men. But unfortunately, Lu Qiqi is not so generous. Thinking about it, she lifted her skirt again and saw the injury on her calf. It's not serious. Sun Rume has already taken action. Why doesn't she fight back? She is not a saint, and doesn't want to bear a good reputation. She doesn't want to repay evil with kindness, and she thinks that tit for tat is her style. Qingfeng Garden. Sun Rume thought about it again and again, and decided to believe her father for once. She took out the secret medicine and ate it. She didn't feel the pain, her father said. She thought her father was lying to her, so she didn't take it seriously. She was about to go to the eunuch manager to see if she could hear any useful information. The queen's banquet this time pitted her twice, and she couldn't just let it go. She planned to use the queen's banquet to make a big deal and report it directly to the emperor to see if she could divorce the queen. Even if she couldn't divorce her, she could let the queen live in the cold palace. Now she saw clearly that the queen and concubine Shu were not on the same page with her, and it would be best to get rid of them as soon as possible. As for the queen mother, she had been recuperating in the Xinang palace. She secretly checked in the middle of the night and found that the queen mother was really seriously ill. She didn't take the queen mother seriously. Just as she was about to leave Qingfeng Garden, she suddenly felt that there seemed to be ants crawling on her face, and her face was itchy. She then wiped her face, but the itchy feeling did not disappear, but made her feel that the situation on her face was worse. It seemed that there were small insects on her face. She hurried to the mirror and wanted to get rid of the small insects. When she saw herself in the mirror, she screamed in fear. The maidservant waiting outside heard the noise and immediately came to the door. Miss Du, you called me a maidservant? Sun Rume looked at herself in the mirror. In order not to be discovered, she tried to make her voice sound normal. You heard it wrong. The maidservant heard the noise and turned away without taking it seriously. They all knew that the arrival of the Wu clan's legitimate daughter was a joke. The queen was unhappy. The queen mother did not see her, and she was still fasting. For this reason, they did not take the Wu clan's legitimate daughter seriously. Hearing this noise, they wished to be relieved. At this time, Sun Rume heard the footsteps going away outside. She tried to control herself, looked at herself in the mirror, and forced herself to calm down. What her father said really came true. Looking at herself in the mirror, there was a bulge on her face, which kept moving on her face. Later, there were more and more bulges, and later I knew that the whole face had this situation. Sun Rume gritted her teeth and didn't let you make a sound. Finally, after half an hour, Sun Rume was like being fished out of the water. She saw the process of her appearance changing abruptly. I looked at a familiar face, which gradually changed in appearance. I looked at myself in the mirror again, and it only looked 1/3 of the original one. Chapter 164. Watching the show on the roof. Because Sun Rume was soaking in the pool of the Queen Fian Palace, her makeup was smudged. But fortunately, there were still some traces, so people couldn't see her true appearance. That day, she took off her makeup. She was also the prince's person, so she took this opportunity to get close to the prince. Sun Rume supported herself and barely got up from the ground, asking the palace maid outside to prepare for the bath. After she washed and changed her clothes, she looked at herself in the mirror again, and her appearance was completely changed. The two palace maids who were serving in front of her finally saw Sun Rume after removing her makeup. What are you looking at? Why don't you get off? Sun Rume drove the palace maid away. Don't think she doesn't know. In just one day, people outside were saying that she was the dead Sun Rume. Sun Rume was depressed, and she was now Du Guoguo, the legitimate daughter of the witch clan. Satisfied with herself in the mirror, and thinking of the pain she suffered after taking the medicine, she put all the accounts on Lu Qiqi. After appreciating her transformation, she found that her current appearance was more attractive than before. If the prince saw her now, he would definitely be attracted. After appreciating it, she started to put on makeup again, wanting to meet the eunuch chief. Only the prince could see her current appearance, and she also decided that unless she went to meet the eunuch chief, she would not put on makeup again in the future. If she met someone she didn't want to see, she would just wear a bamboo hat. After packing up, Sun Rume just went out and saw that the maid's room was dark, and she should have gone to bed early. Sun Rume took advantage of the relaxation and flew to the roof, ready to meet the eunuch chief in the fastest way. As soon as she got on the roof, she saw a white figure in the distance. Thinking it was the prince, Sun Rume flew over directly with Qigong. When she landed, she saw that this person was not the prince, but the strange Prime Minister Chu. Why is he here? Still drinking here? Commoner Du meets Prime Minister. Prime Minister Chu turned his head to look at her and continued drinking. Does Prime Minister have any objection to me? Prime Minister Chu stopped drinking. No. I just don't want to see your face. Sun Rume's heart sank. What does this person know? She thought of her careful plan and thought that others should not find out. So she smiled and said, Prime Minister Chu doesn't know that according to the rules of my Wu clan, unmarried daughters cannot show their true faces. It's Prime Minister. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to appear in the palace at this time? Prime Minister Chu is mysterious and good-looking, but Sun Rume's eyes are full of the prince, and she won't look at other men. If she hadn't mistaken him for the prince, she wouldn't come. If you want to do something, just do it. I will pretend I didn't see it. Sun Rume, who wanted to leave, heard the meaning of this. To be cautious, she decided not to meet the eunuch chief tonight. If she went back like this, she would feel guilty. Chu Xiang's status is special. The prince has just taken office. Soon the prince will be the emperor, and she will be the queen. She will inevitably come into contact with this person. For the future, she endured it. I didn't expect Chu Xiang to be. Sun Rume wanted to say something, but Chu Xiang suddenly pushed the wine jar towards her. Sun Rume instinctively wanted to dodge, but her feet slipped and her body fell from the roof. Sun Rume, who has martial arts skills, is not afraid of this. Just as she stood firm on the ground, the wine jar in Chu Xiang's hand fell on her. Sun Rume instinctively dodged, but the broken wine jar attracted the attention of others. The two maids who were originally asleep ran out with their clothes on, and the guards patrolling nearby also rushed over. Miss Du, are you okay? The maid asked. Miss Du, what's wrong with you? The patrolling guard asked. Sun Rume looked at the rooftop where there was no trace of Prime Minister Chu, and then looked at the wine jar in front of her. She didn't know when she had offended Prime Minister Chu, and now she was thinking about how to make things go away. I can't sleep. Come out and get some fresh air. Sun Rume said this, turned around and left, not intending to listen to their nonsense. This is Sun Rume's principle of dealing with people. There is no need to explain or care about unnecessary people. It's just right that they appear and can help clean up the scene. Sun Rume is more cautious about Prime Minister Chu. Lu Qiqi is also preparing to do bad things in the middle of the night. Lu Qiqi remembered what the prince said, and seeing that the prince didn't come back late at night, it was suitable for doing bad things. So she simply didn't sleep. I heard from the system that Sun Rume was going to see the eunuch manager, and felt that the opportunity had come. She quickly changed her clothes and prepared to secretly go to Qifeng Garden to change the medicine. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Yu Dai looking up at the moon in the yard. Yu Dai heard the noise and turned to look at the crown princess. Lu Qiqi felt that she had started off badly and stared at Yu Dai, wondering what this person meant. Yu Dai came up to her. Crown princess, why are you not sleeping in the yard in the middle of the night? Yu Dai's eyes flashed with pain. I am thinking about my family. Lu Qiqi was silent. She also missed her parents. I don't know if my parents will be sad when I left that time, and I don't know how they are doing now. The two were silent for a while, and there was a sound of footsteps in the distance. Yu Dai quickly spoke. Crown princess, the prince is back. Lu Qiqi looked at Yu Dai. You didn't see anyone. How do you know it's the prince? I remember the prince's footsteps. I've heard of identifying a person by sound, and today I can still identify a person by sound. The prince is indeed surrounded by talented people. Soon, the prince appeared in front of him, and he secretly felt lucky that he would not come back so soon after going to work. But fortunately, he was stopped by Yu Dai. Yu Dai saw the prince bow and left quickly. The prince walked up to Lu Qiqi. Are you still asleep? I can't sleep. Can you say you want to do something bad, and you can't sleep because you are so excited? I'll take you to a fun place, the prince said, picked up Lu Qiqi, and jumped onto the roof. Soon, they arrived at Qifeng Garden. The two landed on the roof, and the prince whispered, "Wait and see the show." Lu Qiqi glanced at the prince, and then through the window. She saw Sun Rumei in front of the dressing table in the room. Because the window is made of paper, it is not clear, and it cannot be compared with the glass now. In the blur, I can see that Sun Rumei is different from before. Thinking of the system saying that Sun Rumei will change her appearance if she takes medicine tonight. Could it be that she succeeded? Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi is more tempted to destroy the secret medicine. Now I have the medicine that the system has given me. If I tell the prince about this, I wonder if he will cooperate. Just thinking about it, someone is walking towards this side. And Lu Qiqi is so scared that even breathing becomes cautious. I saw that the man ran directly to this place, came to the outside of the yard, looked around, and made sure that there was no one, and walked into the house. As the door opened, Lu Qiqi saw an old man with a red face through the faint light in the house. An idea flashed through Lu Qiqi's mind. Is this the eunuch chief steward? Sun Rumei in the house heard the noise and thought it was a maid. She wanted to scold her, but when she saw the man standing at the door, she was stunned for a moment and walked quickly. Eunuch Wei, why are you here? The chief eunuch Wei Zhong was her cash cow in the palace. She was annoyed with him, but could not offend him. So she could only smile and flatter him. Chapter 165, Change the Dressing. Eunuch Wei looked at the woman who was coming over, his face showing excitement and obsession. Is this your original appearance? As he said. The moment Sun Rumei came over, he put his hand on her face. Sun Rumei then remembered that she thought she couldn't go out, so she took off her makeup. She was a little unhappy about being seen by this old man, but she didn't dare to show it. She asked delicately, "How is it? Does Eunuch Wei like this little face?" "I like it. I like it." Eunuch Wei was about to start, and Sun Rumei shyly avoided Eunuch Wei's hand, and took the opportunity to close the door and looked around to make sure no one found out, and then closed the door to do something bad. Lu Qiqi couldn't bear to see Sun Rumei serving an old eunuch, so she turned her head to look at the prince, wondering what this man was thinking. Sun Rumei was determined to become the prince's person. Seeing this scene, when Sun Rumei's plan succeeded, the prince was sure that he could bite Sun Rumei. The prince grabbed Lu Qiqi's hand. Wait a little longer. The good show will start soon. Lu Qiqi thought. The good intentions have already begun. Okay. Just thinking about it, I vaguely saw that the two people in the room had fallen on the bed. And then, there was a noise in the distance. Someone ran here flying over the eaves and walls. The person ran directly to Qifeng Garden. And just as he came to the yard, the guards ran in. The noise was so loud that the two people in the room, who were about to do good things, jumped. Lu Qiqi was on the roof, and saw the scene in the yard clearly. It seemed that someone had entered the palace to steal something, and was discovered, and accidentally ran here. The frightened Sun Rumei was worried that her good deed would be discovered. So she quickly put on her clothes, and pretended to be awakened, opened the door, and prepared to ask questions. The thief, who had just opened the door, and had nowhere to escape, saw the hope of survival, held Sun Rumei hostage, and asked the guards to retreat. There was a lot of noise here, and the sleeping maids were awakened again. Seeing this scene, they were so scared that they dared not speak. The guards were worried that Sun Rumei was in danger, so they made way, and the guards pressed forward step by step, and soon the group left the yard. Lu Qiqi, who had been on the roof, finally knew what the good show the prince was talking about. When everyone in the yard left, Eunuch Wei, who was not satisfied with his work, left secretly. Lu Qiqi saw the opportunity, and was about to ask the prince for help. The prince fell into the yard with the woman in his arms, and quickly entered the house. The prince stood in the house, looking around, wondering where the things were hidden. What he didn't expect was that the woman, who was brought to watch the show, ran directly to the dressing table, pulled out a drawer, and then fumbled under it, and a small black bottle popped out. Black? Small bottle? Or was it found from this place? Look at the woman's skillful movements again. She poured out all the medicine in the small bottle, and put the same pills in. The prince knew what Lu Qiqi was going to do, and was a little puzzled by her continuous actions. Lu Qiqi ran to the dressing table, as if she had discovered Sun Rumei's secret long ago. After Lu Qiqi finished all this, she pulled the prince away. The two left quickly without talking. When they were far away from Qifeng Garden, they saw Sun Rumei, who was finally rescued. Lu Qiqi saw that you had finished the work, so she didn't care too much. Back to the East Palace, Lu Qiqi gave the pills to the prince. There are secret medicines of the witch clan in here. Have you dealt with these things? How did you know? Knowing the secret medicine, and where it was hidden. If Lu Qiqi hadn't been there, he wouldn't have known that the secret medicine was so hidden, and this plan would have failed. Who am I? As long as I want. There is nothing I don't know. After an exciting night, Lu Qiqi was busy and tired. She took off her clothes, went to bed, opened the quilt, and lay down directly. The movements were continuous, leaving no room for people to react. The prince looked at the medicine bottle in his hand, and then looked at the sleeping woman. Should she give herself a reasonable explanation? Lu Qiqi thought so too. She had prepared to swap the medicine, but because the prince appeared, things went smoothly. She didn't know how to explain to the shrewd prince, so she decided to delay it first. The next day, Lu Qiqi woke up, and the prince went to the morning court. Lu Qiqi was secretly happy that she could avoid the prince's explanation. Last night was too exciting and tiring. If she continued to explain, she would definitely make mistakes and arouse the prince's suspicion. How should she explain? Could it be that her family all came from another time, and she had a system to rely on, so she could avoid danger every time? If she said this, the most likely thing would be that she would be arrested as a lunatic. Sometimes, timely silence is also a way to protect yourself. This morning, the prince left, which means that in her heart, her actions last night were not too serious. Just like what happened in Qifeng Garden last night. It should have been done by the prince, and his purpose was to see the improper relationship between Eunuch Wei and Sun Rumei. Recalling the prince's actions after entering the house yesterday, he should have the same purpose as hers. And because she gave the secret medicine to the prince after switching it, it can be regarded as proving her innocence. What she needs to do now is why she was able to find the place where Sun Rumei hid the secret medicine. After thinking about it again and again, Lu Qiqi felt that the system could not explain it, and the only possibility was to use the amulet as an explanation. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi washed up and ate breakfast beautifully. Originally, she thought that the prince would come back after the morning court, but she waited for a long time, but saw no one. After lunch, she still didn't see anyone, so Lu Qiqi didn't take it to heart anymore. Chunbai couldn't hold it in anymore. She heard from Yudai that the prince went out with her last night, so she came up to her and had to gossip. Crown Princess, where did the prince take you to play last night? Chunbai's face was full of gossip. Lu Qiqi thought about it. Could she say that she went to see how Sun Rumei cheated? The cheater was an old eunuch. This statement had a great impact on Chunbai. She would not dare to marry in the future. What should she do? After thinking for a while, she said, "The prince took me to see a play." Whose play? Lu Qiqi smiled. You are so curious. Otherwise let the prince tell you. Hate it. The princess will bully me. Chunbai stamped her feet in anger. Lu Qiqi smiled. In this place? If I don't bully you, who else can I bully? Chunbai's face fell immediately. She used to think that the princess went to the dirty place like the market, which was not in line with her status, and she kept nagging behind her. Now, she doesn't think so. I always feel that going to the market in the future is a luxury. The two sighed for a while. Qingdai and Yudai saw that they knew the princess's thoughts. There were some things they didn't dare to say, worried that the princess would really sneak away. Think about it. In the East Palace, in addition to the higher status, there are more restrictions. The people in the palace are more unpredictable, and they will get into trouble if they are not careful. When several maids were feeling lost, they heard footsteps. Yudai reacted first and quickly touched Qingdai. Qingdai was closer to Chunbai and reminded Chunbai, who then deliberately hit the crown princess. There were some things that she didn't dare to challenge the bottom line when she couldn't do them. When she couldn't see them, she would do her duty as a maid. Chapter 166 The Emperor vomited blood. Lu Qiqi reacted and looked at the approaching prince. He came in yellow clothes and saw the new emperor in a trance. When the prince came in front of him and lowered his head, blocking a large area of sunlight, Lu Qiqi looked up and saw a face bathed in sunlight. Everything looked a little unreal. Blinking, she saw the smiling prince. What good thing made the prince so happy? The prince waved his hand, and the maids around him left. The prince sat down next to Lu Chichi, smiling. Do you know what happened to Eunuch Wei today? Lu Chichi stared at the prince back and forth. Why did she feel that he was also gossipy? When Eunuch Wei was serving the emperor today, he accidentally tripped at the door, fell on his face first, and fell all over his face. He was carried away by the eunuch. Not long after, I heard a burst of ghosts crying and wolves howling. When I came just now, I heard that he was carried out of the palace by the guards. Lu Chichi quickly understood the key to the matter. She looked at the prince and thought about the medicine given to the prince yesterday. He did not destroy it and gave it to Eunuch Wei. Thinking of this, she looked at the prince again. It was really cruel. He quietly pulled down a eunuch chief. This matter can also be made clear that the emperor knew everything the prince did. Because of this cognition, Lu Chichi's tension disappeared. Since the emperor benefited, the prince would not be in danger. Did you do it? Eunuch Wei who left the palace should die soon. Although Sun Rumei is now the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan, in the eyes of outsiders, she is the future new queen. And having an affair with the old eunuch is not allowed. I think Sun Rumei's situation will not be very good in the future. The prince did not deny it. I have always heard about the power of the witch clan's drug. Today I see that it is indeed a magic drug. You do this. Aren't you worried about being discovered? The prince leaned back, put his hands behind his head, and looked up at the sky. Except you. No one else. Lu Chichi did the same action as the prince, looking at the sky. I should not be the only one who knows. Right? The prince said. You gave me the drug, and I personally gave the drug to Eunuch Wei. It has not been passed through the hands of others. Who else knows? Lu Chichi thought about it. Could it not be Sun Rumei? She? Still dreaming. A terrifying dream. It will not heal in a short time. Lu Chichi disagreed. This is what a man is. With the status of the prince, others always tie the prince and Sun Rumei together. Seeing such a scene last night, it would be strange if the prince let them go. Lu Chichi didn't care much about these things and treated them as gossip for entertainment, because the matter was related to the prince. Lu Chichi knew that keeping silent appropriately was a dignified way for both parties. Well, I want to go out for a while, Lu Chichi said. The prince stared at Lu Chichi for a while. Go out? Where to? Lu Chichi saw that the prince was not angry, and said what she was thinking. I have been here for too long. I am anxious. I didn't stop you. Lu Chichi blinked again, and finally understood what the man meant. She jumped up immediately. You are so nice. After saying this, she shouted to the distance. Chunbai. Let's go. This time the prince was not calm. The woman just left like that. Seeing the woman leave with 3 maids, he felt lost. If you are in a bad mood, the people around you will suffer. Zhao Kai and Sun Shou were the most unlucky, and were dragged by the prince to work as coolies. The prince kept them busy for as long as Lu Chichi played outside. First, they made a hammock in the East Palace, and then a swing frame. After a busy day, several people were sweating profusely. Some people wanted to help, but the prince didn't let them. Zhao Kai and Sun Shou were tired like dogs and wanted to rest, but the prince didn't allow them. When Lu Chichi came back from outside with a lot of bags, she saw 3 busy men. Chunbai was shocked, and when she came to her senses, she blinked at the princess. The princess was speechless. She also saw it, and was moved. Chunbai meant for her to jump on it. She couldn't do childish things. She came to the prince with the newly bought candied haws, and gave him a string. This is candied haws. Very delicious. You try it. The prince wiped his hands casually, took a candied haws and ate it. It was sour and sweet. The prince didn't like the taste very much, but seeing the woman's smiling face, he still ate it. Lu Chichi saw that he was sweating all over, took out a handkerchief and wiped it for him. I thought the East Palace couldn't have these things. As long as you like it, you can do it anyway. The prince's eyes were full of Lu Chichi. Zhao Kai and Sun Shou saw the scene, as if it was redemption, and fled quickly. Lu Chichi smiled. You are a good person. The identity has changed, but the person has become more flexible than before. This is a good thing. The prince smiled and sent the candied haws to Lu Chichi. And Lu Chichi ate one. This candied haws is the best. It's really delicious. That was their first meeting. But unfortunately, the woman didn't remember it. At that time, the woman was only concerned about saving the child. And he was the man who protected the woman. In the dark, it was fate given by God that they met under such circumstances. Later, the woman was attacked by the people arranged by the concubine of Jing Xiaoyin. And he eliminated those people. The old man of Jing Xiaoyin also knew what the woman did for his son. And he took care of Sun Rumei and Tang Xiuya when they went in and out of Jing Xiaoyin's prison. The woman didn't know about these. Lu Qiqi ate the candied haws beautifully. She bought a total of 4 strings of candied haws, gave 3 strings to 3 maids, and kept 1 string for herself. Seeing the hammock and swing frame made by the prince, she was happy and gave away her food. Now she regretted it, thinking that she could eat one if she could. But as a result, most of the string of candied haws went into Lu Qiqi's stomach. Later, sitting on the swing, she took out the snacks she bought outside and shared them with the prince. The prince ate inconspicuous things, and he ate very fragrantly with the company of the woman. Chunbai saw that the crown princess finally got the hang of things. She almost jumped up with excitement. The crown princess finally knew how to please the crown prince. She had secured her position as the crown princess, and the position of the queen was inevitable. She was happy for the crown princess when she thought that she had finally made it. Qi Dai and Yu Dai were not so excited. They ate candied haws and hid in the distance like Chunbai to peek. She was happy for the crown princess when she saw the scene in the distance. While eating, Lu Qiqi talked about many things she encountered when she went out. The crown prince also found it interesting. At this time, a little eunuch ran over. When he saw the crown prince, he knelt on the ground with a bang. "Your Highness, it's bad." The emperor vomited blood. The snacks in the crown prince's hand fell to the ground, and he stood up suddenly. "What's going on?" "I don't know." He suddenly vomited blood for no reason. The little eunuch thought that someone had poisoned him, and he didn't dare to say anything. The prince heard this and comforted Lu Qiqi. "Father will be fine. You don't have to worry." After saying this, the prince strode away. Lu Qiqi watched the prince walk out of the East Palace. She put the cookie in her hand to her mouth and took a bite. The prince and the emperor have a good relationship, and it seems that he is comforting himself. But in fact, he is comforting himself. According to this statement, the emperor will not die this time. Chapter 167, Sending Amulets. Lu Qiqi thought. Summoning the system. What happened to the emperor? System. Someone poisoned his herbs. Lu Qiqi was shocked. Who did it? System. We don't know yet. Lu Qiqi's heart sank. Even the system didn't know. The other party was hiding very deeply. Who could it be? The queen's banquet has not passed yet. The Wu clan's daughter is also unlucky. And now it's the emperor. If someone manipulates these things, it will be very bad for the prince. Thinking about it, she was worried about the prince. She also thought that the prince had concocted the Sun Rumei incident and easily solved the eunuch Wei who served the emperor. The emperor vomited blood. This happened suddenly. But it shouldn't be too difficult for the prince. Things are not as optimistic as Lu Qiqi thought. The prince has not come back for 2 days. Except for the morning court. He has been guarding the emperor. Hearing this scene, Lu Qiqi began to worry. She knew that she underestimated the prince's feelings for the emperor. Deep emotions, less rationality, and lost the previous judgment. Just at this time, Lu Qiqi learned from the system that concubine Qin and concubine Wu were ready to attack the queen. After asking, she found out that they ate poisoned food at that time because they thought it was the queen who did it. Now that the emperor is seriously ill, they think the emperor is dying and will be buried with him. They think they are going to die, and they are not as calm as before. When Lu Qiqi heard this, she suddenly felt that the queen was better. She didn't have to be buried with the emperor when he died. No matter how favored others are, they don't have such a good life. This is the difference between a wife and a concubine. So many people know that others have married wives, but they still think about how to be someone else's concubine. Then I thought of what my mother said. There is nothing bad in this place. Nowadays, men go out to cheat. But men in ancient times brought their mistresses into the house openly and let their wives watch. If they are not happy, it is okay to kill them. Think about it. Living in this place is also good. Think of this, and look at the imperial concubines. What's the use of having status? If you die, you will be buried with them. Chunbai saw that the prince had not returned for a few days, and heard what happened outside. She was very worried. When no one was around, she whispered to the princess. Princess, I heard that the emperor is very ill. Lu Qiqi was eating grapes. When she heard this, she didn't care. It's okay. He will be fine in a few days. Chunbai was shocked. Princess, how do you know? Qidai brought oranges to the princess. When she heard this, she didn't take it seriously. The princess is lying to you. Can't you see it? Besides, Chunbai is bold enough. She dares to talk about the emperor. She has lived a long life. Lu Qiqi didn't care. She stretched out her fingers and calculated. The emperor is destined to have this happen. It will be fine after it passes. The person who poisoned him will not be so lucky? Chunbai's face was full of admiration. The crown princess was different. She could even calculate this. At this moment, Chunbai finally believed that the crown princess gave the crown prince a talisman, which was really a talisman. And she didn't intend to get close to the crown prince. Qidai couldn't stay calm. She used her past relationship with Zhao Kai to barely know some of the emperor's poisoning. How did the crown princess know? Crown princess, how did you know? Lu Qiqi looked at the two maids and began to make up a story seriously. Everyone will experience a lot of things. And these things will be written on a person's face. People with wisdom in this regard can see it at a glance. Where is the crown princess? Qingdai asked. Lu Qiqi sighed. I am a half-witted person. I saw it in a flash. What about now? Not now. What about the emperor? Lu Qiqi was happy to see that she had fooled another person. And she became more enthusiastic in acting. I saw it when the eunuch came to see the crown prince that day. Does the crown prince know? The crown prince must go through these things. And I? A woman. Can't say much. Yudai came over with tea and looked at the two maids who were deceived. Lu Qiqi saw through Yudai's little thoughts at a glance. You don't believe it? I believe that the crown princess is as good as a half-immortal, Yudai said with a smile. Lu Qiqi saw that this person didn't believe it. And just when she didn't know what to say, the voice of the system sounded. Yudai's biological mother died. And she was raised by her stepmother. The stepmother gave birth to a younger brother. And sold Yudai to a trafficker in order to support her younger brother to go to school. Lu Qiqi stared at Yudai and said, You don't believe it? Yudai nodded wisely and said nothing. Lu Qiqi stared at Yudai in silence for a long time. And then pretended to be mysterious and said, Your childhood was not happy. Yudai's heart twitched. The crown princess knows a lot. Lu Qiqi sighed. You have a shallow family relationship and left home very early. The smile on Yudai's face faded slightly. Lu Qiqi took Yudai's hand. The past is the past. There is no need to hold on to it. The most important thing is that you will have me to protect you in the future. And no one will dare to bully you. She was still serious the moment before. But she started to be naughty again. Yudai found that she was deceived by the crown princess and understood. Crown princess, are you doing this on purpose? Lu Qiqi looked at the three maids. Look, among the three of you, only Yudai has the highest IQ. But you two can almost fool around with words. I really don't know if the heads on your necks are good looking. Chunbai expressed her opinion. I don't need to be too smart. Just serve the crown princess well. Lu Qiqi nodded. Okay. Your only advantage is loyalty. This is also true. The crown princess is so powerful. Why don't you go to see the emperor? Chunbai said. Lu Qiqi thought about it and felt that it was reasonable to visit. The crown princess is so powerful. If she gives the emperor another amulet, the emperor should get better soon. Right? Lu Qiqi seemed to be persuaded. Amulet? She doesn't have it now? Just when she didn't know how to start. She felt something in her palm. After several experiences, she knew it should be an amulet. Every time the amulet appeared, it would save a life. Could the emperor really be in danger? Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi didn't dare to think too much and took three maids to see the emperor. Lu Qiqi was the crown princess. And she couldn't see the emperor just by saying so. Fortunately, the prince's recent style in the palace has frightened some people. And now the emperor is like this. No one dares to stop him. Wait until Lu Qiqi arrives at the Imperial Dragon Palace smoothly. The first thing he sees is the prince with a gloomy face. It's rare to see him like this. And Lu Qiqi can't get used to it. The prince looked at her with that look. And she took a step back in fear. Thinking that she came at the wrong time. Thinking about the purpose of her coming. The prince has a deep affection for the emperor. And it is normal for him to be in a bad mood when he sees the emperor like this. Carefully hand over the amulet in his hand. This is for the emperor. The prince was annoyed. His expression was too fierce and scared the woman. And then he saw the amulet sent by the woman. His mood improved a little. And he came over, picked up the amulet, and held the woman's hand tightly. Why are you here? I came to see. Lucici said softly. The prince took Lucici's hand and walked out. I still have some things to deal with here. You go back and be careful. Chapter 168. Be careful of concubine. Lucici nodded obediently, and left the Imperial Dragon Palace under the eyes of the prince. Chunbai followed behind, feeling sorry for the princess. She urged the princess to come. What was the prince's attitude? I don't know how sad the princess must be. Lucici felt that the prince's expression was a little strange. The amulet had been sent over, so the emperor should be fine. Just after leaving the Imperial Dragon Palace, the system's voice came. The emperor just took the medicine sent by the Imperial Hospital, and the emperor's condition worsened. Lucici, are you saying that someone poisoned the medicine? System. Yes. Lucici, have you found the person who started to poison the emperor? System. Found it an hour ago. Lucici. Who? System. Huang Yui. Lucici. Whose person is Huang Yui? System. King Chu. Lucici. It's even more impossible. The king of Chu is dead. How could Huang Imperial physician still attack the emperor? Is it to avenge the king of Chu? This is impossible. The king of Chu is dead. The people who once worked hard for the king of Chu are no longer restrained. They can find a better way to deal with it. How could they foolishly attack the emperor? System. The king of Yen forced him. Lucici. The king of Yen is crazy. If the emperor really dies, his biological mother, concubine Qin, will also be buried with him. System. It's a small pattern, isn't it? Think about it. If the emperor gets into trouble, the prince can't get away from it in the palace. When the prince is too busy to take care of himself, he can use the matter of the Witch clan's legitimate daughter to operate and overthrow the prince. Lucici. Is there someone behind the scenes pushing it? This is just short of saying that the king of Qin is behind this. System. Prince Qin knew Prince Yan's plan, and he pushed it from behind to make things go more smoothly. Lucici. Sure enough. The dog that bites never barks. System. Don't worry. With the amulet, the emperor will not die, and the next unlucky one will be Prince Yin. Lucici wanted to know more about Prince Qin's fate. What about Prince Qin? System. Prince Yin will not die, and Prince Qin will be fine. Lucici was speechless and didn't want to say anything. Looking at the scenery around her, she felt even more depressed. While walking, she heard someone scolding someone in front. Lucici wanted to take a detour. She didn't like these people and things in the palace. Just after walking a few steps, someone came towards Lucici. The person Lucici recognized was Nani Wang beside the queen. She had seen her when she went to Fuyun Hall. In her opinion, Nani Wang was waiting for her here. Nani Wang stepped forward and saluted. I pay my respects to the crown princess. Nani Wang. What are you doing? Nani Wang stood up and turned her head to look at the two palace maids not far behind her. They brought the cakes to her, replying to the crown princess. The queen knows that the crown princess likes cakes. She didn't have them that time, so the queen specially asked me to bring them to the crown princess. When Lucici heard this, she turned her head and looked at Qin Yudai, and the two stepped forward to take the cakes. Thank you Nani Wang for making this trip. Please tell the queen that I will come to thank you another day. The queen said that there are too many things going on in the palace recently, so the crown princess doesn't need to be so polite. But the crown princess has just arrived in the palace and doesn't know the rules of the palace. She asked me to tell you that there are many rules in the palace, and the crown princess should not walk around if there is nothing to do. Thank you, queen, for reminding me. Why did Lucici feel that the queen was conveying goodwill to her? She looked at Nani Wang again. She was stern, but her eyes were sincere when she spoke. For a moment, she didn't know what the queen meant, so she just responded. I have finished speaking the queen's meaning, and I will take my leave first. Madam Wang. Take care. Lucici watched Nani Wang lead people away, and she took 3 maids back to the East Palace. Chunbai came over and said, Crown Princess, what does the queen mean? What does it mean? I don't know, but the pastry looks delicious. Lucici said and picked up a piece. On the way back, she saw that Qin Dai had checked it and proved that it was edible. After eating it, she sighed. This tastes so good. It's a taste I have never eaten before. When Chunbai heard this, she approached the pastry and looked at it carefully again and again, thinking, is it so delicious? Lu Qiqi ate piece after piece. When she picked up another piece and broke it open to put it in her mouth, she found a small note. When she opened it, it said, be careful of concubine de. Concubine de. Chunbai was stunned. Love is not about sending food, but about sending messages? Qingdai and Yudai were much calmer. They could not think of a reasonable explanation for the queen's action. Lu Qiqi looked at the note, smiled slightly, and then handed the note to Yudai, letting Yudai deal with it. She ate the cakes with peace of mind. She liked to eat, and had no resistance to food. But Nani Wang suddenly appeared, and brought the same cakes as that day. She knew there was something wrong with the cakes. She guessed it right. Otherwise, she would not break the cakes apart when eating. After eating a plate of cakes, she felt a little full. She didn't know what the queen's purpose was. As for concubine De, who had hardly appeared since Prince Qing's accident, she became more curious. Lu Qiqi was more worried about what happened to the emperor. When people reach a certain age, their physical skills are declining. At this time, they have been injured twice in a row. Even if they recover in the future, their bodies will become weak. According to this situation, the emperor will not live for many years. Just at this time, the system sent a message. The emperor woke up. Soon, the system said, Huang Yui died. Not long after, the system sent a message. Concubine asked to see the emperor and was allowed. Lu Qiqi knew that this was the first concubine the emperor had seen since he fell ill. At this time, Lu Qiqi felt that the queen didn't care about the emperor's illness and didn't visit him. Sure enough, marriages based on interests often don't end well. There were Song Ke and King Chu between them, and they all died. At their age, their feelings faded, and they valued family affection and the future more. Lu Qiqi heard so much news, and ate a lot at dinner. After dinner, she walked for a long time in the East Palace under the banner of digestion. Chunbai knew that the Crown Princess wanted to go out again. The Crown Prince had already spoken, and the Crown Princess could go out if she wanted to. She was not worried, and she could also take a breath with the Crown Princess. To her surprise, the Crown Princess did not go out and stayed quietly in the East Palace. After a day of tossing and turning, Lu Qiqi laid down early, and several maids also left. Without outsiders, Lu Qiqi and the system began to chat. What does the queen mean? System. The queen has figured it out. She chose the prince. And seeing that the prince is so good to you, this is a show of goodwill to you. Lu Qiqi thought so too. No need to guard against the queen in the future? System. Can't relax yet. Lu Qiqi knew that there would not be so many good things. System. The queen intends to use you to deal with the Wu clan. Lu Qiqi was a little surprised. The Wu clan is the queen's family. Could it be that she was going to attack the Wu clan because of Sun Rumei's incident? This seemed unlikely. Chapter 169. Who sent the assassin? System. The current Wu clan leader has only one daughter, Sun Rumei, and no sons. There is no one to inherit the Wu clan. Several families in the side branches are fighting for the position of the clan leader. The queen intends to take this opportunity to make the Wu clan no longer useful to the Qin kingdom. Lu Qiqi. Where is the Wu clan's secret medicine? System. After all, it is a disaster. Lu Qiqi. How does the queen plan to use me? System. Expose Sun Rumei's evil deeds. Let you sit in the position of queen, and thus cut off the Wu clan's thoughts that should not have. Lu Qiqi sighed. The queen is courageous. There is no family affection or love, and there is no hindrance in doing things. If the queen was born in a peaceful era, she would definitely be a strong woman. In fact, women are blinded by love and are willing to be angels with broken wings. System. You should be careful of concubine De. Lu Qiqi. What will concubine De do? System. I don't know for the time being. Lu Qiqi. Do you know who attacked the emperor the second time? System. It was the Prince of Yen. Lu Qiqi couldn't stay calm. It was the Prince of Yen again? He is determined to kill the emperor. System mocked. For the sake of power. How can they still have family affection in their eyes? Lu Qiqi also thought so, and felt that escaping from the palace was her ultimate goal. System. The prince is different from the emperor. Lu Qiqi was speechless. It came again. The system was silent for a while, and then said, Sun Rumei woke up. Lu Chichi didn't care much. Oh! System. I mean that the queen interrupted and started to use you to attack. Lu Chichi didn't think so. The queen only targeted the witch clan. What should I worry about? You should keep an eye on concubine De. And tell me immediately if there is any movement over there. The system laughed for a while. You are not confused yet. Lu Chichi didn't want to talk anymore. Turned over and went to sleep. Not long after she closed her eyes, she heard footsteps outside. This time, she listened carefully and was not sure if it was the prince. Soon the door was opened from the outside, and Zhao Kai's voice was heard from outside. Knowing that the person coming in was the prince, Lu Chichi didn't mean to get up. The prince came to the bedroom quietly and saw the woman with her back to him. Are you angry? As a martial artist, he can easily tell whether the other person is really asleep. What should I be angry about? Hearing this, the prince quickly took off his clothes, got on the bed, lifted the quilt and lay in, and hugged the woman from behind. Lu Chichi was not happy and insisted on pulling the quilt off the prince's body. Back and forth, the prince only felt a fragrant breeze blowing on his face, with the warmth of the woman, which made him think of countless warm nights in the past. Various images had already begun to appear in his mind, and he was still patiently trying to cheer the woman up. You went at the wrong time. I know. I shouldn't have gone. Thanks to you, my father was able to wake up. I mean, when you went, there were assassins around, and they were worried that you would be implicated, so they asked you to leave quickly. Hearing this, Lu Chichi turned and looked at the prince. Are you lying? The prince's eyes changed slightly. Others thought I was busy and confused because the emperor was in a coma, but they didn't know that I had already prepared to capture the other party alive. You did it? Yes. Who sent the assassin? Prince Qing. Prince Qing? Lu Chichi couldn't stay calm anymore. Prince Qing was imprisoned, and he still wanted to make trouble? You didn't expect it, did you? Prince Qing is crazy? This is the palace, the prince said heavily. His father was dying, and as a son, he had to give him a blow at a critical moment. The prince felt terrible just thinking about such a son. Lu Chichi was silent for a while, and asked, What about you? The prince smiled. I've decided. We don't want sons. We only want daughters. Lu Chichi was so angry that she bumped the man with her elbow. He was talking about serious things, and he was talking nonsense. Father had many sons, and now there are only 4 left. There are 4 and 3 who want his life. Lu Chichi remembered what the system said, and looked at the prince, obviously knowing everything. Do you still remember the attack on father this time? Yeah. The emperor asked the prince not to investigate. The prince told him, and she also said that everyone has secrets. Thinking of this, Lu Chichi reflected. You said it was Prince Qing who did it? The prince nodded, and the hand holding the woman kept tightening. Lu Chichi felt the man's trembling body, and said nothing, just accompanied him quietly. She knew everything in the man's heart, but she just couldn't accept such a situation. She also had a little more sympathy for the emperor. The two hugged each other until the next day. The prince left for the morning court, and Lu Chichi fell asleep. It was because the man hugged her too tightly that she felt uncomfortable. In order not to affect the prince, she generously sacrificed. This sleep lasted until the sun was high in the sky. Chunbai saw that the princess didn't get up, and smiled foolishly for a long time. Qingdai and Yudai were speechless. Lu Chichi woke up, stretched, and saw the sun outside. She was shocked. What time is it? She got up and prepared to wash up. When she heard the movement at the door, she began to listen to the sound of learning to walk to identify who the other party was. Now we can be sure that there are 3 maids. Only the prince and the 3 maids can enter and leave this room freely. Lu Chichi washed up and sat at the dressing table, while Chunbai combed the hair for the princess. Lu Chichi glanced at Chunbai in the mirror. Your smile is ugly. Qingdai and Yudai laughed out loud. Princess, you bullied me again? Chunbai pretended to be wronged. Everything is written on your face. If I don't bully you, who will I bully? Woo 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 woo. Chunbai started to pretend to cry. For a while, there was laughter in the room. After Lu Chichi had her meal, she rested on the hammock in the yard. Chunbai and Qingdai waited by her side, while Yudai walked towards the palace maids next to her. Lu Chichi took a look and said nothing, and asked Chunbai to bring the storybook. Crown Princess, this is just out. Lu Chichi took it in her hand and took a look. It was written by a scholar. It was about a case investigated when the crown prince was still the Prince of Jin. She asked. When did you go out to buy it? Chunbai was happy. I asked someone to help me bring it. You are quite capable. Someone ran errands for you so quickly. Lu Qiqi said as she opened the book. She could tell at a glance that it was written by a scholar, because it was related to a case at the time. She read it very seriously. After reading for a while, Lu Qiqi felt a little tired. She got up and stretched her body. She asked Chunbai to take out a soft cushion and spread it in the yard. Lu Qiqi often did this in the Prince of Jin's mansion. Chunbai, Qingdai, Yudai and others were used to it. The maids and eunuchs in the East Palace couldn't stay calm when they saw it. They saw the crown princess twisting her body into some strange postures, which shocked them. Is the crown princess stupid? Why does she abuse her body so much? After seeing another twist, Lu Qiqi saw beads of sweat on her forehead. She thought it was painful. After Lu Qiqi finished all this, she took a short break. Chunbai had already prepared hot water. Lu Qiqi took a bath, came out again, changed her clothes, and her whole state began to change. She preferred the stretching movements of yoga, which was good for digestion for a foodie like her. Picking up the book written by the scholar author again, Lu Qiqi was even more fascinated. Chapter 170 Waist Badge for Leaving the Palace. Lu Qiqi saw the word yoga in the book, and her body trembled immediately. What is the scholar author hinting at? After reading for a long time, she didn't find anything and gave up. After a while, the imperial kitchen sent cakes. Lu Qiqi was so happy when she saw them. She thought that the prince had sent them. She picked up a piece and took a bite. Wow! This tastes so good. She ate one piece after another. Chunbai laughed and joked beside her. The prince is so good to the princess. He knew that the princess liked it, so he sent it. Lu Qiqi smiled and ate a piece. It tastes really good. The things said by the prince are naturally the best. Lu Qiqi ate another piece. You are so sweet. How about giving you a piece? Chunbai teased. Did the princess really give it to me? Really? She said so. But she didn't move. Chunbai knew the princess's heart. She didn't dare to eat the things said by the prince. Soon after, the prince arrived. Chunbai saw it, bowed and left. The prince came up and picked up a piece. Delicious. Thank you. Lu Qiqi saw that the prince was in a very good state, thinking that the matter had passed, and expressed gratitude for today's cakes. Thank me for what? The prince deliberately joked. Thank you for the cakes you sent. I didn't. Lu Qiqi asked. Didn't you ask the people in the imperial kitchen to send these cakes? The prince understood, shook his head, and quickly called Zhao Kai to investigate the matter. Lu Qiqi immediately felt that the cakes were not delicious, so she simply put them down. Soon after, Zhao Kai arrived. Prince, Princess, the queen had someone prepare them. The prince waved his hand, and Zhao Kai went down. Lu Qiqi was a little surprised and told what happened that day. The day I went to see the emperor. When I came back, the queen asked Wang Ma to send me some cakes with a note inside, asking me to be careful of concubinage. The prince was unhappy when he heard it. He pushed the cakes to the ground directly. What's wrong? The queen did it on purpose, the prince said, and stretched out his big hand to embrace the woman in his arms. Lu Qiqi looked at the prince, waiting for his explanation. The queen looked down on Sun Rume and sent people to the Wu clan to investigate her identity. Knowing that the Wu clan was not peaceful now, she wanted to use you to cause trouble. Lu Qiqi didn't care. The system had said this, and it seemed nothing wrong to her. What else is there in the palace besides using and being used? The prince was silent for a while. Qiqi, you? Lu Qiqi pushed the prince's hand away, stood up, and walked into the house. The prince followed him, and stood up. Lu Qiqi also heard the noise. After entering the door, she spoke directly. Prince, I'm not saying it. It's really this palace. Halfway through, there was no one behind her, and she saw the prince standing outside the door with a smirk on his face. And her face suddenly stretched. The prince came in with a smile. What? Are you angry? I'm not angry. Are you angry? I'm not angry. You are angry. Lu Qiqi asked back. Are you in a good mood? The prince looked like a woman finally understood, and said arrogantly, I arrested Prince Qing. The emperor tried to stop him once, but this time he didn't say anything. After finding the evidence, he arrested Prince Qing directly. Lu Qiqi gave a thumbs up. Great. Not bad. Looking at the prince like this, Lu Qiqi felt like a child who had reached the rebellious stage, finally being able to go against the adult's wishes and do something he had always opposed, and was so happy that he didn't even know who he was. Aren't you worried that the emperor will be angry if you do this? It's too late to be angry. The thing has been done. The people have been arrested. And there is evidence. This time, the Dali Temple has also intervened. What can the emperor do if he knows? Just because concubine Det is the only one who can get close to the sick emperor. There can be an exception? Lu Qiqi, you are very capable. If you dare to offend the emperor, you may turn the world upside down in the future. Why did the prince feel that it was inappropriate to hear this? You are finished. When the emperor knows about this, he will definitely deal with you. The prince is not afraid. The emperor will not know so soon. When he knows, the results will come out. The emperor's current body is not capable of taking action. If he wants to arrange people to do things for him, it may be a little difficult. Looking at the woman in front of him, he wanted to share the joy of success with the woman, but he tried to hold it back. He reached out and hugged the woman in his arms. Lu Qiqi was startled by this sudden action and couldn't help but scream. Before she finished screaming, her body was already pressed against his hard chest. What are you doing? His chest muscles are so hard. She looked at him with wide eyes. The man's eyes scared her. What was he going to do in broad daylight? The prince smiled frivolously and whispered, "What else can I do?" The low and magnetic voice was close to her ears. Lu Qiqi's body softened and she stammered, "Do you have anything else to say?" The prince pinched her waist and said, "Aren't you bored? I'll find you something to do." What? Lu Qiqi thought it was not a good thing. Starting tomorrow, you can enter and leave the palace freely. As the prince spoke, a jade token appeared in his hand like a magic trick. Lu Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief, took the jade token in her hand, and looked at it carefully again and again. Is this the waste token for leaving the palace? I left through the back door that day, so I can leave openly so soon? Something happened at the Jin Palace. You can use this to enter and exit the palace. Okay. You don't have any expression? The prince raised his eyebrows. Lu Qiqi understood what the man meant. Deliberately approached, gently placed her hand on his heart, wandered aimlessly, and asked in his ear, "Like this?" The prince was dizzy from being teased, and reason told him that now was not the time to sink. But he could not resist the temptation of women, and nodded slightly. Lu Qiqi was proud of herself and continued to ask, "How about this?" "How?" Lu Qiqi bit her lip, and twisted the hand on the man's heart hard, instantly waking the prince up. Lu Qiqi immediately stepped back a few steps and came to the door. Smiling, the prince realized that the woman did it on purpose, and wanted to reach out to pull the woman back. But Lu Qiqi said, "You better be honest. I don't want to bear the stigma of a vixen because of you." The prince was in high spirits, somewhat out of control. The woman was right. He was thinking about eating this goblin at night, and his face was regretful again. "I have something to do in the imperial study. I'll leave first." After that, he strode away. Lu Qiqi watched the prince leave, and her eyes changed again and again. As expected of being favored by so many people, the man still has self-control. Now he is eager to prove his ability, and is full of interest in going against the emperor. This is not a good thing. After the prince left, Lu Qiqi was curious about how the prince caught King Qing. She called the system several times, but the system did not respond. Lu Qiqi could only kill time with books later, until the evening. After Lu Qiqi had dinner, the system popped up. "Are you looking for me?" Chapter 171. Prince Qing was captured. Lu Qiqi, "Where did you go?" System, "No power. I went to charge." Lu Qiqi, "Do you still need to charge?" System, "Isn't that nonsense? You still need to eat to survive." "I'm charging." "What's wrong?" Lu Qiqi, "Where did you charge?" The system didn't answer, and asked, "What do you want me for?" Lu Qiqi didn't dwell on the charging issue, and asked, "The prince captured Prince Qing. How did he catch him?" System, "So that's it." Lu Qiqi, "Well, tell me." System, "Prince Qing was imprisoned. Logically, he should not be allowed to come out for the rest of his life. However, he appeared in the palace. It is normal for him to be arrested." Lu Qiqi laughed. "So that's how it is. After arresting him, he will be interrogated again. If nothing happens, It will become something serious. Besides, if Prince Qing is arrested, some people will not be able to stay and will lose their composure. At that time, Prince Qing will not be able to explain himself even if he has 10 mouths. Besides, concubine Qing is the prince's man. With such an internal and external collaboration, it is difficult for him not to die. System. You are right. But Prince Qing will not die. Lu Qiqi. Why? System. The emperor does not want the prince to ascend to the throne by stepping on the corpses of his brothers. Lu Qiqi. Does the emperor hate to see the brothers killing each other? Or does he not want the prince's path to the throne to be criticized by others? System. The latter. Lu Qiqi sighed. Father's love is like a mountain. If the emperor could have been as tough as he is now, Song Ke would not have died, and the prince would not have left so many unpleasant memories in his childhood. Thinking of Song Ke who was buried on that hill, she really used her death to protect her son. Everything the prince has now is also partly due to Song Ke's contribution. Father's love is like a mountain. Mother's love is even greater. Lu Qiqi chatted with the system for a while, and she knew some things, so she could sleep happily. Before going to bed, she told the 3 maids to take them back to the Prince of Jin's mansion tomorrow. The 3 maids left happily. They still had a lot of discomfort in the palace, and they were naturally happy to go out for a breath of fresh air. Not long after they left, the prince came back. Lu Qiqi still didn't get up. The prince was used to the days of being unwelcome. He walked into the bedroom and saw the back lying on his side. Just one glance, his cold heart gradually softened. After watching for a while, the prince came to the bed and took off his clothes. Lu Qiqi heard the movement, turned around, pressed the prince's hand, and then heard the prince groan. Lu Qiqi was stunned, and hurriedly got up and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Seeing the prince frowning, his face was painful. This frightened Lu Qiqi, and she hurried to look for it herself. Only then did she find that there was still gauze wrapped around one of his hands. She carefully opened it, and saw that it was cut by a sharp weapon. The cut was not big, just scratched the skin, and there was no blood. "Are you injured?" The man with thick fur and flesh also learned the tricks of women to win sympathy. The prince looked at Lu Qiqi and said nothing. Lu Qiqi wanted to ask someone to come in and ask clearly, but was stopped by the prince. Lu Qiqi could only get up by herself, put on a piece of clothes, and went to the outer hall. Just as she was about to call Chunbai, she opened the door and saw Zhao Kai standing at the door. Zhao Kai had been worried about the prince, and he was excited when he saw the princess coming out. "What happened to the prince's injury?" Lu Qiqi asked directly. Zhao Kai didn't hear any movement from inside, and obviously acquiesced, saying, "The emperor hurt him." Lu Qiqi heard this and said, "Go get some basins of water." Zhao Kai didn't understand. There was no movement from the prince inside. As the prince's personal guard, Zhao Kai did what a maid should do. Soon, basins of water were brought in and basins of blood-red water were taken out. After running back and forth for more than 10 times, Zhao Kai was tired and Lu Qiqi finally stopped. The prince saw the woman busy in and out and knew what she meant. When the woman was tired and panting, he sighed, "Aren't you tired?" "I'm tired. And others can't sleep well either." Lu Qiqi was really tired after all the busy work. She went back to bed and fell asleep quickly. But someone didn't sleep all night because he knew what was going on here. The next day, after the prince attended the morning court, he came to the Imperial Dragon Palace and saw the emperor, who was as pale as paper. The prince laughed in his heart and coughed twice deliberately. The emperor saw that the prince, who had been worried all night, was still alive, and his tense heart relaxed instantly. After a night of hard work, he felt tired and closed his eyes to rest. As usual, the prince told the eunuchs to serve the emperor well. After calling him, he went to the imperial study again. The scene of killing yesterday never happened, and it seemed to be their illusion. The eunuchs serving the emperor were very careful and tried to pretend that it didn't exist. After seeing the scene yesterday, they also knew that keeping their mouths shut was the basis for survival. The prince spent the whole morning with memorials. In the morning, Zhao Kai reminded him that the prince came to the emperor's Yulong Palace. When he entered the door, he saw Defei serving the emperor for dinner. The prince stopped and waited until the emperor found out. The emperor glanced at Defei, who put down the small bowl, stood up and glanced at the prince, wanting to leave. The prince said, "Defei, please stay." The emperor looked at the prince. If it were in the past, He would have spoken. But he was too embarrassed to speak yesterday because he was angry and hurt him. Defei. Prince Qing is in the Dali Temple. Go and have a look. The emperor heard this and looked at the prince. His eyes condensed. The prince still didn't listen to his words. He started to attack his brothers before he ascended the throne? Defei tried to hold on and met the prince's eyes. Did the prince make a mistake? The Dali Temple found out that the person who assigned the killer was Prince Qing. The prince stared at Defei, and her guilty eyes clearly showed that she knew about it. No. It's impossible. Defei couldn't accept it. If Concubine doesn't believe it, you can go meet the killer. Concubine stared at the prince and asked, Prince, you have the position of prince now. Why don't you let Prince Qing go and kill him? Prince Qing was captured in Qiushuang Pavilion. Concubine couldn't stand it anymore after hearing this and collapsed to the ground. When the emperor heard this, he simply closed his eyes and pretended not to hear it. The prince stood there and saw Concubine kowtow to the emperor and plead for Prince Qing. Seeing that the emperor didn't say a word, the prince ordered someone to ask Concubine to leave. At the moment of being dragged away, the emperor finally spoke. Leave this matter to the queen. Concubine heard this and pleaded with the emperor. But she didn't dare, so she could only be dragged away. The prince waited for Concubine to leave and looked at the emperor. What did he mean by this? The emperor didn't say anything, and the prince didn't ask. The two of them were awkward for a while. When the prince left, the emperor didn't even look at the prince. Chapter 172. Qiuxin is pregnant. East Palace. Lu Qiqi had the prince's words. And after breakfast, she was going to take 3 maids back to the Prince of Jin's mansion. As soon as she walked out of the East Palace, she met Luo Ma, who was beside the Queen Mother. Luo Ma saw the Crown Princess and walked quickly. I pay my respects to the Crown Princess. Luo Ma. How is the Queen Mother? After entering the palace, she had not paid her respects to the Queen Mother, and she forgot about it. The Queen Mother is well. And today I heard that the Crown Princess moved into the East Palace. I am very happy. If it is convenient for the Crown Princess, you may as well go over and sit. Lu Qiqi knew in her heart that this was not an invitation, but a blocking. She didn't like this way. Thinking of the Queen Mother, she really should go and see. Not long after, Lu Qiqi came to the Xineng Palace. After the ceremony, the Queen Mother asked Nani Luo to serve the cakes and said with a smile, I have nothing to do, so I want to see Qiqi. I didn't expect to see her so soon. Lu Qiqi smiled slightly. It's my fault. I should see the Queen Mother. I heard that the Queen Mother was not feeling well, so I dare not disturb her. Not feeling well? The Queen Mother thought. This is an excuse not to see Sunrume. Thinking of this, she liked Lu Qiqi even more. I feel better these days. But Qiqi just moved into the East Palace. Is there anything you are not used to? Lu Qiqi said. Thank you for your concern, Queen Mother. I don't know much about the rules of the palace. I have been in the East Palace for most of this time, so there is nothing I am not used to. That's good. If Qiqi is bored, she can come to my place. The Queen Mother was too enthusiastic, and Lu Qiqi was at a loss. The Queen Mother liked the prince, and she loved her too. Lu Qiqi subconsciously had a sense of vigilance towards the Queen Mother. Later, the Queen Mother seemed to have been alone for a long time, and finally pulled someone to talk, and quickly opened the storybook. Not long after she started talking, the prince arrived. The prince came to pay his respects, and soon sat next to Lu Qiqi. The Queen Mother smiled and joked. I just wanted to talk to Qiqi, but I didn't expect to invite the prince as well. The prince said, My grandson has been too busy recently, and I haven't seen my grandmother for a long time. Is my grandmother feeling better these days? The Queen Mother nodded and said, Thanks to my grandson, I'm feeling better these days. My grandmother is in good health, which is a blessing for us. The Queen Mother sighed. What's the use of blessing alone? My grandmother. The prince thought that the Queen Mother was angry because he hadn't visited her for a long time. Lu Qiqi didn't need to speak because the prince had arrived, and she just listened. When she heard this, she looked over curiously. At my age, I don't expect much. I just want to see my children and grandchildren. But look at me now. The Queen Mother sighed. If I could have a child around, it would be nice to have some noise. Lu Qiqi and the prince quickly realized that this was to induce labor. The prince heard it and thought it was a big deal. Thinking about it, he looked at Lu Qiqi's belly. Although he was a little busy during this period, He had been working hard. But why didn't he see any movement in the woman's belly? The queen mother saw the prince like this, and thought there was good news. She also looked at Lu Qiqi's belly. Qiqi, are you pregnant? Ahem. Lu Qiqi was so shocked by the fierce words that she choked. She started coughing. The prince was very concerned when he saw it, and quickly patted her back. The queen mother saw it, and glanced at Nani Luo next to her. Nani Luo was also happy for the prince and the princess, thinking that there was a legitimate daughter of the Wu clan living in the palace. It was a headache again. Lu Qiqi was embarrassed and her face turned red. The prince's eyes changed when he looked at the woman, thinking that this was the Xinang palace. He changed the topic abruptly. Has the royal grandmother heard anything recently? The queen mother was satisfied with the prince's behavior. She had seen that the prince was emotional. Seeing that the prince did not lose himself, she was happy in her heart, and followed the prince's words. I heard that Eunuch Wei was in trouble. The real Eunuch Wei was killed half a month ago. Someone took advantage of my father's discomfort and deliberately. Lu Qiqi heard the prince's so-called explanation that it was the real Eunuch Wei who was driven out. The prince denied Eunuch Wei in one sentence. He was really an official. Once he moved his lips, many things were concluded. No wonder so many people wanted to be officials. Later, he heard some nonsense from the prince and the queen mother. When the queen mother was tired, the prince took Lu Qiqi's hand and left. After walking away, the prince explained to Lu Qiqi, grandmother has no ill intentions. If you are free in the future, you can come and accompany her more often. Okay. Don't worry when you come to grandmother's place in the future. Just be yourself and don't be restrained. Lu Qiqi agreed. She knew in her heart that it was impossible to let go completely. With the prince's words, she would not be so nervous when she came to Xinang Palace in the future. Later, the prince went to the imperial study, and Lu Qiqi left the palace and headed for the Prince of Jin's mansion. Not long after leaving the Prince of Jin's mansion, she came back again, and Lu Qiqi felt that the Prince of Jin's mansion was still the best. In the Prince of Jin's mansion, besides the prince, she was the only one, and she could do anything at will. After entering the palace, her status rose, but her position was the smallest. It's a bit tiring to greet anyone. All the ease. The moment I walked into the Jin Palace, was wiped out by the scene in front of me. No wonder the prince asked me to go back to the Jin Palace. It turned out that such a big thing happened. Looking at it, Lu Qiqi had a headache. Xiao Yinqing saw the return of the crown princess, and hurriedly led people to greet, and then explained the whole story to Lu Qiqi. The tree in Jiuyang garden died, and housekeeper who suggested cutting it for firewood. Gu Ling cried in white clothes in Jiuyang garden, and was discovered by Xiao Yinqing. Lu Qiqi knew these things when she came back from Huangshan County. What she didn't know was that not long after leaving Jin Palace, Shi Qiuxin secretly met a man and got pregnant. This was too unexpected. Shi Qiuxin is the cousin of Shiyu, the maidservant of the queen. Logically, she would not do such a ridiculous thing. Shi Qiuxin's voice was not good, and was later cured by Yang Biyun. Logically, after experiencing these things, Shi Qiuxin would not start to give up on herself because she was not brought into the palace by the prince this time. Look at Shi Qiuxin's slightly bulging belly again. There is already a child in it. When he was the king of Jin, such a thing was not allowed to happen. Now that he has become the prince, so many people are watching him. But Shi Qiuxin made such a fuss at this time. The matter is also simple to deal with. Just kill Shi Qiuxin and the man directly. As a woman, she knew from the system that Shi Qiuxin would not enter the palace, and would not have a future. It can be said that she can live and be raised very well. Unfortunately, she will be a living widow in the future. Think about it. This is too cruel for a woman. Shi Qiuxin knew that the truth had been revealed, and she had little chance of survival. She knelt down in front of the crown princess, crying, "Crown princess, I know I was wrong. Please give me a quick death." Lu Qiqi looked at Shi Qiuxin, and didn't speak for a long time. If she was let go, with so many people watching and imitating Shi Qiuxin, how many green hats would the crown prince have on his head? Lu Qiqi felt a little reluctant to kill her. She thought that if the matter hadn't gotten out of hand, there might still be a way to save the situation. Chapter 173 Suicide. Shi Qiuxin saw no hope. After kowtowed 3 times to Lu Qiqi, she looked at Yang Biyun with resentment. "Yang Biyun, you cured my throat. I am very grateful. But you shouldn't hurt me like this." Yang Biyun knelt on the ground quickly. "Sister Shi, You obviously have a bright future. Why are you so depressed? Desperate? Shi Qiuxin smiled. Am I depressed? Or do you want to use me to attract the attention of the prince? Sister Shi, you misunderstood me. Why is my voice ruined? Do you think I don't know? Shi Qiuxin said. Lu Qiqi saw this and thought. Could it be that Shi Qiuxin's voice was damaged by Yang Biyun? Think about that period of time. Yang Biyun was still recovering from a beating. How could she attack Shi Qiuxin? Shi Qiuxin said. You ruined my voice and healed it. Just to let others know that you have medical skills. You deliberately exposed me this time to attract the attention of the prince. So that the prince would not forget that his concubines still live in the Prince of Jin's mansion. If you want to move into the East Palace, you can start with the prince. Why do you have to start with me? Shan Yanqing watched Shi Qiuxin and Guo Bian fighting each other. And when they told the general story, Shan Yanqing knelt on the ground and apologized. I deserve to die. I failed to manage the backyard well. Please punish me. The princess, Ming Xishuan, Dong Huaizhu, Mu Yaji, and Gu Ling followed and knelt on the ground. Lu Qiqi looked very annoyed and was ready to suppress the matter first. But Shi Qiuxin, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly fell to the ground. Everyone felt strange at first. Lu Qiqi was sensitive to the smell of blood. She smelled blood, and when she pulled Shi Qiuxin up, she saw a dagger stuck in her abdomen. Just one glance. Everyone was stunned for a moment. And Su, Guo Biyun, who knew medicine, stepped forward and wanted to treat Shi Qiuxin, but was pushed away by Shi Qiuxin with disgust. I don't mind you pretending. After saying that, she looked at Lu Qiqi. Crown Princess, I have one last request from you. Lu Qiqi didn't dare to get close to Shi Qiuxin and grabbed Qin Dai tightly. Qin Dai understood what the Crown Princess meant. When she didn't reveal her medical skills, she approached Shi Qiuxin and nodded to the Crown Princess. Crown Princess, after I die, please bury me. Lu Qiqi stared at Shi Qiuxin without saying a word, and said to her maid Chunxiang, take your young master back. Chunxiang was afraid and didn't dare to move. Chun Bai walked over and kicked Chunxiang. Who do you think you are? How dare you go against the Crown Princess's wishes? Chunxiang reacted and hurriedly hugged Shi Qiuxin to Tingshuo Garden. Lu Qiqi followed. Chun Bai, Qin Dai, and Yu Dai followed. Shan Yanqing watched them leave and said to the people kneeling on the ground, if a word of what happened today gets out, you can all die. This was a very majestic statement. Shan Yanqing was a man of his word. Seeing the fear of everyone, Shan Yanqing looked at Guo Biyun again. Guo Biyun, do you have anything else to say? Guo Biyun looked at Shan Yanqing. It's all my fault. If I hadn't found out that Shi Qiuxin was pregnant with someone else's child, what happened today wouldn't have happened. Shan Yanqing seemed to take all the responsibility on himself. But he repeated Shi Qiuxin's crime again. Sure enough, after this statement, someone began to speak up for Guo Biyun. Sister Yang, this is not your fault. It's Shi Qiuxin who didn't know how to behave and did such a thing that ruined her reputation. Ming Xishuan said. Madam Xiao, this is not Sister Guo's fault. Dong Huaizhu said. Mu Yaji said. Madam Xiao, it was obviously Shi Qiuxin's fault. Why are you still holding on to Yang Biyun? Shan Yanqing looked at Guo Biyun. What do you think? Guo Biyun admitted her fault again in the face of this. It's all my fault. Where is the fault? Shan Yanqing asked. Guo Biyun was silent. Gu Ling sneered and suddenly saluted Shan Yanqing. Madam Xiao, it's nothing for me to do. I'll go back first. This statement did not give Shan Yanqing face, but more of a mockery of Guo Biyun. They all knew what happened between Guo Biyun and Gu Ling not long ago. Shan Yanqing said it for 2 days, but he didn't explain it to everyone. After so long, Gu Ling suddenly targeted Yang Biyun, which made others feel puzzled. Shan Yanqing glanced at Gu Ling who was leaving and said, all gone. After saying that, he glanced at Yang Biyun meaningfully and quickly walked towards Tingshuo Garden. When she arrived at Tingshuo Garden and heard the noise inside, she stood quietly outside the yard. What happened today had nothing to do with her. The problem was that during her time managing the Prince Jin's mansion, she had to take due responsibility and should also bear the punishment of the Crown Princess. At this time, Lu Qiqi stood in the house and saw Qin Dai busy. She stared at Shi Qiuxin, who was gradually turning pale, and asked the system, what will happen to her? System, death. Lu Qiqi, I think Qin Dai has some medical skills. It shouldn't be difficult. Qingdai nodded, obviously confident in Shi Qiuxin. System. You will know soon. Lu Qiqi didn't say anything else, and kept watching Qingdai busy. After more than an hour, Qingdai finally finished. Lu Qiqi was anxious and asked, "How is she?" "She survived. But the child is gone." Lu Qiqi didn't say anything, and told Chuanxiang to take good care of the young lady. When she came to the door, she saw Xiao Nianqing and asked her to keep an eye on her. As for Shi Qiuxin's final stay or departure, the prince should decide. Using the prince as an example is to tell everyone that she will tell the prince about this matter, and the prince will decide what will happen in the end. Xiao Nianqing believed everything Lu Qiqi said. After Lu Qiqi left and sent her away, she transferred 2 more maids to take care of Shi Qiuxin. She knew in her heart that Guobiyun seemed to have done nothing wrong in today's incident, and she was involved in the matter. She couldn't help but think of what Yudai said to her again. Guobiyun? Is she really so insidious? After experiencing these things, Lu Qiqi was in no mood to hang out outside. So she returned to the East Palace with 3 maids. At this time, it was already late. Chunbai stayed to serve the crown princess, while Qingdai and Yudai went to the small kitchen to prepare food. Lu Qiqi sat for a while, and did nothing. Chunbai spoke several times, but the crown princess did not hear it. Chunbai thought it would be better if all the women in the Jin Wangfu died, so as not to cause trouble for the crown princess. However, Shi Qiuxin was bold enough to cheat on someone and get pregnant. This was discovered by Guobiyun. After such a commotion, even if she was rescued this time, she would not live long. Cuckolding the crown prince is not as simple as death. Not long after, Qingdai and Yudai brought food. Lu Qiqi simply ate some, and went back to the bedroom to rest. The 3 maids knew the habits of the crown princess. When they saw the crown princess lying down, they all left quietly. When they came to the yard, the 3 maids sat on the steps at the door. They were also surprised by what happened today. Lu Qiqi lay on the bed, taking a nap as usual. She couldn't sleep for a long time today. Her mind was full of Shi Qiuxin covered in blood. She summoned the system again. Shi Qiuxin really can't survive? System. It's obvious. Lu Qiqi was silent for a while. System. This is how the world is. There are many things you can't do anything about, and you can't change anything. It's better to adapt as soon as possible. Chapter 174 Eat Snail Noodles. Lu Qiqi understood that if she cuckolded the prince, she would not live. Even if the man was not the prince, but a man from an ordinary family, this would not be allowed. She knew that the system was right, and finally fell into a deep sleep. In her dream, the prince was furious when he knew about this, and many people died in the entire Jin Wang mansion. Lu Qiqi was forced to stand by, and saw how the prince chopped off the heads of one person after another. She woke up in shock. When she woke up, she found that the sky outside was slightly dark. Lu Qiqi was still frightened by the scene in her dream. That evening, Yudai got the news, and Shi Qiuxin, who woke up, committed suicide again. It was too late when she was discovered. After hearing this, Lu Qiqi did not move for a long time. Shi Qiuxin was determined to die, and no one could stop her. The system said it again. Her heart became heavy, and she was also trying to tell herself that some things cannot be changed, and can only be accepted. She got up and read the storybook for a while. The maid prepared the food. She picked a few and ate some. Then she went to the yard and watched the moon gradually rise. The 3 maids stayed with her all the time. Lu Qiqi had a lot of thoughts in her mind. Late at night, the prince came back. The 3 maids bowed and left. The prince came and sat down next to Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi said, "Are you okay?" "No." Lu Qiqi nodded. Soon, the 2 got up and went into the house, each reading a book for a while. Lu Qiqi saw the prince yawning, and she was not sleepy yet, so she followed the prince to rest. Lu Qiqi wanted to talk about Shi Qiuxin many times, but when the words came to her lips, she knew that saying it would only embarrass the prince, so she simply kept it in her heart. I believe the prince already knows everything about the Jin Palace. At this time, Lu Qiqi didn't know that Shi Qiuxin didn't commit suicide, but was done by someone close to her. The prince deliberately maintained a good image in Lu Qiqi's heart. In places where she couldn't see, the prince could do anything to consolidate his position, even in order to target the queen. The prince deliberately made trouble with the king of Chu. The prince did a lot of big things today. He was tired and slept very soundly. But Lu Qiqi had nightmares all night. The second time, The prince had an early court, and Lu Qiqi had a simple meal and prepared to go to the Jin Palace to see. Wanted to know if Shi was really dead. They soon came to the Jin Palace and learned from Xiao Nianqing that after Shi woke up, she used a quilt as a cover and cut her wrists to commit suicide. When she found out, she was already beyond help. Lu Qiqi told Xiao Nianqing what to do after Shi death. Xiao Nianqing responded. But what she didn't say was that Shi body was dragged out of the Jin Palace last night and eaten by wild dogs until there was nothing left. Lu Qiqi left the Jin Palace and walked on the street. Seeing the lively crowd, she gradually slowed down. Chunbai saw the crown princess like this and knew what she meant. She deliberately slowed down her pace and came to the downtown area, deliberately showing curiosity about the things around her. Soon, Lu Qiqi also joined in. Suddenly, Lu Qiqi smelled a familiar smell in the air. Some people walked by with their noses covered and asked where the stinky smell came from. Lu Qiqi suddenly thought of the snacks she had eaten in modern times. Stinky tofu. After carefully smelling the surroundings, it was this smell. Lu Qiqi walked over following this smell. Chunbai, Qingdai, and Yudai couldn't stand the stench in the back. They thought that it hadn't been smelled for a long time. So how could the whole street stink? They felt strange. And they felt even more strange when they saw the crown princess's behavior. Seeing the crown princess walking faster and faster, they ignored the increasingly strong stench and hurried to catch up with her. Lu Qiqi was thinking. Is it what she thought? When Lu Qiqi stopped in front of a shop, she smelled it carefully and confirmed that the smell came from inside. She raised her foot to walk in. Chunbai stopped her, approached, and lowered her voice. Crown Princess, it's too smelly here? I'll go in and take a look. Lu Qiqi was not sure. She would know after she saw it. Chunbai saw that she couldn't stop her, thinking that the Crown Princess was really suffocating recently. So she didn't say anything. Lu Qiqi walked into the shop, and there was no one inside. She followed the smell to the kitchen and saw a man with his back to the stove busy. After a while, the man took the food out of the pot. Lu Qiqi saw a rough idea and confirmed that it was the snail noodle she had eaten before. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi was about to walk in. The man suddenly turned around with a bowl in his hand and saw Lu Qiqi appear. He was a little surprised. Girl, what are you doing? Lu Qiqi was a little embarrassed. But then she thought that since she opened a store, she naturally had to do business and pay for food herself, which was normal. I passed by here and smelled something strange here, so I came in to take a look. Lu Qiqi walked along the way and saw that the expressions of the people around her were unacceptable. She didn't want to be different, so she simply used adventure to describe herself. When the man heard this, he hurriedly explained, "This is snail noodles. It smells a little strange, but it tastes good." Chunbai was worried that the crown princess was deceived, so she stepped forward and said, "Don't lie to my lady. You said you smell bad, but you said it tastes good. Are you stupid?" The man was not angry, and explained with a smile, "The soup of snail noodles is very important. It needs a hot soup. The rice noodles adhered by the red oil are soft, chewy and refreshing. Then the sour taste of pickled vegetables and pickled bamboo shoots invades the thick soup. After neutralizing each other, the soup is fresh, salty, spicy and slightly sour, which is very appetizing." Chunbai still felt that this man was a liar and wanted to remind the crown princess not to be deceived. Lu Qiqi spoke faster and asked for a bowl directly. Chunbai was speechless and wanted to say something, but she saw that the crown princess was already sitting at the table with a big bowl in front of her, so she could only remain silent. As a maid, when it came to showing loyalty, she stood next to the crown princess even though it was smelly. Seeing the crown princess pick up her chopsticks, she was very nervous. However, the next scene made her start to suspect that there was something wrong with her eyes from time to time. It was a very smelly thing, but after the crown princess ate it, she didn't spit it out, but thought it was delicious. "Boss, give me 3 more bowls." The man ran into the kitchen happily when he heard this. When Lu Qiqi ate half a bowl, 3 bowls of snail noodles were ready. She called the 3 maids over. "You guys come and try it too." The 3 maids were skeptical and came to the table. When they sat down and started to eat, they felt a little bit bumpy, but when they really ate it, they felt that it was really a taste they had never eaten before, and they wanted to eat more after one bite. Lu Qiqi originally thought that if any of them didn't like it, She could eat another bowl. But seeing how they all seemed to like it, Lu Chichi had no choice but to ask for another bowl. For women suddenly came to the shop that no one patronized. They all looked well known. Some people gathered at the door, seeing that the women were eating deliciously. Some people came in and tried to order a bowl. Some people thought it was delicious and ate it with big mouthfuls, while some people thought it was not delicious and left cursing. For a while, this shop became the busiest shop. Many people came in and out. When Lu Chichi left, the shop was already full of people. Lu Chichi and others finished eating, paid and left. When they came to the door, Chunbai sighed, "Crown Princess, you are really their lucky star. No matter where you go, you can bring business to them." Lu Chichi smiled. "It would be better if I didn't pay just now. I suffered a little." Chunbai heard it and immediately rushed into the shop. As she walked, she said, "I'll go and get it back." She was stopped by the sharp-eyed Udai. The four people laughed because of this. They were in a good mood and had the interest to go shopping. Lu Chichi and others bought a lot. Chapter 175. All the planning is not as good as intercepting halfway. Chunbai has been with the Crown Princess for the longest time, and there are not too many restraints outside. Chindai and Udai were originally cautious people, but they were quickly led astray by the Crown Princess. Later, several people went to the tea house, sat by the window, and heard a lot of big things. After drinking tea, several people did not feel tired and went shopping again, buying things and listening to the latest news. Lu Chichi knew that the poem written by Grandpa Li's grandson for this exam in Hongming Academy was directly posted at the entrance of Hongming Academy for everyone who came in and out to see. Brother Li was very happy and had invited guests at home for 3 consecutive days. I don't know what happened to the female shopkeeper of Saoji Tavern. She suddenly closed the door. For a while, many people were used to drinking her wine. Many people thought about it, because the female shopkeeper of Saoji Tavern brought a lot of topics to everyone. She suddenly closed the door, and there were all kinds of things to say. I don't know why the Minxing restaurant, which was originally crowded with people, suddenly had no business. No guests came for several days. Lu Chichi still felt strange. She deliberately walked past Minxing restaurant. Jiang Haiping was in the early stages of pregnancy, and her cooking was delicious. It was not time for her to rest yet. What was going on? On the way, she also met Ma's wife, Mrs. Du. Sure enough, it was different to be pregnant with a boy. She brought 2 maids with her when she went out, and even her clothes started to become more upscale. Lu Chichi hoped that Mrs. Du's baby was really a boy, which could be regarded as saving a woman's unhappy marriage. The little girl in Tianxianlu was regarded as an episode in their lives. Once it was over, it would be fine. When walking towards the palace, I saw a small sedan chair. The sedan chair was small and looked very delicate. It was obviously made by a woman. There were more people riding carriages on the road, and few people riding sedan chairs. After walking by, I heard passers-by talking, and Lu Chichi realized that the person sitting in the sedan chair was Su Lingqin. Her father, Su Xiaocai, died suddenly due to excessive drinking because he was disqualified from the autumn examination. At that time, Su Lingqin did not attend his father's funeral because he was poisoned. People around him thought Su Lingqin was a ruthless person. I think that now he is so glorious. It should be that he has successfully overthrown the concubine. And Li Shangshu Mansion has also gained a firm foothold. The only flaw is that Su Xiaocai died, and no one can share your joy at the moment. Back to the palace. I feel that the atmosphere in the palace is not right. Chunbai went out to inquire and found out that Defei angered the emperor, and the emperor asked the queen to deal with this matter. As a result, today Defei was dying in the queen's Fuyun Hall, and was caught by the queen mother, who walked out of the Sinang palace to relax, and was slapped by Luo Mama. This incident caused a lot of noise, and almost everyone in the palace knew about it. Now Defei was kneeling at the door of Fuyun Hall. She fainted several times, and was awakened by a basin of cold water. Defei angered the emperor, which should be related to the prince's arrest of Prince Qing. The emperor handed Defei's matter to the queen to handle. It seemed that he trusted her, but with their current relationship, there was not much trust. In Lu Chichi's opinion, it was more like the emperor did not want to be a bad guy. As for the queen mother, she and the queen were aunt and niece, and she came to support the queen. Poor Defei. She has a troublesome son, and she is so inappropriate. So she suffered. Alas, there are so many in the palace. Lu Chichi went out for a while. These things had nothing to do with her. She just took it as a kind of entertainment. She quickly returned to her bedroom to rest. Taking a nap was her habit, and she couldn't change it. At this time, Lu Qiqi, who was sleeping, didn't know that these things were not the only things happening in the Queen's Fuyun Palace. There were also some interesting things happening. Fuyun Palace. Concubine Da was kneeling at the door with her whole body wet. The Queen was eating the food prepared by the imperial kitchen in the room. Nanny Wang was serving around. The head maid Shiyu was a little absent-minded. Nanny Wang touched Shiyu, and she came back to her senses, and was busy serving around the Queen. When I was free, I was a little worried. I wondered how my cousin Qiuqiuxin was doing. The last time I sent a letter in, I always felt something was wrong. She thought that she would go to see it on the way when she was waiting to buy for the Queen in a few days. Just thinking about it, there was a movement outside, and Shiyu didn't dare to have her own little thoughts. Sister, Concubine Qin came from outside. She thought that Wang Yichu poisoned the food because it was the Queen. So she deliberately made trouble for the Queen during the banquet in Fuyun Hall. Now she knows that Wang Yichu is Chen Wang's man, and Chen Wang's biological mother is Wu Guifei. Thinking that Wu Guifei deliberately misled herself, she believed that everything was done by the Queen. This time she came to apologize, and also wanted to see what the once arrogant Defei would end up like now. Seeing Defei kneeling on the ground in the wet at the door, she felt relieved no matter how she looked at it. When Concubine Qin came in, the Queen took a look and said, "If Sister Qin comes to plead for Concubine Da, it's not necessary." After saying this, the Queen took a bite of steamed fish. Concubine Qin saluted and signaled the maid behind her to bring in the cakes. "Sister, you misunderstood. Sister heard that Sister likes cakes recently, so she made some specially and sent them over." The Queen's lips curled slightly. After all these years in the palace, she still didn't know what Concubine Qin was thinking, so she pointed it out directly. "Sister Qin's information is wrong. All the cakes I wanted have been sent to the East Palace." Concubine Qin's smile faded, and she glanced at Nanny Wang next to her. "East Palace? The Crown Princess of the East Palace likes cakes. Doesn't Sister Qin know this?" the Queen asked back. Concubine Qin was a little confused. What did the Queen mean? Not helping her niece, but helping the Crown Princess? If the King of Chu was still alive, it wouldn't be the Crown Prince's turn. Looking at the Queen's meaning, could it be that her son died, and she changed her target? The Queen put down her chopsticks, sighed, and signaled Nanny Wang to take away all the food. After tea was placed on the table, the Queen spoke. "The Emperor is seriously ill, and will not see anyone. Everything in the palace is left to the Crown Prince. Sister Qin should know this." Concubine Qin said. "Sister is right. Will the proud Queen compromise with the Crown Prince?" She thought it was impossible, and for a moment, she did not dare to answer easily. The Queen waited for a while and said, "Sister Qin, Defei outside the door. You have to persuade her. Although Prince Qin is Defei's son, it is understandable that Defei helps her son. But the person who was originally imprisoned suddenly appeared in Qiushuang Pavilion. Defei is not unrelated to this matter." After saying this, the Queen rested on the grounds of being tired. Concubine Qin stayed for a while, and she also remembered the Queen's reminder in her heart. The Queen just wanted to tell herself not to ruin her future just for her son, who is not a mother. The Queen's son is gone, but she still has a son, and she still wants to plan for her son. Now that Prince Qin is taking the lead, it is just the time for Prince Yen to play, so she will not be as reckless as Concubine Da. After leaving Fuyun Hall, she saw Concubine Da kneeling at the door. She approached and said something in a low voice. Concubine Da trembled and looked at Concubine Qin. Concubine Qin had already left with the maid and the palace maid. Concubine Da was flustered and tried to calm herself down. She forced herself to kneel at the door of Fuyun Hall, ignoring the maids and eunuchs passing by. She ignored their eyes. She was focused on Prince Qin. The Emperor has valued family affection more and more in recent years. He would never attack his son when he was in poor health. As long as he could save his son's life, he would be willing to do anything. There is another factor that made Concubine Da kneel here with peace of mind. The Emperor and the Queen had always been at odds. If the Emperor knew that the Queen humiliated him like this, he would definitely be angry. By then, Prince Qin would be saved, and her humiliation would be worth it. Everyone has their own calculations. Everyone has their own little calculations, and their final decision is all a matter of a word from the Emperor. If the prince does something about this matter, Just like the arrest of Prince Qing this time. All the planning is not as good as the prince's interception halfway. Chapter 176. Do you know the rules of the witch clan? Evening. Qingfeng Garden. After waking up, Sun Rumei heard that Eunuch Wei was a fake and had been driven out of the palace. Driven out of the palace. This is a good thing to say. To be more direct, Eunuch Wei is dead. His death is also a good thing for her. She already knows Eunuch Wei's connections, so it will be very convenient to operate in the future without Eunuch Wei taking advantage of her. It will be more convenient for her in the future. She had wanted to do it for a long time, and someone did it, which is a good thing. However, a new problem came. If it was really as rumored, things would be easy to handle. The key to the problem was whether someone had discovered anything. This feeling made her feel bad. Sun Rumei stayed quietly in Qingfeng Garden for a few days. She didn't know what was wrong with her body these days. She was always weak and panting after a little movement. She thought it was because of the secret medicine she had taken, so she didn't dare to say anything about it. Then she thought about her changed appearance, which was similar to her old self. If someone recognized her, she could deny it. As for the queen and concubine, there were some things they dared not say. Thinking of this, Sun Rumei completely relaxed. After a few days of quiet rest, her physical strength recovered a little. At this time, the maid brought her herbs. My lady, your medicine. Hearing this, Sun Rumei glanced at the other party. New here? My lady, I just came to the palace today. The new maid Qiu was about to reply, but was interrupted by the maid next to her. Newcomers don't know the rules. You should say Miss Du. Qiu quickly changed her words when she heard this. Miss Du, I just came to the palace today. Sun Rumei understood and said, What's your name? My maid Qiu. What a good name. Sun Rumei knew from the name that this person was Xinya, who had taken the secret medicine. She changed her name and appearance, and she could still stay by her side. More importantly, she would become the new queen in the future, and she was counting on Qiu to give birth to a child and bring it to her. Not many people knew about her plan, and now was the time when she needed help. Thinking about it, she brought the medicine bowl over and drank the herbs in one gulp. When Qiu reached out for the empty bowl, Sun Rumei deliberately let go and dropped the medicine bowl on the ground. Qiu was so scared when she saw this that she knelt on the ground to clean it up. The maid next to her was full of disgust. How do you do things? You can't even do such a small thing well. Kneel down. Sun Rumei's face suddenly changed. Since she came to the palace, Kai Dai and Wu Shuang have always taken care of her. It's not that she didn't see their neglect. It turned out that she endured it because there was no one around. Now that Qiu is here, she should set rules. If they were obedient, she could spare their lives. If they were disobedient, they would die. The palace was not short of dead bodies. Kai Dai didn't know at first that Sun Rumei was talking to her. I told you to kneel down. Kai Dai came to her senses and looked at Sun Rumei in disbelief, and quickly knelt on the ground again. Clean it up, and let the new maid see how to serve the master. Qiu stepped back and gave her place to Kai Dai. Kai Dai was really frightened and tried to pick it up. She accidentally touched her hand and cut her finger. She didn't dare to say anything. Sun Rumei watched, and when Kai Dai put the broken pieces of the bowl into her handkerchief, she spoke again. Take away the handkerchief and hold it out with both hands. Kai Dai didn't dare to disobey and did as she was told. The crispy pieces of the porcelain bowl pierced her palm. It hurt so much that she didn't dare to make a sound. As soon as she walked out of the house, she couldn't control her tears anymore. Wu Shuang came from outside and was startled to see Kai Dai like this. He wanted to open his mouth, but was stopped by Kai Dai. Sun Rumei listened for a while, but didn't hear anything. She looked at Qiu. You did a good job. But remember, your name is Qiu. Yes. Qiu admired Sun Rumei thoroughly. Sun Rumei was able to come back from the dead, and she was not in the Prince Jin's mansion. But she could still mess up the Prince Jin's mansion. Now she changed her appearance and gave her a brand new identity. This was something she didn't dare to think about before. How are you doing with the things I asked you to do? Everything is as the young lady expected. Sure, Qiuxin is dead. Gu Ling and Yang Biyun have turned against each other. And now Yang Biyun's medical skills have also been exposed. Sun Rumei was very satisfied to hear this. Where is Xiao Nianqing? In the Prince of Jin's mansion. Sun Rumei thought that after Xiao Nianqing became Mrs. Xiao, she had changed a lot and deliberately embarrassed herself several times. She would not let Xiao Nianqing have an easy time. How is the news I asked you to spread? There will be results in the next 2 days. That's good. Sun Rumei's current identity is different. She has returned all the grievances she had suffered in the Prince of Jin's mansion. Thinking that Xiao Nianqing will soon be in trouble. She is happy. After dealing with the outside affairs, the only thing left is Lu Qiqi in the East Palace. Lu Qiqi is the biggest stumbling block for her to become the new queen. She must get rid of Lu Qiqi. Now she is weak, and it is inconvenient to do some things. After thinking about it, if she can't do it, she can still make things worse and make some people unhappy. Sun Rumei was calculating what to do when Nanny Wang rushed in with her men and dragged Sun Rumei away from the bed regardless of anything. Sun Rumei was stunned. Xiaoju reacted and wanted to stop her. But seeing Sun Rumei's eyes, she could only kneel on the ground tremblingly. Sun Rumei was dragged all the way to the Queen's Fuyun Hall. The moment she was thrown to the ground, Nanny Wang led her men down. The Queen saw the embarrassed Sun Rumei. Do you think that you have changed your appearance and others will not recognize you? The Queen is also a member of the Wu clan and knows all the secrets of the Wu clan. These tricks of Sun Rumei cannot be hidden from her. Sun Rumei did not dare to quibble. And regardless of her own pain, she knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Aunt, please help your niece. Your niece is really desperate. Sun Rumei is ruthless enough. And sometimes she is humble enough. For her position as the new queen, she is willing to give the queen enough face. When she becomes the new queen, the first person she will not let go is the old woman in front of her. Do you know the rules of the Wu clan? The queen scolded. Sun Rumei looked up. Aunt, please tell me clearly. Sun Rumei had only been in the Wu clan for a few days. She only knew that the Wu clan had a secret medicine that could change a person's appearance. She didn't care about anything else. In order to please the queen, she had to continue to lower her posture. People of the Wu clan cannot use secret medicine. Otherwise the Wu clan will be punished by God. Niece, I don't know. What does the Wu clan have to do with her? What she wants is a new queen. The queen is an experienced person and can see Sun Rumei's hypocrisy. She stepped forward, hooked her chin with her fingers, and looked into Sun Rumei's eyes. You are still too young to play tricks with me. After saying that, she pinched Sun Rumei's chin hard. Seeing the pain flashing in her eyes, the queen let go. You take care of yourself. What happens in the future has nothing to do with my Wu clan. After saying this, the queen sat down again. Chapter 177. A rookie who just entered the palace. Sun Rumei couldn't stay calm. After thinking it over, she knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Aunt, it's all because of my ignorance. I just thought that they had seen my appearance before. And I was worried that others would investigate and cause unnecessary trouble. So I took the secret medicine privately. Please help me once. If I didn't have the witch clan to rely on now, and didn't have the relationship with the queen and the queen mother, it would be difficult for her to become the new queen. The queen looked at Sun Rumei, and seemed to be moved by her sincerity, but seemed a little reluctant, and finally asked, Are you so sure that the prince will be the new emperor? Sun Rumei looked at the queen. Aunt, please tell me clearly. Do you know who the emperor likes the most? Sun Rumei wanted to say it was the prince, but it seemed that the queen didn't look like it. If the new emperor was not the prince, Sun Rumei didn't want to get close. She also thought that if she helped the prince to ascend to the throne, she would gain the prince's favor. Go back and think about what you should and shouldn't do. Don't lose your life for a moment of recklessness. The queen said this and said to the outside, Come here. Madame Wang came with 2 palace maids. Sun Rumei understood what was going on and immediately stood up and saluted the queen. Thank you for your advice, Aunt. After saying this, she nodded slightly to Madame Wang and turned away. She knew that if she didn't leave, she would be humiliated again. It was night now, and the palace was not short of people. It would be even more difficult for others to see her embarrassed side. She pretended to leave calmly and walked out of Fuyun Hall. Her hatred for the queen deepened. Thinking of what the queen said, she wanted to know the deep meaning of her words. As she walked to the road to the imperial study, thinking that the prince was still busy reading memorials at this time. If a person was alone in the imperial study, it would be much easier if there was someone who knew her well and served beside her. However, Lu Qiqi sat in the position of the crown princess and only knew how to eat all day. What else could she do besides eating? The more annoyed she was with Lu Qiqi, the more distressed she was for the prince. Standing in the distance, watching the light in the imperial study still on, After a while, she saw someone hurriedly passing by. Sun Rume took a closer look and saw that it was Prince Chen. She looked at the direction Prince Chen was going. Not to concubine Wu's Feiyu Palace, but more like to go to the Emperor's Yulong Palace. Thinking of this, she followed from a distance and saw Prince Chen entering the Yulong Palace, and thought of the Queen's reminder just now. Chen Gua? Prince Chen? Could it be that the Emperor has always liked Prince Chen? Eastern Palace? Lu Qiqi had just finished dinner and was reading the storybook comfortably. The system voice came. Fuyun Palace is very lively today. Lu Qiqi. Tell me about it. System. The Queen humiliated concubine Da and punished her to kneel at the entrance of Fuyun Hall. Lu Qiqi wondered if the system was too old. You have already said this. System. Then do you know why concubine Da was willing to be punished? Lu Qiqi spoke directly. She deserved to be punished. System. Concubine Da staged a self-torture trick to sow discord between the Emperor and the Queen. Lu Qiqi frowned and thought about it. The Queen did not give concubine Da face. Thinking about it the other way around, it seemed to be the case. Concubine Da has good skills. System. Just now, Nani Wang beside the Queen dragged Sun Rume to Fuyun Hall. Lu Qiqi. The Queen is a bit ostentatious today. System. The Queen and the Queen Mother are both from the Wu clan. Sun Rume took a secret medicine and changed her appearance, which violated the clan rules of the Wu clan. The Queen was angry and gave a warning. She also deliberately told the Emperor that the one he liked more was Prince Chen. Lu Qiqi. Prince Chen? Chen State? It's a bit interesting. System. Now you know how terrible the palace is. Right? Lu Qiqi didn't care much. It's okay. The Emperor used the Queen to punish concubine Da. The Queen punished concubine Da. Concubine Da played a trick to provoke the tension between the Queen and the Emperor. And the Queen beat Sun Rume to tell her that Prince Chen was the candidate the Emperor liked. Going around in circles. These people are so lively. Everyone is calculating. Not feeling tired. They are provided with delicious food and drinks. And they don't have to do anything. They are bored and play a palace fight. According to my understanding of Sun Rume, she should secretly contact Prince Chen. It seems to be a help. But in fact it is to help the prince to ascend to the throne. Poor Sun Rume didn't know that the Queen had calculated her temperament too accurately. According to the prince's ability, he didn't need help from others. Sun Rume took the initiative to send him over, which would only lead to her own death. Sure enough, the palace often uses borrowed knife to kill people. People always talk without thinking. Lu Qiqi, who was chatting with the system, saw the prince coming. As soon as the prince came in, Lu Qiqi noticed something wrong. The three maids bowed and left. Lu Qiqi saw the prince sitting in front of her. What's wrong with you? He smiled so hard that his mouth stretched to the back of his head. It was obvious that he was not doing good things. I did a big thing today. Big thing? He was already a prince. And the biggest thing was to ascend the throne as an emperor. I'll tell you in a few days. Lu Qiqi was annoyed. There is no such thing as half sentence. No matter how Lu Qiqi asked, she couldn't get a word out of the prince's mouth. Later, she simply stopped asking. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Why keep people in suspense? Lu Qiqi said this and turned around to take the storybook to the side to read. The prince couldn't control himself and said what happened at the beginning. This time, he made the woman angry. Walked over to coax the woman. But after coaxing for a long time, there was no effect. The prince had no choice but to let go. You will know in 3 days at most. Lu Qiqi was even more curious. What kind of thing needs to wait for 3 days? The prince took the woman into his arms. Good show is not afraid of late. You will know when the time comes. Lu Qiqi felt that the prince had done something bad again. Thinking about the time when the prince took her to see the play, and saw the eunuch Wei Gonggong and Sun Rume making love. Although it was just the beginning, Lu Qiqi was still very curious about how they made love. Thinking of this, I was even more curious about what the prince meant by watching a show. Because of what the prince said, Lu Qiqi waited quietly in the East Palace for 2 days. During these 2 days, she learned about some things that happened in the palace from the system. She ate melon seeds and listened to the system's description. She felt that it was a pity that she didn't participate in it. She also thought that those people had worked hard in the palace to survive until now. She was a rookie who had just entered the palace, so it was better not to force herself to stand out. Eating, drinking, and listening. This little life is pretty good. System. Sun Rumei is really capable. She got in touch with Prince Chen so quickly. Lu Qiqi. So fast? 2 days ago. Under the Queen's reminder, Sun Rumei began to pay attention to Prince Chen. And it took only 2 days to see the effect. He is indeed a capable person. System. Prince Yan also knows about this. Lu Qiqi. Prince Yan seems to be reckless. But he is actually very capable. What is he going to do this time? System. The Crown Prince doesn't care about the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan. But both Prince Chen and Prince Yan do. Lu Qiqi is bright. Princess Chen and Princess Yan are so pitiful. System. Neither of them is as lucky as you. Lu Qiqi has become accustomed to the system's frequent words of praise for the Crown Prince. So she asked directly, "Tell me how Sun Rumei attracted Prince Chen's attention." System. The news that the Queen punished Sun Rumei has spread in the palace. When Prince Chen came back from seeing the Emperor, he met Sun Rumei hiding and crying. Lu Qiqi began to fill in some images in her mind. Prince Chen is so easily hooked? System. It's not a hook. It's a desire for power. Lu Qiqi. When will they fight? System. It should be soon. Chapter 178. The Prince Strikes. Either dead or injured. Lu Qiqi thought of the prince's words, that he would watch the show in 3 days. Now 2 days have passed. Could it be this? When she thought about being able to see it with her own eyes, she was still a little excited, and she admired the prince even more. If this was the case, Chen Wang and Yin Wang worked so hard. When they knew that all this was deliberately pushed by the prince behind the scenes, they would not look very good. Time soon came to the evening. After dinner, Lu Qiqi waited anxiously. I hadn't seen the prince for a long time, and I felt a little disappointed. Just when Lu Qiqi gave up and wanted to sleep, she saw the prince coming. At a glance at his expression, Lu Qiqi knew it was time, and ran to the prince. "Let's go!" The prince stood still. "Wait a little longer." "What are you waiting for?" "I haven't eaten for a day. I have to eat something to fill my stomach." "You haven't eaten for a day?" Lu Qiqi didn't care much about the prince, and when she heard that he hadn't eaten for a day, she felt a little distressed. Fortunately, Zhao Kai brought the food not long after. Seeing the prince wolfing down his food, Lu Qiqi felt a little distressed. When he finished eating, Lu Qiqi said, "You've been tired all day. Let's not watch the show." "How can that be? I did a lot for this scene." "Okay." Lu Qiqi smiled. Probably he had planned a lot. She was curious about the result of the prince's plan. The two of them left the East Palace together and walked around the palace casually. Everyone who passed by paid great respect to the prince. Lu Qiqi saw that the prince was so ostentatious, which was different from the last time he watched the show. The two came to a pavilion and placed wine on the stone table in the pavilion. The prince pulled Lu Qiqi to sit down. Lu Qiqi asked, "What are we doing? The night view is so beautiful. How can we not drink and enjoy the moon?" Lu Qiqi also felt that this made sense. She was originally anxious to watch the show, but she felt that watching the show was still a little worse than drinking. She sat down and drank one cup after another. She felt a little dizzy and felt that her body was light. This feeling was the most satisfying state for Lu Qiqi. She felt like she was a fairy, flying in the clouds. "Are you drunk?" The prince stepped forward to support the unstable woman. Lu Qiqi pushed the man. "How could I be drunk?" She felt a little dizzy, but not drunk. As a person who had experienced it, she had experience. "Okay, you are not drunk," the prince said. "When are we going to watch the show?" Lu Qiqi asked. The prince smiled. "This is the secret of women not getting drunk." Sure enough, this point was said by the father-in-law again. "Hurry up and tell me." Lu Qiqi couldn't wait. The prince glanced at the sky. "We have to wait a little longer." After hearing this, Lu Qiqi started drinking again. This time slowly, holding the glass and looking at the moon in the sky, taking a sip for a long time. "Do you know that there is a beautiful legend about the moon?" "Oh!" The prince thought of the painting of the woman. Chang'e and Hui were originally a couple, because Hui shot and killed the 9-day monster. The Queen Mother of the West gave him the elixir of immortality. After taking it, he could be ranked among the immortals. Hui was reluctant to become an immortal himself, so he left his wife Chang'e behind, and gave the elixir of immortality to Chang'e for safekeeping. Who would have thought that the greedy Feng Ming knew about this? And he took advantage of Hui's absence to force Chang'e to hand over the elixir of immortality. Chang'e took the elixir of immortality in a hurry and flew into the sky. It is not easy for a mortal to return to the mortal world after becoming an immortal. The couple missed each other. Later, an immortal advised that every August 15th, Hoi would use mooncakes as a guide, and Chang'e would fly to meet Hoi. The sad love story, Lu Qiqi said, and sighed that the relationship between Chang'e and Hoi was stronger than gold. A discordant voice sounded. Hoi is too incompetent. He knew that the thing would attract people's attention, but he let a weak woman keep it. Lu Qiqi sobered up a little and looked at the prince. The prince said again, Chang'e too. In that case, she should have handed over the immortality elixir. Why did she end up seeing each other once a year? Lu Qiqi sobered up immediately after hearing this. It is indeed a waste of words to talk about these things with a man. At this time, Xiao Kai arrived, and the prince and Lu Qiqi went to watch a play. Because of the story just now, Lu Qiqi had no interest in the next scene. When she saw that the arrival was actually in concubine Qin Xianju, Lu Qiqi became interested. Making trouble in Xianju is really asking for death. As soon as I walked into the yard, I heard a commotion in the house. Everyone made way when they saw the prince coming. Now everyone in the palace knows that the emperor is resting. And all. The matter was handed over to the prince. Today, the prince is more suitable to handle this matter. Lu Qiqi noticed the different atmosphere around her and wondered what serious consequences would happen. Lu Qiqi was dumbfounded by the scene she saw when she entered the door. What's going on? Concubine Qin was lying on the table, and she seemed to be asleep. At this time, a familiar scream came from the bedroom. The prince pulled Lu Qiqi in. When they entered the bedroom, they saw Prince Chen holding a bloody sword, Prince Yen lying on the bed with his hand covering his bleeding abdomen, and Sun Rumei lying next to her. Her clothes were torn, and most of her body was exposed. The scream just now was made by Sun Rumei. When Lu Qiqi saw the scene, she made up many pictures in her mind and guessed the general situation. From Sun Rumei's appearance, it seemed that the Prince of Yen wanted to force her to have sex with her. The Prince of Chen arrived in time to stop this from happening. However, the noise was too loud and attracted so many people. What happened to concubine Qin lying on the table? Thinking in his heart, the prince first ordered people to find the imperial physician, and then asked the palace maids to help Sun Rumei dress. In a messy scene, everyone started to get busy because of the arrival of the prince. An hour later, the result given by the imperial physician was that concubine Qin was drugged and unconscious, and the Prince of Yen took strong drugs, which caused him to pounce on women uncontrollably when he saw them. Sun Rumei arrived at the critical moment, which led to the incident of almost forcing her to have sex with him. Prince Qin got the news and rushed to save Sun Rumei, which led to such a serious situation. Lu Qiqi stood quietly by the side and watched the prince deal with it. She had many doubts in her heart. Concubine Qin and Prince Yen were talking about something, but no one was there to serve them. Who drugged concubine Qin and Prince Yen? How did Prince Qin get the news? How could he believe it so easily and rush into concubine Qin Xian Palace with a sword? Sun Rumei? Why did she come to Xian residence and lose her innocence? I think everyone is the biggest victim in this incident, for key figures were involved in one incident. Sure enough, the prince's move would kill or injure. Sun Rumei came to the capital as the new queen with the title of the Wu clan's legitimate daughter. That time she fell into the water and let others see her appearance. This matter was excusable. But what about this time? She was naked. She was almost raped by Prince Yen. What they saw was the body. And the men they saw were not only Prince Yen, but also Prince Chen, the prince, the imperial doctor, and the eunuch. Women value their reputation more. Even if she is the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan, everyone knows that her body has been seen naked. Who would want such a woman? What is strange is that Sun Rumei just howled, and did not intend to commit suicide because her innocence was ruined. Lu Qiqi watched for so long, and the more she watched, the more meaningless she felt. Chapter 179 sent to Prince Yen's mansion. Concubine Qin woke up and cried loudly when she knew that Prince Yen was injured. She also cursed Sun Rumei as a vixen. She didn't mention anything about Prince Chen rushing into Xian Palace with a sword and stabbing Prince Yen. Lu Qiqi looked bored and laughed in her heart. She tried to control her emotions. The prince was looking for the truth of the matter. She had nothing to do, couldn't leave, and couldn't talk. She chatted with the system out of boredom. What's going on here? System. Concubine Qin and Prince Yen are calculating Sun Rumei, preparing to force her, so Prince Yen can skip the prince and become the new emperor. Lu Qiqi. Haha. What a good idea. Without becoming the prince, it is possible to directly skip this link and become the new emperor. The problem is that now there is a prince, and the prince is still alive, which may not be possible. It is well known that the daughter of the Wu clan is the symbol of the queen in the state of Qin. But can her status be compared with that of the prince? If Sun Rumei chooses a playboy who does nothing, can he become the new emperor? What's the matter with Prince Qin? System. Prince Qin and Sun Rumei have agreed to let Sun Rumei arrive first, and he will deal with the aftermath. Lu Qiqi laughed unkindly. Prince Qin is a little late. Sun Rumei has been seen naked. Even if she stabs Prince Yan, Sun Rumei's reputation will not be saved. System. This is where Prince Qin is in danger. Lu Qiqi. Did Prince Qin do it on purpose? System. Prince Qin and Princess Qin have a very good relationship. He had this idea when he saw the prince and you. Lu Qiqi. People's hearts are unpredictable. Prince Qin plans to destroy Sun Rumei. System. This is also the prince's idea. Lu Qiqi reacted quickly. You also said that the queen would do something against Sun Rumei. System. Don't worry. Lu Qiqi focused her attention on Sun Rumei. She should have realized that Prince Qin did it on purpose. However, no one would believe her if she told her about it. She would be at a loss. According to her understanding of Sun Rumei, she would not be so passive. She should do something after the incident. When she thought of this, she felt that there would be more good dramas in the future when Prince Qin competed with Sun Rumei. How will this matter be resolved today? System. Did you do it on purpose? Lu Qiqi smiled in her heart. It would be more interesting to know the result so quickly. After a while, the system did not speak. Thinking that it would not speak. This matter today is over. Lu Qiqi. How is it possible? System. Everyone is calculating. Everyone knows the gains and losses of this time. If they hold on to it, it will only give the prince a chance to catch them all. They are angry. But they will not give this opportunity to the prince in vain. Lu Qiqi felt that what the system said made sense. If they really pursued it, none of them would benefit. After Lu Qiqi communicated with the system, the prince took Prince Qin away first, thinking that Prince Yan was injured and Sun Rumei's reputation was damaged. Lu Qiqi and the prince were on the way back to the East Palace. It was already late. She opened her mouth several times to ask the prince how to deal with it. But then she thought that this matter was related to the royal family, so it was inconvenient for her to get involved too much. After returning to the East Palace, the two of them rested quickly. Lu Qiqi waited for the results of the next day. The next day, Lu Qiqi opened her eyes, and there was no trace of the prince around her. Chunbai came to serve her, and told her what happened last night. Lu Qiqi saw Chunbai's happy look in the mirror, and asked with a smile, "Are you so happy?" "Of course. I don't know who is so ignorant that he always links the prince and the daughter of the witch clan together. This time, the daughter of the witch clan has lost her reputation, and it won't be the prince's turn to get married. Are you happy about this? She is really a good maid who is devoted to her. Whenever her position is threatened, she will always be the first to stand up and support the scene." "Of course." Chunbai didn't care. Lu Qiqi said, "According to what you said, the next emperor will not be the king of Yin? Why is it the king of Yin? The daughter of the witch clan is the future new queen. She and the king of Yin are like that. She could only marry the king of Yin. Then the king of Yin is the future emperor?" Chunbai was dumbfounded. She didn't think of this. She just thought that the daughter of the witch clan would not be tied to the prince, and the crown princess would be firmly in the seat. She didn't think so much. Thinking of this, she was silent. Shidai and Yudai brought the food. Seeing the different Chunbai, they said nothing in front of the crown princess. When the crown princess finished eating, they cleaned the table and pulled Chunbai, who was not in a good state, to question her. Chunbai told the whole story, and Shidai and Yudai fell silent. "So, it was a bargain for the king of Yin? Or do you think the biggest beneficiary of this matter is the king of Yin?" Lu Qiqi pretended not to notice their whispers, and took the storybook to read. Fortunately, there was the book prepared yesterday next to her. Otherwise, according to the state of the three maids, who felt like the sky was falling, they would have forgotten the existence of the crown princess. After reading the storybook for a while, I felt a little tired, and was ready to take a rest. Then the voice of the system came. "Things have come to a conclusion. Lu Qiqi, tell me about it." System. Prince Qin is a ruthless man. He pushed his personal guard Wu Chang out to take the blame. The reason is very simple. It was Wu Chang who lied about the news. which made Prince Chen rush into Xi'an Palace with a sword and injured Prince Yin. Lu Qiqi sneered. Prince Chen is really courageous. Personal guard. This is cutting off the left and right arms. System. Prince Yin is also courageous. He pushed Jiayu, the senior maid beside concubine Qin, out to take the blame. It was she who put different drugs in the tea of concubine Qin and Prince Yin, which caused concubine Qin to fall into a coma. Prince Yin's drugs took effect and made improper actions against Sun Rumei. Lu Qiqi. What about Sun Rumei? System. The most unlucky one is Sun Rumei. Sun Rumei lied that she came to pay a visit to concubine Qin, but unfortunately encountered such a disaster. For this, she can only blame herself for her bad luck. Lu Qiqi asked how to deal with the prince. The system laughed for a while. Sun Rumei was sent to the Prince of Yan's mansion. Lu Qiqi. Sun Rumei is willing? System. She was stripped naked and seen naked. If Prince Chen hadn't gone in time, Prince Yan would have succeeded long ago. Lu Qiqi laughed unkindly. Sun Rumei accepted it. Wouldn't she hate Prince Chen for the rest of her life? She wanted to get close to Prince Chen and find evidence that was unfavorable to the prince. But she didn't expect to get herself involved. System. Are you happy to get rid of a love rival? Lu Qiqi. Not bad. If I had known the system's prompt, I would have only regarded Sun Rumei as an opponent and didn't really take it to heart. System. Prince Yan was still happy that he finally got the daughter of the Wu clan. He didn't know that Sun Rumei would soon no longer be the daughter of the Wu clan. Lu Qiqi. Really? System. When the prince takes action, he always likes to see others fall from the clouds into hell. Lu Qiqi. The prince is even more ruthless. He planned everything, and the only person who benefited in the end was himself. System. Don't forget. The prince is your sidekick. Lu Qiqi was silent. The prince is her pillow, and the most dangerous one. He took her to watch the show twice. If the first prince wanted to see how unlucky Sun Rumei was, this time, she had to think more. The prince let her watch the show, and also deliberately reminded herself that if she went against him, there would be no good results. Sun Rumei is the best example. Whether it is the king of Qin who has been free for many years, or the arrogant king of Yin, as long as the prince is thinking about it, there is no one he can't target. A dumb person eats bitter herbs, and can't say his pain. A terrible idea suddenly popped up in Lu Qiqi's mind. This is a warning. Will the prince give her a sweet date soon to prove how much he loves her? Chapter 180. The Provocative Maid. Prince Yan's Mansion. Sun Rumei was sent to the Biluo Pavilion of Prince Yan's mansion. How could she swallow this breath? In the palace, there were the Queen Mother and the Queen, and her beloved prince watching. So there were some things she could only do in the dark. 3 days had passed since she came to Prince Yan's mansion, and she still couldn't swallow this bad breath. When she thought of what Prince Yan had done to her, she suppressed her anger for 3 days, and finally broke out on this day. Sun Rumei angrily took the maid Qiuju to Prince Yan's Shuyu Pavilion. The maids passing by saw Sun Rumei like this, and they knelt on the ground in fear. They all knew that the woman who had just entered the door was the daughter of the Wu clan. They didn't expect that the daughter of the Wu clan would live in Prince Yan's mansion. When they thought of the mission of the daughter of the Wu clan, Prince Yan would be the future new emperor. Thinking of this, everyone saw Sun Rumei and was more respectful than seeing the princess of Yin. Sun Rumei came to Zhiyu Pavilion and was about to enter the door. The princess of Yin had just fed the king of Yin medicine and was about to leave with the medicine bowl. When she met Sun Rumei, the moment their eyes met, the princess of Yan's eyes flashed with hatred for Sun Rumei. She didn't expect that it was the king of Yin who got the daughter of the Wu clan. Thinking that her title of princess of Yin was deprived by this woman, she gritted her teeth in hatred. And because the daughter of the Wu clan has not been officially canonized as the princess of Yin, she has not been demoted to become the concubine of Yin. Thinking of this, the princess of Yin was very arrogant. Miss Du. Sun Rumei was angry and couldn't stand the princess of Yin who thought she was superior. Without saying a word, she raised her hand and slapped the princess of Yin. The princess of Yin didn't expect someone to be so arrogant and slap her without saying a word. Fortunately, after 3 days, the princess of Yin also figured out a lot. At the moment the slap fell, the bowl in her hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The movement here attracted a lot of attention. When everyone saw the Wu clan's daughter and the Yin Wangfei confronting each other, they were all scared. The Yin Wang, who heard the movement, came to the door with the help of his personal guard Ding Bai. Seeing the situation, He shouted at the Yin Wenfei. You? Apologized to Ms. Du quickly. He must not offend the key person who ascended the throne. It doesn't matter who is the Yin Wenfei, as long as she can help him ascend the throne. She is his greatest contributor. Princess Yin had expected this. When she heard this, she looked at the King of Yin in disbelief. The King of Yin was looking at Sun Rume with his eyes obsessed. Suddenly, Princess Yin burst into tears of grievance. Your Majesty, it was Miss Du who hit me. How could I apologize? When the King of Yin heard this, he saw Sun Rume frowning and slapped Princess Yin. You angered Miss Du. Shouldn't you apologize? Princess Yin heard the King of Yin's warning and reluctantly said, I'm sorry. Sun Rume was held up so high for the first time and enjoyed it. She looked at the King of Yin and asked, King of Yin, is this how you apologize for doing something wrong? When the King of Yin heard this, he glanced at Princess Yin. Princess Yin received the warning and could only lower her posture. I'm sorry for bumping into Miss Du. Sun Rume was satisfied with someone's low posture and walked into the house. The King of Yin followed Sun Rume. Princess Yin, standing at the door, looked at the dog-legged King of Yin and felt bitter in her heart. She served for 3 days without taking off her clothes. But she was not as good as a woman who had just entered the house. She couldn't stand it and left crying. After Sun Rume entered, she sat in the main seat, turned around and looked at the King of Yin, who was standing next to her with a sick body, and then looked at the guard Deng Bai. The King of Yin understood that this was to talk to him privately, and gave Deng Bai a look. After Deng Bai left, the King of Yin looked at Sun Rume flatteringly. Miss Du, is there anything you are not used to living in here? King of Yin, we both know what happened that day, Sun Rume said. The King of Yin was still happy to get the daughter of the Wu clan, and he was not angry when he heard this. He coaxed, I didn't know that Miss Du happened to come that day, and I couldn't control myself for a while, and was attracted by Miss Du's beauty. However, Miss Du, don't worry. I will definitely hold a grand wedding for Miss Du. And then? Sun Rume smiled. The King of Yin didn't know that the daughter of the Wu clan was the queen. The King of Yin smiled happily when he heard it. I know. Since you know, marry her as the queen. She had no intention of marrying the King of Yin. She came here to know the King of Yin's background. When the King of Yin was no longer useful, she would not stay in this palace for long. The queen was used to remind him deliberately, in order to let the Prince of Yin compete for the throne as soon as possible, and never expose his own strength. The Prince of Yin thought that Sun Rume was helping him to ascend the throne, and he was happy, and immediately ordered that everything in the Prince of Yin's mansion must be arranged by Sun Rume. The Princess of Yin, who was in Qingru Pavilion, heard about this, and was so angry that her teeth were about to break. The maid Yuner said, Princess, Miss Du is really hateful. I heard that it was Miss Du who deliberately seduced the prince. So, as she was speaking, she saw the look in the Princess of Yin's eyes, and she immediately changed her words. I deserve to die. Remember? Disaster comes from the mouth. Yes. Yuner breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the Princess of Yin had no intention of punishing her. Recently, no matter what others say or do, you don't have to care. That Miss Du is too arrogant. Could it be? Just do what she says. Even if you feel wronged, you have to endure it. Yes. Yuner followed the maid brought by Princess Yin from her mother's home, and knew the true meaning of this, and also understood what Princess Yin was going to do. Eastern Palace. Lu Qiqi was reading a storybook on the swing in the yard, and saw Chunbai's face long after she came back from outside. What's wrong? Looking at your angry face. I don't know if you thought you stole 2 walnuts? Chunbai came to the Crown Princess. Crown Princess, the maids in Xi'an Palace are too hateful. Xi'an Palace? Concubine Qin's courtyard. Tell me, what's going on? Since entering the palace, Lu Qiqi was unwilling to compete with people outside. With the protection of the Crown Prince, she rarely went out, so nothing unpleasant happened. Sun Rume had only lived in the Yin Palace for a few days, and someone started to be arrogant. The maid's seemingly small action was actually driven by the Princess of Qin. Lu Qiqi was not afraid of trouble, but she did not want to cause trouble. If someone came to her, she would not be in a good mood. Seeing the Crown Princess like this, Chunbai got excited. I wanted to get the new storybook that I just asked someone to bring. When I came back with the storybook, I accidentally bumped into someone else. The other person was not willing to give up, and stepped on the storybook. After that, she took out the storybook with a big footprint on the cover. What's the maid's name? Longi. Very good. Lucici nodded and looked at Yudai. Yudai. Bring her here. Let me see what kind of maid ignores the palace rules and dares to offend the superiors. Yes. Yudai left in response. Chinai stood by. And she knew that the maid named Longi was a little maid beside concubine Chin, who was not presentable. Dare to use a little maid. This is just an appetizer. From the first day, they entered the palace. She and Yudai had learned about the people and things in the palace, so that they would come in handy at critical moments in the future. Chapter 181. I am the crown princess. Not a horse herder. Soon, Yudai brought back the maid Longi. Longi saw the crown princess and saluted properly, without any arrogance in front of Chunbai. Lucici took a look and threw the book in her hand in front of Longi. Did you do this? Longi knelt on the ground and cowed out. Crown princess. It's all my fault. I was accidentally bumped by Aunt Chun and stepped on the book. Aunt Chun has already taught me a lesson afterwards, Longi said, stretching out her swollen back of the hand. You are talking nonsense. Chunbai was angry. Aunt Chun punished me. I know I am wrong, and I deserve to be punished. Chunbai wanted to say something, but was stopped by Yudai. Lucici asked, You said that Chunbai did it on the back of the hand? Reply to the crown princess. Yes. Are there any witnesses? Lucici asked. Several maids saw it, Longi said. Lucici looked at Chunbai. Is it true? Replying to the crown princess. Longi stepped on the words and left arrogantly. Longi turned her head and looked at Chunbai. Aunt Chun. How can you say that? When you attacked me? Everyone saw it. Chunbai was about to explode and wanted to do it, but was stopped by the crown princess's eyes. Do you know where those maids are working? They are. Longi said the names of 3 maids in a row, and Lucici asked Yudai to bring them over. While waiting, Chunbai was so angry that she was about to burst into flames. Longi knelt on the ground and did not move at all. Lucici saw that this maid had some ability. It was worthy of the imperial palace. An inconspicuous maid could be so imposing. I don't know how long this momentum can last. In less than an instant stick of time, Yudai brought the 3 palace maids that Longi mentioned. Lucici stood up and glanced at Yudai. Yudai nodded. Lucici understood that there would be no trouble if she touched these 3 palace maids. She would show her majesty as the crown princess today. The 3 palace maids were frightened by Lucici's look. When they were beating their drums in their hearts, Lucici took the initiative and slapped each of them. Paw paw paw. The crisp slap surprised Chunbai. The crown princess was angry. Which palace are you from? Tell me your family name. Let me see which master has such a cunning slave. The 3 palace maids knelt on the ground in fear and began to introduce themselves. I am from the imperial kitchen. I am from the imperial kitchen. I am also from the imperial kitchen. Longi was a little surprised. She thought she was called to ask a question, but she was beaten before she even opened her mouth. She felt a little frightened. Lucici looked at Yudai. According to palace rules, what should be done to a maid who does not respect her master? Yudai said seriously. 20 strokes of the cane. 20. Won't that mean you'll lose your life? Yudai said. Yes. Try beating one, and I'll see if you really mean it. Yes. Yudai left as ordered, and soon brought back a guard. The 3 maids kneeling on the ground were so scared that they begged for mercy. After being frightened, they told Longi about how she bribed them not long ago, and also about how Longi had mutilated herself. Longi was so scared that she fell to the ground. Lucici was not going to let her go. The princess of Qin was also short-sighted. She really thought that the prince of Yin would be able to rise to prominence with Sun Rume. Sending such a maid here is not afraid of losing face. Lucici was thinking about pushing this matter out when the maid-in-chief Wu Mama arrived. I am here to see the crown princess. Mama Wu arrived with 2 maids. Yudai stepped forward. Crown princess. This is Mama Wu, the maid-in-chief. Lucici glanced at her. Longi. Tell me. When Longi saw Mama Wu, she knew she was doomed. At this time, she didn't dare to speak nonsense and took all the responsibility on herself. Everyone present was not a fool. The matter did not directly point to concubine Qin. Even if concubine Qin was bitten out, she could not do anything to concubine Qin. Lucici waved her hand, indicating that the matter should be left to Mama Wu. Mama Wu thought about it, and left with 4 maids. Lu Qiqi looked at the East Palace, which had finally returned to peace, and leaned back, casually nestling on the swing. Crown Princess, you are just so domineering, Chunbai said excitedly. Without saying a word, she slapped the other party, and scared them into confessing. Lu Qiqi knew that she would not be too quiet in the palace in the future. What happened today also reminded her that she had to be prepared. Otherwise the people around her would suffer one by one. You, be more careful in the future, Lu Qiqi reminded. Chunbai nodded quickly. Yes. Lu Qiqi looked at Yudai. What is Lanji's status in Xi'an Palace? Lanji is from the small kitchen of Xi'an Palace. She is not welcome in Xi'an Palace. I don't know whose order this happened today. Order? It is obvious that Yudai said it was concubine Qin's intention. Lu Qiqi knew that today's matter would not have any result. And it was over with Lanji. Just when I thought of this, the system sent a message that Lanji, who was taken away by Nanny Wu, committed suicide by jumping into a well. Lu Qiqi was not surprised to hear this. Concubine Qin was just testing, and she would not touch the core figures. Besides, Concubine Qin trusted Naniyu, Shiyu, and Xiangsui the most. Shiyu had already died because of the incident with Prince Yin, and Concubine Qin would not easily touch the people around her. The prince who got the news came quickly. Seeing the prince coming, the 3 maids bowed and left. The prince came up. Did they make you angry? Just some small conflicts. Nothing. The words that the prince wanted to say were held back because of the woman's attitude. I have nothing to do today, so I'm going out of the palace. Do you want to come with me? Where to go? To see someone. Then go. Lu Qiqi understood that this person should have a simple identity, and was very likely to be the prince's staff. Lu Qiqi would not follow him without knowing it. She thought so, but was still fooled by the prince with delicious food. Arriving at Jinjiang Tower, Lu Qiqi thought the food was delicious just by smelling it. Thinking of the food she had eaten here several times, she missed it very much. Thinking of the taste of the food here, she drooled. Following behind the prince, she fantasized about the various delicacies she would eat later, and did not notice that the prince suddenly stopped. She did not notice that she bumped into the man's back. What are you doing? You stopped without saying a word, Lu Qiqi complained while covering her forehead. The prince heard the noise, turned around, and saw the woman's red forehead. Just as he was about to speak, a mocking voice came from the stairs. The crown princess is so capable. It's obviously her fault, but she still blames others. Lu Qiqi turned her head, and saw Sun Rume coming up the stairs, followed by the king of Yin. Hee. Enemies often cross paths. From the look of the king of Yin, Sun Rume was worshipped like an ancestor. Thinking that Sun Rume's identity was about to be lost, I thought that there should be a good show to watch at that time. Sun Rume came to the front and saluted the prince first, and her eyes fell on Lu Qiqi, which was all kinds of hypocrisy. Crown princess, your head is not broken, right? Lu Qiqi knew what Sun Rume cared about. Took the prince's hand, rubbed her forehead twice, and successfully saw Sun Rume's face change. Lu Qiqi smiled slightly. Miss Du, I can let you go in the Prince of Jin's mansion, and I can also let you go in the palace. But Miss Du, don't forget that I am the crown princess, not the one who lets you go. We will meet each other sooner or later. Let me kindly remind Miss Du to be kind in your words, so that we can meet in the future. Chapter 182 Meeting with the General of the Cavalry. Sun Rume didn't expect Lu Qiqi to be so eloquent. And in front of the prince. Crown princess. You. Sun Rume felt something was wrong. As if Lu Qiqi knew something. Was afraid. And was worried that the prince would find out something. So she pretended to be weak, and was blocked from speaking. I am the crown princess. And you are Miss Du now. According to the rules, you should be polite when you see me. In the future, when you marry the king of Yin, you should also respectfully call me the third sister-in-law. Whether she can marry him or not is still uncertain. The king of Yin always felt that the crown princess had something to say, and saw that the woman around him was not as sharp as before. He didn't want to be suppressed by the prince, and even the daughter of the Wu clan was suppressed by others. He was not happy in his heart. He didn't speak to the crown princess, but looked at the prince. Third brother is also coming to the restaurant, the prince said, holding Lu Qiqi's hand. We won't disturb the fifth brother. After that, he pulled Lu Qiqi into the innermost private room. The Prince of Yin looked over. The prince went into the innermost private room? He tried to go in several times, but was rejected. Seeing the prince go in, he always felt that the prince was suppressing him again, thinking of the woman in front of him, who was so arrogant in the Prince of Yan's mansion, and was suppressed by the crown princess after coming out. He felt that women were always bullying at home. He was annoyed and didn't like women. He walked into the reserved private room quickly. Sun Rume took a look at the private room the prince had entered. She wanted to go in, but she thought that if she went to the prince's side and didn't stay with enough sincerity, how could she get the prince's special look? Thinking of this, she could only enter the private room reserved by the Prince of Yan. Here, Lu Qiqi and the prince walked into the private room. Seeing someone inside, she subconsciously looked at the prince. The other party saluted quickly. He sees the prince, sees the princess. The prince explained on his behalf. He is the general of the cavalry. He Peng Yun. Lu Qiqi understood that he was the brother of the princess of Chu. General He. Seeing this, the prince pulled the woman to sit down. And the general of the cavalry saw the prince, and the princess sat down. The general of the cavalry was expected to meet the prince this time. And the princess was also here. And he was a little excited. He knew that if it weren't for the princess's action, his sister would have died long ago. Thinking of the origin of the amulet, he wanted to take this opportunity to see if he could learn anything from the princess. He knew in his heart that according to the time, the person who helped his father was not the princess, and there should be a connection between the two. Because the prince was present, he couldn't speak rashly. Lu Qiqi came just to eat. She ate quietly, not interested in what the prince and the general said. Soon, Lu Qiqi finished the dishes in front of her. The prince did not look at the woman. After finishing the dishes in front of the woman, he brought a few more dishes from the side. Lu Qiqi glanced at the prince with a smile on her face and continued to eat. As a general, Jing Jun of the escort flag was surrounded by men, all of whom were very good eaters. Seeing a thin woman eat more than a big man was an eye-opener, because of his understanding of the prince. He looked at Lu Qiqi straight in the eye when he started to pay his respects. During the period, he could not look straight at her, but only glanced at her with the corner of his eyes. This meeting between him and the prince was planned from the threat of the king of Chu. Later, because of the amulet, he talked with his sister, the princess of Chu, and never wavered. It can be said that for this meeting, the general of the cavalry was full of sincerity. The two of them also have a common identity. Both are generals, and speak directly. Lu Qiqi concentrated on eating, and when she was full, she leaned back. The prince brought the orange next to her. After Lu Qiqi drank a cup of tea, she started to eat oranges. And after eating oranges, she started to eat melon seeds. After a series of operations, the general of the cavalry was dumbfounded. It seems that the life of the crown princess in the East Palace is not satisfactory. She can't even eat. Thinking of the style of the prince, just because the queen invited the crown princess to a banquet and broke up unhappily, the prince said that the crown princess would not attend anyone's banquet. This domineering should not let the crown princess go hungry. Lu Qiqi never cares about other people's eyes. She is only responsible for eating, as long as she shows her identity as a foodie. When she couldn't eat anymore, she sat quietly aside, looking at a pile of melon and fruit peels in front of her. And then she felt a little embarrassed. She turned her head to look at the prince, and then at the general of the cavalry, and it seemed that they didn't notice. Lu Qiqi felt embarrassed, so she put the melon and fruit peels away, put them on an empty plate, and put them aside. The general of the escort flag and the prince had said what they needed to say, and he also expressed his sincerity in his words. The general of the escort flag stood up and left. Lu Qiqi saw that he was leaving, so she stood up and saw him off. After everyone left, Lu Qiqi was pulled by the prince to sit down. You don't have to do this. Lu Qiqi knew what the prince meant, and smiled. Okay, I'll listen to you from now on. The prince was satisfied with the woman's obedient appearance, and said, Are you full? Yeah. Take you to a place. Okay. Lu Qiqi pulled the prince up, worried that if they left too late, they would have no chance to play. The two walked out of the private room. Lu Qiqi heard Sun Rume's voice with her sharp ears. She deliberately walked slower. After the prince walked a distance, she said, Slow down. The prince turned around and looked at Lu Qiqi. She suddenly felt that she was caught. You want to go out and play. Why don't you hurry up? You walk too fast. The prince came over and took the woman's hand. Let's go. The carriage is waiting. Where are we going? Take you to a fun place. Sun Rume, who was in another private room, heard a voice that was so familiar that it made her sick, and she couldn't sit still. Later, when she heard the familiar voice of the prince, her heart jumped fast. When she heard the footsteps gradually going away, her heart also left. The king of Yin, who was sitting next to her, saw all her expressions. When Sun Rume came back to her senses disappointedly and noticed the change of the king of Yin, she didn't care at all. She picked up the wine glass and started drinking. The king of Yin couldn't stand being ignored by a woman, and thought that it was indeed somewhat shameful to get a woman. So he patiently said, "The crown princess is very hostile to you." Sun Rume came back to her senses and thought of Lu Qiqi's words. "When I was in the Prince of Jin's mansion, I could let you go." Could it be that Lu Qiqi already knew her true identity? No, it wouldn't. Sun Rume was a concubine of humble status in the Prince of Jin's mansion. And now she is the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan who is sought after by everyone. Now she can't be by the side of the prince. Sooner or later, she will stand by the prince openly. Thinking of this, Sun Rume suddenly smiled coldly. Everyone knows that the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan is the new queen. And many people always tie me and the prince together. The crown princess will inevitably feel uncomfortable. This is a fact. And it is also what the king of Yin is most reluctant to admit. Then he thought that the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan is his. And he is the next new emperor. As for the prince, he can only be glorious for a while. So let him be proud for a while. Chapter 183 Miss Du. We meet again. Lu Qiqi left Jinjiang Tower with the prince, thinking about the good places the prince would take her to. She had never thought that the prince would take her to that mountain again and to that tomb, facing Song Ke's tomb. Lu Qiqi was speechless. It was not that she was dissatisfied with the prince's biological mother, but that the place she imagined playing was not like this. She complained in her heart, but she still resigned herself to burning paper money. There were too many paper money this time. Lu Qiqi estimated that at this speed, it would not be burned out in an hour. If it was something else, Lu Qiqi would leave immediately. Facing the dead, or the prince's biological mother, Lu Qiqi did not dare to make any move. She could only watch the prince standing in front of the tomb with his hands behind his back. And she was a coolie. Finally, the burning was finished. And Lu Qiqi was so tired that she simply sat on the ground and looked at the prince at this moment. He was like a wooden man, without expression, and did not say a word from beginning to end. Lu Qiqi felt that he should have a lot to say to his biological mother, and it was a bit inconvenient for her to be here. Thinking about it, she stood up, walked away without saying a word. After walking for a while, she was sure that she would not hear anyone talking. So she simply sat on the ground and grabbed a piece of grass and dropped it into her mouth. Looking around from the top of the mountain, the surroundings were green and lush, which was very pleasing to the eyes. After looking for a while, she felt bored and turned her head to accidentally find some wild fruits. She couldn't name it. She had encountered it when she was climbing the mountain before and had eaten it at that time. It tasted sour and sweet and was very delicious. Lu Qiqi walked over, picked one, and looked at it carefully. It was the kind of wild fruit she had eaten before. The wild fruit looked like a very small apple, the size of a thumb. After eating one after another, there were soon a pile of fruit cores around him. After eating for a while, he felt a little tired and laid down to rest. After lying down, Lu Qiqi felt so comfortable. Lu Qiqi had the habit of taking a nap. After eating today, he climbed the mountain and burned paper. Now he was a little tired. Soon, he closed his eyes comfortably. I don't know how long I slept. When I opened my eyes, I saw the prince lying beside me. Lu Qiqi looked at the sleeping man. He was very handsome. So handsome that I couldn't take my eyes off him. When this man was angry, he made people feel scary. What's more scary is that this man's ability to calculate people is not detected. Just like concubine Qin, Prince Chen, Prince Yin, and Sun Rume, they all complained about each other. And until now, they didn't realize that the person who planned this was the prince. I've seen enough. The prince's low voice came. Lu Qiqi met the prince's eyes, without peeking at the embarrassment of being caught. Are you awake? I haven't slept yet. Lu Qiqi didn't care. It's getting late. Let's go! The prince got up and took the woman down the mountain. When they got to the bottom of the mountain, the carriage disappeared and turned into 2 horses. No need to say it clearly. Lu Qiqi understood what he meant. jumped on the horse easily, smiled at the prince, and rode away quickly. The prince watched for a while, and only jumped on the horse when the woman ran away. Not long after, the prince caught up with Luchichi. "You ride very well." "I've practiced." "With whom?" Luchichi thought for a while. "Coach." At that time, in order to get a big order, the man also had a hobby of riding horses. So she gave it her all, took out the state of studying in school, and learned it at the fastest speed. Later, they negotiated this big deal on horseback. "Coach?" Luchichi reflected. "It's the martial arts master that others mentioned." The prince felt sour when he heard this. He thought it was better for women not to ride horses. Thinking about it, he felt that he met Luchichi too late and missed many opportunities. Luchichi raised an eyebrow. "Why do you look jealous?" After the words fell, the prince did not respond. Luchichi glanced at him and prepared to speed up. Just as she moved, she felt a sinking behind her, and saw the big hand suddenly across her waist. She turned her head to let the man get off, and accidentally fell into his kiss. She wanted to resist, but accidentally lost herself for a moment. The prince was pleased by the woman, so he let go of her and held her in his arms. He came to hold the horse and whispered, "Little fool." Luchichi. "What? This man actually said she was stupid?" The man sighed again. "I brought you here today to introduce you to my mother, but I didn't expect you to run away early." Luchichi was speechless. She burned paper money for more than an hour. Why didn't she say it at that time? "My mother likes you very much and asked you to come and accompany her more in the future." Luchichi felt creepy when she heard this, and asked with a stiff face, "What else did your mother say?" "My mother said that you are very cute, but you have a little temper. She thinks you should change it." "I told my mother that I like your little temper. It's like deliberately showing off your affection in front of others. Your mother sees it very clearly. Aren't you afraid?" The prince slowed down his riding speed and asked, "What should I be afraid of?" "Living in different ways. As long as you live well. It's the same everywhere." The prince lowered his head slightly to look at the woman, making sure that there was no fear in her eyes. He felt better and said, "This time, arresting Prince Qing is against the will of the emperor." "Do you know what the emperor said?" "What did he say?" It was obviously not a good thing. The man said it. So she asked cooperatively. "The emperor said that when he died, he wanted to be buried with his mother." Luchichi frowned. "Buried on this hill? Not in the imperial mausoleum? You also think it's strange, right?" Luchichi thought for a while. It shouldn't be strange, but it's not in line with common sense. The emperor said that he had let many people down for the country of Qin, and he didn't want his descendants to worry about him after his death. Luchichi smiled. The emperor is quite interesting. The two rode all the way back to the capital. Not long after entering the city gate, they met the king of Yin and Sun Rume again. The two were sitting in the carriage, and the king of Yin was trying to please Sun Rume. Luchichi smiled when she saw this scene. The prince also saw the king of Yin and Sun Rume. Seeing the king of Yin's look, he sneered in his heart. That's all he has. He really thought that was Sun Rume. He could compete with him. Why didn't he think that there was another reason why he had not accepted Sun Rume? Soon, there will be news from the Wu clan. I wonder if the king of Yin will still be as proud as he is now. The king of Yin is too stupid. When they met in Jinjiang Tower not long ago, the woman said it so clearly, but the king of Yin didn't notice it. Alas, the other party's level is too low, and there is no sense of accomplishment at all. On the contrary, it is the king of Qin who does things quietly, and is not easy to detect. The horse and the carriage soon met. Sun Rume saw Luchichi in the arms of the prince at a glance, and her eyes suddenly became angry. Luchichi seemed to be unable to see that someone was about to burn her, and said to Sun Rume, "What a coincidence. Miss Du, we meet again." Sun Rume's mouth twitched. "Meet the crown prince and the crown princess." The king of Yin reluctantly said, "Third brother." The crown prince said, "What are you doing?" A hint of pride flashed in the king of Yin's eyes. "Go to Hongyu Tower." Hongyu Tower? Luchichi knew that Hongyu Tower was a must-go place for young men and women in the capital before getting married, just because everyone bought wedding supplies there. It seems that the king of Yin also has a true heart for Sun Rume. Sun Rume looked at Luchichi. The crown princess should not have been to Hongyu Tower. "Do you want to go together?" This was meant to humiliate her. What if she was the crown princess? She was not married to the crown prince in a formal matchmaker, nor was she married in a sedan chair. On the contrary, it was herself who would not marry the king of Yin. At this moment, she was secretly happy to be able to suppress Lu Qiqi, seeing that some people did not understand her good intentions. Lu Qiqi did not waste words and said directly, "Miss Du is more anxious, so I will not get involved." Chapter 184 Suspicion. Sun Rume gritted her teeth when she heard it. Damn Lu Qiqi. She said that she was almost raped by the king of Yin. If it weren't for the crown prince, she would have torn this person's mouth apart. What a pity. Sun Rume looked regretful. Lu Qiqi didn't care and said something to Sun Rume. Suddenly, she saw that the maid next to her looked familiar, and thought of Xinya, who had taken 2 secret medicines. She looked carefully and found Xinya's guilty conscience. She understood what was going on and was secretly happy. The secret medicine of the witch clan can change a person's appearance, but not their body shape. This is also a disadvantage. The maid next to Miss Du looks familiar. I seem to have seen her somewhere? After being reminded twice, Sun Rume became alert in her heart. The crown princess has a good eye. She can even recognize the maids who have just entered the palace. Xiaoju bowed to Lu Qiqi when she heard this. I, Xiaoju, kowtowed to the crown princess. After saying this, she knelt down to bow. When people around saw this scene, they all looked over curiously, and Wang was just about to give her son a newly bought brush, when she heard the noise here and saw the woman being held in someone's arms on horseback. She felt that this was too inappropriate at first glance. It was immoral to have such an intimate action with a man outside. After seeing the woman's face, she froze in place. She was stunned when she heard others say that she was the crown princess. Miss Lu is the crown princess. Jiang Haiping was unhappy because she had no business, and she also saw this scene not far away. Crown princess. Former princess of Jin. She was not mistaken. Soon, a group of people around her knelt on the ground, and she knelt on the ground with her pregnant belly. Lu Qiqi had originally targeted Sun Rume, but after seeing such a big commotion and seeing a few familiar faces in the crowd, she thought that she could no longer hide her identity. With Sun Rume in the Prince of Yan's mansion, and she always staring at her, it was impossible to hide her identity. They were all people who knew each other well, and they knew each other's weaknesses. Lu Qiqi smiled slightly and looked at Sun Rume. She was now the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan, and when she came to the capital, she was also a commoner. She should have saluted when she saw her. Sun Rume saw what Lu Qiqi meant, but pretended not to understand. Lu Qiqi didn't care, and turned her head to look at the prince. The prince knew what women were thinking. He said to the Prince of Yin, "Fifth brother, on the day of the wedding, this prince will come to ask for a glass of wedding wine." Okay. The Prince of Yin always felt that the prince's words were a bit strange, and it was normal. Seeing the prince leave, and Sun Rume looking at him eagerly, thinking of what he had heard in the past, he understood Sun Rume's thoughts. In the past, he indulged this woman because of the opportunities she brought him. It's different now. The King of Yin has regarded Sun Rume as his own possession. His things cannot be peeped at by others, and he cannot look at others more. He was angry and asked the guards to drive away quickly. The King of Yan's anger has not been suppressed yet. He waited for the carriage and came to Hongyu Tower. Sun Rume didn't wait for the King of Yin to move, and got off the carriage directly and ran to Hongyu Tower. The King of Yin saw that Sun Rume didn't wait for him, and felt embarrassed. He wanted to go back and teach her a lesson. As soon as he got off the carriage, he heard the people in Hongyu Tower speak, and he squinted his eyes and looked over. "Sun Xiaozu, you are here. The jewelry you customized a few days ago has arrived. Look, you need to try it on." "Little lady Sun? Not long ago," the crown princess said. "I'll let you go into Prince Jin's mansion. Now little lady Sun again?" Looking at her again. She does look a bit like Sun Rume back then. Is it really a coincidence? Sun Rume stood still, looked at the shopkeeper Ma of Hongyu Tower, raised her hand and slapped him. "What did you just say?" The shopkeeper Ma of Hongyu Tower was a woman. She blushed instantly after being slapped. She still smiled. "Little lady Sun, 3 months ago, you customized a set of jewelry in Hongyu Tower, saying that it was a surprise for the Prince Jin to come back. How are you today?" Sun Rume did do this, but things have changed. Now she is not with that man, and she has to deal with other men. Thinking of this, she felt bitter in her heart. As she was thinking, she felt the breath coming from behind her, raised her head, and looked at the shopkeeper Ma proudly. Shopkeeper Ma, please look carefully. This lady is the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan. You can call her Miss Du. It turns out to be Miss Du. It's my fault that I didn't recognize her. Shopkeeper Ma smiled and invited Sun Rume in. When he saw the King of Yin coming, he hurriedly bowed. Sun Rume went shopping in Hongyu Tower and wanted the best of everything. Shopkeeper Ma smiled and responded. He and the waiters of Hongyu Tower brought the best things in the store to Sun Rume. People of different status would choose different things. Soon, Sun Rume had chosen and looked at the King of Yin, who was drinking tea next to her. Your Majesty, what do you think? The King of Yin only glanced at it. He was still doubting about what happened not long ago, and casually said, Sun Rume got the King of Yin's approval and asked shopkeeper Ma to put all the things on the carriage. When the King of Yin paid, he was dumbfounded. 100,000 taels. The King of Yin thought he had heard wrong. Sun Rume looked over unhappily. Will the King of Yin be reluctant to part with it? The King of Yin glanced at the guard Ding Bai, and Ding Bai took out the silver. Sun Rume left with satisfaction and sat in the carriage again. Seeing so many good things, she was proud in her heart. Things that she had been reluctant to buy before. Now all at once. It feels so good to have money. Sun Rume was happy in her heart. And she also noticed that the King of Yin was not right. She did not explain, but still held a high attitude, declaring that she was unattainable. The benefits that the daughter of the Wu clan brought to the prince did not need to be explained, and the attitude of being superior was inevitable. However, she would not forget that Lu Qiqi had upset her today. Wait for the carriage to return to the King of Yin's mansion. The housekeeper led everyone to send all the things in the carriage to the Biluo pavilion. Sun Rume looked at each object carefully and was very satisfied. After the King of Yin returned to the mansion, he went to the study and sent someone to investigate Sun Rume in the King of Jin's mansion. Sun Rume was the concubine of the King of Jin. Not long ago, she was sentenced to death for murder in the Jingzhou prison. Not long after, the daughter of the Wu clan arrived. Logically, the two people should have no relationship. After hearing so many people admit their mistakes, he wanted to see what was going on. At this time, the King of Yin was most afraid that the daughter of the Wu clan was fake, and was a counterfeit that the prince deliberately pushed in to target him. At the same time, the Princess of Yin heard that Sun Rume spent 100,000 taels to buy a set of clothes for herself. She immediately felt that the opportunity had come. She had followed the King of Yin for so many years, and knew that the King of Yin was a very stingy person as a prince. If this matter was used well today, the daughter of the Wu clan would never have a chance to come out. Then she thought that the daughter of the Wu clan was a woman that the prince didn't want. Would the King of Yin be willing to eat her? After dressing up carefully and deliberately delaying for an hour, she made sure that the King of Yin had calmed down a little. And then she carried the bird's nest to the King of Yin's study. When she came to the door of the study, she saw that there was no one outside the door. Thinking that the news was wrong, and heard a familiar voice coming from the study, she was sure that the King of Yin was inside, and was about to walk in, but suddenly heard something she shouldn't hear. Your Majesty, this is a portrait of Sun Rume. Ding Bai moved quickly, and said everything about Sun Rume to the King of Yin as quickly as possible. The King of Yin took it in his hand, and looked at it carefully. Looking carefully, there is indeed some resemblance between the two. Ding Bai took a careful look. Your Majesty, I have heard that the Wu clan has a secret medicine that can change a person's appearance. The Princess of Yin heard Sun Rume, and heard that it can change a person's appearance. Thinking of the first time she met Sun Rume, it was at the Prince Qing's mansion, when concubine Qing held a banquet. After the banquet, it was heard that Sun Rume walked back on foot. The second time was at the palace. Before the banquet started, Sun Rume was driven out of the palace. Because of the two embarrassing deeds, Princess Yin remembered them. Suddenly, when she heard that Prince Yin was investigating Sun Rume, she thought of a sense of familiarity with the daughter of the Wu clan. If you think about it carefully, people have different temperaments, but their appearances are somewhat similar. After thinking for a while, Princess Yin left with the bird's nest. The daughter of the Wu clan and Sun Rume. These two are related, and things become interesting, regardless of whether there is a relationship between the two. Putting the two together, plus the woman that the prince despises, Prince Yin wants to make a move, but he has to see if he can make a move. In addition, She heard that the daughter of the Wu clan is more beautiful to the prince. And she came to Prince Yan's mansion because she was unwilling to have that incident with Prince Yan. If the two sides communicate, then the position of Princess Yan will still be hers. Thinking of this, Princess Yan took the bird's nest to the Biluo Pavilion. Chapter 185 Peeping on the Roof. Eastern Palace. After Lu Qiqi returned to the Eastern Palace, the prince stayed with her and did not go to the imperial study. She felt strange. Why was the prince not busy today? She wanted to ask, but felt there was nothing to ask. Using the storybook as an excuse, the system gave her the information she wanted. What's wrong with the prince? Is he not busy today? System. The prince wants to accompany you. Can't you see? Lu Qiqi secretly used the storybook as a cover and glanced at the prince. No need. He was there, making her feel uncomfortable. System. The prince didn't think so. Lu Qiqi didn't say anything. She would not easily change her decision. Many people want too much and end up losing more. The prince persisted until dinner. He left soon after dinner. With nowhere to go, he went to see the emperor first and confirmed that the emperor was in good condition. Compared with the past, he was still much weaker. When the prince saw this, he asked the imperial physician some things. Knowing that some things could not be rushed, he went to the imperial study disappointedly. The emperor saw the prince's lonely look and smiled rarely. When the imperial physician saw this, he dared not speak, but tried to reduce his presence. He was still muttering in his heart that the emperor was worthy of being the emperor. And even the prince had fooled him. The prince came to the imperial study and began to vent about the memorial. Seeing that the matter in Yuzhou had not yet come to a conclusion, he prepared to go there in person. Just when he had this idea, he thought of the sick emperor, the queen, concubine Qin, concubine Wu and others who were busy. If he left, what would Lu Qiqi do? Finally gave up this idea and assigned Sun Shua to deal with this matter. The prince can take his time in many matters, but he must not be careless about the matter of Yuzhou. Just after Sun Shua left, Prime Minister Chu arrived. Seeing Prime Minister Chu, who looked like a fairy, he had always been elusive, and no one knew where he was. He came to the morning court whenever he wanted. The prince could only accept what the emperor allowed. Seeing Prime Minister Chu suddenly appear, the prince thought of this person's other identity and waited for Prime Minister Chu to speak. Your Highness, I can handle the matter of Yuzhou, but I have a condition? The prince smiled, very coldly. No need. He would not give Prime Minister Chu a chance to be arrogant. Prime Minister Chu looked at the prince, said nothing, and left quickly. His arrival was just to make things difficult for the prince, and there was no meaning. After Prime Minister Chu left, the prince could no longer be quiet. He wanted to go back to the East Palace and think about the woman's attitude towards him. In the end, he came to a rooftop with a wine pot to drink casually. After drinking for a while, he felt that something was missing. When he left, a figure passed by below. The other person was wearing a loose black robe, so he couldn't see his face. By the way he walked, he recognized that he was Prince Chen. In the middle of the night, Prince Chen appeared in the palace? Or was he heading towards the Imperial Dragon Palace? The prince immediately jumped around like a night cat, but he was not discovered. When he saw Prince Chen enter the Emperor's Imperial Dragon Palace, he kept watching from the roof in the distance. East Palace. Lu Qiqi washed up and prepared to rest. Chunbai, who had been depressed for the whole afternoon, said, Crown Princess, don't you wait for the Crown Prince? The Crown Prince is very busy. Just wait. Lu Qiqi laid down after saying that. Chunbai knew that the Crown Princess felt that she was talking too much, so she didn't dare to say anything. She came to the door in a dejected manner, took a look, and obediently returned to her room. Qindai and Yudai saw Chunbai's expression and knew that the matter was not done, so they didn't say anything. Chunbai was still sulking. I can see that the prince is angry. Why is the princess so indifferent? That's the prince. Even if there are no messy women, the princess should be more cautious. Yudai laid down and glanced at Chunbai. Chunbai, when do you think the princess cares about the prince? At least, she doesn't worry about gains and losses like others. Chunbai thought carefully, and it seemed to be the case. And she felt that the less she cared, the more the princess was promoted step by step to the position of the princess. Chunbai, who was awakened instantly, laughed. Okay, don't bother the princess because of these things in the future. Chunbai stuck out her tongue and went to sleep under the thin quilt. Here, Lu Qiqi really didn't take the prince seriously. She was indeed sleepy at first. But later, because of Chunbai's words, she was bored and couldn't sleep. She recalled what happened in the past few days, and finally locked on Sun Rumei. Summoning system. You said? Sun Rumei's life will be difficult in the future. Right? System. The King of Yin has sent people to investigate, and deliberately took away Sun Rumei's portrait. Lu Qiqi. The King of Yin is not stupid. As she said this, Lu Qiqi thought of a possibility. You said? If the matter is found out that the Wu clan's legitimate daughter is Sun Rumei, and now Sun Rumei is in the King of Yin's mansion, will the Queen and concubine Shu who rescued her together push this matter onto the King of Yin? System. The Queen has already started to do this. Lu Qiqi laughed. No wonder such a big thing happened. The Queen did not show up. System. The Queen has a good excuse. Lu Qiqi. Concubine De? System. The Defei's self-torture plan failed, and she vomited blood after returning. She refused to see the imperial physician, and is now seriously ill. Lu Qiqi didn't care. Defei would not let herself die so easily. System. She is now secretly meeting with Prince Qing, preparing to let Prince Qing also be free. Lu Qiqi. Prince Qing was arrested by the Dali Temple. He should be in the Dali Temple prison at this time. If you want to let Prince Qing regain his freedom, you need to cut off the firewood from the bottom. The only way is death. He will not pretend to admit his crime, then commit suicide, and then deliberately be discovered and rescued. Right? System. That's what they planned. Lu Qiqi. Why do I feel that Prince Qing will be fine after being arrested? If they attack the Emperor and really kill him, he would have died many times before. How can there be a chance for Prince Qing and Defei to do evil? System. The Emperor does not allow them to kill each other. Lu Qiqi didn't think so. She always felt that the prince had some plans. No. It should be said that Prince Qing was still useful. Besides, Princess Qing was dead, and concubine Qing was the prince's person. If Prince Qing really had any moves, would the prince not know? Think about it. This is the best chess game played by the prince. Thinking in her heart, she suddenly heard a movement from outside. Later, she felt that the footsteps were wrong. Just when Lu Qiqi felt strange, there was a sound from the roof. This movement? Thinking of the ancient people's hobby, they were willing to climb the roof to peek. I'm honored that I was caught today. She was thinking whether to hide, and soon heard the movement on the roof, followed by someone rushing in quickly. Lu Qiqi heard the footsteps, and guessed that it should be the prince this time. Sure enough, the prince rushed in anxiously. He thought he would see a frightened woman, so that he could comfort her and prove his ability. As a result, he didn't see the frightened woman, but a woman with glowing eyes. Prince, someone is fighting on the roof. Yeah. The prince came to Lu Qiqi disappointedly. The woman he's attracted to is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 186 can't figure it out. Lu Qiqi heard the noise on the roof gradually subsided, and looked at the prince. You should have arranged a lot of people. Right? Aren't you afraid? The prince couldn't help but ask. Being afraid won't stop others from coming. And you arranged so many people. What should I be afraid of? The prince finally found a trace of comfort from the woman's words. The prince looked at the woman's situation, asked her to put on her clothes, and the two came to the yard. Opening the door, Lu Qiqi saw Zhao Kai escorting a person. She took a look and didn't recognize him, so she stood quietly beside him. The prince only took a look and said, "Take him away." Yes. Zhao Kai escorted the man away. Lu Qiqi looked at the prince. Do you know him? A secret guard. Whose? Lu Qiqi asked casually, and after saying it, she felt it was inappropriate. The prince was satisfied. The woman finally took his matter seriously. Yin Wang's people. But did you find out Sun Rumei's identity? I've already started to suspect it. The two stood at the door and talked about the big things. Chunbai, Qingdai, and Yudai rushed out after hearing the noise. Seeing that they had nothing to do, and seeing the two people standing at the door, Chunbai sighed. Sure enough, the person standing next to the prince can only be the crown princess. Qingdai asked back. Why don't you hurry up and serve him? Chunbai looked at her. I'm not stupid. After saying that, she turned around and went back to the room, ready to have a good sleep. Lu Qiqi and the prince stood at the door and talked for a while. She didn't find it strange that Yin Wang sent someone here. Yin Wang has always been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. When he suspected Sun Rumei's identity, He took time to go to the East Palace to find out. She could understand all this. What do you think will happen when the Prince of Yen knows Sun Rumei's true identity? It should be very interesting. I really want to see it. Lu Qiqi is most concerned about these things now. When she thinks of that scene, she can't help laughing. Okay, I'll take you to see it then. The prince thinks that he should change his plan and announce the good news on the day of the Prince of Yan's wedding. It should be more interesting. Lu Qiqi doesn't know that her words have changed the prince's plan and also successfully seen someone change his face. What will happen to Sun Rumei? Now that the topic is open, it's a good opportunity to talk about it. What do you think? It won't be too good. How good the Prince of Yen is to Sun Rumei. How cruel he will be to her in the future. The Prince of Yen began to doubt Sun Rumei's identity. I think this anger will be suppressed for a long time. Where is King Chen? The prince looked at the woman. Are you so curious? Lu Qiqi realized that she didn't want to get involved in too many things about the prince, and asked so many questions. She was annoyed when she met the prince's eyes and asked, "Did I say too much? You are a little different today. Do you think it's good? Or bad?" Lu Qiqi asked. The prince touched the woman's hair. Good. I'm just feeling suffocated and curious about everything. It will be fine after a while. The prince wanted the woman to continue like this, but he was embarrassed to say it out loud. He thought of another way. He looked at a certain place, and soon someone left. The prince said to Lu Qiqi, "Let me take you to a place. Isn't it not so good?" Lu Qiqi thought of the good place the prince mentioned. It's okay to go to the cemetery during the day, but she is timid to go there in the middle of the night. The prince just talked about it, without asking the woman's opinion, and took the woman away directly. When they arrived at a remote palace, Lu Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief. Even if this was a cold palace, it was better to go to the cemetery in the middle of the night. The prince stood in the yard, looked for a long time, and said, "This is my mother's yard." Lu Qiqi thought it was a cold palace. Looking at the long abandoned yard and the scale of the surrounding buildings, she knew that the prince's biological mother Songku was very favored. Unfortunately, fate played tricks on her, and she was separated from her husband today. If Songku had not died, the prince would be much more sunny than he is now. Thinking of the fact that this yard had no name when he came here, the prince didn't say Songku's name Rongfei, and called her mother all the time. After her death, she was not buried in the cemetery. All kinds of signs show that Rongfei was gradually forgotten, and the living people also deliberately avoided the title of Rongfei. The palace is a battlefield, and there are always invisible conspiracies. Those who survive now are lucky people. Thinking of the queen, concubine Qin, and concubine Wu. They are all winners of the palace fight. So what? Living in a luxurious palace is not as good as a thatched house outside. Because life is simple. There are not too many worries. Lu Qiqi looked at everything in front of her. She had a place for this man in her heart. Would such a place make her sacrifice for him, or even lose herself? She quickly denied it. No matter how much she liked him, she would not live the way she hated. She secretly made up her mind that she wanted to be a free person, and would not be as pitiful as the women living in this palace. She was sure of her heart, and knew that she could not change the prince's accession to the throne. At the best time, the two parted ways, and left each other with the best memories. Lu Qiqi was clear, but some people were not. Prince Yan's mansion. Biluo Pavilion. Sun Rumei saw the Princess of Yen send her bird's nest stewed by herself several times. In just a few days, Sun Rumei was secretly happy that someone saw the reality clearly, knew that she was of humble status, and could not compete with her, and bowed to her. This is a good thing. Sun Rumei always felt that she was superior to others. She saw hope in the palace. When she went to Prince Jin's mansion, she missed the opportunity to get close to the prince because Lu Qiqi was too mean. Now in Prince Yan's mansion, she really felt the feeling of being held in the palm of someone's hand. She knew that all this was because of the witch clan's legitimate daughter. She was originally the witch clan's legitimate daughter. No matter how many people went to investigate, she had nothing to be afraid of. Lu Qiqi deliberately provoked that day, and she was really worried at first. A few days passed, and the worried thing did not happen. The king of Yen treated her better and better, and the princess of Yen also bowed her head. What else did she have to worry about? In the witch clan, with her identity and past, no matter how many people went to investigate, there would be no results. Thinking about it, she ate the bird's nest with peace of mind. Qiuju came in with 100-year-old ginseng. "Miss, look, This was sent by the King of Yen. She came up to her and opened the box for Sun Rume to see clearly. Sun Rume took a look, and it was indeed a good thing. Asked, "Where is the King of Yen?" "I saw the housekeeper sent people to bring in a lot of things from the carriage outside, saying that they were for the wedding. And the King of Yen was watching from the side." Sun Rume smiled. "The King of Yen is thoughtful. Miss is the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan and the future new queen. The King of Yen is so happy to have the opportunity to get close to her, so he naturally has to prepare the best." This was very useful to Sun Rume. It was worthy of her leaving the palace like that, leaving only Chiyoju. Thinking about it, she took off a bracelet from her wrist and put it on Chiyoju. Chapter 187 Lu Chichi vomits blood. Chiyoju stood up with red eyes. "Thank you, Mississippi." Sun Rume wiped her eyes for her. "Don't forget, I am the future new queen. I pay my respects to the queen." Chiyoju reacted quickly and immediately knelt on the ground to pay her respects. Sun Rume smiled and said, "Another sentence. I pay my respects to the queen. May the queen live 1,000 years, and 1,000 years." The two were addicted to acting. The King of Yen outside the door happened to hear this and thought, whether it was true or not, with this woman, he and the queen could ascend to the throne. Thinking of this, he didn't bother about some things, thinking that the people sent out should be able to send news today. Thinking of this, some things didn't matter. Even if this woman was really Sun Rume, what could it matter? As long as he could ascend to the throne, he could kick this woman away. Thinking of this, the King of Yen left quickly, making sure to make this wedding grand and let everyone in the world know that he had married the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan. Just after leaving the Biluo pavilion and preparing to walk to the study, a scene not far away stopped him. The Princess of Yen was carrying the bird's nest that had just been cooked, and walked quickly towards this side. She was too anxious and accidentally tripped. Fortunately, the maid Yuner supported her. "Princess, why are you doing this? Miss Du is not married into the palace yet, and you are torturing you like this. If she really marries in, where will you be the princess?" The Princess of Yen scolded. "What nonsense are you talking about? Miss Du is the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan. She married the King of Yen, and the King of Yen is the future new emperor, for the smooth ascension of the prince. What does it matter if I suffer a little grievance? Princess, Miss Du shouldn't humiliate you like this. She insisted that you cook 3 meals a day by yourself, with bird's nest and pastries in between. How can your body bear it for a long time? I'm fine. As long as the prince is fine, I should do all these things." "Princess," Princess Yen scolded. "Okay, let's send it over quickly. If it's late, Miss Du will be angry again," Princess Yen said, and walked quickly into the Biluo pavilion. The King of Yen stood in the distance. He had heard some words several times, but he didn't feel anything. Seeing that Princess Yen was so humble, he thought of how good Princess Yen had been over the years. When he heard the noise coming from the Biluo pavilion, the King of Yen had a little more disgust towards the daughter of the Wu clan. "Miss, you have been waiting for a long time, and the princess sent it over?" Chiyoju opened the door and saw that it was the princess, with disgust in her eyes. "I have been up for a long time today. Please explain to Miss Du," Princess Yen said, and sent a hairpin to Chiyoju. Chiyoju took the hairpin and put it in her sleeve, then took the bird's nest. "Miss is kind-hearted. You won't care about it. There won't be a next time." "Yes, yes, yes." The Princess of Yen lowered her attitude to a maid, and watched Chiyoju carrying the bird's nest into the house. She slightly turned sideways, and glanced at the familiar figure standing in the distance. If she hadn't met the King of Yen today, if she hadn't wanted the King of Yen to see the true face of someone, there wouldn't be the current humiliation. This is also a good thing. This is her plan. And now she is just waiting for news from there. Once it is confirmed that everything is true, the daughter of the witch clan is not even as good as a slut. Eastern Palace. Lu Chichi finished reading the storybook in her hand, thinking that she hadn't been out for a long time, and was ready to go out for a while, buy some storybooks, and listen to the gossip outside. The 3 maids were very happy to hear this. Several people walked happily and prepared to leave the palace. Seeing them happy, Lu Chichi was also very happy. She hummed a little song and recalled that day when she went out with the prince. Sun Rume deliberately exposed her identity. There should be a lot of rumors about her now. She had heard other people's gossips before, and now it was her turn to become the big melon in other people's mouths. She was still looking forward to it. "I wonder how they will evaluate me. I think about it, and I am looking forward to it. Not long after I walked out of the East Palace, I saw Zhao Kai rushing past in the distance. What was he busy doing? Lu Qiqi was curious. It should be that the prince assigned him to do something important. Just thinking about it, a palace maid came up and saluted. Crown Princess, the Queen Mother asked you to go to the Xinang Palace. Queen Mother? Lu Qiqi had seen this palace maid in the Xinang Palace. Yes. Lu Qiqi hesitated for a moment. Going out was not a big deal. Maybe something really happened to the Queen Mother. Thinking of this, she took 3 maids to the Queen Mother's Xinang Palace. When she arrived outside the Xinang Palace, Lu Qiqi saw the huge Xinang Palace. Everything was normal as usual. It should not be the Queen Mother's fault. She also thought that even if the Queen Mother had something wrong, she would go to the Crown Prince. Everything was normal. But when Lu Qiqi walked to the door and saw the closed door, she suddenly had a bad premonition and quickly summoned the system. Why do I feel there is a trap? System. There is indeed a trap. Lu Qiqi. What's going on? System. The Queen Mother deliberately set a trap. You should be careful. Lu Qiqi was about to ask the Queen Mother how to trap her, when the door suddenly opened. Luo Ma saw Lu Qiqi and turned her head to the Queen Mother sitting inside and said, Queen Mother, the Crown Princess is here. Qiqi is here. The Queen Mother's loving voice came from inside. Lu Qiqi didn't feel friendly when she heard the noise. She was still thinking about what was going on with the deliberate pit. Her foot had already stepped in. The 3 maids wanted to follow in, but were blocked by Luo Mama. Lu Qiqi noticed the noise behind her. She came to the Queen Mother and saluted. Your servant pays respect to the Queen Mother. Qiqi, come and sit down. The Queen Mother greeted Lu Qiqi warmly. Lu Qiqi thought, did the system say something wrong? The Queen Mother didn't set a pit for herself? Seeing the cakes on the Queen Mother's table again, Lu Qiqi relaxed her vigilance. This is the cake made by concubine Qin herself. Qiqi, how does it taste? The cake made by concubine Qin? Lu Qiqi stared at the cake, holding it in her palm in slow motion, and asked the system, is the Queen Mother's pit here? System, the cake is poisonous, just like the cake Tang Xiuye gave her. Lu Qiqi heard this, and heard the Queen Mother say that it was the cake made by concubine Qin. The cake was sent to the Queen Mother, so it should not be aimed at her. What is the poison? Tang Xiuye's father is a wealthy businessman in Yangzhou. What is his connection with concubine Qin? Thinking in her heart, she met the Queen Mother's eyes, and prepared to take a risk. She picked up the cake, put it to her mouth, and took a small bite. She could not taste the strange taste, but felt very sweet. A little too sweet. Lu Qiqi thought that cakes could poison all trees, and she didn't dare to eat more with her small body. She said to the Queen Mother, Queen Mother, this cake is too sweet. It's not suitable for you. Before she finished speaking, Lu Qiqi felt a stomachache. Soon, a fishy smell came up. She tried to suppress it and sprayed it out directly. Qiqi. The Queen Mother changed her face when she saw this. Madame Luo was also scared when she saw it. She supported Lu Qiqi and shouted to the outside. Come quickly. Chapter 188 Poisoning. Chunbai, Qingdai, and Yudai heard the noise and rushed in without caring about the rules. The first thing that caught her eye was the blood on Lu Qiqi's mouth and the blood on the ground. Chunbai stepped forward and tremblingly supported the weak Crown Princess. Crown Princess, what's wrong with you? Lu Qiqi was in unbearable abdominal pain at this time. She tried to grab Qingdai's hand and opened her mouth, saying, withered. After saying only this one word, Lu Qiqi couldn't help but tilt her head and fainted. Qingdai hurriedly felt Lu Qiqi's pulse and confirmed that it was poisoning. Through the pulse and the words said by the Crown Princess, she understood what was going on. Not knowing why she was injured at the Queen Mother's side, Qingdai picked up the Crown Princess and prepared to leave. Chunbai and Yudai protected her by her side. The Queen Mother spoke at this time. Call the Imperial Physician. After the Queen Mother said this, Nani Luo blocked Qingdai's way. The Queen Mother said, heal it here. Qingdai looked at the Queen Mother, wondering what she meant. Seeing that Nani Luo refused to give in, she knew that she had to leave for the time being and should inform the Crown Prince first. Chunbai also understood. The Crown Princess faints when bleeding, so we should change her clothes first. Why don't you go now? Yudai said. And Qingdai carried the Crown Princess to the inner hall. Qingdai carried the Crown Princess to the Queen Mother's bed, took out a silver needle, and gave her an acupuncture. while Yudai stood nervously beside her. The Queen Mother looked at Lu Chichi with a calm look, as if she was not worried about this matter. Nani Luo looked at the Queen Mother several times, her hands tightly clasped together, and her worry was obvious. They all seemed to have forgotten about Chunbai, who had left. Not long after, the prince rushed in with anger and kicked the door. As soon as he entered, the door swayed twice, and he was gloriously laid off. Everyone in the inner hall was shocked. The Queen Mother heard the noise, turned around, and saw the prince coming. She didn't say a word and stood still beside her. Nani Luo didn't have such good self-control. She didn't expect the prince to come here so quickly, and she was terrified when she thought of the crown princess's current appearance. She knelt on the ground in fear. The prince came to the bed and saw the blood on the corner of Lu Chichi's mouth. He touched it with trembling fingers and looked at Chi-Dai. Chi-Dai had finished the needle and was waiting. The crown princess was poisoned, but fortunately the poisoning was not serious and would not endanger her life. She didn't expect the Queen Mother to attack the crown princess. If she knew, she would not let the crown princess come if she knew it was against the rules. The prince heard it and carefully picked up Lu Chichi and prepared to leave. The Queen Mother suddenly blocked him. "You can't leave now. Grandmother." The prince grew up in the palace. Without the protection of his biological mother, he would not be alive today. And his personal experience told him that the Queen Mother had something to do with what happened today. If it weren't for the care she had given him in the past, he would not allow anyone to survive after hurting Lu Chichi. "All go down." The Queen Mother burst out with majesty. Seeing this, Nani Luo hurried down, pulling 2 ignorant maids with her before leaving. There were only 3 people left in the room, and Lu Chichi was still in a coma, unaware of what was happening around her. When the Queen Mother heard the door closing, she took out a pill from her sleeve. "Let Chichi take it first." The prince was puzzled as to what the Queen Mother was going to do. The Queen Mother spoke. "This is the antidote. After taking it, she will wake up in less than an instant's stick of time." The prince saw that the Queen Mother had been prepared, and he couldn't see through it. The Queen Mother saw the prince's doubts, and without explanation, she gave Lu Chichi the antidote. "She is weak. Let her lie on the bed first." The prince knew that the Queen Mother's bed was not an ordinary bed, warm in winter and cool in summer, and it was also a treasure that he had found for the Queen Mother with a lot of trouble. The prince laid Lu Chichi on the Queen Mother's bed, and the prince held Lu Chichi's hand, his eyes full of worry. The person who took action was the Queen Mother, and the royal grandmother who had protected him since he was a child. It can be said that if he hadn't been protected by the Queen Mother all these years, he would not have lived to this day. He couldn't stand the respected royal grandmother's treatment of Lu Chichi, and because the Queen Mother had prepared the antidote long ago, the prince felt that there was something fishy here. The Queen Mother didn't speak until the imperial physician arrived, and her statement was the same as Qingdai's. After the imperial physician prescribed the medicine and left, Luo Ma personally boiled the medicine. The prince could no longer wait and asked the Queen Mother, "Grandmother, why did you do this? You know how much she means to your grandson." "Grandmother? Grandson?" The Queen Mother was satisfied with the prince's rationality inside. "Concubine Qin should know that you and Chi-Chi are in the same life and death." The prince suddenly looked up at the Queen Mother. Impossible. Not many people knew about this, and those who knew were people he trusted and would never betray himself. The Queen Mother laughed. "There is no impenetrable wall. Besides, you hold Chi-Chi in your hands all day long and even reject the daughter of the witch clan. It is normal for others to suspect." The prince was silent. His protection and his love, on the contrary, became a weapon to stab Lu Chichi? He couldn't accept it. "Jingyan, it's not surprising that others know your secrets. Some people think that attacking Chi-Chi is attacking you, so they try their best to do some crazy things." The prince suddenly looked at the Queen Mother, with a flash of anger in his eyes. "Did you do it on purpose?" The Queen Mother nodded. "Grandmother's ability is limited, and she is worried that she can't protect you." The Queen Mother saw Lu Chichi's current appearance, and then looked at the prince's appearance. She felt guilty about Lu Chichi, but she did not regret it. In order to protect the safety of her grandson, she could do anything. The prince grabbed Lu Chichi's hand and shed tears of heartache. The Queen Mother said, "You should know that if I don't do this, they will be more ruthless." The prince admitted, but he was a little scared when the Queen Mother took action. Will the Queen Mother take action against Lu Chichi in the future if there is something threatening him? Thinking of this, his heart could not calm down for a long time. The Queen Mother watched the prince grow up, and she saw all his emotions. She knew in her heart that if this happened to someone else, the other party would have been a cold corpse. After a long time, Lu Qiqi woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the prince crying. Qiqi. The queen mother first noticed that Lu Qiqi had woken up, stepped forward and called out. The prince found that the woman had woken up and quickly wiped the tears from her face. Qiqi. Lu Qiqi glanced at him, without any expression, and quickly closed her eyes again. She was not a saint. No matter what the reason was, she could not forgive someone for being hurt like this. The prince saw Lu Qiqi like this, without saying a word, and left with Lu Qiqi in his arms. The queen mother looked at the back of the prince as he left. There were some things she knew, but she did not regret it. If it happened again, she would do it again. The prince returned to the East Palace with Lu Qiqi in his arms. Lu Qiqi said nothing and turned over to continue sleeping. Qinai brought the boiled medicine over. The prince wanted to feed Lu Qiqi to drink it, but after trying for a long time, Lu Qiqi did not respond. He knew what the woman meant, and was angry that the woman did not care about her body, and he could not fight with the woman. When the prince came to the door and heard the movement from inside, he sighed deeply. Chapter 189. The fight for the throne is never peaceful. Zhao Kai came from outside and heard what happened. Seeing the prince like this, the princess should be fine. He stepped forward to report the important matter. Seeing the prince's eyes, he couldn't say anything. After Lu Qiqi took the medicine, she fell asleep soon. Qinai saw the rift between the prince and the princess, and knew the princess' temper, so she added a medicine to the pharmacology. The prince stayed with Lu Qiqi for a long time until the evening. Zhao Kai came for the third time. The prince knew that some things could not be delayed any longer. He told the maid to take good care of Lu Qiqi, and he strode away. As soon as the prince left, Lu Qiqi woke up. Chunbai, Qinai and Yudai saw it and said nothing. Lu Qiqi was not in a good state and didn't want to talk. She just said that she was hungry, and the three maids got busy. After Lu Qiqi had eaten her fill, she felt her shriveled stomach swell up. She smiled and asked what happened after she fainted. Yudai told her what happened. Lu Qiqi was a little puzzled by the queen mother's behavior, but she thought of what the system said and guessed a rough idea. Looking at the three maids who felt like the sky was falling, the person who was poisoned comforted them. I'm fine. You don't have to worry so much. Chunbai was more direct, kneeling beside the bed and crying. Lu Qiqi's eyes were red. Look, I've been infected by you. Qinai and Yudai's eyes were red. They were maids, and they saw that the queen mother did it on purpose, and they were more dissatisfied with her. If you don't like the crown princess, or think that the crown princess is not worthy of the crown prince, you can say it directly. It's so abominable that you used to be so kind and then poison the crown princess. The three maids hated the queen mother. Just at this time, Luo Ma, who was beside the queen mother, arrived. When the three maids saw Luo Ma, they seemed to see the queen mother. The previous respect was gone, and all that was left was hostility. Luo Ma understood what was going on. She had been serving people for so many years, and some things were clear in her heart. She looked at Chunbai and pointed it out directly. Chunbai, do you think you can leave the Sinang Palace to report to the crown prince without the queen mother's permission? After Luo Ma finished speaking, she looked at the crown princess. This was said to the crown princess. Is Luo Ma here to say this? Lu Qiqi asked. Luo Ma took a letter from her sleeve and handed it to Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi took a look, reached out to take it, opened it, saw the handwriting on it, and understood the general situation. She tore the letter into pieces in front of Luo Ma, said nothing, laid down directly, and closed her eyes. Hurt her? Send a letter? Think everything will be over? Impossible. She is not that magnanimous. She understands why the queen mother did this. She can't accept it. If some things are talked out, there is no need to do it to herself. The queen mother did it, which shows her position. Explanation afterwards is useless. Seeing the situation of the crown princess, Nani Luo said nothing and left quickly. Chunbai saw the crown princess's uncomfortable look, and she felt uncomfortable too, gently picking up the scraps of paper on the ground. Qidai and Yudai followed and got busy. After picking up the scraps of paper, Yudai gathered them and lit them in the outer hall. After a while, Lu Qiqi said, I want to rest. Don't disturb anyone. Yes, Chunbai responded. Chunbai had no intention of leaving and stood quietly beside him. Qin Daiyudai also stood beside him. This station lasted for a long time. Lu Qiqi couldn't sleep. She just didn't want to see anyone. When she calmed down, she summoned the system. You knew it a long time ago? System. The message I just received when I reminded you. Lu Qiqi laughed at herself. Am I too unlucky? System. The Queen Mother is also protecting you. Lu Qiqi. Who cares about such protection? System explained. The prince's body is different from that of ordinary people. This matter is a secret in the palace. After a long time, some people learned through special methods that the prince was just a prince and no one took him seriously. Later, the prince became the king of Jin and soon went to the battlefield. People in the capital who were fighting for power did not take the prince seriously. When the prince returned triumphantly, he became a threat to them, and they could not stay. Do you still remember the first amulet I asked you to give to the prince? Lu Qiqi. I remember. System. If there was no amulet, the prince would not have died, but he would have been disabled for life. Lu Qiqi sneered. System. Some people saw that the prince was getting stronger and stronger, and they couldn't sit still. Several attempts to target the prince ended in vain. Knowing that the prince and the people whose fates are connected will live and die together, they turned their attention to you. Lu Qiqi. Just because the prince refused the witch clan's legitimate daughter to choose me as the crown princess. System. Yes. Lu Qiqi. According to what you said, the Queen Mother attacked me to save me? System. There was no poison in concubine Qin's cakes. It was put in by the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother also prepared the antidote in advance to ensure that your life would not be threatened. Lu Qiqi. Antidote? System. The Queen Mother gave you the antidote. Only the Crown Prince and the Queen Mother know about it. Nani Luo beside the Queen Mother is not aware of it. Lu Qiqi was silent. System. The Queen Mother's move is to tell everyone that you and the Crown Prince are not destined to live and die together. The Crown Prince chose you because he likes you. Lu Qiqi. He twice. System. The Queen Mother is going to use this incident to attack concubine Qin, and is also going to use the upcoming wedding of the Prince of Yin to expose Sun Rumei's true identity. By then, there will be no such thing as the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan. You are not destined to live and die with the Crown Prince. At this time, if someone special to the Crown Prince appears, it will attract everyone's attention, and you will be safe. Lu Qiqi. Is this for my own good? System. The Queen Mother is like this. When she really does things, she never trusts anyone. When she is kind to someone, she never does it too obviously. When the Queen Mother wants to kill someone, she has 10,000 ways to do it without letting anyone catch her. Lu Qiqi was silent for a while. Is my hatred for the Queen Mother now because I don't know what's good for me? System. You must do this. Lu Qiqi. Why? System. This is the only way to prove that you are simple-minded. Besides, have you always intended to let others think that you are a foodie? Lu Qiqi gradually let go of the Queen Mother's poisoning. Some things she saw clearly, and there was no longer so much emotion involved. She couldn't kill the Queen Mother, so she could only express her dissatisfaction by alienating her. System. The prince delayed important things in order to take care of you, so that Sun Shuo's life was in danger. Lu Qiqi. What is the relationship with Sun Shuo? She knew that Sun Shuo was the prince's personal guard. System. Sun Shuo was sent by the prince to Yuzhou to do business. He was seriously injured on the way. Zhao Kai came to report several times, but the prince was unwilling to listen and delayed the time. Now the prince was about to rush out of the city to rescue people. Lu Qiqi simply closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. She always knew that the prince was very busy, and it was dangerous to be with him. She didn't expect that the prince took it all by himself and never showed it in front of her. Now because of herself, Sun Shuo's life is at stake. Who can understand herself? She is also an innocent person. Because she is with the prince, she will endure so many dangers. The fight for the throne has never been calm. Now she is also caught in a dangerous vortex because she is with the prince. It is too late to evacuate. Thinking of the storm in the near future, her heart cannot be calm for a long time. When I started my own business, I was fighting with wisdom and courage. But now I am betting my life. I asked myself several times, is it worth it? I quickly told myself that it is not worth it. Chapter 190. It may be difficult to have children in the future. The Crown Princess was poisoned in the Sinang Palace, and was carried back to the East Palace by the Crown Prince. This incident spread to every corner of the palace in less than a day. This is the palace. Everyone knows the crown prince's attitude towards the crown princess. Everyone knows it, but dare not say anything, for fear of getting into trouble. Xi'an Palace. Concubine Qin heard that the crown princess was poisoned by the cakes she ate in the Empress Dowager Xinang Palace. When she heard the news, she couldn't sit still. Thinking of the cake she gave to the Empress Dowager? Could it be related to this? I thought that with the relationship of the Wu clan's legitimate daughter, they were considered a real family. She tried to please the Empress Dowager and let her appear at the wedding of Prince Yin. But she did this at this time. She was uneasy and worried that it would backfire. She was afraid that she hadn't thought of a countermeasure yet. And Luoma had already brought people to come in a menacing manner. The people around Concubine Qin saw this scene, and they were so scared that they didn't dare to breathe loudly. They all knew that the Empress Dowager was a ruthless person. When the emperor succeeded to the throne, it was due to the fact that the queen was the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan. And it was also due to the queen mother. The queen mother usually looked like an old woman who was helpless and had no real power. People who were familiar with the queen mother knew that she was a special existence in the palace. Sometimes the queen mother attacked people, and even if the emperor knew about it, he would pretend not to know. Seeing Luomama coming, I heard that the crown princess was poisoned after eating cakes in the queen mother Xinang Palace. This matter was well known to everyone. Judging from Luomama's momentum, it was obvious that the cakes she ate were sent by Concubine Qin. Luomama stood still, and a palace maid brought the cakes sent by Concubine Qin to her. Concubine Qin, is this the cake you sent to the queen mother? Concubine Qin took a look and confirmed that she had done it. It was because she always left some marks when making pastries in order to avoid being framed. Recognizing it at a glance, she was even more scared to death. She was trying to please the queen mother, so she didn't poison it, and she didn't want to bear an undeserved accusation. The crown princess was poisoned by eating this pastry. Nani Luo said. It was the pastry that was bitten a little. According to the crown princess's love of pastries, if she had eaten it all, I'm afraid the crown princess of the East Palace would have been gone. No, I didn't do that. The queen mother said that in order to prove Concubine Qin's innocence, you eat the piece of pastry left by the crown princess, and the queen mother will believe that you are innocent. Nani Luo said the queen mother's words exactly as they were. Concubine Qin was scared. She knew that she didn't poison it, and she couldn't say that no one else had tampered with it. Many people saw the situation of the crown princess. She almost lost her life with just a small bite. If she ate a piece, wouldn't she be dead? Eating it would prove that she had no guilty conscience. But what if she died? How could she be willing to die when she hadn't seen her son ascend the throne? If she didn't eat it, it meant that she had poisoned the cake and wanted to poison the queen mother. Thinking of this, she was scared. When she was in a dilemma, she had to eat it. If she died, who would she go to for justice? While Concubine Qin was struggling in her heart, Concubine Wu, who heard the noise, rushed over. What happened? Concubine Wu said and walked in. Your servant greets Concubine Wu. Madame Luo bowed. The surrounding maids knelt on the ground. Madame Luo, what are you doing? Madame Luo told the story directly. The cake that Concubine Qin sent to the queen mother. The crown princess ate a bite and was poisoned. There is this? Concubine Wu said. If Concubine Wu doesn't believe it, you can ask the queen mother. The queen mother is angry, so it's better for Concubine Wu to go a little later. Concubine Wu felt that there was something wrong. Seeing that Nani Luo looked serious, she didn't seem to be lying. What was going on? She looked at Concubine Qin again. Did Concubine Qin really think that she could take action against the queen mother by marrying the daughter of the Wu clan? After fighting for so many years, Concubine Qin would not be so stupid. Sometimes she would do the opposite. After thinking for a while, she asked, what did the prince say? The prince is angry, and I dare not ask more. Nani Luo said. Hearing this, Concubine Wu looked at Concubine Qin. Sister Qin, did you really do this? Sister Wu, it's all a misunderstanding. It's true that I gave the cakes to the queen mother, but when I left, I didn't see the crown princess. The queen is here. Hearing this, Concubine Wu stepped aside and let the queen and others come in. The queen arrived and took a look. Madame Luo, what's going on? Replying to the queen, Concubine Qin admitted that she made the cake. I was ordered by the Queen Mother to let Concubine Sheen eat the remaining cake that the Crown Princess ate and was poisoned. But Concubine Sheen refused. The Queen smiled. The matter is clear. Concubine Sheen poisoned it. So she naturally refused to eat it. The Queen misunderstood. It is true that I made the cake. But how dare I poison the Queen Mother's cake? Madame Luo said. The Queen Mother just ordered someone to invite the Crown Princess. Not long after, Concubine Sheen sent the cake. The Queen Mother said that the Crown Princess took a small bite and said it was too sweet, and then vomited blood. When the Queen heard this, her expression suddenly changed. Slap her. Madame Wang moved even faster and stepped forward to slap Concubine Sheen twice. The Queen's style was exactly the same as that of the Queen Mother. Concubine Wu saw it from the side and felt it was creepy. It was just 2 slaps. But Concubine Sheen's mouth was bleeding, which showed that Madame Wang had used some hidden strength. The Queen did not give others a chance to react. Someone come. Madame Wu, the head maid, and Li, the imperial physician from the imperial hospital, who were waiting in the yard, came out from outside. Concubine Wu saw that the Queen was prepared, and she dared not speak. Looking at the unlucky Concubine Sheen, not only was she slapped in the face because of a plate of cakes, but there was something even more cruel waiting for her. Sure enough, the methods of the Queen and the Queen Mother made people have to be cautious in doing things. Let Concubine Sheen eat the cake. If nothing happens, it proves that Concubine Sheen is innocent. If something happens, Imperial Physician Li must save her. It's impossible for her biological mother to suddenly die on the eve of the Prince of Yan's wedding. I'm afraid the wedding will have to be postponed. Concubine Sheen heard the threat and the words, and was scared. Even if it was really poisonous, she couldn't die. Thinking of this, Concubine Sheen was even more scared. Her fear was seen as guilty by others. When Concubine Wu saw this, she felt that Concubine Sheen was hopeless. After receiving the order, Madame Wu personally forced Concubine Sheen to eat it. Concubine Sheen refused to eat it. So the 2 palace maids brought by Madame Wu forced Concubine Sheen to eat it together. As soon as she took a bite, Concubine Sheen choked and wanted to spit it out, accompanied by a spurt of blood. Nani Luo said at the right time. The Crown Princess vomited blood just after she spit out a mouthful of poison before she finished speaking. Nani Wu let go of Concubine Sheen, and Imperial Physician Li quickly began to treat her. After confirming that Concubine Sheen was no longer vomiting blood, Imperial Physician Li said, "This poison is very strong. If you swallow it, you will definitely die." Fortunately, Concubine Sheen ate less, so her life will not be in danger. However, she may not have children in the future. The Queen heard this and looked at everyone present. Nani, you will stay to serve Concubine Sheen. All the maids and eunuchs in Xi'an Palace will be taken away and tortured. Whoever can provide strong evidence can be spared. If they are all unaware, they will all be taken away and beheaded. Concubine Wu sighed in her heart. The Queen is really cruel. As long as the Queen takes action, it will be difficult to survive. It was also Concubine Sheen's fault for being reckless. Everyone knew that the prince was in charge of the palace now, and even the Queen was leaning towards the prince. Concubine Sheen thought she had a legitimate daughter of the witch clan, so she ignored the Queen. She was really courting death. The Queen was tortured and interrogated, and it was clear that she was going to leave Concubine Sheen no chance of survival. Chapter 191 Pregnancy. Eastern Palace. Lu Qiqi was lying on the couch, and after hearing what Chunbai said, she could not sit still. Have all the people been arrested? Yes. I heard someone confessed. Who? Xiang Chui, the senior maidservant beside Concubine Sheen. Lu Qiqi thought that Concubine Sheen was accompanied by Momo and 2 maids, and one of the maids, Shiyu, died in the incident with Prince Yen. What happened to Xiang Chui? Lu Qiqi was sure that Concubine Sheen would not be so stupid, and she was really unlucky. The Queen Mother and the Queen have joined forces, so Concubine Sheen still has a chance to survive? How is Concubine Sheen now? The Queen brought the head of the palace maids to investigate personally, and I don't know yet. Lu Qiqi thought for a while, and Yudai came quickly from outside. Crown Princess. The Crown Prince is back. How is Sun Shuo? Sun Shuo was carried in. Lu Qiqi got up quickly and wanted to go out to see. Just as she arrived at the door, the Crown Prince came, and the two almost bumped into each other. The Crown Prince was quick and hugged the woman. Qiqi. Lu Qiqi looked over and said nothing. You are not well yet. Why go out? Lie down first. And tell them to do anything. The crown prince said, picked up the woman and returned to the bedroom. Took care of the woman to lie down. And covered her with a quilt. I heard that Sun Shuo was injured. Lu Qiqi said. The prince looked at the maids. None of whom dared to speak. And then he lowered his voice and said, Sun Shuo is injured. I am planning to lure out the mastermind behind this. Yu Dai wanted to see the situation. Sun Shuo was seriously injured. At this moment, she didn't care to say anything more. Is he in the palace? The prince glanced at the maids. And they left tactfully. The prince then spoke. It's Prince Chen. Prince Chen. The prince nodded. Thinking of someone who was so cruel that he actually stole food. The prince was annoyed. Thinking of what Chu Xiong said when he assigned Sun Shuo to leave that day. It was obvious that he knew something in advance. Thinking of this, the prince was even more angry. The woman was poisoned. And Sun Shuo was plotted against. He felt that too many coincidences were not good things. Just at this time, Xiao Kai arrived and said, Prince, the crown princess. Found it. The prince looked over and said, the poison in the crown princess was found in concubine Qin's bedroom. Lu Qiqi heard that she was poisoned with the same poison as Tang Xiuya. Suddenly hearing that it was concubine Qin, Lu Qiqi wanted to go and see. The prince thought of what happened in the Prince of Jin's mansion, and had been investigating it. But he didn't expect to find that the things overlapped. I don't know how the Queen Mother did it. When the Queen Mother took action, she didn't have only one plan. Seeing the woman's excitement, the prince comforted her. Qiqi, you take a rest first. I'll go and see. Lu Qiqi wanted to go and see for herself. But seeing that the prince insisted, she didn't say anything, and could only watch the prince leave. After the prince left, Chunbai, Qingdai, and Yudai came in. Lu Qiqi looked at Yudai. How is Sun Shuo? I'm a little far away. And it looks serious. Yudai didn't dare to tell the truth. And said it in a vague way. You go to the queen and see. And come back immediately as soon as there is a result. Yes. Yudai left in response. Chunbai served Lu Qiqi, bringing soup and medicine, and made Lu Qiqi busy. When Lu Qiqi couldn't stand it anymore. Okay. I'm not as weak as you think. No. The crown princess must be well taken care of. Lu Qiqi looked at Chunbai and smiled. I faint when I'm afraid of blood. You know that. You faint only when you vomit blood. Chunbai corrected. Lu Qiqi looked at Qingdai first. And Qingdai said, Crown princess, although you are only slightly poisoned, you should be well taken care of. It's not too late to seek justice when the crown princess is well again. Lu Qiqi saw that they were so united. So she could only lie on the bed and pretend to be dead. Chunbai smiled at the crown princess's appearance. But she didn't compromise this time. She forced the crown princess to lie on the bed for 7 days. During these 7 days, Lu Qiqi heard a lot of things. Xiang Sui revealed that concubine Qin had hidden poison to poison the queen mother. But it was eaten by the unlucky crown princess. The matter became a big deal. The queen mother was furious. And the queen was angry. The final result was that concubine Qin was imprisoned and a decision would be made after the wedding of Prince Yin. The system said, the poison did not come from concubine Qin, but from concubine Wu. It is not clear how concubine Wu framed concubine Qin. Lu Qiqi thought, the cake was made by concubine Qin. The poison was given by the queen mother. And concubine Wu was poisoned. What is the connection between them? Tang Xiuya was in the Jin palace. How could she be related to the palace? And how did she get this poison? Qingdai gave the poison to the trees in Tang Xiuya's yard to enjoy. And later the trees died. Xiao Nianqing handled this matter. Did she find out anything? With this question, and with the permission of the crown prince, Lu Qiqi went to the Jin palace again. On the way to the Jin palace this time, Lu Qiqi deliberately took a detour, and found that no one talked about her being the crown princess. It was too quiet, which made Lu Qiqi feel strange. She happened to walk past the Yiping tea house, and saw Yanlinger and others waving at her upstairs. She was going to the Prince of Jin's mansion. But she came to the tea house instead. She came to the second floor. Yanlinger, Guosilan, Cheng Ro and others were all there. Seeing how happy they were, Lu Qiqi sat down and asked, what good thing happened? Tell me about it. Yanlinger smiled slightly. I heard that the prince and the princess rode a horse together a few days ago. We were talking about it. Cheng Ro said, I heard that the prince and the princess were a perfect match. But it's a pity that we didn't see it. Guisilan sighed. What a pity. Lu Chichi saw them singing in unison and expressed regret. What a pity. I didn't bring a mirror that day. And I don't know what kind of fairy I looked like that day. Everyone present laughed. Chunbai, Qingdai, and Yudai saw the princess laughing. And they all laughed one by one. I didn't expect Sister Lu to be so confident. Yenlinger said. You don't know. I don't dare to look in the mirror. Because every time I look in the mirror, I will be shocked by my face. So I usually don't look in the mirror. The women who hadn't seen each other for a long time suddenly laughed. After a lot of talk, I heard that Yenlinger was pregnant. Lu Chichi stared at Yenlinger's belly and asked, Are you pregnant? Yes. 1 month. Yenlinger touched her abdomen, her eyes full of tenderness. Lu Chichi's mouth twitched. Don't you know that pregnant women can't drink tea? Yenlinger was stunned. Chung Ro and Guisilan's expressions followed suit. They didn't know about this. Lu Chichi saw that Yenlinger was not right, and quickly changed her words. Now that the pregnancy is short, it's okay to drink some tea. Be careful in the future. There are many things to pay attention to after pregnancy. Sister Lu knows a lot. The loss in Yenlinger's eyes could not be concealed. Lu Chichi noticed it but pretended not to notice it. It's okay. I always like to read books when I have nothing to do. I will know more after reading more. What book does Sister Lu read? Yenlinger asked. Lu Chichi smiled awkwardly. Actually, it's not reading. I don't have any other hobbies. I just like to buy vegetables. You know that the people in the market are all women. I have been with them for a long time and heard a lot. So I know something. Chapter 192 Poisoning in the Well. Yenlinger smiled. Sister Lu has been feeling depressed for a while. Right? Not wanting to make everyone feel bad because of her. They deliberately ignored what happened not long ago. It's okay. Lu Chichi acted arrogantly, as if nothing had happened. After that, she started to talk about what vegetables to buy at the market later. Everyone laughed when they heard it. After a while, everyone felt that it was getting late. Yenlinger was anxious to leave, and Lu Chichi also had something to do. Several people quickly left Yipin Tea House. After Lu Chichi left, she took 3 maids to the market first, and then went to the Prince of Jin's mansion. She was worried that she would be in a bad mood at the Prince of Jin's mansion, which would affect her mood for shopping. So she went to the market first. When several people came to the Prince of Jin's mansion with baskets, they came. Xiao Nianqing and others had been waiting for a long time, seeing the crown princess come back in this outfit. Everyone was surprised. Under the leadership of Xiao Nianqing, they saluted together. Lu Chichi said a few simple words and asked them to disperse. She took the 3 maids back to Qingyu Pavilion and put down the purchased ingredients first. Lu Chichi went to Jiuyang Garden where Tang Xiaoya once lived. The trees in Jiuyang Garden were cut down. The roots were dug out. And all the furniture in Jiuyang Garden was given away. The whole yard was empty. Lu Chichi regretted not giving Tang Xiaoya's things away at that time. Now we can find the place where the furniture was given away. If there is too much noise, it may not be a good thing. Lu Chichi stood in the yard and looked around and came to the house to take a look. The bare walls are a reflection of what is in front of us. When Lu Chichi left, Xiao Nianqing came over and said, Your servant. See the crown princess. Madame Xiao. Xiao Nianqing came up to her and said, 3 days ago, Shiyu, the head maid of the queen, came to see me and found out that Shi Qiuxin had died. What did she say? Shiyu was surprised to hear that. But she didn't stay long and left quickly. Before she left, she asked me not to tell anyone about Shi Qiuxin. Lu Chichi understood Shiyu's thoughts and nodded without saying anything. Crown princess. This was found by Gu Ling. Xiao Nianqing said as she took out a small bottle from her sleeve. What is this? Gu Ling pretended to be a ghost in Jiuyang Garden to scare people. I punished her to find out the reason why the trees in Jiuyang Garden died. Later, she found this in Jiuyang Garden. Qingdai came up, took the small bottle, took a look, and the moment she opened it, Qingdai immediately closed the lid. What's wrong? Lu Chichi saw Qingdai's expression and felt that something was wrong. Crown princess, you are poisoned by this kind of poison. Lu Chichi wanted to take it in her hand to see, but Qingdai stepped back to avoid it. Crown princess, this poison is very strong. Crown princess is in good health, so you must not take risks easily again. Lu Chichi did not insist, and asked Xiao Nianqing, do you know where you found it? In the house. Xiao Nianqing said. and took Lu Qiqi into the bedroom. In the corner where the bed was originally placed, they found a wall that was different from other places. Xiao Nianqing pushed it gently, and a hole appeared in the wall, just enough to put down the small bottle just now. How did Gu Ling find it? I locked her up here for 3 days. Lu Qiqi thought about it. Some people might not have made this discovery even after 10 days, let alone 3 days. How did Gu Ling find it? The poison used by Tang Xiuya is the same as the poison in the hands of the Queen Mother. The poison is from Concubine Wu, and Concubine Wu framed Concubine Qin. According to this logic, are Tang Xiuya and Concubine Wu related? Lu Qiqi feels that Gu Ling cannot be ignored. Lu Qiqi knew that returning to the Jin Palace might not be relaxing. The matter was not resolved, but she came back with depression. When leaving the Jin Palace, Lu Qiqi was in a bad mood. When she walked out of the door, she was tripped by her skirt. It was originally a trivial matter. Chunbai also saw it, and helped her at the right time. Lu Qiqi didn't pay much attention, but because of this action, she saw a sneaky figure next to the big tree on the roadside opposite the Jin Palace. Who is that person hiding over there? It is obvious that he is looking over. At the moment when he looked over, he deliberately dodged. Is someone following him? Thinking of this, when Lu Qiqi went to the palace, she paid special attention to the movements behind her. She found that the person behind her was following her all the way back to the palace. After Lu Qiqi entered the palace, Yu Dai said that she had forgotten something in the Jin Palace. So she asked Chunbai and Qin Dai to send the crown princess back, and she would go back to the Jin Palace first. Lu Qiqi understood that this was just an excuse, and she must have discovered it. Back in the East Palace, Lu Qiqi asked Chunbai and Qin Dai to prepare dinner, and she came to the swing. Swinging gently, as she secretly exerted force, she swung higher and higher. Different heights, different horizons, and different things you see. Quiet and undisturbed. Lu Qiqi thought a lot, thinking about the things that happened. They seemed unrelated. As the recent things became more and more, she found that the things happening around her were inextricably linked. Just thinking about it, Yu Dai came back. Yu Dai came to the yard, took a look around, and walked straight towards Lu Qiqi. Crown Princess. On the way back, someone followed us, and I found that the other party entered the Prince of Yan's mansion. How did you find out that someone was following us? Lu Qiqi asked. I didn't notice it at first, but I found out when I saw the Crown Princess looking behind her several times. Yu Dai replied. Lu Qiqi knew that according to Yu Dai's keen perception, she should have discovered it long ago. But this maid was smart and pushed the matter to herself, which showed that she had a high emotional intelligence. With such a person around, Lu Qiqi felt much more at ease. Who do you think it was? After entering the Prince of Yan's mansion, it should be the Prince of Yan's people. Or it could be the Princess of Yan's people. Lu Qiqi suddenly thought of someone. Sun Rumei. Sun Rumei once lived in the Prince of Jin's mansion, and was familiar with everything in the Prince of Jin's mansion. Sun Rumei also had a rat hole in the Prince of Jin's mansion. So, it is very likely that this matter is related to Sun Rumei. After thinking for a while, Lu Qiqi told Yu Dai, when you return to the Jin Palace, tell Xiao Nianqing to report immediately if there is anything. Yes. Yu Dai left again. After Qin Dai and Chunbai prepared lunch, they didn't see Yu Dai and thought that Yu Dai hadn't come back yet. They served Lu Qiqi dinner, and after dinner, Lu Qiqi took a nap. Just after waking up and washing up, Yu Dai walked in from outside in a panic. Lu Qiqi's heart skipped a beat. What's wrong? Crown Princess. Xiao Nianqing is injured. What's going on? Lu Qiqi stood up suddenly. According to the prince's cautious attitude, he would not leave the Jin Palace, and he should have sent people to guard the Jin Palace. Why was Xiao Nianqing injured? Lu Qiqi always felt that there was something wrong. Xiao Nianqing found someone poisoning the well in the Prince of Jin's mansion, and he stepped forward to stop them. The other party was very skilled in martial arts, and was injured during the fight? How is Xiao Nianqing? I have asked a doctor to check him out, and he is fine. Where is the person who poisoned him? He ran away, but someone has gone after him. When I came back, there was no news. Lu Qiqi opened her mouth to say, there are so many people in the Prince of Jin's mansion. Could it be that no one heard the noise and went to help? Or the people arranged by the Prince of Jin in the dark were just filling in the numbers? And then she thought of what Yu Dai said about someone going after him, and it was obvious that he had other plans. Chapter 193. Is Concubine Qin satisfied with this result? Does the prince know about this? Lu Qiqi asked. On the way back, I met Zhao Kai and told him about this, Yu Dai said. Lu Qiqi thought about it and wanted to go and see. But Yu Dai noticed and stopped her. The crown princess is well, and it is inconvenient for her to travel. I will go again. Lu Qiqi thought about it and said, No. You are tired too. The prince knows about this, and we don't need to worry about it. Yu Dai looked at the crown princess and said nothing. Lu Qiqi looked at Yu Dai and said, You are tired too. Eat first and rest for a while. When you are well, there may be good news. Yu Dai was worried. But she thought that the crown princess was right in front of her. As long as the crown princess was fine, she would be relieved. Qin Dai had been saving food for Yu Dai, so she would be able to eat soon. Chun Bai waited in front of the crown princess. Crown princess? Who poisoned the prince of Jin's mansion? It could be the prince of Yen, or the daughter of the Wu clan. The woman who looks like Sun Rumei? Yes. Chun Bai didn't like Sun Rumei, and didn't know her identity. Chun Bai showed her dislike for this person thoroughly. In Lu Qiqi's opinion, the prince of Yen shouldn't do this. It's more like Sun Rumei's way of doing things. Because concubine Qin was united by the queen and the queen mother, she is not in a good condition now. As the son of concubine Qin, the prince of Yen has never come to the palace, and it is understandable that he wants to attack the prince of Jin's mansion. Unfortunately, this time he miscalculated. After the prince left the prince of Jin's mansion, he still planted people in the prince of Jin's mansion. Once something happened, it seemed that there was no one on the surface. But in fact, it was unknown how many people were watching. If my guess is right, the person who poisoned the person won't live long. The best solution is to die without evidence. Evening. Lu Qiqi's idea was confirmed by the system. System. That person is dead. Lu Qiqi. Is it the king of Yin? Or Sun Rumei? System. Sun Rumei. Lu Qiqi. Is she crazy? She wants to cause trouble before she has established a firm foothold. In Lu Qiqi's opinion, Sun Rumei is nothing special. System. Sun Rumei has long wanted to take action against Xiao Nianqing. She has been in the palace and has been working without manpower. Now that Qiuju is around, she has also started to do bad things. Lu Qiqi. What will happen if Qiuju dies? System. There are many people who can work for Sun Rumei now. Lu Qiqi. Oh! So capable? System. Sun Rumei took over eunuch Wei's connections in the palace, and she can do things more smoothly in the palace. Lu Qiqi was silent for a while, thinking about the key point of the matter. Tang Xiuya's poison should be given by Sun Rumei? System. That is the secret medicine of the Wu clan. But it is not as strong as the secret medicine that changes appearance. Lu Qiqi suddenly realized why the queen mother had the poison in her hand. Because she was also a member of the Wu clan. The queen acted so quickly to cover up this matter. The poison in Tang Xiuya's hand was obtained from Sun Rumei by the Wu clan. Could it be that Sun Rumei knew her identity a long time ago, which led to the death shield later? At that time, Sun Rumei's death shield was also the credit of the queen and concubine Shu. At that time, they were still unaware of it. If the queen and concubine Shu knew about this, what would happen? Lu Qiqi found that her brain was working, and no one could stop it. Later, she simply wanted to let go and try to see what the result would be. As soon as she had this idea, Lu Qiqi rejected it again. What was the difference between her doing this and those people? She should wait until the matter came to her and then solve it. However, regarding this poisoning, she should seek justice for herself. The prince did all Lu Qiqi's ideas for her. That night, concubine Qin attacked Madame Yu like crazy in Xi'an Palace. If she hadn't been discovered in time by the palace maid, Madame Yu would have died in concubine Qin's hands. Concubine Qin was stopped by someone and wanted to attack Madame Yu. At this moment, concubine Wu heard the noise and came to see. Concubine Qin threw the teapot at Madame Yu like crazy. Madame Man beside concubine Wu was really scared when she saw it. Seeing the danger, she instinctively blocked in front of concubine Wu. It was because of this action that the splashed porcelain pieces cut Madame Man's face. And suddenly half of Madame Man's face was covered with blood. The noise was loud and alarmed the queen. The queen had too many dissatisfactions with concubine Qin. Because concubine Da and concubine Qin had left recently, she did not scold concubine Qin today. As for Madame Man beside concubine Wu being injured, she did not care. Madame Man was concubine Wu's person and a servant. Even if she died, it was not a big deal. Concubine Wu felt that the queen handled it unfairly, and wanted to speak for Madame Man. But the queen blocked her with one word. Concubine Wu. Why did you come to Xian Palace instead of resting in your own palace in the middle of the night? Concubine Wu was so angry at this that she could say that she came to see Concubine Qin in trouble. She couldn't say that. My sister heard the noise here and came to see. What are you looking at? Watching the excitement? The queen retorted. That's what Concubine Wu was thinking. But she couldn't say it out loud. I know that Prince Chen also wanted to marry the daughter of the Wu clan. But Prince Yan snatched her away first. Concubine Wu was upset, and wanted to find some psychological balance. Concubine Wu's idea is too wrong. Concubine Qin was not grateful to the queen for helping her. She deliberately led Concubine Wu to come just to destroy her. But she was not stopped by the nanny beside her. Damn it! The plan didn't work. And she was upset. Seeing the queen scolding Concubine Wu like this, she felt relieved. After venting, she watched quietly. Seeing Concubine Wu was angered away by the queen. Concubine Qin thought she had won. The queen walked up to Concubine Qin and bent down. Concubine Qin. Are you satisfied with this result? Concubine Qin was stunned on the spot. The queen knew everything? Why did she still help her master like this? The more she thought about it, the more scared Concubine Qin was. Chapter 194 Planting Watermelons. The prince returned to the East Palace exhausted. Seeing the woman, he stepped forward and hugged her gently. Are you still awake? I can't sleep. The prince let go of the woman and touched her head. Why can't you sleep? Tell me. I went back to the palace today, and Xiao Nianqing gave me a medicine bottle. Thinking of pushing the man away, he took out the bottle and gave it to the prince. The prince took it in his hand and took a look, then handed it to Qi Dai next to him. Qi Dai put it away and left quickly. Don't touch such a dangerous thing in the future, the prince warned. Lu Qiqi nodded. I'm just curious. Tang Xiuya and the queen mother both have this medicine. What's going on? She knew a general idea from the system, and she wanted to hear it from the man. She also wanted to see if the man would hide it from her. This medicine is important to the Wu clan. The queen mother and the queen are both from the Wu clan. It's not surprising that they have this medicine. I'm just wondering, when did Sun Rume get this medicine? The prince will never forget what happened in the Jin Wang mansion. What do you mean? At that time, Tang Xiuya's medicine was given to her by Sun Rume. At that time, Sun Rume had not yet contacted the Wu clan. How did she get it? The prince expressed his doubts. Lu Qiqi was silent after hearing it. If Sun Rume didn't practice with the Wu clan at that time, she wouldn't have this medicine. Where did the medicine come from? There is another person. Lu Qiqi suddenly thought of a key point. Who? King of Chu. Hearing about a dead person, the prince suddenly felt that some things began to become clear. King of Chu was the son of the queen. At that time, King of Chu wanted to kill himself. So it was not surprising that he used this medicine. Sun Rume also surrendered to the Princess of Chu. It was not surprising that the Princess of Chu gave this to Sun Rume. Thinking of this, the prince thought of a question. Sun Rume killed Li in the prison cell of Jingzhao Yin with poison, which was given by the Princess of Chu. This statement confirmed the thoughts of the two people at the same time. If it wasn't too late, Lu Qiqi really wanted to find the Princess of Chu to ask clearly. The prince's plan was higher, coaxing the woman to sleep, saying that she was tired today. Rest first, and talk about it tomorrow. Lu Qiqi felt that it was very late, and she would talk about it tomorrow. The next day, Lu Qiqi woke up very late. After washing and having breakfast, she heard from Chunbai what happened in Xian Palace. Crown Princess, do you know? Concubine Qin went crazy in Xian Palace and beat Nanny Yu. Concubine Wu happened to pass by and went to see. Nanny Man beside Concubine Wu had her face disfigured. I heard that the queen was so powerful yesterday. She first scolded Concubine Qin, and then said that Concubine Wu had nothing to do and wandered around, and ended up in trouble. After hearing this, Lu Qiqi felt that these things happened too coincidentally. What was the result? Concubine Qin is still the same. But Nanny Man beside Concubine Wu is not so lucky. She was disfigured, and not suitable to stay in the palace. She was sent out of the palace this morning. Lu Qiqi laughed out loud when she heard it. Soon, Yu Dai also brought news. Crown Princess, something happened in the Prince of Jin's mansion. What happened? Lu Qiqi was nervous. Many people in the palace felt unwell to varying degrees this morning. The Dali Temple has intervened and said someone poisoned them. Yu Dai couldn't understand why it was so chaotic if they hadn't discovered it. Lu Qiqi quickly understood. This should be done by the prince. Thinking about it, she looked at Qing Dai. Qing Dai tried to remain calm. After being stared at by the crown princess for a long time, she knelt on the ground. This action is enough to explain everything. Sighing, okay, get up. You are also doing things according to orders. Qing Dai stood up tremblingly. Lu Qiqi asked again, will there be any problems? Yes. Qing Dai felt that the crown princess was terribly smart. Don't do this kind of thing again in the future. Yes. Qing Dai responded. Yu Dai heard this. And there was still something she didn't understand. She glanced at Qing Dai and said nothing. Chunbai was not calm. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? I haven't eaten oranges for a long time. Do you still have them? Lu Qiqi looked at Chunbai. Chunbai left in confusion. Lu Qiqi glanced at Qing Dai. Qing Dai understood what she meant. And she was a little jealous in her heart. The crown princess always treated Chunbai so well. Yu Dai stood quietly by the side. Soon, Chunbai brought oranges. Lu Qiqi saw the cut watermelon next to her. There are watermelons here. I picked up a piece and took a bite. It was so sweet. Crown princess, I heard from the people in the imperial kitchen that this is a watermelon. Watermelon is originally eaten in summer. It's just right to eat it now. You can try it too. Chunbai, Qing Dai, and Yu Dai had never seen watermelons before. Seeing that the crown princess knew about it, they were curious. Lu Qiqi gave them a piece of watermelon each. Try it. It's delicious. The three maids became bolder because of Lu Qiqi's support. I took it up and took a bite. It tasted indescribable. It was really as sweet as the crown princess said. Lu Qiqi ate a piece and picked up another piece. Remember to spit out the watermelon seeds when you eat watermelon. We will try to grow watermelons next year. Crown princess, do you know how to grow it? Chunbai said. We haven't planted it before. But we can try. Lu Qiqi spoke. The three maids ate one piece each and waited quietly beside them, still savoring the taste. Lu Qiqi ate 3 pieces and stopped eating. There were still a few pieces on the plate, so she could eat them later. Just as she had this idea, the prince came from outside. He saw the watermelon in front of Lu Qiqi. Prince, you came just in time. The watermelon is delicious. Try it. The 3 maids were a little reserved. The prince had nothing to eat, so they ate first. Fortunately, they finished eating early. If the prince saw them, who knows what was waiting for them? Xiao Kai walked behind and saw that the things on the table were the same as the ones in his hand. He felt strange and said nothing. He put the watermelon on the table and stood respectfully beside him. Lu Qiqi looked at the watermelon and then at the prince. What is this? From what the prince said, watermelon is a rare thing. What happened to the imperial kitchen when the prince sent it? The watermelon was just a tribute from the western regions. The prince was not happy. He wanted to coax the woman, but the woman had already eaten it. Lu Qiqi picked up a piece and put it to the prince's mouth. It's delicious. Try it. The prince took a bite reluctantly. Is it very sweet? The prince hummed. It's delicious. Eat more. If the watermelon is cut for a long time, it will make you upset. The prince looked at Lu Qiqi and took the watermelon from her hand and started eating. Lu Qiqi said, I and the prince are lucky. Otherwise I can't eat such a good thing. The prince liked to hear this. But who sent it to the woman? He had to go back and check. The prince ate 2 pieces of watermelon in a row. Lu Qiqi wanted to eat it again, so she picked up a piece and started eating. After eating piece after piece, I always felt that eating with someone in my company made the food taste especially good. The prince was infected by the woman, and the 2 of them started eating together. When the 2 of them finished eating all the watermelons, Lu Qiqi touched her round belly and said, Let's plant watermelons next year. Right? You can? Lu Qiqi smiled. I think you can. The prince smiled, knowing that the woman couldn't do it, and that she was just trying to make it up. So he didn't expose her and join the woman in making trouble. Okay. Let's plant together next year. Where to plant? Lu Qiqi asked. Chapter 195, Filial Piety. The prince really took this as a big deal, and after thinking for a while, he said, Plant it in the East Palace. The 3 maids saw that the prince and the princess had a concubine, and they lowered their heads and pretended that they didn't exist. I'd never heard of watermelons in the East Palace. The prince just said that watermelons were tribute from the western regions. Can they be grown here? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if they couldn't grow them? Okay. But I think we should plant some in the Prince of Jin's mansion. You want to make it easier to leave the palace? The prince pointed it out directly. Lu Qiqi smiled. I think there are too few open spaces in the East Palace. And we can't plant too many. This was quickly slapped in the face. Because the prince took Lu Qiqi to the open space next to the East Palace. Lu Qiqi was dumbfounded. She had walked around the East Palace for several times. But she didn't find such a large open space. Just by visual estimation, Lu Qiqi felt that this piece of land was at least 5 or 6 acres. Planting watermelons. Thinking of that scene, Lu Qiqi was more speechless. What do you think of this piece of land? The prince asked knowingly. Lu Qiqi took a look and said, such a large piece of land is wasted. It's better to plant something else first. You decide? The prince just thought it was a woman's casual talk and didn't take it seriously. The next day, Lu Qiqi took the maid out and bought all the necessary farm tools and seeds. That afternoon, she was busy on the land. Lu Qiqi had seen it but never done it. So she was a little unfamiliar with it. Chunbai, Qidai, and Yudai had all been exposed to these things and got the hang of it quickly. In order to achieve faster and more obvious results, Lu Qiqi first planted some green onions. Green onions are easier to plant. And you can see a green patch after planting. Lu Qiqi planted onions and sat on the ground to water them. She found 3 maids carrying buckets to water them. Seeing them sweating profusely, Lu Qiqi planned how to water them in the future. Watering too frequently, back and forth, and only a little water each time, was too tiring. She asked someone to buy the necessary materials and originally planned to let Yudai do it. Seeing that Yudai was so tired, she asked a young eunuch from the East Palace to do it. This was the first time Lu Qiqi had used an outsider since she came to the East Palace. The maids and eunuchs next to her were extremely envious. Lu Qiqi didn't know about this. When the young eunuch bought the necessary things, she and the 3 maids had almost rested and laid the purchased porcelain tiles. In order to test, Lu Qiqi took a bucket of water from the well and poured it on it. And it worked. Chunbai thought that the crown princess was fooling around. But when she saw this, she jumped up happily. Crown princess, you are so smart. That's right. I am smart. But I don't want to show it normally. Qidai and Yudai laughed. Sundara, and still unwilling to show it? In the next few days, Lu Qiqi has been busy in the fields with 3 maids. The prince came several times and found women in the fields. The prince didn't expect the woman to do what she said. This is a good thing. He has been moving frequently recently. He is worried that the woman will find out and think he is cruel. Now the woman is so busy every day. And he deliberately blocks some information. Lu Qiqi should not know the big things happening outside. But I don't know that every night when Lu Qiqi lies in bed, the system will tell the big things happening around her. When Lu Qiqi heard it, she completely regarded herself as a bystander and found it interesting. That day, Lu Qiqi went to bed early after dinner. Physical labor during the day made her tired very early every day. The moment she went to bed, she could still chat with the system. What big thing happened today? System. The prince has started to attack Prince Chen. Lu Qiqi. Where is Prince Yen? System. Prince Yen is getting married. The prince should give Prince Yen some face and focus on Prince Chen first. Lu Qiqi. Prince Chen is unlucky enough. System. Prince Chen has done a lot of bad things. Lu Qiqi. Yes. Prince Chen attacked Sun Shua. It's time to settle the score. Thinking of what the prince said that day. How did the prince catch Prince Chen? System. Not directly catching Prince Chen. Through the poison found from concubine Qin. It was found on concubine Wu. Prince Chen took the initiative to jump out for concubine Wu. So Prince Chen is unlucky. Lu Qiqi. Prince Chen is still filial. System. You think too much. Lu Qiqi. System. Prince Chen only wants to use concubine Wu to confront the crown prince. If he succeeds, he will stand at the highest moral point and sit in that position smoothly. If he fails, he can still put all the problems on concubine Wu. Lu Qiqi sneered twice and remained silent for a long time. System. The palace is like this. Don't expect too much. Lu Qiqi suddenly said. Where is the crown prince? System. Don't you understand the crown prince's feelings for you? Lu Qiqi. The crown prince is indeed very good to me. He used the secret medicine I got from Sun Rume and used it on Eunuch Wei. Then drove Eunuch Wei out of the palace. And used the poison I gave Qindai and put it in the Prince of Jin's mansion. And never involved the Wu clan. System. The Crown Prince did a lot for you. Just to prevent you from being in danger. I don't know how many people were arranged to protect you in the East Palace. And he only brought so many people with him. Luchichi. I know he treats me very well. I just don't know how long this kindness will last. After saying this, Luchichi turned over and went to sleep. She clearly told herself that the prince's kindness to her was like a flash in the pan. And she shouldn't expect too much. As the prince did more and more for her, her heart also fell. Just like growing vegetables this time. There was so much interest. Just giving herself an excuse to escape. Yin Wang Mansion. Yin Wang has been smooth sailing recently. Since the Wu clan's legitimate daughter came to Yin Wang Mansion. She brought him good luck. Everything that happened was good. He sent people to the East Palace several times recently to inquire about the news. And the final result was that the relationship between the prince and the princess was not good. Outside, the prince still pretended that he only had the princess in his eyes. But in the East Palace, they were inseparable. But they were respectful to each other. Seeing that the day of the wedding was approaching, Yin Wang was full of expectations for the wedding. By marrying the only daughter of the Wu clan, he would also be able to compete with the prince. He no longer cared about the intolerable attitude of the Wu clan's daughter. She was just a woman. The throne was stable. Everything was available. Just as he was imagining the scene after the wedding, the people sent to the Wu clan came back. The king of Yin was meeting someone in the study. When he heard the news, the king of Yin changed his face on the spot. What did you say? The subordinate repeated the news, replying to the prince. Miss Du, who lives in the Biluo pavilion, is Sun Rume. How is it possible? The king of Yin couldn't believe that his dream was broken. Sun Rume is the daughter of Du Mingzhi, the chief of the Wu clan, and Yuan Yun. At that time, the people of the Wu clan did not recognize Yuan Yun's identity. And Du Mingzhi was angry, and did not get married. Later, the old chief died. Du Mingzhi succeeded as the chief. And Yuan Yun married to the Sun family with a child in her belly. Chapter 196 Concubine does set fire. The king of Yin laughed. Mocking himself, he worshipped someone like a fairy. But in the end, the person he was going to marry was the concubine that the prince didn't want. If Sun Rume's identity was exposed, how could he get the throne and compete with the prince? After working so hard for so long, everything was just a dream. How could the king of Yin accept it? The guard dutifully told what he had found out. The Wu clan was dissatisfied because Du Mingzhi sent his illegitimate daughter to the capital as the Wu clan's legitimate daughter. And the Wu clan leader Du Mingzhi died in a family struggle. Dead? If Du Mingzhi died, what would Sun Rume be? Without a father who was the clan leader, he was nothing. Thinking of Sun Rume's past, he was going crazy. Now everyone in the capital knew that he, the king of Yin, was going to marry the Wu clan's legitimate daughter in order to compete with the prince for the throne. Now that she hasn't even been married yet. It's already like this. If she is really married, he, the dignified king of Yin, will be a laughing stock in the eyes of others. Thinking of this, King Yin couldn't stay any longer. No, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. After struggling in anger, King Yin thought of an emergency plan. He quickly sent people to the Wu clan, asking whoever sat in the position of the clan leader to be brought to the capital immediately, and to make sure to catch up with the wedding. If the person was on the way, he would postpone the wedding. The person who could marry him could only be the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan. As for Sun Rume, King Yin had decided to give up, in order not to offend the two legitimate daughters of the Wu clan in the palace, who were also the queen and the queen mother who held power. He decided to temporarily send Sun Rume to the palace on the grounds that they couldn't meet because they were going to get married. Thinking of this, King Yin immediately started to act. The next morning, Sun Rume was sent to the palace with this excuse. Sending someone to the palace was very glorious. The prince was reviewing memorials in the imperial study, and it seemed that he was a little slow to get the news. When the eunuch reported it, he learned that Sun Rume had moved into Qifeng Garden again. The queen knew about it, and she seemed to agree with it. Eastern Palace? Luchichi had just returned from the field and was preparing to have lunch. I heard that Sun Rume had returned to the palace again. She was wondering if something she didn't know had happened. Chunbai was direct and full of disgust. Why did that thing come back again? You really think too highly of her. Can she be considered a thing? Qingdai spoke boldly. Yudai carefully glanced at the crown princess and felt that the crown princess should also be unhappy. Yudai explained. There is indeed such a custom. Men and women cannot meet before getting married. And there is no need to send her back to the palace. Right? Return? Lu Chichi thought that the king of Yin might know something. And this meant returning the goods. The system voice sounded in my ears. Which tribe leader Doomingger? Also Sun Rumei's father. Died? And a new leader will take office soon. Ha ha. Lu Chichi couldn't help laughing. Crown Princess. Are you okay? Chunbai asked. Nothing serious. I'm just in a good mood. I'm going to have 2 bowls of rice today. Chunbai immediately interrupted. Crown Princess has had 2 bowls of rice every day these days. Lu Chichi looked over. Chunbai felt bad. And ran away with a smile. Lu Chichi was still pointing at Chunbai from behind. Don't run if you have the guts. Chunbai ran faster. Yu Dai saw the change in Crown Princess's expression. And smiled as she served her a meal. At the dinner table, Chunbai, who had returned earlier, had already started to get busy, placing all the dishes that the Crown Princess liked in front of her. Lu Chichi came back and saw them, and smiled at Chunbai. This is the East Palace, and they can't eat together. Lu Chichi didn't want them to be tired for a long time and still serve her. You guys should eat too. The 3 maids bowed and left. Lu Chichi sat at the table alone to eat, and communicated with the system. Why did the Wu clan leader suddenly die? System. The Wu clan has been in turmoil recently. Doomingger has no son, and no one to inherit. Others have been thinking about it for a long time. Lu Chichi. Is there anyone pushing behind the scenes? At sensitive times, any small matter is crucial. System. I don't know. Lu Chichi. Sun Rumei was sent back by the King of Yin. Was it because of this? System. Yes. The King of Yin got the news last night, and sent her back this morning. Lu Chichi. How is Sun Rumei? System. I don't know yet. But the Queen and the Queen Mother will get the news tonight. Lu Chichi thought for a while. King Yin is very capable. He was able to get the news first. System. It was also a fluke. King Yin sent people to the Wu clan in advance to confirm Sun Rumei's identity. It happened that something happened when he was leaving. So he was able to bring back the news so smoothly. Lu Chichi thought about this carefully, and always felt that something was wrong with this statement. You said that something happened to the Wu clan when King Yin sent people away? System. Yes. Lu Chichi. Could these be man-made? System hesitated for a while. What do you mean? Lu Chichi. There are not so many coincidences in the world. Many of them are man-made. System. Need to inquire? Lu Chichi. No. The witch clan has nothing to do with her. She just noticed this and was curious. Some things will be known sooner or later. She is not in a hurry. Lu Chichi and the system talked about some things that happened in the palace. Knowing that many people died, and they were more or less involved in this matter. Lu Chichi sighed, and could not change anything. The battle for the throne has begun. Who can win depends on their own ability. The King of Yin, the King of Qin, and the King of Qing all use their own ways to fight for the last chance for themselves. In this fight, the prince temporarily had the upper hand. And because of the special fate between Lu Chichi and the prince, Lu Chichi knew that the prince was not injured except for being a little tired. This night is destined to be an unfair night. In the invisible place, everyone is busy. Xiao Shuang Pavilion. Since Da Fei was humiliated by the queen, she fell ill when she returned to Xiao Shuang Pavilion. However, her people were out, and even the imperial physician could not be invited. So concubine Da had to carry it all by herself. That night, she came to the yard as usual, saw the moon above her head, knew what today meant, and kept praying to the moon in her heart. Success or failure depends on this one move, and she hopes that God will not forget the mother and son. The maids were waiting by her side, and they were so scared that they dared not approach concubine Da, who was a little abnormal. They saw concubine Da kneeling and kowtowing, and thought she was crazy. They stepped back in fear. Concubine Da kowtowing for a long time, and her forehead was red and swollen. When she finished kowtowing and stood up to leave, she just glanced at the maid, and the maid knelt on the ground in fear. Concubine Da returned to the house as if nothing had happened, knocked over the lit lamp, and flame suddenly jumped up. Concubine Da walked out of the house laughing. When the maids reacted, they shouted loudly, and soon someone came to put out the fire. While everyone was busy, Concubine Da took advantage of the chaos and left. Chapter 197 Prince Qing committed suicide. Dali Temple. Prison. Prince Qing looked at the moon outside through a small window. He started his daily quarrel again, because there would be quarrels at this time every day. The people in the cell heard the noise and didn't want to move, so they simply turned around and continued to sleep. Prince Qing made a noise for a while, and seemed tired, and gradually calmed down, when everyone was not paying attention. In the dim cell, Prince Qing took off his belt, tore it open and hung it on the beam, and then hung his neck on it, and began to kick his feet a few times. And soon there was no movement. The prisoner next to him was sleeping in a daze, and saw something hanging next to him. Looking carefully, it turned out that Prince Qing had hanged himself. Oh no! Prince Qing committed suicide. This noise broke the silence of the cell, and soon the prison boss found out what was happening here. When the prison boss opened the door to check and rescue the person, he was about to report the matter, but when he turned around, he was knocked unconscious by Prince Qing. Prince Qing quickly exchanged his clothes with the prison guard, and then knocked out several prisoners who were about to speak up. He left the cell wearing the prison guard's clothes. In the middle of the night, when others were sleeping soundly, he vaguely saw the prison guard passing by, but he did not check carefully and let him go directly. Qingfeng Garden. Sun Rumei was trying to figure out how to ruin her wedding with Prince Yin. No matter what, she could not marry Prince Yin. Once she married Prince Yin, what identity would she have to stand beside the prince and accept the kneeling of everyone as the queen? Sun Rumei was worrying about this, and Qiuju ran in from outside in a panic. What's the matter? You're in such a hurry. Sun Rumei was in a bad mood. Seeing Qiuju being so unruly, she thought that this was the palace, not the Prince of Yan's mansion, and she should be more cautious in everything. Miss, there's a letter from the Wu clan, Qiuju said as she handed the letter to Sun Rumei. Sun Rumei didn't take it seriously at first. She opened the letter and saw that Dumingzhi was dead, and now the Wu clan was fighting for the clan leader. Thinking of this, Sun Rumei tore the letter up instantly. Damn it! Dumingzhi, a grown man, couldn't even do this. Even if he died, he should have waited until he became the queen. She was worried that Dumingzhi's death would affect her becoming the queen. So she quickly sent people to the Wu clan to find an obedient clan leader so that she could continue to stay in the capital as the daughter of the Wu clan. This identity was much worse than Dumingzhi's identity as the clan leader, and this was the best way she could think of. What Sun Rumei didn't know was that as soon as she sent someone out of the palace, the person who went was killed on the spot. Sun Rumei's plan will never come true. At the same time, the queen and the queen mother received the news. The queen mother didn't feel anything when she received the news and continued to sleep. When the queen heard the news, she looked up at the night sky for a while and quickly returned to her room. The next day, Sun Rumei came to pay her respects. The queen didn't like Sun Rumei at all. At this time, in order to become the queen smoothly, Sun Rumei threatened the queen with the matter of the Jingxiaoyin de Lao Si done. The queen was angry and threw the teapot in front of Sun Rumei. Sun Rumei was prepared, and this little noise didn't scare her. And some things are behind closed doors. We are a family. If I become the new queen, with my niece's care, you can also enjoy your old age like the queen mother. The queen sneered. New queen? I'm still dreaming, Sun Rumei said. According to the current situation, the prince has the highest appeal. If my niece helps the prince to ascend the throne, and my niece has the title of the Witch clan's legitimate daughter, who do you think is more qualified to be the new queen? The king of Yan will marry you soon, the queen reminded, and also felt that Sun Rumei was too ambitious. How could she not find out? The king of Yan will not marry me, and I will not give the king of Qin a chance. I will also bring all kinds of unfavorable evidence of the king of Qin and the king of Yan to the prince. Do you think the prince will choose someone else? Sun Rumei tried her best to say that she could be a helper for the prince, and the queen laughed in her heart. Based on her understanding of the prince does not need a nosy woman at all. And Sun Rumei's move is even more annoying. Pretending to be angry, with a stern face, without saying a word, Sun Rumei thought she had successfully threatened the queen and left happily. She had a lot of things to prepare. After dealing with the queen, she would try her best to find evidence against Prince Qin. As for Prince Yan, she had already learned a lot during her time in Prince Yan's mansion, so there was no need to waste time. Nani Wang saw Sun Rumei coming and came to the queen. Queen? No problem. Let's see how long she can keep making trouble. The queen allowed Sun Rumei to live in the palace again, just to stir up the stagnant water. She wanted to see how long someone could keep jumping around, and who could not withstand the test and surface. Nani Wang saw the queen like this and said, "There was a fire in Qiu Shuang Pavilion last night, and Concubine De left for a while. Do you know where Concubine De went? No news has been received yet." The queen thought for a moment, and waved her hand to signal Wang Ma to leave. When Wang Ma left, the queen picked up the teacup to drink tea, and a man in black came and knelt down. Last night, Concubine De went to the Qing Palace, and secretly met with Concubine Qing. What did you say? Concubine De didn't say anything. She just gave Concubine Qing a note. The queen nodded. Concubine De was cautious enough. In such a big palace, she was able to leave Qiu Shuang Pavilion during the fire. How did she leave the palace? Did Concubine De have a plan? Or did someone do it on purpose? At this time, the man in black reported another thing. Prince Qing pretended to commit suicide last night to attract the prison boss, and then left wearing the prison boss's clothes. The queen was not surprised. I heard that Prince Qing made a big noise every night. She knew that someone had a plan. But it happened last night. She thought that this should have been discussed by Concubine De and Prince Qing in advance. It was difficult for them to delay their plan for so long. Send someone to keep an eye on Prince Qing's mansion. If there is any unusual movement, report immediately. Yes. The voice of the man in black left. The queen sat for a while. Then she stood up and took Nani Wang to the Empress Dowager Sinang Palace. Eastern Palace? Lu Qiqi woke up and heard from Chunbai about the fire in Qiushuang Pavilion last night. Did anything burn? Lu Qiqi asked. I heard that the fire was put out in time, and only some tables and chairs were burned. Chunbai said. What a pity. Lu Qiqi sighed. Only a few things were burned. It would be better if more were burned. The system voice came. Prince Qing escaped successfully. Lu Qiqi. Last night? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi. Is this a pre-planned discussion? System. It should be. But, the queen's reaction is a little strange. Lu Qiqi. Tell me about it. System. The queen didn't care about the fire in Qiushuang Pavilion, and accepted Sun Rumei's threats. Now she goes to the Empress Dowager Sinang Palace as if nothing had happened. Lu Qiqi fell silent after hearing this. Chunbai, Qingdai, and Yudai thought that Lu Qiqi was silent because of the fire in Qiushuang Pavilion, and the three maids stood by and remained silent. After a while, Lu Qiqi got up, and just when they thought they were going to the fields again, Lu Qiqi came to the yard and swung on the swing. Lu Qiqi didn't speak, and the three maids quietly served by her. A harsh and disgusting voice came from a distance. How dare you block the way of the daughter of the Wu clan? Chapter 198. You may not have a chance to sleep with the prince. Lu Qiqi recognized Qiuju's voice, and the three maids also heard it. Lu Qiqi took a look and said nothing. The three maids thought the voice was harsh, and they did not move without the order of the crown princess. The harsh voice continued. Lu Qiqi ignored it, and took the three maids to the vegetable garden behind the East Palace. As they walked farther away, they gradually could not hear Sun Rumei's voice. Chunbai couldn't help but ask, Crown Princess, why don't you let me teach her a lesson? Someone thinks so. If you go, you will fall into the trap. Chunbai was puzzled. Why? Someone just wants to provoke you, make you say things you shouldn't say, and her plan will succeed. Damn it! Chunbai stamped her feet in anger. So, we left. And this time it's someone who is angry, Lu Qiqi said with a smile. Qingdai and Yudai laughed when they heard the crown princess' words. Without the permission of the crown prince and the crown princess, not everyone can enter the Eastern Palace. The crown princess turned a deaf ear to the matter, which ruined someone's plan. Think about it. The face of the Wu clan's daughter should be very ugly at this time. Lu Qiqi took a look around and found that some of the vegetables had sprouted. Seeing this, Lu Qiqi was very happy. Seeing that the onions were alive, she was happy and pulled a handful of onions and threatened to make scallion pancakes for them. Scallion pancakes? The three maids were thinking. What is scallion pancakes? Can they be eaten? Lu Qiqi brought the maids back, and there was no noise in the Eastern Palace. She brought the three maids to the small kitchen, kneaded the dough, cut the scallions, and after some busy work, Lu Qiqi started to make scallion pancakes. Lu Qiqi smeared oil on the dough, grabbed a handful of noodles and put them in a bowl, boiled the oil and poured it into a small bowl. The three maids looked at it and felt strange. Because Lu Qiqi had made delicious food several times, they had more expectations. Lu Qiqi moved quickly, and she made it very thin and small, so it was faster to get out of the pot. When Lu Qiqi took it in her hand and took a bite, it was very hot and had a familiar taste. She ate it herself and asked the 3 maids to eat it together. The 3 maids took the first bite and immediately fell in love with the taste. Later, Lu Qiqi made a lot more while eating. When the second pot came out of the pot, she wanted to send a few to the prince to try. She took the maid Chunbai to see the prince, leaving Qingdai and Yudai to continue making it. Chunbai happily followed the crown princess, and was very happy about the crown princess's transformation. Lu Qiqi knew that the prince was in the imperial study, and she had never been there. After the system reminded her, she went straight to the imperial study. A figure was seen from a distance outside the study. Chunbai was sharp-eyed and recognized Sun Rume at a glance. Crown Princess, what do you see? Lu Qiqi took a look and reminded as she walked. Don't talk for a while. Yes. Chunbai knew what the Crown Princess meant and was looking forward to the scene where the Crown Princess would punish this woman. Lu Qiqi came to the imperial study and was about to knock on the door when Sun Rume saw Lu Qiqi and said, Meet the Crown Princess. Lu Qiqi glanced at her out of the corner of her eye and said nothing. I went to the East Palace to visit the Crown Princess. Unfortunately, the Crown Princess was not there. Maybe the Crown Princess left the palace. So, Sun Rume said this deliberately for the Crown Prince in the imperial study. Lu Qiqi smiled. Who are you? My daughter is the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan. Xiaoju spoke, thinking of Sun Rume's visit to the Crown Princess not long ago. The Crown Princess did not see her. She was clearly in the East Palace. But she humiliated Sun Rume like this, becoming a joke in the eyes of others. Miss Du? Lu Qiqi said. Sun Rume knew what Lu Qiqi meant, and was happy in her heart. Now she was nervous. What had she been doing before? Yes. Lu Qiqi smiled. Miss Du, do you know that this is the imperial study, and it is not something that people of your status can get close to? I just came to pay my respects to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince wants to see you? Lu Qiqi asked. Sun Rume saw Lu Qiqi getting angry, and she was even happier in her heart. I want to see the Crown Prince, and I have something important to report. Humble yourself, prove the value of your existence, or deliberately please the Crown Prince. You are going to marry the King of Yin. It's not appropriate to ask for an audience with the Crown Prince at this time. Right? Sun Rume curled her lips, unwilling to admit. I have something important to say. If Miss Du has something important, you can ask the King of Yin to write a memorial. It's not a reason for you, a commoner, to set foot here. Lu Qiqi was not polite. Seeing Sun Rume's face change, she approached and lowered her voice. Miss Du, I already know what you are thinking. You want to seduce the Crown Prince. Why do you have to go through so many twists and turns? Lu Qiqi. Sun Rume's thoughts were revealed by others, and she was angry. I would like to remind you kindly that the Crown Prince likes to take the initiative. If you strip yourself naked and send yourself to the Crown Prince's bed, the Crown Prince may look at you more. Lu Qiqi. Sun Rume was angry. She wanted to irritate Lu Qiqi and let the prince see that Lu Qiqi was not worthy of the prince. But she got angry first. I know that your feelings for the prince are no worse than mine. But it's a pity that no matter how much you try, the prince will not even look at you. Sun Rume was angry. There is no comparison between us, and you are not worthy of the prince. This sounds familiar. I heard it from a concubine named Sun Rume in the Prince of Jin's mansion. Sun Rume wondered if Lu Qiqi really knew something. Why she always talked about this. Sun Rume's identity was a failure, and it was something Sun Rume didn't want to face. She gritted her teeth and said, That's her bad luck. Miss Du should accept her fate. Don't be complacent. Sun Rume gritted her teeth. Miss Du, even if I leave and give you a chance to sleep in my bed and use my maids, you may not have the chance to sleep with the prince. Sun Rume was so angry that she raised her hand to slap Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi was prepared. At the moment when Sun Rume raised her hand, she grabbed it and kicked her calf at the same time. Lu Qiqi achieved her goal and let go at the same time. Sun Rume, who was not prepared, knelt in front of Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi took a step back. Miss Du, kneeling down can't solve the problem. You should put away your pitiful green tea look and don't make people feel disgusted. Chunbai cheered for the Crown Princess. No wonder the Crown Princess didn't let her speak. It turned out to be because of this. Lu Qiqi saw that the noise at the door was so loud, but she couldn't hear the noise inside. She was sure that the crown prince was not inside. No. He should be pretending to be busy inside. I don't know where he went to do something bad. Just before she turned around and was about to leave, the door suddenly opened and the prince appeared at the door. Qiqi. Lu Qiqi took the scallion pancake from Chunbai's hand and said, I wanted to give you something to eat. But now it seems that His Royal Highness has something better. After saying this, she deliberately stepped on Sun Rumei's hand. Sun Rumei was acting like a drama queen and screamed to prove Lu Qiqi's cruelty and to attract the prince's attention. What Sun Rumei didn't expect was that the prince hurriedly chased after Lu Qiqi and stepped on Sun Rumei's other hand. This kick was fast, fierce and accurate, and it crushed her after stepping on her, causing Sun Rumei to faint on the spot. Xiaoju reacted and helped Sun Rumei get up, shouting, Miss, what's wrong with you? Chunbai was happy to see Sun Rumei's red, swollen and bleeding hand, and followed her happily. The prince quickly caught up with Lu Qiqi and took a bite of the pancake. Delicious. Lu Qiqi heard the noise behind her and was quite satisfied. She deliberately said to the prince, You are so lucky. The prince felt wronged. He had just come back from outside and heard the noise at the door. He had no idea what happened outside. He felt that the explanation was too weak, so he simply held the basket and ate it. It felt like honey was smeared on his mouth while eating. Qiqi, the pancakes you made are so delicious. Scallion pancakes. Scallion pancakes are so delicious. The two walked away talking. Sun Rumei finally opened her eyes in Xiaoju's call, and saw the scene that was gradually going away, and she fainted with anger. Unfortunately, not long after, the King of Yen learned that Sun Rumei had hurt herself in order to seek an audience with the prince in order to gain the prince's attention. The King of Yen knew about it, and smashed everything in the house in anger. Chapter 199 The Wedding of the King of Yen. The prince and Lu Qiqi returned to the East Palace one after another. Qi Dai and Yudai had prepared the food and were just waiting to eat. Lu Qiqi sat at the table and deliberately ignored the prince. The prince seemed to be really hungry and kept eating scallion pancakes. Chunbai glanced at Qi Dai and Yudai, and the three maids bowed and left. Lu Qiqi picked up a scallion pancake and took a bite. With the side dishes prepared today, it tasted even more delicious. The prince followed the woman. He ate whatever dish she ate, and Lu Qiqi knew that this matter was not what she wanted to do. She didn't know why she always felt nauseous and wanted to vomit when she saw Sun Rumei. Don't let me see Sun Rumei or hear her voice in the future. The prince paused his chopsticks and looked at the woman. What did he mean? Was it what he thought? Looking carefully at the woman's expression, it didn't seem to be what he thought. He felt a little disappointed. But it was time to send Sun Rumei away. I'll do it as soon as possible. Tell me a time? The Prince of Yan's wedding is in 10 days. Can it wait? Lu Qiqi thought about it. Now that she and Sun Rumei have fallen out, if she stays in the palace, what if there is trouble again? She shook her head and said, No. The prince was in a dilemma. The time for the Prince of Yan's wedding had been set. If he wanted to move it forward, there was no reasonable explanation. Can't do it? Lu Qiqi wondered if her request was too much. No problem. I still need your help. Lu Qiqi felt that the matter was a bit big, and even the emperor was brought up, which was not a good thing. What Lu Qiqi didn't expect was that only one day later, Lu Qiqi heard that the Prince of Yan's wedding was moved forward and scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Hearing this news, Lu Qiqi repeatedly asked Chunbai, Are you sure you didn't hear it wrong? Crown Princess, what I said is true. The palace is very lively today, and many people are busy preparing for the wedding of Prince Yin. Chunbai came to the palace and hadn't seen such a big scene. Everyone was busy, and it seemed that even breathing was a waste of time. Lu Qiqi felt strange and took the maid out of the palace to listen to what happened on the way. Seeing that everyone was busy preparing for Sun Rumei's wedding, Lu Qiqi knew it was true. Out of the palace, Lu Qiqi deliberately passed by Prince Yan's mansion and saw that red lanterns had been hung at the door. The prince is efficient. Lu Qiqi took 3 maids back to Prince Jin's mansion to visit the injured Xiao Nianqing. Arriving at Yijing Garden, Xiao Nianqing was directing the maids to work. Everyone saw Lu Qiqi coming and hurriedly saluted. Your servant greets the crown princess. Your servant greets the crown princess. Lu Qiqi came over and helped Xiao Nianqing to stand up. You are not feeling well. You should rest more. Thank you, crown princess. Xiao Nianqing's hands trembled slightly with excitement, and she stood aside politely, inviting the crown princess into the house. After Lu Qiqi entered the house, she saw the simple furnishings and thought about Xiao Nianqing's past identity. So she didn't say anything. The crown prince should have other arrangements for this person, and what she had to do was not to disappoint anyone. Xiao Nianqing personally served tea to Lu Qiqi. Chunbai looked at the side and felt strange. Xiao Nianqing has really changed a lot. The once arrogant Xiao Nianqing changed a lot in temper after becoming a lady. Is Xiao Nianqing trying to curry favor with the crown princess and want to follow her into the palace? Thinking of this, Chunbai stood beside the crown princess and successfully separated Xiao Nianqing from approaching the crown princess. Lu Qiqi saw Chunbai's actions and knew what was in her mind. What Chunbai didn't know was that the Xiao Nianqing in front of her was not the Xiao Nianqing she used to be. Xiao Nianqing was still standing by, talking about what happened in the Prince of Jin's mansion recently. Lu Qiqi heard the hidden meaning in Xiao Nianqing's words, as if she was going to die. If Xiao Nianqing died in this identity, what identity would appear? When Lu Qiqi left the Prince of Jin's mansion, she didn't think of Xiao Nianqing's next identity. The Prince of Yan got married. The whole capital was bustling. Lu Qiqi was just like every day, and there was no change because of the Prince of Yan's wedding. The prince was so excited that he didn't go to the imperial study to review memorials. He stayed in the East Palace. The prince seemed to be a young man. And finally something happened. But he was not calm. Lu Qiqi was reading a storybook on the swing, and saw the prince, who couldn't sit still several times, and laughed in her heart. It was hard to associate such a prince with sitting in the imperial study to review memorials. Later, the prince couldn't wait any longer, and pulled Lu Qiqi away. Lu Qiqi felt that it was still early, and she already knew the results of some things, so she didn't have that much curiosity. When they left in a carriage, they didn't go directly to the Prince of Yan's mansion, but went to Jinjiang Tower first. Lu Qiqi felt strange. What did the man mean? Today, I attended the Prince of Yan's wedding, so I naturally had dinner there. I knew that the results would not be very good later, and the chance to eat was not great. But, did the prince have to do it so obviously? Sure enough, when I came to the private room on the second floor and saw a table of hot meals, Lu Qiqi didn't want to say anything. I haven't eaten the food here for a long time. Try it. The prince invited Lu Qiqi to eat. Lu Qiqi smelled the fragrance and wanted to eat it a long time ago. Although she knew that this was not appropriate, she ate it freely. After eating for a while, his stomach was not so empty anymore. So he asked, "Is this okay? The food in Prince Yan's mansion is not as delicious as the food here," the prince said. Lu Qiqi asked casually, "Do you want to drink some wine?" "No." Lu Qiqi smiled, and men also knew that it was not good to be discovered. If the prince drank and went to the Princess of Yan, people who knew would think that the daughter of the Wu clan was very unhappy to be married to the Prince of Yan. "I want to drink." Lu Qiqi said this deliberately. The prince did not think much about it. "Okay. I will drink a few glasses with you." Hearing this, Lu Qiqi stopped drinking and ate quickly. Feeling that it was almost time, she hurriedly pulled the prince away. When they arrived at Prince Yan's mansion, it was time for the ceremony. The prince and Lu Qiqi walked in. The lively scene suddenly became much quieter. Many ministers rushed to the prince and said all kinds of auspicious words. Lu Qiqi was also the focus of many people beside the prince. In a trance, Lu Qiqi felt that today was not the wedding of Sun Rumei and Prince Yan, but their wedding. When she and the prince came to the front, they saw concubine Qin sitting in the upper seat, and also saw Prince Chen and Princess Chen, and they exchanged greetings with each other. When they stood still, Lu Qiqi looked at Prince Yan and Sun Rumei, who were about to bow in the hall. The prince came at such a coincidence, obviously deliberately suppressing Prince Yan. Prince Yan looked unhappy. She could understand. Why was Sun Rumei so quiet? It was not in line with Sun Rumei's style. Not seeing Qiuji beside Sun Rumei, Lu Qiqi wondered, could it be that the person who bowed in the hall was not Sun Rumei? Just thinking about it, the ceremony officially began. The ceremony of bowing in the hall was similar to the present. Lu Qiqi watched quietly by the side. When the ceremony came to the couple bowing to each other, Lu Qiqi knew that after this link, they were legitimate couples. Sun Rumei's cooperation made Lu Qiqi begin to doubt. At this moment, the guard Ding Bai ran in from outside. Seeing this scene, he was stunned at first, then quickly approached the king of Yin and whispered something in his ear. The King of Yen changed his expression on the spot. He glanced at the King of Chun and the Crown Prince. And then his eyes fell on the bride opposite. With a wave of his hand, the red veil fell to the ground. And he saw Sun Rume, who was stunned under the red veil. Chapter 200. The face of the King of Yen turned green. Lu Qiqi knew from her expression that Sun Rume must have been controlled by someone. She sighed in her heart. Is this the wedding that some people are looking forward to? It's so disappointing. At this time, the King of Yen slapped Sun Rume. Who are you? This slap was very strong. And Sun Rume was knocked to the ground. Everyone also saw Sun Rume's true appearance. And some people laughed and talked about it. Oh my god. It really looks a bit like Sun Rume. You can't say this casually. Sun Rume is the concubine of the King of Jin. She was sentenced to death for murder. How could she be here? She is the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan. She came for the position of the new queen. Maybe she came a little early, so she didn't become the new queen, but became the concubine of the King of Yin. At first, it was still a low-pitched discussion, and later more people said this. When the King of Yin heard this, he got angry and kicked Sun Rume again. Sun Rume still sat on the ground passively without any reaction. Prince Chen stepped forward and advised. Fifth brother, today is your wedding day. It's not right for you to do this. Prince Yin saw Prince Chen and understood his insidiousness. He attacked Prince Chen, but was dodged by him. Prince Yin, so many guests are watching. You can't make a fool of yourself. Prince Yin saw so many ministers and didn't want to be laughed at by others. Things have already happened. Some things will be known sooner or later. So it's better to risk it now. Prince Yin grabbed Sun Rume regardless and asked, Who are you? Sun Rume let him do whatever he wanted. She just looked at Prince Yin with fear in her eyes. At this time, Xiaoju suddenly rushed in, knelt on the ground, and cried, Prince, this is not my lady. My lady has been replaced by someone else. The King of Yen knew that the person in front of him was Sun Rume. So how could she be replaced by someone else? In order to save his lost face, he threw Sun Rume to the ground. Xiaoju cooperated with the action and hurried forward to search Sun Rume's face. Soon, a mask of character was torn off from Sun Rume's face. In an instant, a strange face appeared in front of everyone. At this time, everyone sighed again. The King of Yin saw it and doubted his ability. Who could replace someone under his nose? This is impossible. The marriage was too hasty, and the people he arranged were still on the way. He thought that today's incident would be a laughing stock. But now, he saw a turning point. The King of Yin stabilized his emotions, showed his infatuated side, and ordered the housekeeper and guards to start looking. A good wedding banquet seemed a little messy because of this incident. At the critical moment, concubine Qin stood up. Prince of Yin, I have disappointed my mother today. How could you marry the wrong person? The Prince of Yin understood what concubine Qin meant, and quickly apologized to her. He turned his head and looked at the prince. Prince, I picked her up from the palace. How come you changed her? This obviously told everyone that the prince had replaced her in order to prevent him from marrying the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan. The prince was angry, and his eyes fell on the embarrassed woman. Zhao Kai felt that it was inappropriate to fire her, so he stepped forward and nodded twice. The woman lay on the ground, with big tears rolling down her eyes. Everyone sighed when they saw it. It was too unexpected that the Prince of Yen could be replaced when he got married. Now that they had married, they still didn't know the other party's identity. The prince asked, Who are you? The strange woman who had not spoken all the time spoke. Do you? The legitimate daughter of the Wu clan. Are you? Do you? Yes. Xiaoju couldn't calm down. How could you be the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan? My daughter is the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan. You took out the jade pendant from her sleeve. This is the jade pendant of the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan. The prince took it and looked at it carefully, then gave it to King Chen. After looking at it, King Chen gave it to King Yin and said, This is indeed the jade pendant of the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan. I have heard King Chu say that the jade pendant looks like this. King Yin was a little confused. He looked at the jade pendant and then at the other person, wondering what was going on. At this moment, someone came outside. One look at the clothes and knew that the person was from the Wu clan. Lu Qiqi saw it from the side and didn't speak, letting these people talk. After listening to the description of the people who came, I knew that the person who got married today was indeed the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan. Do you? the daughter of the newly appointed patriarch of the Wu clan. This time the matter was clear. King Yan's face looked even worse. He married the daughter of the Wu clan. Not because he disliked Sun Rumei. This was a good thing for the king of Yan, who felt that his lost face was back. Concubine Qin came from the palace, and she was more thoughtful about people and things. Asked, "Why did you wear someone else's appearance when you got married?" "I don't know. I was going to the capital with the team today. I don't know how I woke up and found myself in a strange sedan chair. Someone pressed my acupoints. As for what happened, I don't know," Diyu said with sobs. Diyu's words were confirmed by the Wu clan. Later, the Wu clan came here deliberately. Lu Qiqi listened to it and sighed in her heart. What a coincidence! Seeing the constipated face of the king of Yan and Diyu crying in grievance. The news of today's marriage quickly spread throughout the capital. The prince of Yan had come to the wedding, but he didn't know what the bride looked like, and thought someone else was pretending to be her. So he took action. It's really rare. Because of this episode, the lively wedding banquet ended hastily. Lu Qiqi and the prince sat in the carriage on the way back. Lu Qiqi knew that these things today were related to the prince, but she didn't know how much the prince was involved. What she wanted to know was, where is Sun Rumei? Without the title of the Wu clan's legitimate daughter, her life should be difficult. Thinking about it, she looked at the prince. Where is Sun Rumei? Jing Xiaoyin, the prince said calmly. Lu Qiqi couldn't believe it. Jing Xiaoyin? She made a mistake herself, and has to bear the consequences. Lu Qiqi understood that they were going to let Sun Rumei return to the starting point. Thinking about it, this should also be the intention of the queen and the concubine. They tried their best to rescue Sun Rumei and were threatened. Killing Sun Rumei at this time is what they want in their hearts. Lu Qiqi returned to the East Palace with the prince. Zhao Kai suddenly came. Lu Qiqi was beside him, and vaguely heard Chu Xiang. Later, when she saw the prince leave in a hurry, Lu Qiqi watched him leave, and turned around to take the maid into the house. Chunbai was a little overwhelmed. Crown Princess, is the Wu clan's legitimate daughter really Diyu who got married? Lu Qiqi looked at Chunbai's expression and said, the original Wu clan leader died. Now Diyu's father is the Wu clan leader. It can also be said that Diyu is the current Wu clan's legitimate daughter. Where did the woman who looked like Sun Rumei go? Lu Qiqi opened her mouth and wanted to say that she was about to die, but she couldn't say it. I don't know, Lu Qiqi said. Chunbai didn't hesitate and smiled happily. I don't know what's going on. When I saw the Wu clan's legitimate daughter, who looked like Sun Rumei, I didn't have a good impression. I looked forward to her death every day. Now I don't know how she is. I think the result will not be too good. You really care about so many things? Lu Qiqi said. Chunbai said, who made Sun Rumei always make things difficult for the crown princess. This time, it's retribution. Lu Qiqi didn't want to continue this question. Is there anything to eat? Yes. Chunbai left quickly. Qi Dayuda was waiting by the side, serving tea and dried fruits. When Chunbai came back with the fruits, Lu Qiqi had already eaten. Chunbai saw that the crown princess was in a good mood and started gossiping. Crown princess. The expression of the king of Yan, when he knew that the Wu clan's daughter had been replaced, was so funny. Lu Qiqi laughed. The king of Yan's face turned green. Okay. The three maids laughed. Chapter 201. I sent someone to send to you. Today, the wedding of Prince Jin has become the topic of the whole capital. If everyone does not say a few words, it will be a shame to the land of Beijing under our feet. As night fell, the affairs of Prince Yan continued. More and more people talked about it, and more people spread it, and gradually divided into several groups. Some people think that Prince Yan is a good person with a good life. He has been deceived by the fake Wu clan daughter for so long. When he gets married, everything will return to its original position. Some people think that the Wu clan daughter will not like Prince Yan. She cannot move freely during the wedding ceremony, and was beaten by Prince Yan in public. I think the Wu clan daughter will look at Prince Yan with resentment. At this time, everyone talked about the wedding of the Wu clan daughter and Prince Yan. They forgot that the identity of the Wu clan daughter represents the future new queen. Eastern Palace. Lu Qiqi talked with the maids for a long time. When it was dark, Lu Qiqi ate a lot. After the meal, she digested the food in the yard, and saw the prince coming back from outside. The first time she saw him, Lu Qiqi felt that the prince was very tired. Lu Qiqi saw this, and walked over quickly. The prince stood there, waiting for the woman to come. The woman came up to him and hugged him. Qiqi, What's wrong? Lu Qiqi felt that the prince was not in a good state. Hungry. Hearing this, Lu Qiqi hurriedly called the 3 maids and asked them to prepare the meal. The prince spoke again. I want to eat the scallion pancakes you made. Lu Qiqi heard it and started immediately. She originally planned to let the prince wait in the house, and she would send it over after it was ready. The prince came to the door of the small kitchen and looked at the woman busy in the small kitchen. Looking at the busy woman, the prince felt that his childhood regrets were filled by this woman. If I had met him earlier, would his life not be so hard? I also thought that Lu Qiqi was from Huangshan County. If he had not been to this place, the two would not have met. If it were not for County Magistrate Lin's deception, Lu Qiqi would not have participated in this election. And there would not have been the saying that the Queen Mother sent a concubine. In the vast sea of people, he did not expect that he would meet the person who was closely related to his life. Lu Qiqi made the first pot and brought one to the prince. You eat first. Fill your stomach. Yeah. The prince took it and felt that his palm was very hot. This heat warmed his heart. Lu Qiqi took a break from her busy schedule and picked up a scallion pancake to eat. Seeing that the prince's mouth was like a bird pecking at food. Don't you like it? No. The prince looked at the woman. Take big bites. It tastes better this way. The prince took a big bite. His mouth was full, and the fragrance was stronger. Delicious. Lu Qiqi gave the prince another scallion. Try eating a scallion pancake, and then a scallion. The prince did as he was told. Lu Qiqi ate the scallion pancake and scallion by herself. She was the one who had dinner, and she was able to accompany the prince to eat 3 scallion pancakes and 2 scallions. After eating, Lu Qiqi touched her round belly. It would be better if there were pickles. Really? The prince had a bad childhood and had never eaten such a simple meal. Because of the different people around him, he could also taste delicious food. Of course. Try it tomorrow. The two of them agreed. The next day, Lu Qiqi really took the scallion pancake, scallions, and pickles to the imperial study. When he went there, Zhao Kai was reporting something. When he saw what Lu Qiqi sent, he drooled. When Lu Qiqi walked by Zhao Kai, she gave him one. It's just out of the pot. Try it. Zhao Kai didn't dare, and looked at the prince carefully. He knew it was wrong. He took the scallion pancake, thanked Lu Qiqi, and left quickly. As soon as he left the imperial study, he took a big bite. The taste was amazing, knowing that it was made by the crown princess. It tasted even better. He took a bite and thought that there was only one, so he should eat slowly. As a result, it was snatched away by Sun Shua, who just arrived. After a while, the two of them staged a fight because of a scallion pancake. In the imperial study, the prince and Lu Qiqi sat on the ground, eating scallion pancakes with green onions. Hearing the noise outside, Lu Qiqi felt that it was not right to make such a commotion for a scallion pancake. The prince knew that Zhao Kai and Sun Shua officially accepted Lu Qiqi, and would be as loyal to women as they were to themselves. Have you heard that concubine Qin has settled in the Prince of Yan's mansion? Isn't it a bit inappropriate? Lu Qiqi said. Concubine Qin is smart. No one dared to do anything to her when she was the concubine of Prince Yan. Even if she returns to the palace, the queen will not let her go. Lu Qiqi thought of concubine Qin's experience. Concubine Qin was still a concubine. Since the two senior maids, one took the blame and the other betrayed her, concubine Qin's life in the palace was not satisfactory. Because of that incident, there were few people serving concubine Qin in the palace. Leaving was a smart decision. The Prince Yan's mansion should also be a mess. With concubine Qin presiding, there will be no trouble. Lu Qiqi thought more. Concubine Qin has brains. Prince Yan is also pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. If the matter of marriage is used well, it will become a bigger obstacle for the prince. Aren't you worried that the Prince of Yan will cause trouble? With the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan by his side, and concubine Qin giving advice, the days ahead will not be peaceful. I sent someone to send to you. Lu Qiqi was not surprised. She had long guessed that it was the prince's doing. Looking at the prince, the smile in her eyes deepened, and it seemed that she was going to do something bad. Soon, the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan is no longer. Why? Without ability, how can you manage the Wu clan? There is not only one person who wants to sit in that position. Fighting back and forth will soon consume the morale of the Wu clan. Lu Qiqi suddenly understood what the prince was going to do when he fell to the ground. His ultimate goal is to target the queen. If the queen does not have the support of the Wu clan, the queen is a paper tiger. The prince's biological mother, Song Ke, also known as Rong Fei, died at the hands of the queen. After going through such a big circle, the ultimate goal is the queen. The Prince of Yin and the Prince of Chen are just passers-by. The prince's plan is too big. Even she was entangled in it. Lu Qiqi didn't stay in the imperial study room for long. After the prince finished eating, Lu Qiqi left and communicated with the system on the way back to the East Palace. Did the prince find Rong Fei's maid? System. The prince was a step late. And the maid left. Lu Qiqi thought about it. Why do I feel that there is something wrong? System. Someone tipped off the maid. And the maid got the news and left first. Lu Qiqi. Who tipped off? System. Your Majesty. Lu Qiqi couldn't figure out what the emperor meant by this move. In her opinion, the emperor prevented the prince from finding the maid. If he really wanted to stop it, according to the emperor's ability, would he let a maid live? Is there any use for the emperor to keep this maid? Is there something else for the prince to find this maid for Rong Fei's matter? Is there something else about Rong Fei's death? You said that Rong Fei was killed by the queen. System. Rong Fei did die at the hands of the queen. And some things are not absolute. Lu Qiqi thought that concubine Rong had been planning for the prince until her death. So perhaps her death was not simple. After thinking for a while, Lu Qiqi could not help but continue the heavy topic and asked. The Prince of Yan's mansion is very lively. Right? Chapter 202 The Prince of Yan is seeking his own death. System. It is indeed lively. Lu Qiqi. Tell me about it. System. Concubine Qin is indeed a concubine. How miserable her life in the palace is. How arrogant she is in the Prince of Yan's mansion. The key is that the Prince of Yan does not say anything. The three women are the ones who suffer. Lu Qiqi. Besides the Princess of Yan and the daughter of the Wu clan, who else is there? System. Concubine Qin makes the decision and makes to you the Princess of Yan. The former Princess of Yan becomes the concubine of Yan. Only the former concubine of Yan remains unchanged. The three women serve concubine Qin like maids every day. Concubine Qin is a person who came out of the palace. When she teaches people, people will not find faults. The three women are pitiful. They will be tortured every day. Lu Qiqi. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are natural enemies. Now they have to compete for the throne in favor. And they have to face an old witch who can make trouble. I think life is too hard. If the King of Yan knows how to love women, it's okay. If he doesn't care, the only one who will suffer is the daughter-in-law. System. So, you are so lucky. No one is a wicked mother-in-law. Lu Qiqi was speechless. Can you not find ways to say good things for the prince? System. The prince is indeed very good. He changed a lot of plans for you. This time, the King of Yan got married. And it seemed that it was a few days earlier. Do you know how much the prince has to do behind the scenes? Lu Qiqi was silent. She only saw the result. And she could guess the process roughly. Prince Chen has been staring at him covetously. The King of Yan also wants to use the witch clan's legitimate daughter to turn over. The King of Qing, who is hiding somewhere, can do bad things at any time. The emperor does not allow the prince to kill his brothers, seeing that the emperor favors the prince. This kind of favoritism also has restrictions. The prince is really tired of dealing with it. Lu Qiqi felt sorry for the prince. I always felt that the prince seemed to be in a good position. But there were dangers everywhere around him. When the prince was still the Prince of Jin, the Prince of Chen, the Prince of Yan, and the Prince of Qing were all competing secretly. Now the three of them have united to target the prince. And the prince is too hard. At this moment, Lu Qiqi couldn't see through the emperor's intentions. If it is a kind of training for the prince, it is a good thing. What if it is not? Just as the prince has not given up looking for the maid next to Rong Fei in these years, the emperor has been hanging the prince. Why? It was noon. The three maids prepared exquisite meals. Lu Qiqi was sitting at the table and was about to eat. Chunbai whispered, Princess concubine, I just heard that the prince didn't eat in the imperial study again. Lu Qiqi looked over. Chunbai explained, I also heard from others that the prince is very busy every day and has no time to eat. Sometimes the food sent to the imperial kitchen is sent back intact. Lu Qiqi thought about what the prince said when he came back that day, and soon realized that the prince was not always in the imperial study, so he naturally would not eat. If the prince really went out to do something and didn't want others to know, Would he also arrange for people to eat, so as not to make people suspicious? In the end, Lu Qiqi decided to go and take a look. Before leaving, she glanced at the food on the table reluctantly. She really didn't want to leave. As the prince's consort, she should show that she cares about the prince. She was still complaining while walking. Chunbai, did you do it on purpose? I am wronged. Chunbai stretched out her voice. Lu Qiqi said, if you were really wronged, you wouldn't answer so quickly. You should have thought of the lines long ago. The moment I said it, you would answer so quickly. Chunbai found that the crown princess was not easy to deceive. So she simply stopped talking. Qidai and Yudai were laughing in the back. It was so obvious. How could the crown princess not see it? Thinking of the crown princess's eyes when she left the dinner table. It was funny to think about it. When Lu Qiqi came to the imperial study with 3 maids, she saw Yu and King Yin standing at the door. What's going on? Lu Qiqi felt bad and wanted to leave, but was discovered by the sharp-eyed King Yin. King Yin did not speak. But Yu, who was standing next to him, spoke. I do sure. Greet the crown princess. Do you bow? Lu Qiqi came over and smiled. Your Highness. Princess Yin. The 3 maids followed and saluted. Greetings to Prince Yin. Greetings to Princess Yin. Prince Yin looked at the crown princess with a proud look. What's crown princess? I heard that the crown prince didn't have dinner today, so I came to see him. Lu Qiqi paused for a moment, not giving Prince Yin a chance to speak, and said, Prince Yin should have something important to do with the crown prince, so I won't bother you. After that, without waiting for Prince Yin's reaction, she turned around and left. Prince Yin was angry, scolded. Wait! Lu Qiqi didn't seem to hear and continued to walk forward. Prince Yin was angry and stepped forward quickly, trying to hold Lu Qiqi. Qidai reacted quickly and protected Lu Qiqi behind her, and Yudai attacked Prince Yin. Prince Yin was even more angry when he saw it. Every move was fatal to Yudai. At first, Yudai could still hold on, but later it seemed a little difficult. At the critical moment, Sun Chao arrived and took over the anger of Prince Yin. Lu Qiqi calmly watched the scene in front of her. She had no martial arts skills, but she knew that the King of Yin was very skilled in martial arts. Using guards and maids to attack the King of Yin would make him angry, which would be disadvantageous to the fight. It also doomed the defeat of the King of Yin. At this moment, the door of the imperial study opened. Before everyone could see clearly, a shadow flew by. When Lu Qiqi saw clearly, she found that the person who made the move was the prince. The prince stood in front of Lu Qiqi and looked at the person who was beaten out, and his feet left 2 deep scratches on the ground. The King of Yin stabilized his body in embarrassment. When he saw that it was the prince, he immediately yelled, Prince, don't go too far. The prince did not take the anger of the King of Yin seriously. Turned to look at Lu Qiqi. Are you okay? Lu Qiqi shook her head and looked at the King of Yin worriedly, hoping that coming today would not cause trouble for the prince. You go back first. I'll find you later. Lu Qiqi nodded and said, I'll wait for you to eat. The prince nodded. Qingdai, Yudai, Chunbai, Sun Chao, and others escorted Lu Qiqi away. The prince kept looking at Lu Qiqi, and when he could no longer see her back, he waited for a while, and made sure that Lu Qiqi would not hear the noise here. The prince looked at the King of Yin. His eyes fused, and he took action without saying hello. The King of Yin wanted to take the initiative, but he did not expect the prince to be so unethical. Seeing the prince rushing over, he could only bite the bullet and go forward. For a while, there was the sound of flesh and bones breaking. Yu, who was standing at the door of the imperial study, had already fainted from fear. Xiao Kai stood at the door of the imperial study, looking at the scene in front of him. Sun Shu, who was mistakenly thought to be seriously injured and lying on the bed, controlled the entire imperial study, and no one could see or hear it. The King of Yin was going to suffer a loss today. In less than an instant's stick of time, the King of Yin knelt on the ground, and he looked at the prince, who was about to leave angrily. The pride of these years did not allow him to be so embarrassed. When he saw the prince turn around, he asked for the dagger hidden in his sleeve and prepared to attack. Seeing the dagger of the King of Yin about to pierce the back of the prince did not look back, but kicked backwards, and the dagger that was about to pierce the prince turned around and went straight to the neck of the King of Yin. Puff! Blood spurted out from the neck of the King of Yin instantly. The prince was satisfied that someone was seeking death. giving him the opportunity to attack. Turning around, he looked at the King of Yin, who was lying on the ground in disbelief with sarcasm. King of Yin, do you still remember the celebration banquet when I just returned to the capital? Chapter 203, The Fear of Death. The eyes of the King of Yin were filled with fear in an instant. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The King of Chu had a thorough plan at the beginning. Although he didn't know how the prince escaped, he knew the danger at that time from the tragic death of the horse. The King of Yin once thought that the prince had escaped by luck. He was scared when he heard the words of the prince. King of Yin, do you know how the King of Chu died? The King of Yin's lips trembled, and he couldn't say a word. He remembered the tragic state of the King of Chu later. He said that he died of anger. The queen also acquiesced to this matter. Seeing the prince like this, it was obvious that he knew about the killing of the prince by the King of Chu and the counterattack of the prince against the King of Chu. No. Impossible. The King of Yin couldn't accept it. Thinking of what happened around him, he still couldn't figure it out. He clearly sent people to the Wu clan to bring the newly appointed daughter of the Wu clan. As a result, she looked like Sun Rumei during the wedding ceremony. After removing the human skin mask, he found that it was a strange woman. It just so happened that the people of the Wu clan arrived. Thinking about what happened on the day of the wedding, he couldn't stay calm. The prince saw that King Yin had reacted, laughed, and suddenly approached King Yin. Last night, King Chu told me that the place was too dark and too cold, and he wanted to find someone to accompany him. I think King Yin is suitable. No. King Yin felt the prince's fear at this moment. The prince ignored King Yin's call and left. King Yin watched the prince leave, unable to face the despair in front of him, and spit out blood again. Xiao Kai arrived, walked around King Yin, and took out a black cloth from his sleeve and covered King Yin's head. King Yin wanted to break free, but finally fell to the ground powerlessly. Xiao Kai saw that there was a result, so he lifted the black cloth. Soon someone arrived and carried the Prince of Yin and Du Yu away. Not long after, everyone in the palace saw with their own eyes that the Prince of Yin and Du Yu got on the carriage outside the palace together and went all the way to the Prince of Yin's mansion. Eastern Palace? Lu Qiqi returned to the Eastern Palace, her body trembling uncontrollably. All the strength she had outside was drained away the moment she came back. Qidai and Yudai had been paying attention to the Crown Princess. When the Crown Princess was about to fall to the ground after entering the door, they helped her to the chair. Shunbai, who had reacted, quickly brought a cup of hot tea. Lu Qiqi held the teacup with trembling hands, hoping to get a little warmth. The temperature in her hands was obviously very hot, but she still felt cold. Cold from the heart. Shunbai saw the Crown Princess like this, stepped forward, and gently hugged her, hoping to give her warmth in this way. Lu Qiqi couldn't feel it. What kept flashing in her mind was the King of Yin who suddenly approached, and the murderous look in the King of Yin's eyes. She knew in her heart that if the people around her were a step slower, she would not be alive until now. The moment when she was approaching death made her clearly feel that the death of this generation was so close. It was possible that she was still alive and kicking the moment before, and her life was lost in the hands of others in the blink of an eye. This fear of death filled her brain. The prince arrived and saw the trembling woman. He stepped forward and pushed Shunbai away, holding Lu Qiqi in his arms, and asked everyone else to leave. When there were only the two of them in the room, the prince carried the woman to the bed and wrapped the woman in a quilt. Soon both of them were sweating, but the prince continued to insist. He was regretting and blaming himself. What would happen if he came out a little later? He didn't dare to think about that possibility. Lu Qiqi didn't know what was happening around her. She just felt like she was in a furnace. Even so, she still felt cold. When the coldness in her heart dissipated, Lu Qiqi fell into a deep sleep. The prince noticed that the woman's body was no longer shivering, and asked someone to prepare hot water to take care of the woman's bath. After washing off the sweat, he changed into comfortable clothes and hugged the woman to lie on the bed. Touching Lu Qiqi was touching his reverse scale. In the second half of the night, after making sure that the woman was asleep, he asked someone to carefully guard Lu Qiqi, and he went to the Prince of Yan's mansion in a bright yellow prince's robe. Xiao Kai followed behind, knowing that something big would happen tonight. When he thought that someone attacked the Crown Princess, the Crown Prince, and in the Imperial study, he must teach them a lesson. The prince and his entourage arrived at the Prince of Yan's mansion, which seemed to be asleep, very smoothly. They arrived at Jiyu Pavilion smoothly. The sleeping Prince of Yin suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he saw it was the prince, he instinctively stepped back in fear, causing the wound on his neck to move, and his face was deformed due to the pain. But this could not offset the fear brought to him by the prince. "Prince Yin, you are not dead yet." The prince said this coldly, with a creepy smile on his lips. Prince. The prince smiled coldly, and at the moment when the smile fell, his clenched fist went directly to the face of the Prince of Yin. After a while, the Prince of Yin, who had nowhere to hide, soon became a pig head. Even so, the prince did not let him go. The prince picked up the stick set by Zhao Kai and hit the Prince of Yin with it. Screams were heard, and there was no movement in the whole Yanwang mansion. When the prince had vented enough, he reminded someone who was trembling, "Take good care of it, and I will come to see the Prince of Yin tomorrow." The prince left after saying this. As soon as he left the Prince of Yin's mansion, the Prince of Yin's mansion also regained its former vitality. The screams of the Prince of Yin, the abuse of concubine Qin, and the panic of some frightened women. The beaten Prince of Yin did not dare to say that it was the prince who did it, just because something like that happened in the palace. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in the Prince of Yin's mansion. No one knew what happened during that time. It seemed that he suddenly disappeared from the palace and came here. At this moment, the Prince of Yin finally knew how terrible the prince was, thinking of the words of the prince before leaving. At this moment, he no longer dared to have the idea of competing for the throne, and just hoped that he could live. What a pity! The prince did not think so. The prince greeted the Prince of Yin on time every day, just like 3 meals a day, and no one in the entire Prince of Yin's mansion noticed it. After a night of adjustment, Lu Qiqi was in a much better state. Seeing the maids who were carefully serving her, she didn't say anything, but just sat in a daze. The 3 maids were worried. Chunbai came over and smiled. "Crown Princess, I have also learned how to make scallion pancakes. Will I make them for you today?" Lu Qiqi knew they were kind and frowned. "I want to eat Wudong's pancakes. I will make them right away." Hearing this, Chunbai hurried away, and before leaving, she signaled Qingdai and Yudai to take good care of the crown princess. Lu Qiqi saw that she didn't say anything. When Chunbai left, she looked back again. She pretended not to see it. She was sure that Chunbai would not come back, and asked, "Go check who deliberately instigated Chunbai to say that." Yudai heard the response and left. Only Qingdai and Lu Qiqi were left in the room. "Crown Princess, are you okay?" Lu Qiqi sighed. "You are being deceived if you say you are okay. I thought I was going to die yesterday." "Crown Princess won't." Qingdai knelt on the ground. Lu Qiqi smiled and said nothing. She told Qingdai, "Recently, you should pay attention to the movements of the people in the East Palace. If anyone is suspicious, arrest them and interrogate them." "Yes." Chunbai has been staying in the East Palace almost all the time. The person who delivered the message to Chunbai was also in the East Palace. Lu Qiqi would not allow the East Palace to have other people's eyes. She would not allow unrest around her when she was watching a play. After explaining all this, Lu Qiqi curled up on the soft couch, like a cat. Lazy. Chapter 204. There is nothing that can't be solved with a meal. Yudai came back and said, "Crown Princess, it's Aunt Zhang from the kitchen." Lu Qiqi heard it and looked at Qingdai. Qingdai knew what to do and left quickly. Yudai stepped forward. "Crown Princess, this matter may not be that simple." Lu Qiqi closed her eyes. No need to investigate. Solve it first. She couldn't repay kindness with kindness when her life was almost lost. She knew that after so much time, someone had already deployed, and there would be no results if she investigated. So it would be better to kill a chicken to scare the monkey. Soon, a heart-wrenching sound came from the yard. Just one sound, and it soon disappeared. Yudai explained beside her. Qingdai is used to giving needles, and there was no sound after she gave a needle. Lu Qiqi thought it should be dead, and didn't say much about it. After a while, Chunbai came with Wudong's pancakes. Lu Qiqi saw it, and knew that Chunbai was doing it on purpose. If it was made now, it wouldn't be so fast. "Crown Princess, I have prepared a lot. Just waiting for you to speak." Chunbai smiled. Lu Qiqi picked up one and took a bite. She felt unhappy and felt that the food tasted a little worse. She forced herself to eat it. After eating one, she couldn't eat anymore. Chunbai and Yudai were very worried. Fortunately, the prince arrived soon, and they could breathe a sigh of relief. When they left, they saw the ugly smile of the crown princess and felt sour in their hearts. It would be better not to smile like this. The prince also saw it. He didn't want the woman to change. Seeing such a woman, his heart was very painful. He was so painful that he wanted to vent all his anger on the king of Yin. At this time, the prince of Yin had been traumatized by the prince. He regretted countless times, but he could not change what he had done. Chi-Chi, let me take you to a place. Lu Chi-Chi did not have too many expectations. As a result, when she saw the prince taking her to Rong Fei's yard, where the prince's biological mother lived, she knew that she could not expect too much from the prince, as he had no sense of romance. The prince still felt that he was right to bring a woman to this place. He was silent for a while, and talked about his childhood. Lu Chi-Chi was not moved when she heard it, but felt bored. The feelings experienced by everyone with a story are hard-moving. But how long can such a hard-moving last? Like the emperor and Rong Fei, their love is unforgettable. But they still cannot withstand the destruction of reality. The prince's voice changed as he spoke. Lu Chi-Chi heard a handkerchief being sent. Do you need it? The depression in the prince's heart disappeared, and he was speechless when he saw the smiling woman. He was obviously here to let the woman relax. But he ended up doing this to himself. Are you in a good mood? The prince asked. Lu Chi-Chi nodded honestly. Could she say that she felt better because she heard about other people's misfortunes and felt that she was not the worst? Don't worry. I will avenge you. The prince has already started. What are you going to do? Lu Chi-Chi felt that the prince wanted to do something to the king of Yin, and he would do it in secret. You will know soon. The prince didn't want to say more. Lu Chi-Chi was in a better mood and had an appetite again. You shouldn't have eaten yet? The imperial kitchen should be ready now. The prince took Lu Chi-Chi's hand and returned to the East Palace. On the way back, she met concubine Wu, who was taking a walk. As the crown princess, Lu Chi-Chi would not easily let concubine Wu find fault. After paying her respects, she left. The crown prince ignored concubine Wu. After leaving, concubine Wu gritted her teeth and could not do anything to the crown prince. After walking for a while, she met concubine Qin again when she was about to reach the East Palace. Concubine Qin? She came back from the Prince of Yan's mansion? The moment Lu Chi-Chi looked over, she actually discovered concubine Qin's fear. The crown prince glanced at concubine Qin and pulled the woman away. When concubine Qin saw the crown prince leave, she thought of the situation of the Prince of Yan, and the fear in her heart began to spread. At this moment, concubine Qin finally knew how terrible the crown prince was. She thought of complaining to the emperor, but she didn't dare, so she could only swallow this grievance. Lu Chi-Chi and the crown prince returned to the East Palace, and there was a table full of delicious food in front of them. When she smelled the smell when she entered the door, she felt her stomach was empty. She walked over quickly and sat down, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. After eating for a while, she saw that the prince had not eaten. So she called out, "Eat. It tastes good." Chun Bai saw that the princess was fine, and smiled. She still wanted to see such a princess. The prince started to eat at Lu Chi-Chi's invitation. After eating for a while, Lu Chi-Chi had almost finished eating, and sighed, "I just realized that there is nothing that can't be solved by a meal." The prince smiled dotingly, and picked up some food for the woman. "I like to eat more." Okay. Lu Chi-Chi really healed her injured heart because of a meal. After the meal, the prince saw that Lu Chi-Chi was fine, so he went to the imperial study to work, and Lu Chi-Chi took a nap on the hammock. After the meal, she took a walk and lived to be 99. But she was just too lazy to move. Soon, Lu Chi-Chi fell asleep comfortably. The three maids brought a thin quilt to cover the crown princess and stood by her side. When Lu Chi-Chi woke up, the sun had already set. She stretched comfortably, looked at the three serious maids, and joked with a smile. "I'm fine." "Crown princess, are you really fine?" Chun Bai asked. Lu Chi-Chi smiled widely. "There is nothing that can't be solved with a meal." In order to completely reassure the three maids, she took them to the vegetable garden in the backyard. Seeing the vegetables sprouted, she felt a sense of accomplishment. She had thought about a pastoral life, and she really realized it. And it was in the East Palace. This is something that others dare not even think about. After inspecting the vegetable garden, Lu Chi-Chi went back to the room and picked up the storybook that she hadn't read for a long time. She saw that it was still written by the scholar author. Lu Chi-Chi read a few pages and found that the style of the scholar author had changed. Just as she was wondering why an author style could change, the system voice came. The King of Yin is in trouble. Lu Qiqi. Tell me about it. System. The prince deliberately wore the prince's bright yellow robe to provoke the King of Yin and attack the King of Yin. Lu Qiqi. The King of Yin just took the beating so obediently? System. He couldn't run away. And no one saw him. After the prince left, others found that the King of Yin was injured. Lu Qiqi thought of concubine Qin. Is concubine Qin returning to the palace because of this? System. Does she dare not return? If she doesn't return, the King of Yin will really die. Lu Qiqi. I really want to see that scene. System. Forget it. That's not the scene you like. Lu Qiqi. Just take a look. Isn't it? System. Ah. Suddenly I remembered something important. I'm leaving first. Lu Qiqi really didn't like that scene. The problem that allowed the system to escape must be really miserable. It's what he deserves. The King of Yin can only wish for good luck. How long he can live depends on someone's life. Chapter 205 Concubine Shu's Killing Weapon. Prince Yan's Mansion. A scream was heard again in Prince Yan's mansion in the middle of the night. Du Yu, who was sleeping, woke up suddenly when she heard the noise. Looking out the window, the shadows of the swaying branches hit the window, which made her feel even more creepy. At this time, a faint voice came from outside. Du Yu asked boldly, "Who is outside?" "Miss, it's me. There is a noise from Prince Yan's side. Go and have a look," the maid Wan Shu said anxiously. Hearing that it was Wan Shu's voice, Du Yu breathed a sigh of relief. She quickly put on her clothes and opened the door. Seeing Wan Shu's panic, she asked, "What's wrong?" This time Prince Yan's situation is more serious. Du Yu didn't have much worry on her face and rushed to Prince Yan's Jiyu Pavilion. When Du Yu arrived at Jiyu Pavilion, the two concubines had arrived. Because Prince Yan was still shouting, they didn't dare to go in. Concubine Yu Ling of Yan nervously pulled Du Yu's hand. "Princess, the prince has been like this for a long time. If he continues, it may be dangerous." Concubine Wang Yan of Yan said, "Princess, what should we do?" When concubine Qin left, she said that we should serve the prince several times. But now, Du Yu was young, and when she heard them say this, she stood up and said, "Don't worry, my two sisters, I'll go in and take a look." After that, she walked inside. When she went in, she saw the King of Yin crawling over from the ground. Du Yu just looked at him, without any extra expression in her eyes. She could never forget that she was forced to marry in the hall. And how did this person treat her? Thinking of this, Du Yu had no good feelings towards the King of Yin. She stood there and waited for the King of Yin to crawl over. He is here." The King of Yin looked around in horror. Du Yu bent down slightly and looked at the King of Yin. "Who's here?" "The prince." "Why is the prince here? He should be in the palace at this time," Du Yu said, took out a handkerchief from her sleeve and waved it in front of the King of Yin. Soon, the King of Yin's eyes were dull, and he stood up and walked towards the bed. Du Yu looked at the obedient King of Yin and was quite satisfied. She stood in the room for a while before leaving. After opening the door, Yan's concubine Yu Ling saw Du Yu come out intact and felt it was not possible. Every time the King of Yin went crazy, he would make a scene for a long time, and anyone who got close to him would be hurt. How could Du Yu be okay? Yu Ling always thought that as long as she drove away that arrogant woman, the position of the King of Yin's concubine would be hers. But she didn't expect that it would be taken away by a woman who appeared halfway. "Sister Yu, I know that the King of Yin likes you the most. You stay and serve the King of Yin." Yu Ling was unhappy, but she couldn't disobey. "Yes." Du Yu took a look and left. When Du Yu returned to the Biluo Pavilion, she just lay down and heard the creepy movement again. Hearing this, Du Yu smiled, thinking that someone was in trouble, and she would wait to see how miserable someone was tomorrow. He did something to her, but he didn't even look at who he was. Jingzhou in prison. When Sun Rumei woke up and found where she was desperate. Why was she here? She should be in the Prince of Yan's mansion. Is she going to marry the Prince of Yan? She was still thinking about how to escape. How did she come here? Sun Rumei was just thinking about how to escape. How did she get here? Sun Rumei saw that it was concubine Shu. "Aunt? I don't dare to be aunt. Miss Du should think about your future situation." Concubine Shu looked carefully at the cell. A familiar place, where she wanted to end everything that shouldn't have happened. What does aunt mean by this? Concubine Shu smiled. "Miss Du, don't you think this place is familiar?" Sun Rumei looked around and it was indeed familiar. This should be the cell where she almost died. Sun Rume recalled and felt scared at this moment. In order to live, she tried to hold on. Thank you for saving my life, Aunt. If you hadn't helped me that day, I wouldn't be alive today. Concubine Shu nodded. I saved your life. But you plan to let the entire Sun family be buried with me? What does that mean by this? You want to kill me, and let the Sun family be used by you. This is what Concubine Shu cares about the most. Looking at Sun Rume's innocent appearance, Concubine Shu took out a golden thread from her sleeve and strangled her neck before Sun Rume could react. Sun Rume saw that Concubine Shu wanted to kill her, and she struggled hard. Unfortunately, Concubine Shu came prepared. The sharp weapon in her hand was a backup for dealing with disobedient people. She had done this many times. For her, no one she wanted to kill would live to see tomorrow. Until Sun Rume stopped struggling. Concubine Shu carefully felt Sun Rume's pulse and confirmed that she was dead. She then carefully withdrew her hand. At the moment when she put away the gold thread, she took out a small medicine bottle from her sleeve and sprinkled it on Sun Rume's body. Soon, Sun Rume's body began to bubble, and soon the bubbles wrapped around her body. After a while, when the bubbles disappeared, Sun Rume's body also disappeared. After Concubine Shu finished doing this, she tidied her clothes and turned to leave. Just after leaving the prison, I saw the queen outside the cell. When Shufei saw the queen, she felt a little guilty. Queen. The queen looked at Shufei. Why is Shufei here? To see an old friend. In the matter of Sun Rume, the queen hated Sun Rume as much as she did. She took action to get rid of her. And she didn't have to dirty the queen's hands. Did Shufei see her? I came at the wrong time. And she just left. What a pity. After the queen said this, Nani Wang came with a bunch of keys. She was a little surprised to see Shufei there. Queen. Nani Wang saluted. When Shufei saw the key in Nani Wang's hand, she found it was the same key she had used not long ago. It could also be said that she had the same purpose as herself. Now that she had dealt with the person, she exchanged a few words and left. Nani Wang watched Shufei leave and said, Queen, why is Shufei here? Let's go. The queen turned and left. Nani Wang felt puzzled. When she saw the queen leave, she also left quickly. After the queen got on the carriage, she asked the coachman to drive the carriage to the Prince of Chu's mansion. When the queen arrived, the Princess of Chu immediately started to get busy. When the Princess of Chu heard that the queen had come, she hurried out to greet her. Your Highness, I pay my respects to the queen. The queen helped the Princess of Chu up. Princess Chu, you don't have to be so polite. The Princess of Chu stood up and stood respectfully beside her. The queen walked into the house first and asked as she walked, the palace is much calmer than before. The prince is gone, and the whole palace is much emptier. Your Highness has dismissed some useless maids. Princess Chu, you don't have to live so frugally. If you need it, send someone to the palace to tell me, and I will definitely get it for you. Princess Chu didn't know what the queen meant by her arrival. She thought that the king of Chu was dead, and the queen would soon forget about it. But she didn't expect her to come today. This made Princess Chu a little nervous. Could it be that the queen knew what she had done? Thinking about it, she felt that it shouldn't be the case. Soon, the queen came into the room, and Princess Chu made tea herself and stood by. At this time, a child ran in from outside, shouting, Mother! Mother! This is what the child wrote. Seeing that there were outsiders, he stood there stiffly. Princess Chu waved. Come and see the imperial grandmother. The child looked at the queen and whispered, Imperial grandmother. Then he knelt on the ground and cowed out. Who is he? The queen asked excitedly. Princess Chu said, He is the son of the prince. The real Yer had been sent away. This was the child brought from her brother's side, and he was used as the son of the king of Chu. Good. Good. The queen's eyes were red with excitement. She was disappointed with her son, but she was relieved to see that her son had a successor. Chapter 206 Domestic Violence? Qiushuang Pavilion. Concubine Da burned a lot of things in Qiushuang Pavilion. After these days, no one has come to repair it. Concubine Da looked at the burned corner and felt a little uneasy. She always felt that the queen deliberately made things difficult for her, so that she would always remember the consequences of a fire. Thinking that she had left smoothly after setting the fire and passed the message, she hoped that Prince Qing would be fine. As long as Prince Qing was fine, no matter how much humiliation she suffered, it would be worth it. Prince Qing's mansion. Concubine Qing was embroidering a handkerchief in the yard. Since Prince Qing was imprisoned, her life around her has been quiet, with only a few people around her. A few days ago, Prince Qing was arrested, and she lived a more comfortable life in Prince Qing's mansion. Thinking of what Concubine did sent that night, she was curious several times. It was a piece of paper, a Buddhist scripture. She thought about it for a long time, but she didn't understand what the Buddhist scripture meant. Just as she was thinking, she heard a noise next to her. She turned her head and saw that it was Prince Qing who climbed over the wall. Prince Qing? Why did he come back? Concubine Qing felt strange and immediately put down the things in her hands and walked towards Prince Qing quickly. Prince, you are finally back. Concubine Qing's eyes were red as she said this. Prince Qing stretched out his big hand and directly hugged the woman into his arms. This prince knew that in such a big capital, only you are sincere to this prince. The excited Prince Qing did not notice that the woman he hugged into his arms had no ripples in her eyes. It's good that Prince is back. It's good that you are back, Concubine Qing said, pushing Prince Qing away. Prince, one night, Concubine came and left a note. When Prince Qing heard this, his eyebrows and eyes relaxed immediately. Quick, show it to this prince. Concubine Qing went into the room to get it, and Prince Qing followed behind. When Concubine Qing found the note and gave it to Prince Qing, Prince Qing took the note, lit the candle, and placed the note above the fire, and the hidden words flashed on it. Concubine Qing was shocked when she saw it. No wonder she didn't understand. It turned out that the real meaning was here. After reading the note, Prince Qing was happy and picked up Concubine Qing and walked to the bed. Just at this time, the maid Miao Jing came with rock sugar lotus seed porridge. Concubine, your rock sugar lotus seed porridge is ready. Concubine Qing was about to speak, but was covered by Prince Qing's mouth. Concubine Qing looked at Prince Qing in confusion. Miao Jing didn't see Concubine Qing, thinking that she was not there, so she went outside to look for her. After Miao Jing walked away, Concubine Qing asked, Prince, what are you doing? Don't tell anyone that I'm back. But, don't worry, I'll be fine. Are you doing something big? Prince Qing was in a very good mood and scratched Concubine Qing's nose. I've always done big things. After saying that, he pressed Concubine Qing under him. After making love, Prince Qing got up and dressed contentedly. Concubine Qing quickly got up to help Prince Qing dress. Prince Qing saw that she was becoming more and more gentle and considerate. This time coming back was really risky, but it was worth it to see a woman. She warned, be careful in the palace. No matter what you hear outside, don't believe it. Wait for me to come back. Concubine Qing paused. Don't worry. Our good days will come soon, Prince Qing said again. Concubine Qing nodded without saying anything. When she sent Prince Qing away, her eyes were red. Prince Qing was extremely worried, and finally had to leave due to the situation. After Prince Qing left, Concubine Qing turned around to drink the cold rock sugar lotus seed porridge. The calmness on her face was completely different from her appearance just now. Eastern Palace? Lu Qiqi took 3 maids to inspect the vegetable garden. After these days of hard work, the vegetables planted are alive. If it weren't for the fact that these vegetables are still small, she really wants to pick them and have a good meal. Thinking that she can eat the vegetables she planted with her own hands soon, she feels happy. Just after returning to the yard after a round of inspection, she received a letter from her parents. The moment she opened it, she saw the familiar handwriting, and her heart was suddenly full of happiness. I heard that your father's governance of Huangshan County was very smooth. Thinking of his father's long-cherished wish, which can be realized here, I feel that they really made the right time travel. Both father and mother like a simple life and are not interested in the current high technology. She is engaged in the internet. Her father and mother don't like it, and they didn't stop her from starting a business in this area. Her father doesn't like it. In the future, her father gave her a lot of advice on many things, which made her more successful. Watching her father build his own blueprint in this strange era, Lu Qiqi was happy for her father. System voice came. Don't worry. Your father and mother are living a very good life in Huangshan County. Lu Qiqi. Will there be any danger? Lu Qiqi was still frightened when she was threatened by King Yin. System. The prince arranged 2 martial arts masters to protect them. Lu Qiqi smiled with relief when she heard this. System. The prince is very good. Lu Qiqi faced this question head-on. Indeed. He is very good. System. The prince is only very good to you. You must know how to be grateful. Lu Chichi was not happy. I gave myself to him. Is that not enough? System. Where is your heart? Lu Chichi was silent. System. Not all men are scumbags. You are lucky. Maybe you meet a good man. Lu Chichi also hoped that this was the case. She still insisted on her previous plan. If not, she would not compromise. Nor would she linger. She would leave in a chic manner. System. Do you took action? The system suddenly changed the topic, leaving Lu Chichi a little confused. And in thought of the scene she saw at the wedding. Is it because of what happened at the wedding? System. No woman of the Wu clan is simple. If Sun Rumei hadn't suddenly appeared, you would have arrived as the daughter of the Wu clan. Lu Chichi laughed. How did you do it? System. The Prince of Yin was beaten by the Crown Prince and left with a psychological trauma. He screams all day long. When concubine Qin was around, the Prince of Yin had an easy life. Now Du is the Prince of Yin's wife. And the Prince of Yin is crazy. Du is narrow-minded and doesn't miss this opportunity. So she takes action. Lu Chichi is excited. Tell me, how did you do it? System. Do you drug the Prince of Yin? Making her as obedient as a piece of wood. But if someone else gets close to her, the Prince of Yin will go crazy and take action. Lu Chichi. Domestic violence? System. It's more terrible than domestic violence. Now the two concubines of Yin are injured and lying in bed, unable to eat, drink, defecate or urinate by themselves. Lu Chichi. This is much more cruel than domestic violence. System. Soon Du will control the Prince of Yan's mansion. And then the Prince of Yan's mansion will become her sharp weapon. Lu Chichi understood what the system meant. Are you saying that this Du will be a tough character in the future? System. The legitimate daughter of the Wu clan has always been a symbol of the status of the queen. And Du came here with this in mind? She was treated indecently when she arrived, and was also attacked by the King of Yin. She has no foundation in the capital, and has become a laughing stock. She has such a big gap in her heart. And she is a petty woman. It would be strange if she didn't fight back. Lu Chichi. This is your guess. System. You'd better be careful. Lu Chichi accepted her fate. As long as I am by the prince's side, there will always be so many imaginary enemies. Chapter 207 The Treasure of the Late Emperor. System. Don't worry. Du has seen the ruthlessness of the prince. She dare not really do anything to you. She can only make things difficult for you. Now her identity as the Princess of Yin is confirmed. She can only think about the new queen in her heart. Lu Chichi. I know. System. A few days ago, concubine to set fire to Qiu Shuang Pavilion, and the queen has not set anyone to repair it until now. Lu Chichi was in a good mood when she heard the gossip that had nothing to do with her. The queen did it on purpose. System. Concubine did this just to send a note to the Qing Palace. Lu Chichi got excited. What note? System. Tell the Qing Palace about the underground vault of the late emperor. Intending to make the Qing Palace turn over from now on. Lu Chichi. There must be a lot of money. Right? System. This is not the key. Okay. Lu Chichi. Money is something that no one would think is too much. System. Prince Qing read the note in front of concubine Qing. And she also saw the words on it. Lu Chichi understood. The prince should know the news soon. System. I already know. Lu Chichi smiled. Prince Qing has failed again. After working so hard for so long, and even escaping from prison, the final result is actually like this. System. Sun Rumei is dead. Lu Chichi suddenly felt relieved. Who killed her? System. Xu Fei. Lu Chichi was not surprised. The things that Sun Rumei did after her identity was changed made people feel very upset. It was understandable that Xu Fei took action. There was also the key point. Only when Sun Rumei died could she erase the things she had done to save Sun Rumei forever. System. Have you seen the red string on concubine Xu's wrist? Lu Chichi. Why are you talking about this suddenly? System. That's concubine Xu's weapon for killing people. Hearing this, Lu Chichi's heart trembled. The red string could end a person's life. Sure enough, a weapon for killing people doesn't need a knife. The system told everything that happened recently. Today, the queen met the princess of Chu. She mistakenly thought that the child named Yur, who was with the princess, was her grandson. After returning to the palace, she said people to send a lot of things. Lu Qiqi. Yu was originally the son of the king of Chu. System. The real Yu. After the princess of Chu found out about Yu's feelings for her, she secretly sent Yu away after the matter was resolved. She took another child named Yu from her brother. Lu Qiqi was silent. No matter about the royal family. It's simple. System. The real Yu has been killed by the princess of Chu's brother, the general of the cavalry. The princess of Chu is still unaware of this. After hearing so many important things in a row, Lu Qiqi was very tired. She simply found a place to sit down and prepared to relax. The three maids saw the crown princess reading the letter, and their expressions changed. They thought she was homesick again. So Chunbai served the crown princess more attentively. There was tea, fruit, and dried fruits were peeled and sent to the crown princess's mouth. Lu Qiqi opened her mouth and ate. It's more interesting to peel these things yourself. Yes, I listened to the crown princess. But I don't want to move today. So you peel it for me. Chunbai immediately pulled a long face. The crown princess only knows how to bully me. Lu Qiqi. If I don't bully you, who else can I bully? Chunbai was speechless, lowering her head to peel the paper-shelled walnuts. Qidai and Yudai were laughing beside them. Chunbai was talkative and thick-skinned. Only when she rushed forward at the critical moment could the crown princess feel better. After a while, the food was delivered from the imperial kitchen. Lu Qiqi got up and prepared to eat in another place. When the crown princess was about to pick up her chopsticks, Chunbai spoke again. Crown princess, I have prepared 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Is the crown prince coming? No way. Lu Qiqi thought of the day when she didn't get to eat because of the crown prince, and was almost scared to death. Thinking of the current experience of the king of Yin, she felt much more comfortable. Crown princess, let's wait a little longer. What if the crown prince comes? Chunbai subconsciously wanted to remind the crown princess not to forget to please the crown prince. Lu Qiqi was too reluctant, and faced with Chunbai's efforts to explain, she decided to wait a little longer. Just waiting, smelling the fragrance of food, and not being able to eat. This feeling is too uncomfortable. When Lu Qiqi couldn't wait any longer, footsteps were heard outside. Yudai said, the prince is here. Lu Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief. If he doesn't come, I can't wait any longer. The prince arrived soon, walked in, and said, how are the dishes today? They are all good. It couldn't be bad. She had been craving for a long time. The prince sat down, and the two began to eat. Lu Qiqi could finally eat, and she ate with big mouthfuls. Just after finishing the meal, the prince was about to chat with Lu Qiqi. Zhao Kai hurriedly walked in and whispered something in the prince's ear. After hearing it, the prince said something to Lu Qiqi and left quickly. Lu Qiqi looked at the prince's anxious look, and while the 3 maids were cleaning the table, she asked the system, what did Zhao Kai say? He was right next to her, and she didn't hear a word. System. The late emperor's treasure has been found. Lu Qiqi was shocked. Isn't the prince's action too fast? System. When has the prince ever been slow in doing things? Lu Qiqi. What is the prince going to do? System. The prince will transport all the treasures to the palace tonight. Lu Qiqi. When Prince Qing finds out, his face must be very ugly. Right? System. What's ugly? Prince Qing hasn't found the treasure yet. When he went to look for it, he found nothing. He thought that concubine's information was wrong. Then, there will be another good show. Lu Qiqi sighed. The mother-son relationship is really thin. Concubine that took the risk of offending the queen and was complained by her son. Such a mother is really pathetic. System. Don't worry. The son you give birth to will definitely be filial. Lu Qiqi. How did you know that I would give birth to a son? System. You not only have a son, but also a son and a daughter. Lu Qiqi. It turns out that I am also a blessed person. Only blessed people can have both sons and daughters. In modern times, most people have only one child. Later, the policy was relaxed, and they could have a second child. Some people were under pressure, and did not want a second child. As the only child in the family, she always felt too lonely. Such troubles did not happen to her children, which made her discover another benefit of coming to ancient times. Lu Qiqi was imagining what her children would look like when Yudai arrived. Crown Princess. Madame Xiao is gone. Madame Xiao is gone? Lu Qiqi repeated, thinking about what she said when she met Xiao Nianqing last time. Xiao Nianqing should appear in the eyes of others as she really is. This is also a good thing. Yes, Madame Xiao was poisoned very deeply. And it was too late when she found out. Lu Qiqi repeated. Deeply poisoned? Yu Dai felt scared by the sight of the crown princess. And dared not speak. So she could only nod. Lu Qiqi stopped making things difficult for Yu Dai. And sighed. Shan Yanqing is a pitiful person. It's better for her to leave. Maybe she can be reborn into a good family, and have a brand new future. Chun Bai interrupted. I used to hate Shan Yanqing. But why do I feel so bad when I heard that she died? Lu Qiqi said. It's just right. You take me to see Shan Yanqing off. Yu Dai secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. Because if the crown princess went, she would definitely find out something. Chun Bai was different. Chun Bai wanted to refuse. But then she thought that Shan Yanqing was dead. And she had done a few things for the crown princess. So she readily agreed. Chapter 208 Reckless Palace Maid. Lu Qiqi thought that the play would be complete. She thought that Shan Yanqing would be buried tomorrow. And someone was anxious. So he had to be buried on the same day. Seeing that people were anxious, Lu Qiqi asked Chun Bai to go now. Before leaving, Yu Dai followed. Lu Qiqi watched them leave and said to Qing Dai, I didn't expect that Yu Dai and Shan Yanqing had such a good relationship. Qing Dai smiled, but didn't dare to answer. Can you say that they grew up together? Lu Qiqi said considerately. I have a lot of things around me. And you three can't handle it. If there is a suitable person, arrange another person. Yes. Qing Dai was happy. I didn't know how to tell the crown princess. But the crown princess said it first. And it was much easier to do things this time. Lu Qiqi knew from Qing Dai's expression that the palace maid who came should be playing Shan Yanqing himself. What Lu Qiqi didn't expect was that Chun Bai and Yu Dai went to Shan Yanqing's funeral. And when they came back at night, there was one more person around them. Seeing the other person's beautiful face, Lu Qiqi looked at him carefully. So this is what Shan Yanqing looks like. She's pretty good looking. Yu Dai stepped forward and saluted. Crown Princess, this is Zhou Yin, my fellow villager. I feel sorry for her, and have no one to rely on in the capital. I would like to ask the Crown Princess to give Zhou Yin a meal. Lu Qiqi had guessed the identity of this person long ago. After hearing what Yu Dai said, she looked at Zhou Yin openly. Zhou Yin knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Raise your head. Zhou Yin raised her head slightly. Lu Qiqi looked at Zhou Yin. Her eyes only stayed on the corner of her clothes, which showed that she had received professional training. It didn't matter if there were more people around her. They were arranged by the crown prince. Could she refuse? Pretending to be satisfied. You are Yu Dai's fellow villager. Just serve her here. Qing Dai and Yu Dai were both stunned. They thought it would be a bit troublesome to arrange it in. But they didn't expect it to be so smooth. Yu Dai knelt on the ground excitedly and saluted. Lu Qiqi smiled. Yu Dai, why are you knelt on the ground? I thank the crown princess for taking Zhou Yin in. Zhou Yin also knelt on the ground and saluted. Thank you, crown princess. Lu Qiqi said. Get up. I just told Qing Dai that there are a lot of things around me recently. So I should have more people to serve me. It's a coincidence that Zhou Yin came. Yu Dai always felt that this was not right. But she didn't think it was wrong for a while. And stood up after thanking her. Zhou Yin stayed in the East Palace smoothly. Evening. The prince came back exhausted. Lu Qiqi looked at him and said, Why do you think he did something bad? The prince smiled. You should say he did something big. Yes. Yes. What big thing did the prince do? Your Highness has brought back all the national treasures left outside. Lu Qiqi smiled secretly. National treasures? Obviously the treasures of the previous emperor. One of the reasons why the prince was happy was that he wanted Prince Qing to work in vain. What made Lu Qiqi wonder was how Concubine knew about this. According to the system, the prince was also looking for this batch of treasures. But he didn't know the specific location. Why did Concubine know? This is another secret of the palace. You are amazing. Lu Qiqi praised with a smile. Your Highness has something even more amazing. After the prince said this, the water for bathing was already prepared outside. Lu Qiqi watched the prince taking a bath. And she was idle, and leaned against the head of the bed to read the storybook. Just after reading for a while, the prince came over after taking a bath. Soon, Lu Qiqi also understood what the prince meant by more powerful. She spent one night to understand the prince's enthusiasm. The next day, when the prince had an early court, Lu Qiqi slept until noon. The four maids knew it in their hearts. But no one pointed it out. They quietly served the princess. Zhou Yan had just arrived and didn't know many of the princess's habits. She was a little restrained standing beside her. She had amazing eyesight. By the evening, her nervousness disappeared a lot. Lu Qiqi spent half a day comfortably. When the evening came, Lu Ma, who was beside the Queen Mother, suddenly arrived. Lu Qiqi suddenly thought of what happened when she went to the Queen Mother's Sinang Palace last time. She ate the poisonous cakes and felt uncomfortable for a long time. The Queen Mother was the one who poisoned, but she blamed concubine Qin. Later, she learned from the system that concubine Wu also had the poison. After going around in circles, she was still unlucky. Thinking of the day with the prince and seeing the terrified concubine Qin. All of this was related to the prince. With a complicated heart, Lu Qiqi came to the Queen Mother Sinang Palace. The system explained that the Queen Mother was helping her, but Lu Qiqi didn't appreciate it. After arriving at the Sinang Palace, she bowed according to the rules. At the Queen Mother's invitation, she sat beside her and listened to her chat. Since that incident, Lu Qiqi has lost her sincerity to the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother noticed Lu Qiqi's indifference, talked for a while, and let her go. Lu Qiqi left the Sinang Palace and sighed. The Queen Mother sat thoughtfully, and Nani Luo came forward. Queen Mother, I think the Crown Princess seems to remember that incident. The Queen Mother sighed. It's good to do things with a clear conscience. How could she not see it? I hope time will let her understand my kindness. A momentary misunderstanding will always pass one day. At this time, Lu Qiqi returned to the East Palace, as happy as a little bird. Chunbai was silent all the way. She was also afraid of what happened in the Sinang Palace last time. At this time, she had thought about it. If the Queen Mother still harmed the Crown Princess, she would protect the Crown Princess even if she risked her life. Fortunately, this did not happen, and the Crown Princess was still fine. Lu Qiqi jumped into the house and passed the small kitchen. Just then, a palace maid came out with water for washing vegetables and ran into her. In an instant, a large area of Lu Qiqi's clothes was wet. Chunbai and others were shocked to see this scene. It's not right to meet such a reckless palace maid in the East Palace. Thinking of this, she hurriedly wiped the water stains on the Crown Princess' body. The water was the water for washing vegetables, which was very dirty. Qina was sharp-eyed and recognized the palace maid as Chenma's niece at a glance. Chenma was dead, and this person should have seen it. She wanted to wait for the Crown Princess to leave before she taught this ignorant little palace maid a lesson. Lu Qiqi let Chunbai deal with her. She stared at the palace maid kneeling on the ground. I deserve to die. I offended the Crown Princess. Please punish me. The system's voice came to Lu Qiqi's ears. She is the niece of Chenma, who talked too much in Chunbai's ear. Lu Qiqi looked at someone who was begging for mercy. Did she do it on purpose? System. Chenma is dead. She points the finger at you. Lu Qiqi. Does she know what Chenma did? System. No. Lu Qiqi thought it would be easy if she knew. So Chunbai said, Crown Princess, can you change your clothes first? Lu Qiqi was not in a hurry to change her clothes. She said, Are you from the small kitchen? Replying to the Crown Princess, I am a palace maid in this small kitchen. Even if you are a member of the palace, you have been trained. Which maid taught you? How could you be so reckless? I deserve to die. I deserve to die. The maid knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Since you know you deserve to die, you will follow Qin Dai to learn the rules tomorrow. The little maid didn't expect such a good thing to happen. In her opinion, the Crown Princess was really a paper tiger. I am terrified. Everyone in the small kitchen heard the noise, and a maid rushed out and knelt on the top. Crown Princess, spare me. Sister Lu didn't mean it. Lu Qiqi smiled and another one came. Tomorrow you two will go to Qin Dai to learn the rules together. Qin Dai was worried that the Crown Princess was kind-hearted, and said, Crown Princess, they are all nieces of Chenma. Chenma? The one who said something she shouldn't have said? Lu Qiqi asked. Yes. In that case, then drive them out of the East Palace. Lu Qiqi said this and walked into the house. The two palace maids kneeling on the ground turned pale instantly when they heard this. Qin Dai had long disliked the two of them, and when she heard this, she grabbed one of them and left. Chunbai followed the Crown Princess happily, and always felt that the Crown Princess was becoming more and more imposing. Chapter 209 Naughty Man's Dirty Trick. Lu Qiqi drove two maids out of the East Palace, and the news soon spread to others. Some people thought Lu Qiqi was too cruel. She didn't let them live just because they were hit? Driving out of the East Palace meant that they would no longer have a foothold in the palace. And the two maids would die. On the second day, someone found the bodies of the two maids in the well. Soon, someone said that the crown princess forced the two maids to death. It was already noon when the news reached Luchichi. Luchichi was counting the ants on the ground boredly, and saw Yu Dai running back from outside in a panic. The sky is falling? After saying that, she deliberately glanced at the sky. Chunbai chuckled. Crown princess, Yu Dai is too nervous. Yu Dai had no time to joke, and quickly came to the front. Crown princess, the two maids who were driven out of the East Palace yesterday are dead. Chunbai finally realized the seriousness of the matter, and looked at the crown princess. Dead? Where? Luchichi asked. In the well. Yu Dai saw that the crown princess didn't seem too worried. In the well? Who else died in the well? Chunbai said. I know that Lu He, who served my cousin and you, also died in the well. Why do people who want to die choose to die in the well? Luchichi thought that Lu He was arranged by Sun Rume. And now that Sun Rume is dead, she really couldn't think of who would hate her so much and keep an eye on her all the time just to frame her. Suddenly, a figure flashed in her mind. And Luchichi looked at Yu Dai. Yu Dai, do you still remember the maid named Chiou-ju who followed the former Wu clan's daughter? I don't know. Yu Dai had never paid attention to this person. Go check it out. Yes. Yu Dai didn't understand why the crown princess suddenly mentioned this person. She heard it, and started to do what she was told. Luchichi thought for a while, and looked at Qin Dai again. Go find out how many people died in the well in the palace. You don't need to know the details. Just a rough idea will be fine. Yes. Qin Dai left in response. Luchichi looked at Zhou Yin. What do you think? Chunbai also looked over to see if the newly arrived maid was as capable as Qin Dai and Yu Dai. Zhou Yin spoke cautiously. I think there are so many people who died in the well in the palace. Someone must have done it on purpose to spread the news all of a sudden. Luchichi knew that she had been able to play the role of Xiao Nianqing for so long, so she must be quite capable. What do you think we should do? Zhou Yin bowed slightly. I don't know either. Speak boldly. I think we should kill 2 more maids to see who is behind the scenes. Chunbai was shocked. Are you stupid? You don't even know how the 2 maids died. Now the crown princess is covered in dirty water. Are you crazy to kill 2 more? Chunbai roared in dissatisfaction. Luchichi agreed. Do I think this is okay? Chunbai and Zhou Yin looked at the crown princess at the same time. Crown princess, you can't take risks, Chunbai said. Luchichi stared at Chunbai. I think it should be someone close to me. Or someone that everyone knows, so that it can cause a sensation. Chunbai saw that she couldn't persuade the crown princess, and didn't want the crown princess to take risks. So she stood up directly. Crown princess, I am willing to die. Zhou Yin also expressed her opinion. Crown princess, I am also willing to die. Luchichi rolled her eyes. Zhou Yin, you just came to my side, and others don't know you yet. You are not suitable. I think we should let Qin Dai and Chunbai go together. Chunbai knelt on the ground with red eyes. Crown princess, after I leave, you must take good care of yourself and never be as human as before? How am I willful? Luchichi asked back. Chunbai felt that she was going to die, and was bold for once. You don't know how to please the prince, and you always do things so casually. Do you know that if someone takes advantage of you and snatches the prince's favor, how will you live in the future? And you? Luchichi blinked, knowing that someone misunderstood. She wanted to see Chunbai's anxious look. I am going to die. How can I continue to serve you? It's just one night. It will be fine tomorrow. Zhou Yin already knew what the crown princess was going to do. And Chunbai, who was in the middle of the situation, still regretted the crown princess's ignorance. If she had known that the crown princess was so innocent, she should have taught her more about competing for favor. Crown princess, I know you are kind-hearted, but sometimes if you don't compete, you will suffer in the end. So, you are trying your best to stay alive? Luchichi was about to get hurt, but she had to look serious on her face. No, I am willing to die for the crown princess. I didn't ask you to die. I just asked you to stay at the bottom of the well for one night. Why do you look so desperate? Chunbai realized that she was deceived by the crown princess. She cried and laughed, and stamped her feet in anger. The crown princess is so annoying. Luchichi couldn't help but poke her head. You told me that you are simple and easy to deceive. I think you are the easiest one to deceive. Soon, Qin Dai and Yudai came back, and they also knew Lu Qiqi's plan. After hearing about it, Yudai suggested that she and Qin Dai carry out this plan. After thinking about it, Lu Qiqi agreed. Lu Qiqi also learned from Yudai that Qiuju disappeared on the day of the King of Yan's wedding, and Qin Dai brought back an astonishing number. There were thousands of corpses in almost every well in the palace, most of which were killed and thrown into the well, and some were pushed into the well, and a few jumped in by themselves. The 2 maids who left the East Palace yesterday were also killed and thrown away. Hearing this news, Lu Qiqi was also angry. The person who attacked the 2 maids has not been found yet, and Lu Qiqi can only temporarily suppress the anger in her heart. In the evening, Lu Qiqi started the plan. She deliberately yelled at Yudai and Qin Dai for being ignorant, drove them out, and ordered them to be sent back to the Prince of Jin's mansion tomorrow and never set foot in the East Palace again. No matter how Yudai and Qin Dai pleaded, Lu Qiqi could not change her decision. Yudai and Qin Dai were also strong-willed people. After being scolded by the crown princess, they did not wait until tomorrow and packed up and left that night. Not long after the 2 walked out of the East Palace, someone suddenly appeared behind them and hit them in the head. The moment they fainted on the ground, they were thrown into the well, confirming that Yudai and Qin Dai were dead. The attacker left quickly. All this was seen secretly by Sun Qiao, and he came back to report immediately after the incident. Lu Qiqi was very surprised to hear the news. The person who did it was Naughty Man, who was disfigured by concubine Qin. Since Naughty Man was disfigured, she was expelled from the palace by the queen. How could a person who had left the palace appear in the palace again and deliberately attack me? After thinking about it, there was only one thing that could be said. Concubine Wu wanted to attack me, and she was relieved to use a loyal confidant who should have been expelled from the palace. According to Concubine Wu's cautiousness in the matter, not many people knew about Nanny Man's situation in the palace. How could I make Nanny Man appear in the spotlight and still identify Concubine Wu? Chapter 210 Hunger Strike. Lu Qiqi showed that she was angry with the 2 maids. She stayed in the house all day and never went out. Her food and drink were decreasing rapidly. Chunbai persuaded the crown princess to eat more every day. The crown princess ate as much as a bird every day, which made Chunbai worried. That day, Lu Qiqi was eating with big mouthfuls. Chunbai deliberately stood at the door and shouted to the outside, "Crown princess, please eat a bite. If you continue like this, how can your body bear it?" Lu Qiqi ate a roasted chicken leg, wiped her mouth, and said to Chunbai, "If you say you don't want to eat, then don't eat." "Crown princess, why are you doing this? Qin Dai and Yudai have served you for so long, but they actually angered you. Killing such maids is a light punishment. You just drove them back to the palace. This is a great gift from heaven. Get out." Soon, everyone in the East Palace saw Chunbai with red eyes, and brought out all the untouched food. This action attracted a lot of attention. What they didn't know was that Lu Qiqi was still eating and drinking in the house, drinking a little wine to cheer herself up. On the other side, Yudai and Qin Dai, who had been in the well, were not idle. They ate and drank in the well, and lived a comfortable life. 2 days later, a secret passage was opened in the well where Qin Dai and Yudai were. They came to Wu Guifei's Feiyu Palace from the secret passage. In the middle of the night, the 2 of them appeared in Feiyu Palace in white clothes, flying around with Qin Gong. And soon there was a sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling in Feiyu Palace. Qin Dai and Yudai did not stay for long. After causing a sensation, they immediately escaped from the well. Many wells in the palace were dry, and many wells were decorations. The well in Feiyu Palace was not dry. The 2 came out from above the water. Some people doubted it, but they would not think of this. A few days later, after the unremitting efforts of Qin Dai and Yudai, the ghosts appeared at irregular times at night. Those who had a guilty conscience were terrified and dared not sleep at night. In panic, someone discovered the existence of Madame Man, because Madame Man's face was destroyed. Everyone was scared to death when they saw her hideous appearance. Feiyu Palace was haunted, and the people who were driven out of the palace suddenly appeared again. This matter attracted the attention of the queen. She directly ordered the maid chief Wu Ma to take Madame Man away and force them to confess. Before leaving, the queen also reminded her, "Madame Wu, this palace is handed over to you. If you don't interrogate her to get a result, your career as the maid chief will end." Madame Wu hurriedly lowered her head and said, "Yes." After Madame Wu took Madame Man away, she looked at Concubine Wu again. "Concubine Wu, Naughty Man has been driven out of the palace. How could she appear in Feiyu Palace again?" "To answer my sister, I don't know about this. If it weren't for the big fuss, I would know that there is such a bold person. Naughty Man has been with you for so many years. You won't be reluctant to let her go, right?" "How could that be?" Concubine Wu lowered her attitude. "If you are reluctant to let her go, I can send someone back." "No, I will follow my sister's orders." Concubine Wu expressed her position again. The queen finally left with satisfaction. After everyone left, Concubine Wu turned back to the house. Naughty Man was taken away, and there was little chance of survival. When she thought about the fact that Naughty Man was gone, it would be very inconvenient for her to do things. She should find a replacement as soon as possible. Concubine Wu felt that Naughty Man would definitely die. Even if the queen knew something, there would be no evidence. For her, one less evil person working would not have much impact. Concubine Wu, who had been scheming for so many years, did not expect that her carelessness almost ruined herself completely. Imperial study. The prince knew what Lu Qiqi was doing, and he pushed her behind the scenes. Hearing about what happened in Feiyu Palace, he felt that it was not lively enough. That day, the poison was found in Concubine Wu's yard, and Prince Chen took the initiative to show filial piety. If it were not for Prince Yan's wedding, he could not make too many jokes. He temporarily let Prince Chen go. This time, he should settle the account. Thinking about it, he sent someone to pass the message to Madame Wu, and he quietly waited for good things to happen. He wanted to see how long someone could act filial. Concubine Wu was hateful, and Prince Chen was the one the prince wanted to attack more. Thinking about it, he asked Zhao Kai to come again and asked about the situation in the East Palace. Hearing that Lu Qiqi had not eaten again, he ordered the imperial kitchen to prepare a table of delicious food and send it over. The prince calculated everything accurately. He even calculated the time when the imperial study prepared the food and sent it to the East Palace. When she entered the room, she saw a woman curled up on a soft couch and touching her belly. She knew that she had only eaten roasted chicken these days, and was tired of it. Lu Qiqi smelled the fragrance and saw the palace maid coming in. Her eyes were instantly attracted to her. Zhao Kai and Chunbai saw that the dishes were put down, and several people left, closing the door before leaving. "The imperial kitchen has made your favorite dishes. Do you want to try them?" Lu Qiqi glanced at the door, made sure to close the door, licked the corner of her mouth, stood up, and ran to the table. After taking the first bite, she felt that the dishes in the imperial kitchen were much more delicious. The prince walked over slowly, thinking that women were still too young. There was no need to treat themselves badly when acting. Seeing the woman eating anxiously, he didn't say anything and ate with her. Lu Qiqi felt that her empty stomach was full, so she looked at the prince. "Prince, you should have come earlier." The prince laughed. "Are you trying to be realistic? That's different. I was angry at the two maids. You are the prince. How dare I disobey you?" The prince was flattered. He knew it was the credit of the food, but he still accepted it calmly. Lu Qiqi had a beautiful meal, leaned back in the chair casually, and asked, "What do you think will happen to Concubine Wu?" "Kill the donkey after it has done its job." "You think so too?" The prince's eyes changed slightly. The woman had guessed it long ago. But why did she go to such trouble? "I think Concubine Wu is an old fox. This time, at most, we will cut off one of her tails. However, there is a limit to the number of tails. If we cut them many times, it will be her turn in the end." So patient. The woman planned so far ahead, which surprised the prince. "It's okay. When you do things, you need to look at the big picture. If you have a big picture, you won't be in a hurry for many things. Just treat it as a kind of fun and play slowly." Lu Qiqi didn't plan to do this originally. When she heard that it was done by Naughty Man, she changed her plan temporarily. Also, because the system said the poison found from Concubine Qin was found on Concubine Wu, and Prince Chen took the initiative to jump out for Concubine Wu. Although Prince Chen did this for his own purpose, Lu Qiqi didn't care so much at this moment. She just wanted to make things difficult for Concubine Wu. It's normal for a maid to die in the palace, but someone used this to make a fuss about herself. Although she is young, if she really uses her brain, she is at least a king. "What do you need me to do?" the prince asked. Chapter 211. Your prince is a spider spirit. Lu Chichi thought for a moment. I don't know. Oh. No matter how perfect a plan is, there will be loopholes. If the other party finds the loopholes, it may fail. If the prince is free, he can also see if there is anything wrong with my plan. She uses the prince's people to do things, and she doesn't need to say it. They both understand that the prince knows everything about her. In addition to Chunbai, the loyalty of Qingdai, Yudai, Zhou Yin, and others is known. The head of the palace maid should know the limits of what she does. But I don't know what Nani Man thinks. Lu Chichi then remembered that if Nani Man was arrested, and she knew there was no hope and committed suicide, what should she do? She remembered that she was taken away by the head maid for committing a crime, and committed suicide by jumping into a well on the way. If such a thing happened again, she might be bitten back. Lu Chichi became more and more worried. So she simply took the prince's hand. You can do it, right? The prince stared at Lu Chichi without saying anything. Seeing the prince like this, Lu Chichi knew that this person was doing it on purpose. So she stopped begging and patted the prince's hand. Did you do something earlier? The prince didn't say anything and called Zhao Kai to come. Zhao Kai came and bowed his head. Prince, Crown Princess, go and tell the head maid that this matter of Nani Man. My Highness wants a result. Zhao Kai thought that the prince had forgotten and had already given instructions not long ago. So why did he come again? Feeling strange, seeing the crown princess next to him, he quickly understood and pretended to leave. With Zhao Kai and his party, Lu Chichi knew that the matter was settled. Happy in the heart, Chunbai and Zhou Yin then brought fruits. The two of them ate fruits and talked about some trivial things that happened in the palace recently. Lu Chichi deliberately said these things because trivial things were harmless. And even if she said something wrong, it didn't matter. The key point was that she conveyed a belief to the prince that she didn't care about some things. This time, she targeted concubine Wu because she was provoked. The prince successfully received the signal sent by the woman, and the two spent a pleasant night together. The next day, the prince had an early court. Lu Chichi woke up early and watched the prince leave. She didn't want to move yet. The system rushed out to refresh its presence. Madam Man was arrested, and the queen came out. Lu Chichi. Queen? The harem is managed by the queen. She can't figure out why the queen showed up for such a simple matter. At this time, the queen should be worried about the Wu clan. Why does she have the time? System. The queen held concubine Wu accountable. Nani Man has been driven out of the palace. How could she appear in Feiyu Palace? Lu Chichi. What did concubine Wu say? System. She said she didn't know. Lu Chichi. Do you believe it? System. Concubine Wu is so lucky that she would never be merciful. Lu Chichi. What will concubine Wu do? System. It's harmless as you said. Only one tail will be cut off. Lu Chichi. It would be great if she really had 9 tails. System. Concubine Wu is not a fox. How could she have so many tails? Lu Chichi smiled. System. Something happened outside the capital. Do you want to hear about it? Lu Chichi. Great. System. The female shopkeeper of Saoji Tavern is getting married. Lu Chichi. That sudden closure was because of this? System. Yes. Lu Chichi. What kind of man is it? The one who can make the female shopkeeper fall in love should not be an ordinary person. System. It is a hunter. Lu Chichi. The hunter is not worthy of the female shopkeeper. But the one who can make the female shopkeeper fall in love should be a burly man who can protect the female shopkeeper from being bullied. System. You are only half right. Lu Chichi. Tell me about it. System. This hunter is not ordinary. He is a killer. He has lived a life of fighting and killing for many years and retired. Not long ago, the female shopkeeper met a gangster when she went to drink. It was the hunter who rescued her. Later, the female shopkeeper fell in love with him. Lu Chichi. It is not easy for a female shopkeeper to be a woman. It is normal for someone to think of her. She will be happier in the future if she has someone to protect her. System. The female shopkeeper of Saoji restaurant is happy. But Jiang Haiping is not so lucky. Lu Chichi. I remember that Minsheng restaurant's business was not good. Are you talking about this? System. Jiang Haiping was too worried because of the bad business and ignored her pregnancy. She was hit and had a miscarriage. Lu Chichi was silent for a while. She must be very sad. Right? System. She survived after not eating or drinking for 3 days. Lu Chichi. I hope she can get over it as soon as possible. System. Ma's wife Du will give birth in a few months. We will know whether it is a boy or not by then. Lu Qiqi smiled. It takes a total of 9 months to get pregnant. You said it will take a few more months. This is too exaggerated. System. I see that you are in a bad mood. So I deliberately make you happy. Lu Qiqi. Yes. Yes. Thanks to you. I am in a good mood again. After saying that, Lu Qiqi got up, washed up, changed her clothes, and when she came to the door, she saw Chunbai, who was about to enter. Chunbai looked at the crown princess and smiled and said, Crown princess, you are in a good mood today. When am I in a bad mood? Lu Qiqi said as she came to the yard and asked Chunbai to bring a blanket. Chunbai knew what the crown princess meant and hurriedly moved. After delivering the blanket, she also brought a cup of warm water and placed it next to it, so that the crown princess could drink it directly when she was thirsty. Zhou Yan stood by, not knowing what to do. Seeing that Chunbai served so attentively, it was no wonder that Yudai had to do it instead of Chunbai. It turned out that Chunbai was the only one who understood the crown princess the most. Lu Qiqi concentrated on doing yoga, not knowing what they were thinking. After finishing a set, she took a short break, held a cup of water, and drank it one sip at a time. She got up and went back to the house. At this time, she should prepare hot water for bathing. After Lu Qiqi took a shower, she felt much lighter. Soon, Chunbai prepared breakfast again. Today's breakfast was simpler. Chunbai explained, Crown Princess, you can't go hungry again. If you really can't bear it, let Qingdai and Yudai come back to serve you. This was a suitable explanation for Qingdai and Yudai's return soon. You are the one who is bothering me. Lu Qiqi said this and started to eat. After dinner, Lu Qiqi walked in the yard. Chunbai and Zhou Yan followed behind her. Chunbai said as she walked, The prince is still capable. No matter how I persuaded you, you didn't eat. When the prince came, you ate. In the future, I can only ask the prince for help if I have something. Lu Qiqi looked back and gave herself a lesson. She didn't want Chunbai to be proud. Your prince is a big spider spirit. He has woven a huge web. There is no other way for me except to submit. So I can only eat. Chapter 212. Qingdai Yudai apologized. Chunbai said, It is the prince who is capable. And the princess' words are too inappropriate. I am telling the truth. Your prince has spoken. And I was scared to eat quickly. Lu Qiqi didn't feel it was against her will. Chunbai couldn't listen anymore. How could you make up the prince like this? Although there are so many eyes around in the East Palace now, you should give the prince some face. Chunbai regretted it in her heart again. If she had known this, she would not have been nosy. How could Lu Qiqi not know this? She quickly made up for it with the following words. The prince is indeed powerful, and has a very good nature. When there were several dangers, the prince would appear. Seeing the prince was like taking a reassurance pill in my heart. No matter what happened, I was not panicked. Chunbai finally felt relieved after hearing this. Of course, the prince treats the princess the best. So, at that time, I was a little proud in my heart. It turned out that someone was so good to me. But later I felt that this was not a good thing. Every time there was something wrong, the prince showed up. What if he didn't show up? The princess. The more he talked, the more outrageous it became. With so many people protecting the princess, how dare they let her get into trouble? Lu Qiqi thought much more than Chunbai. If she flattered the prince today, she would not know what means she would use when the prince got tired of her. By then, she would be a lamb to be slaughtered. However, except for her lack of martial arts, her brain was not bad. When it really came to the critical moment, she might even become a female general commanding a battle. Lu Qiqi just thought about it in her heart. Who would have thought that one day this idea would really come true? After taking the maid to stroll around the East Palace and saying some polite words, Lu Qiqi had a normal meal at noon. Chunbai didn't have to act anymore, so her work was much easier. After dinner, Lu Qiqi took a nap while Chunbai embroidered a handkerchief in the yard. When the crown princess woke up, she hurried to serve her. Seeing that Chunbai was so tired, Lu Qiqi said, You don't have to watch over me when I sleep in the future, and you can rest for a while. I'm not tired. It was her blessing to serve the crown princess, and she was still waiting to see the day when the crown princess became the queen. Okay, you can do whatever you want. If you are really tired, remember to tell me. Yes. Chunbai responded. Zhou Yin couldn't get a word in. After getting along with her for these days, she knew how good the crown princess was. Lu Qiqi achieved her goal, returned to the house, found the most comfortable posture, and prepared to chat with Reminder. Chunbai thought that the crown princess had just woken up not long ago. So why was she lazy? Suddenly, Chunbai thought of a possibility and looked at the crown princess's belly. The crown prince and the crown princess have such a good relationship. Seeing that the crown princess is prone to sleepiness, could she be pregnant? Thinking of this, she was secretly happy for the crown princess. Lu Qiqi summoned the system. What's going on over there? System. Madame Wu brought Madame Man, who was beaten and covered in wounds, to Concubine Wu to identify her. Madame Man said that everything she did was instructed by Concubine Wu. When Concubine Wu heard this, she angrily picked up a vase beside her and smashed it on Madame Man's head. Madame Man died on the spot. Coincidentally, this scene was seen by the queen who just walked in. Lu Qiqi. What a pity that I didn't see the scene. This matter also had the credit of the crown prince, and suddenly felt that the evaluation of her own crown prince not long ago was very correct. System. You have such little ability. Don't you know what you are capable of? Lu Qiqi. What's wrong with me? System. You are afraid of blood. Lu Qiqi. I am afraid of my own blood. No matter how much blood someone else has. What does it have to do with me? System mercilessly pointed out. Every time you see something violent, you are always frightened and have a fever. Sometimes, you can't wake up for several days. Are you sure you can still be normal when you see that scene like the queen? Lu Qiqi knew that the queen could do it, but she couldn't. She admitted that she was not as good as others, and she felt uncomfortable, so she deliberately ignored the system. In order to please Lu Qiqi, the system talked about a lot of big gossips outside. Lu Qiqi didn't respond when she heard it. Later, the system changed direction and talked about the embarrassed King Qing outside. King Qing found the place where the treasure was hidden. Lu Qiqi became excited. He must be very disappointed with you. Right? System. Not disappointed. The prince left him a lot of food. Lu Qiqi thought. How much? Food is also a good thing. System. More than 1,000 kilograms. Lu Qiqi understood that the prince did it on purpose. Grain is good, but the grain that the previous emperor put in had already gone bad. If new grain was put in, it would be a humiliation to King Qing. If old grain was put in, things would become more interesting. Lu Qiqi. New grain. Or old. System. I don't know how many years it has been, but it's all eaten by insects. Lu Qiqi couldn't help laughing out loud. Chunbai looked at the crown princess and suddenly laughed. These symptoms were consistent with the characteristics of pregnancy, and she laughed secretly beside her. Zhou Yin was confused by the laughter of the two people, but she didn't dare to speak, so she stood awkwardly beside them. After a long and quiet day, Qi Dai and Yudai apologized. The noise was quite loud. Lu Qiqi almost couldn't help laughing when she saw them like this. She asked in a pretentious manner, "Why did you come back?" Yudai said, "Crown Princess." Chunbai said, "You asked me to come back." Chunbai pointed at her nose. How could she not know about her own business? Come back if you want to. Work hard in the future, and never lose your sense of proportion again. Lu Qiqi said. Yes, I will remember the Crown Princess's teachings. Qi Dai said. Yes, I will remember the Crown Princess's teachings. Yudai said. The matter was over at this point. Qi Dai and Yudai knew how difficult it was to be with the Crown Princess. They worked even harder, and would be ahead of the others in everything. At night, it was different. The Crown Princess was in a good mood and ate hot pot in the house. A full table was prepared. The maids and eunuchs of the East Palace only saw that the Crown Princess was in a good mood and her appetite improved. What they didn't know was that Lu Qiqi and others who came behind closed doors sat at the table, eating and drinking. Others only saw the pot and a few dishes, but didn't know that Chunbai and others had secretly brought all kinds of ingredients and good wine to celebrate. Drinking and eating hot pot. Except for being a little quiet, it was very enjoyable. Zhou Yin was a little restrained when she ate at the same table with the Crown Princess for the first time. Later, she saw Qi Dai and Yudai were relaxed, and she gradually relaxed. The meal took a long time, and Lu Qiqi was also drunk. Chunbai helped her to the bed. At this time, Chunbai thought that the Crown Princess was pregnant and couldn't drink. Seeing Chunbai like this, Dai thought something had happened during the day she was away. So she asked Dai to serve by her side, and pulled Chunbai to the side to ask questions. When Dai knew Chunbai's thoughts, she took the opportunity to cover Lu Qiqi with a blanket and felt Chunbai's pulse, confirming that Chunbai was overthinking. After taking care of the crown princess, several maids left. Chunbai was very disappointed. She stood blankly in the yard, looking up at the starry sky. Dai walked up to Chunbai and patted her shoulder. Chunbai turned her head and looked at her. Tell me, why is this? Dai came over. It's not fate yet. It's useless to think more. You know? Chunbai asked. Dai nodded. I know you are doing this for the crown princess's good. This may not be a good thing at this time. Chunbai understood. She felt that only if the prince and the crown princess had a child, the crown princess position would be more stable. Dai said. It's strange to say. Our crown princess never competes for favor, and has come all the way to today. It's because our crown princess is lucky. Chunbai smiled proudly. Dai and Dai looked at her, and no one spoke. They turned around and went back to their room. Zhou Yin was stunned watching from the side, as if she was an outsider. Chapter 213 Meet the Princess of Chu again. The next day, Lu Qiqi just woke up, and after washing up, she heard from Chunbai that Nani Man had killed concubine Wu. Lu Qiqi had already known from the system, and she didn't feel much when she heard this. Crown Princess, are you not angry? Why are you angry? Lu Qiqi looked at Chunbai in the mirror. We have done so much, but it's just like this. I am unwilling to accept it. Chunbai felt it was not worth it. Lu Qiqi smiled. You want to eat a fat man in one bite? It's impossible. Dai was much bolder. Crown Princess, why do you say that? Our little trick. Some people didn't notice it at the time. Now they should know that it was us who did it. And there is no evidence. She is deeply trapped in the vortex, and only by temporarily putting this matter aside can she keep herself out of it. Lu Qiqi said. What do you need me to do? Dai said. Nothing. Lu Qiqi got up and went outside. Breakfast was already set, and she sat down to eat. Dai finally understood. And in the following days, she served the crown princess as usual, and paid special attention to the surrounding movements. Now that Zhou Yin was there, they were much more relaxed. Half a month passed peacefully. During this half month, Zhou Yin gradually adapted to her current status and knew how to serve the crown princess. She found a sense of belonging here. Lu Qiqi ate and drank every day and read storybooks. Chunbai suggested ways to win favor, but Lu Qiqi didn't listen. Later, she felt that she had said too much and it was meaningless. So she stopped talking. Every day she thought about how to live a comfortable life. Lu Qiqi successfully infected Chunbai. Dai, Dai, and Zhou Yin were all smart. They knew what the crown princess was thinking and followed her. Each of them seemed to have lost their fighting spirit and only thought about how to make themselves comfortable. The quiet half-month ended because the fugitive Prince Qing rushed into the palace to kill concubine Da. Lu Qiqi was about to take the 4 maids back to the Prince Jin's mansion, and heard about what happened to concubine Da from the system. Can Prince Qing succeed? System. How is it possible? There are so many people in the palace. Prince Qing was able to rush in, and someone deliberately let him go. Lu Qiqi understood that the person who let him go was the crown prince. But why did the crown prince do this? System. Prince Qing will never have a chance. Even if he doesn't die this time, he will be locked up in a dark place. As for concubine Da, she was disappointed and would never care about this bastard son again. Lu Qiqi sighed. The only one who can hurt a mother is always her own child. I used to be rebellious, and my parents were very sad at that time. Fortunately, my rebellious period was very short and did not bring too much negative emotions to the family. After hearing this, the original intention to go out and play was gone. System. This is all the fate of Prince Qing. He doesn't have the brains, and he always thinks he is pretentious and confident that everything is over. Now, he has fallen. Lu Qiqi looks at the problem from another angle. Where does Prince Qing get his confidence from? System doesn't care. It was given by concubine Da. Lu Qiqi. Excessive doting? System. Concubine Da is overly doting. Concubine Wu is overly cautious. And concubine Qin is a little more rational. Because Prince Yin was originally the tail of Prince Chu. Without Prince Chu to lead the charge, Prince Yin has no direction. and Prince Yan's fate is what he deserves. Lu Qiqi. Where is the queen? System. The queen thought that she was the eldest son, and the position of the crown prince would be hers sooner or later. But she didn't know that although the queens of all dynasties were legitimate daughters of the Wu clan, the new emperors of all dynasties were not sons of the Wu clan. Lu Qiqi then realized the key to the matter. There are many factors that have delayed the king of Chu from becoming the crown prince. One of which is that the emperor does not want to see the Wu clan grow stronger. This should be considered a political strategy. Thinking of political strategies, I think of the emperor who lives in the Imperial Dragon Palace. Everything should be controlled by him. He used the position of the crown prince to lure so many people. These things in the palace should also be attributed to the emperor. There is only one man in the palace, and there are so many women in the harem. In order to compete for favor and for the family, they will always come up with various methods, and frame-ups are indispensable. The position of the crown prince is the same. There is only one crown prince. Who doesn't want to break their heads for this position? Operating in the palace, performing in front of the emperor. There should be many forces outside. Thinking of this, I suddenly felt a headache. System. You thought of it, too? Lu Qiqi said him in the room. System. This is the emperor. He has a little bit of true love for concubine Rong, but he doesn't have any true love for other women. They are all some forces that he has won over to stabilize the throne. Lu Qiqi. Such an emperor is despised. System. If you were in that position, you would be more ruthless than the emperor. Lu Qiqi was stunned for a moment, thinking of the things she experienced when she started her business. I am not as despicable as him. System. That's because you are in a society ruled by law. Here, do you think the king's law is useful to those in power? Lu Qiqi was silent. Chunbai arrived and saw the silent crown princess. She looked at Zhou Yan, who shook her head. Chunbai stepped forward and said, Crown princess, what do you want to eat for lunch today? Lu Qiqi took a look and said, I have no appetite. Do you want me to go back to the Prince of Jin's mansion and bring back some dried radishes and sweet potatoes? Lu Qiqi suddenly felt hungry after hearing this and stood up directly. No. Let's go back and eat. She shouldn't let these messy things affect her appetite. Soon, she left with 4 maids. When she left the palace, there was such a big commotion over there, and she didn't find anything different when she left the East Palace. When Lu Qiqi came to the outside of the palace, she felt relaxed all over. She took a carriage for a while, and after getting off the carriage, a group of 5 people walked on the street. Seeing the lively crowd, Lu Qiqi felt alive again. Blown by the wind, she felt a little cold. After being in the East Palace for so long, she had forgotten that summer was about to pass and autumn was coming. She should buy herself some clothes. Thinking about it, she happened to see a ready-made clothing shop next to her and walked in with her maid. As soon as she entered the door, she saw an acquaintance. She turned her back to the door and checked the clothes hanging there. Lu Qiqi stood there, looking at it steadily. The king of Chu died. For the princess of Chu, she seemed to have lost her strongest support, because she had a brother who was a general of the cavalry. Her life was more comfortable. However, is a life like being a widow really what the princess of Chu wants? Chunbai and others also recognized that this person was the princess of Chu, and they were stunned for a while. The princess of Chu felt the sight behind her, turned her head, and saw Lu Qiqi at the door. Smiled slightly. Crown princess. Sister He. Lu Qiqi said and walked in. Chunbai and others saluted the princess of Chu in a proper manner. Princess Chu only had Lu Qiqi in her eyes. Smiling. I asked you to call me Sister He, but you didn't want to. Why are you asking now? Lu Qiqi smiled. Princess Chu took Lu Qiqi to the backyard to drink tea. As soon as they sat down, Princess Chu said, Thank you, Crown Princess, for helping me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Chapter 214, The Performing Girl. After Lu Qiqi left the clothing store, she went to the market again, bought some food, and returned to the Prince of Jin's mansion. Butler, who had been waiting at the door, seeing the crown princess coming, he hurriedly led everyone to pay their respects. Lu Qiqi glanced at Yu Dai, who shook her head. Lu Qiqi walked into Qingyu Pavilion with the attitude that a crown princess should have. She was originally happy, but because of this pomp, she didn't like it. The people in the Prince of Qing's mansion saw that the crown princess was in a bad mood, and they were all cautious. And Qin received the news in advance and brought the maid to deliver the designated meals to the crown princess. While walking, She was still sighing that the Prince of Jin's mansion was no longer as lively as before. The Crown Prince and the Crown Princess went to the East Palace. The women who were originally in the backyard began to die. And later Mrs. Xiao also died. The entire Prince of Jin's mansion was cold and deserted. The few concubines living in the backyard were all the concubines raised outside by other families. Seeing the desolate Prince of Jin's mansion, Aunt Chen sighed in her heart. Wait for Aunt Chen to bring food. And then carefully put away your thoughts. Lu Qiqi was in Qingyu Pavilion thinking that she should tell Butler Hu that there was no need to make such a big fuss. She knew that according to her current status, Butler Hu was doing things according to the rules. She was unhappy for another reason. She didn't like Butler Hu. She didn't like Butler Hu's style. He used to flatter Sun Rume and accept bribes from Xiao Nianqing. These were all reasons to dislike Butler Hu. It was a long time ago, and it suddenly came up today. Lu Qiqi felt disgusted. It seemed that there was a fly in front of her, which made her feel uncomfortable and disgusted. Lu Qiqi has always been in a good mood, and her dislike for Butler Hu will not affect her appetite. Seeing a large amount of fried dried radish and a large amount of dried sweet potato porridge, Lu Qiqi quickly started to eat. Now it is not the palace. Lu Qiqi asked Chunbai and others to eat together. Eating together is more delicious. Several people sat at the table to eat, and after the meal, they rested in Qingyu Pavilion at will. Qingyu Pavilion is cleaned by maids every day, and there is no dust here. Lu Qiqi is casual. Chunbai and others are also casual. Everyone does what they like. And Lu Qiqi later fell asleep on the hammock. Chunbai took a thin quilt to cover it, and sat on the ground casually to embroider a handkerchief. Qingdai didn't know where to get a medical book. While reading, holding a silver needle in her hand and gesturing, Yudai sat on the ground, leaning against a big tree, looking up at the sky. The sun was a little dazzling, and everything around was blurry, but the feeling of the sun shining on her body was great. Zhou Yin was still a little nervous. Just like Qingdai and Yudai, when they first came to Lu Qiqi's side, they didn't say anything when they saw each other. Qingdai and Yudai knew about Zhou Yin, so they thought it would get better after a while. Chunbai looked heartless and observed Zhou Yin, but didn't find anything for the time being. I don't know why. She always felt familiar with Zhou Yin. This feeling made her think a lot, but she had no clue. And later she simply put all her thoughts on embroidering handkerchiefs. Lu Qiqi was the most comfortable. Wake up. Stretch your muscles. Lie casually on the hammock. Look at them casually. Do you feel that this place is better? Crown Princess. You are talking about you, right? Chunbai said. Lu Qiqi smiled. Whether it's the East Palace or here, I enjoy it the most. On the contrary, you are a little nervous these days? No. We are all happy with the Crown Princess? Chunbai said. Qinai and Yudai are smart. They listen beside and don't respond. She sympathizes with Chunbai in her heart. The Crown Princess is plotting against you. Chunbai, you are too stupid to see it. That's good. We will come back tomorrow. Or we can stay here today. As soon as Lu Qiqi finished speaking, Chunbai knew what was going on. She didn't care about the handkerchief in her hand, and hurriedly pulled the Crown Princess to put on her shoes. Crown Princess, it's getting late. We should go back. It's a big deal that the Crown Princess doesn't return to the East Palace. Chunbai is confused, but she won't make a fool of herself on this matter. Lu Qiqi was reluctant and left half-heartedly. After leaving the Prince of Jin's mansion, Butler Hu led everyone to see him off, and Lu Qiqi pointed it out directly. Butler Hu, I didn't make a big fuss when I returned to the Prince of Jin's mansion. Are you telling others that I'm back and that someone is going to kill me on the way? Butler Hu was so scared when he heard this that he looked up at the Crown Princess and then quickly lowered his head. I don't dare. If you don't dare, then leave. If I see this kind of scene again, your job as a butler will end. Yes, I obey you. Butler Hu knelt on the ground trembling. The maids and old women next to him were scared when they saw the Crown Princess like this. After leaving the Prince of Jin's mansion, Lu Qiqi sat in the carriage. As the carriage swayed, Lu Qiqi looked outside and heard the voice from the system. Butler Hu is someone else's eyes. No wonder Lu Qiqi disliked Butler Hu. It turned out that this person was really problematic. Whose system? I don't know for the time being. Lu Qiqi thought. Even the system didn't know. It was hidden deep enough. And then she thought that Butler Hu was there the day the prince moved into the Jin Palace. His identity was very important. Now the capital has changed a lot. Butler Hu has not moved. Whose person is he? System. The prince's people in the Jin Palace have withdrawn. Lu Qiqi was a little surprised to hear this. Did the prince get the result he wanted in the poisoning incident? In her opinion, the biggest change was to let Xiao Nianqing come to his side as Zhou Yin. This was the prince's arrangement. Apart from this, she didn't find anything? System. All the damn people are dead. There is no point in keeping them. Lu Qiqi. Did the prince find a sharp weapon to deal with others? System. A sharp weapon to deal with King Chen. Lu Qiqi knew it would be like this. She was silent when she heard a commotion outside. From a distance, she saw a woman performing arts being molested by a strong man. Lu Qiqi hated this scene the most. She should use her ability on the blade. What's the point of bullying a weak woman like this? Seeing this kind of scene, people usually rush to save people on TV. Lu Qiqi didn't have this idea. She knew her strength didn't allow it. Just as the carriage was about to pass, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Who are you? Hua Man. Is she in Beijing again? Lu Qiqi soon saw Hua Man in red in the crowd. Hua Man had come to the performing arts girl and helped her up. Girl. He's the bully here. Leave me alone. And leave, said the street performer. The strong man looked at Hua Man. Who are you to interfere with my business? Hua Man sneered. You know you're old. Why don't you just bury yourself? You're still making trouble here. Don't you feel ashamed? After saying that, she rushed towards the strong man, but was stopped by the street performer. Girl, you'd better leave quickly. I'm targeted by this man. It's my bad luck. Don't let me get involved. The street performer advised Hua Man. Lu Qiqi recovered from seeing Hua Man, and then saw the street performer, which was really pitiful. As she was watching, she suddenly saw the mockery in the street performer's eyes. She felt bad, so she stopped the carriage, got off the carriage, and rushed towards Hua Man. You die. Qing Dai, Zhou Yin, and Chun Bai protected the crown princess. Chapter 215, just bear with it, and it will pass. Lu Qiqi moved quickly, and came not far from Hua Man, and said directly, Hey, who is that? Why are you here? Using Hua Man's greeting to attract attention. The moment Hua Man turned around, Lu Qiqi saw the street performer's hand reaching into her sleeve, and felt something was wrong. So she stretched out her big hand, and pulled Hua Man over. Hua Man had martial arts skills, and when she saw that it was Lu Qiqi, she was not on guard. After being pulled over, Hua Man still felt that someone had changed after not seeing her for a few days. At this moment, Qi Dai rushed over and kicked the street performer to the ground. The strong man who was shouting next to him saw that things were not going well, and was attacked from behind by Zhou Yin and kicked to the ground. Things happened very quickly, and Hua Man also heard the movement, saw the scene in front of her, and then looked at Lu Qiqi who was pulling her. No wonder my senior brother likes you. Hua Man was also shocked. It was too embarrassing for her, a chivalrous woman, to be protected by a woman without martial arts skills. After saying this to Lu Qiqi, he stepped forward and kicked the street performer hard, knocking her unconscious, and then took crazy revenge on the strong man. A sound of ghosts and wolves howling spread throughout the streets and alleys, and everyone who heard it felt their scalps numb. Hua Man, the abuser, didn't feel anything until she beat the man to his last breath. And then she stopped. The moment she stopped, she looked at the stunned people around her, with mockery in their eyes. So you all know that they are liars. And you deliberately didn't tell me? The words were stretched out, and everyone around was scared and ran away. Lu Qiqi looked at Hua Man. This was the familiar look she was familiar with. Soon, Captain Ma heard someone report the case and hurriedly brought people over. After seeing this scene, she knew that they didn't need to do anything. They could just take the people away. Let the brother she brought with her deal with the aftermath. And she came to Lu Qiqi. Crown Princess, you are frightened. It's okay. Thanks to my junior sister. Otherwise it would be really troublesome. Lu Qiqi was polite, and deliberately revealed her relationship with Hua Man, so as not to let Captain Ma take the people away. Sure enough, Captain Ma was a smart man. He took the street performer and the strong man away, and said goodbye to Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi watched them leave, turned around and prepared to get on the carriage. Hua Man stopped her. Lu Qiqi, don't think I will be grateful to you. Hua Man saw that she was still a little dissatisfied in her heart. Lu Qiqi didn't explain. Today your senior brother's identity is different. You should be more careful in the future. After that, He got on the carriage. Chunbai, Qingdai, Yudai, Zhou Yan hurriedly followed and left. After the carriage had gone for a while, Chunbai was still afraid. Crown Princess, if you want to do anything in the future, just tell me. You don't have to take risks yourself. Besides, they all knew who Huaman was, so she didn't need help at all. They all saw the miserable state of the strongman just now. I'm not sure. I just went over to take a look. She just wanted Huaman to owe her a favor. Besides, this person is the Crown Prince's junior sister. Several maids disagreed with this. And seeing that the Crown Princess insisted, they didn't say anything. They returned to the palace smoothly all the way. After getting off the carriage, Lu Qiqi took the four of them into the palace. The palace was a little quiet today. Lu Qiqi knew what was going on, so she didn't plan to make trouble, and went all the way to the East Palace. This road has been walked many times, and few people have walked this road. What happened in the palace today made it even quieter. Just as they were about to reach the East Palace, someone rushed out and blocked Lu Qiqi's way. Crown Princess, help me! An old Nani suddenly appeared and knelt in front of Lu Qiqi. Chunbai and Yudai protected the Crown Princess on both sides. Yudai stepped forward and said, "Who are you from? How dare you block the Crown Princess's way? I am Nani Hua, who is beside Concubine De. Concubine De is in trouble today. Please ask the Crown Princess to go to the prince to plead for Concubine De," Nani Hua said. Yudai was stunned. Who gave this old thing the face? Ask the Crown Princess to go to the prince to plead for Concubine De? Lu Qiqi understood the general situation after hearing this. Concubine De was disappointed with Prince Qing, but he was her son, so she softened her heart again. He set his sights on herself, and he was a Nani beside Concubine De. Who was he looking down on? Go back and ask Concubine De to be patient, Lu Qiqi said. After this, everyone present was stunned. What does the Crown Princess mean? Crown Princess? Madame Hua said. It's the last minute inside and outside. Just bear with it, and it will pass. Lu Qiqi kindly explained again. Madame Hua understood this time that the Crown Princess did not interrupt to plead for Concubine De. Crown Princess, why are you so heartless? Do you know that if you help Concubine De this time, Concubine De will remember your kindness when she needs you in the future? Concubine De will definitely help you without hesitation. It's a pity that only I can hear such good eloquence. If it is sent to the Crown Prince, it will be more convincing. Lu Qiqi will not participate in the Crown Prince's affairs, let alone embarrass him. Crown Princess. Aunt Hua was angry and wanted to continue lobbying. Lu Qiqi changed her face. If you know what's good for you, don't block my way. Otherwise, according to my current status, I will kill you, an old thing, and then accuse you of disrespecting me. According to the prince's favor for me, killing your 9 clans is a light punishment. If he vents his anger on your master, can you bear this sin? Lu Qiqi said and wanted to leave. Chunbai was more direct and kicked Aunt Hua to the ground. Lu Qiqi strode over. Zhou Yan and Yudai followed and left. Qingdai walked at the end and took another look at Aunt Hua before leaving. After returning to the East Palace, Lu Qiqi just sat down to drink tea. Chunbai asked, Crown Princess, what's wrong with Aunt Hua? Why did she intercept us halfway? Was it Concubine Wu again? Yudai said. That person is Aunt Hua beside Concubine De. I heard that Prince Qing was arrested today, and Concubine De should want to plead for mercy for the Crown Princess. Why is it not Concubine De? Chunbai asked. Lu Qiqi drank tea and didn't say anything. After a while, the Concubine De who just talked about actually came, and Aunt Hua, whose face was half swollen, followed her. From the situation, it should be that she didn't do her job well and got beaten. Seeing the obviously asymmetrical face, Lu Qiqi wanted to slap Aunt Hua's face to make both sides of her face symmetrical. My lady Concubine De. The Crown Princess stood up and saluted. As the Crown Prince of the East Palace, Concubine De was now a prisoner. She didn't need to give her face so much. Seeing that she was so old, she gave her some face. The 4 maids followed and saluted. Concubine De really takes herself seriously. She sat down at the main seat, taking the place of the host, and looked at Lu Qiqi. Is the Crown Princess out of the palace again today? When Lu Qiqi heard this, she threatened herself with leaving the palace. Is this the attitude of asking someone for help? I have no intention of helping, but someone takes me too seriously. Yes. Is it really so fun outside the palace? Concubine said. Chapter 216 The accomplice who killed my mother paid the price. Lu Qiqi saw that the person who was defeated by the queen and the prince. Concubine came to her to seek a sense of existence. Where did she get the confidence from? Madam Concubine, have you never left the palace? Lu Qiqi asked back. Concubine's expression was slightly affected. Her eyes were a little sharp. And then she smiled coldly. So the prince likes this. No wonder there are so many concubines. Only the princess entered the palace. I am also very curious. If I have a chance, I will definitely ask the prince about Concubine's curiosity. And then tell Concubine. Lu Qiqi thought that Concubine had better leave quickly. Otherwise she would start to scold directly. What the princess said is very interesting. Concubine's eyes were slightly cold. To talk to Concubine. I have to talk to you in your way. Lu Qiqi took out a set she had in the mall and tore the green tea with her hands. She came to ask for help. But she acted superior. Especially this face. Did she see that her son had no hope and felt that she had been in the palace for a short time and had no foundation? So she deliberately made trouble for herself? I feel relieved with what the crown princess said. I came here this time to ask the crown princess to help Prince Qing explain to the crown prince that it was all a misunderstanding. Please spare Prince Qing. Prince Qing will be grateful to the crown princess for the rest of his life. Prince Qing? Prince Qing is fine in the Prince Qing mansion. What should Concubine tell me to say to the crown prince first? Concubine's mouth twitched. The crown princess is unwilling to help. I don't know what Concubine is talking about. Concubine didn't want to continue playing cryptic games. So she spoke directly. Today, Prince Qing entered the palace and was taken away by the crown prince's people. Please help say a good word. Lu Qiqi seemed to finally understand. I left the palace today and didn't know about this. But since it's a big deal, I'm afraid I can't do anything. Da Fei saw that the crown princess refused to help, and secretly hated being played by the crown princess. Today, she didn't know which link was wrong. She knew that there must be the crown prince's hand in it. Seeing that the crown princess was playing dumb, she wanted to break her neck, and finally left angrily. Yu Dai saw Da Fei leave and explained. Today, I don't know why Prince Qing went to Da Fei's Qiu Shuang pavilion and threatened to kill Da Fei. It was a big commotion. And then the crown prince sent people to arrest her. Chun Bai understood. Da Fei is also very pitiful. But how could she be so cruel to our crown princess? Lu Qiqi didn't care. The son she raised wanted to kill her. She was in a bad mood. And thought I was a soft persimmon. And wanted to find a sense of existence on my side. Lu Qiqi said without minding. She's crazy. Chun Bai said. Prince Qing threw a tantrum in front of Concubine. They are mother and son. But who gave Concubine the face to be so confident in front of me? Chun Bai said. She is shameless. If there was no Concubine, Prince Qing would not be here today. He attacked his own mother today. I don't know who gave Prince Qing the courage to rush to the palace to attack his own mother. No matter who it happens to, it will not have a good result. Concubine thinks too much. Seeing that Prince Qing has no hope, she wants to make things difficult for others, and use this method to prove that she is a loving mother. Lu Qiqi's words made several maids silent. It turned out that Concubine came with so many thoughts. Lu Qiqi laughed it off and let it go. The prince, who was in the imperial study, heard about it. After night fell, he went to Qiu Shuang Pavilion to visit Concubine in person. The prince arrived, and Concubine was not surprised to see him. She stood up and saluted the prince. Prince! The prince came over, without saying a word, staring at Concubine. The moment he walked in, he pinched Concubine's neck, stepped forward, and pushed Concubine to the wall. Seeing this scene, Aunt Hua fled in fear, and Zhao Kai, who was blocked at the door, touched her neck. Concubine was pinched by the neck, and she did not panic when she saw what happened at the door. Is the prince going to attack me? Concubine provoked. The prince did not speak. His eyes changed slightly, and the strength in his hands continued to increase. Soon, Concubine began to have difficulty breathing. At this moment, Concubine did not face the fear of death, but more of an inexplicable pleasure. The prince narrowed his eyes slightly, shot out a cold light, and with a touch of strength, with a click, Concubine's neck was twisted off. The prince killed people, especially women, and this was the end of touching the reverse scale. At that time, Xiao Nianqing was the first one, and now Defei is the second one. After the prince finished doing all this, he picked up a handkerchief and wiped it casually, threw it on the ground, and turned to leave. Walking out of the door, he turned his head to look at Zhao Kai. Let him go. Yes. Zhao Kai took the order, and after seeing the prince leave, he also left quickly. At this time, the prince did not go to the imperial study again, but walked towards the East Palace. The prince knew that after what happened in the morning, Prince Qing would not survive. And Defei was also chilled by Prince Qing's behavior. Why did she change so much in just half a day? She deliberately went to Lu Qiqi to plead for mercy, which was actually to provoke herself and let him do something to Defei. Defei was determined to die, and the prince couldn't figure out who was behind Defei's advice, and was willing to save Prince Qing at the cost of her own life. What she didn't know was that even if concubine had died, she would be fine, and her position as the crown prince would not be shaken. On the contrary, soon, Prince Qing would escape from the prison again and come to Qiushuang Pavilion. In the end, Prince Qing would be charged with matricide, leaving him no chance to live. A prince fell like this. The so-called escape from the prison was because he knew the secret of the treasure in concubine's hands. Now that he has no use value, he should pay the price for being an accomplice in killing his mother. Fuyun Hall. The queen stood in the dark courtyard. She ordered Nani Wang to turn off all the lights. Standing alone in the courtyard, no one was allowed to disturb her. The only light in front of her was the moon above her head. Looking at the lonely moon in the sky, thinking about her brother far away in her hometown, and recalling her childhood, she had been glorious all her life. But she ended up in this world. Her parents died, her brother died, her son died, and she no longer had anyone to rely on. The Wu clan has become a mere formality. If there was no Sun Rume, the Wu clan would not have perished so quickly. If Sun Rume had been killed earlier, would it not have come to this? I was doubting and thought of my son, the son I had given my life for. But he died in the end. As I was thinking, I heard the movement behind me. I turned my head and saw the Queen Mother coming out of the night. Queen Mother. It was the Queen Mother who brought her from the Wu clan to the capital and let her see the prosperity of the capital. It was also the Queen Mother who pushed her to her current position step by step. The Queen Mother stood next to the Queen. You think too much again. The Queen turned her head and looked at the Queen Mother and asked, Aunt, I have never done a bad thing in the Wu clan. Why did you drag me to the capital and let me end up like this? You are the Queen of Chen, the master of the 6 palaces, and you have enjoyed wealth and glory for half your life and accepted the kneeling of everyone. This is something that others can't even think of in their lifetime. Instead, you are still complaining here? The Queen Mother said. Chapter 217. This palace fight won the previous emperor. And, do you know that the King of Chu is my hope? How can a person without hope go on? The emperor was also the one who gave her hope. But in the end, because of the death of that woman, he hated her completely. Since she heard that concubine Da went to find the crown princess, the queen thought a lot and suddenly felt that the moon tonight was even more desolate. You are the queen. The best queen. The Queen Mother said palely and powerlessly, and seemed to be talking about herself. I don't want to be the queen. I want to go back to the past. I am no longer the best myself. The Queen Mother stretched out her hand and pressed the queen on her shoulder. The queen at this moment is the former self. Annie was like you. She came to the capital and the palace at the best time. She was full of fantasies and expectations. She thought I could change everything. I didn't expect that I was too confident. Later, I put all my hopes on you. I thought that with my help, your life would be happy. Who would have thought that it would come to this point? However, I won. I defeated the late emperor. The queen was clear-headed and looked at the Queen Mother. The prince approached the queen and whispered. The queen suddenly laughed, and tears flowed down her face. The Queen Mother took a look. They have spent their whole life calculating, but they were defeated by us in the end. The queen watched the Queen Mother leave. She knew what the Queen Mother was going to say. Just now, she felt very defeated. Now she has nothing. After the Queen Mother reminded her, she found that she had nothing and nothing to lose. What else is there for her to be afraid of? If you give up everything, you may become a winner in life like the Queen Mother. Nani Wang saw the Queen Mother leave and walked over quickly. Queen, are you okay? The queen smiled. This smile seemed to return to the past. Her face was dazzling. I suddenly feel that it is a good thing to have an aunt like the Queen Mother. Natty One thought the Queen was mad, and dared not say much. Standing quietly beside her, she accompanied the Queen to watch the moon until the sky was bright, and the Queen turned back to the house. Natty One was very sleepy. After serving the Queen to sleep, she fell asleep leaning against the door. Eastern Palace? Lu Chichi woke up early for a rare time. Seeing the prince getting dressed, Lang Yonglong asked. Too early. She was not so hurried even when she was at work. I have a lot of things to do today, so I won't come back for dinner. If you have anything, send someone to tell me. Okay. The prince put on his clothes, came to the bed, kissed the woman, and left quickly. Lu Chichi turned around and went back to sleep. When she woke up, she heard from Chunbai that concubine Da had died. Lu Chichi suddenly thought of what the prince said. Today is a lot of things. Could it be because of this? Concubine Da's death is not a good thing. Lu Chichi felt a little uneasy. That day, she had been in the East Palace. Chunbai saw her thoughts and wanted to go out to inquire about the news, but was stopped by Lu Chichi. This behavior was self-incriminating in Lu Chichi's eyes. She had the system, so she could know more confidential information. Soon, Lu Chichi learned the general situation from the system. Concubine Da was killed by Prince Qing. Lu Chichi asked, wasn't Prince Qing arrested? System. Prince Qing didn't want to live anymore, and had to drag concubine Da to die with him. This time, he really died. Lu Chichi noticed that the system sound was not right, and thought it was because of the murder of the mother by the king of Qing. She just sighed, and didn't think much about it. In the evening, Chunbai heard about the sudden death of concubine Da several times, while fetching food for the crown princess. She came back, and told the crown princess the news immediately. After hearing this, Lu Chichi didn't think it was a big deal. The murder of the mother by the king of Qing was not good for the royal family. This was just like the original announcement of the king of Qing to the outside world. Lu Chichi thought, if she had known that concubine Da would die so soon, she would not have provoked someone yesterday. Just thinking about it, she quickly let it go. At dinner, Lu Chichi ate 2 bowls of rice. While eating, Zhao Kai sent a message saying that the prince had something to do tonight and asked the crown princess not to wait. Lu Chichi simply ate another bowl of rice. The 4 maids were dumbfounded. The crown princess was too direct. Then she thought about how the crown prince was so good. Why was he not welcomed by the crown princess? Chunbai had learned to be smart, and did not preach. She quietly served beside him. After dinner, she prepared to accompany the crown princess for a walk in the yard. And later, she went to the vegetable garden to take a look. Seeing the green, Lu Chichi felt a sense of accomplishment, and threatened to eat the vegetables she grew tomorrow. Lu Chichi was still thinking while walking. It would be better if I could raise chickens, ducks and geese myself. Crown Princess, you think too much? Chunbai thought that growing vegetables in the East Palace was already an accident, and raising those things would be a disaster. I'm just thinking about it. I won't really do it. That's okay. Lu Chichi thought of something. Do you still remember Aunt Wang? I paid the deposit at the beginning. It stands to reason that so much time has passed. Can I let her use chickens to pay the bill? Chunbai also thought of this matter. Tomorrow, I will go and take a look. If there are good ones, I will directly catch 2 back? No, just 1 is enough. Lu Chichi thought. If she caught them all, she would not be able to eat them, and she would have fewer opportunities to leave the palace. Okay, I'll listen to you. Several maids accompanied her, but they didn't say anything, because they had long known the thoughts of the crown princess and Chunbai, and it was not easy to make it clear. Just as they were about to leave, there was a movement not far behind them. Lu Chichi and Chunbai had no martial arts, so they didn't notice the subtle movement. Qingdai, Yudai, and Zhouyan all heard it, but they were worried that making a sound would scare the crown princess and attract some people's attention. So they pretended not to notice it, and continued to move forward. Lu Chichi smelled the smell of blood at the tip of her nose, sniffed her nose carefully twice, turned around, and happened to see a man in black covering his arm not far away. Qingdai, Yudai, and Zhouyan saw this and immediately protected the crown princess vigilantly, just because the man holding the bloody sword not far away also noticed their presence. Protect the crown princess. Qingdai and Zhouyan stood in front, ready for a fight at any time. This is a corner of the East Palace. If there is any movement, it is difficult to be discovered. Lu Chichi was a little scared. Seeing them protecting her like this, she thought of the time with King Yin. Lu Qiqi looked at the man. The man did not come over. The hand that was originally covering his arm changed its position. Looking at the posture, he should be very good at martial arts. How good is that man's martial arts? Lu Qiqi asked. Yu Dai took a closer look. It should be a killer. The killer's martial arts is very high. Right? Yu Dai was unwilling to admit it. But this was also the truth. Yes. Can you beat her? Lu Qiqi asked again. Yu Dai felt that she should drag the crown princess away. At this dangerous moment, talking so much could easily kill her. I swear to protect the crown princess to the death, Yu Dai said. Lu Qiqi sighed. Then let him go. Crown princess? Chun Bai was also confused. Yu Dai thought, it's not that we don't want to let him go, but that he won't let us go. She also hoped that Sun Chao would be around, and they would work together to protect the crown princess. He's not here to kill me. Why should I risk your lives? Besides, he's just passing by. Just pretend you didn't see him. As Lu Qiqi said this, there was a noise in the distance. The man looked at Lu Qiqi and others and left quickly. As Lu Qiqi watched the man leave, her tense heart relaxed. Just as she was being helped away by a few maids, a group of guards rushed towards the man. Chapter 218 Nanny Sue from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Lu Qiqi had just returned to the bedroom when the prince came in a hurry. The prince was relieved to see that the woman was fine. What's wrong? Lu Qiqi said, waving at Chun Bai and others. As soon as Chun Bai and others left, the prince excitedly hugged Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi felt the prince's nervousness. Could it be that the killer, who had just been released, was very powerful? Qiqi, don't walk around after dark. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lu Qiqi confirmed that it was related to the killer. There were not many people who could make the prince change his face. Lu Qiqi was curious about the killer's origin. After a while, the prince calmed down. Qiqi, someone just assassinated the emperor. Who did it? Was it the killer she met? If she sent someone to intercept, would the other party be able to escape? Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi couldn't help but feel a little regretful. I don't know for the time being. The prince had solved the problem of concubine Da and left Prince Qing with no chance at all. He hadn't let go of his little pride yet. And this happened again. I thought it was the King of Yin. But I also thought that the King of Yin would not have the possibility of standing up. The only possibility was the King of Chen. After many twists and turns, only the King of Chen could compete with me now. Could it be that the King of Chen also saw the opportunity? No. Everything about the King of Chen was under my surveillance. It shouldn't be him. If it wasn't the King of Chen, who would it be? After a while, the prince let go of the woman. Are you okay? I'm fine. Did you see the assassin tonight? Lu Qiqi nodded. That man is the one who assassinated the emperor. Is the emperor okay? No. He was a little frightened. The matter was more serious than this. And he didn't want to scare the woman by saying it. Lu Qiqi was about to say something, but Zhao Kai came running in from outside. Prince. Lu Qiqi knew that the prince still had a lot of things to do, and came here because he heard that she had met the killer, and urged the man to leave. I'm fine. You go, and do your work. The prince was still worried, and arranged some people to protect him before he left. Chun Bai was also still in shock, and she felt much more relieved when she saw the prince. After the prince left, 4 maids came to serve him. Yu Dai said, Crown Princess, let me accompany you tonight. Lu Qiqi wanted to refuse, but she thought it was a good thing to have more people around her. For some reason, she always felt that the killer was a little strange. Even the prince was cautious, so the other party must be of great origin. After such a commotion, she was a little tired. When she lay down, the 4 maids stood around nervously. Lu Qiqi wanted to tell them not to get too tired, but then she thought that it would be useless to say anything. So she simply said nothing and closed her eyes to rest for a while. The original intention was to summon the system to find out what was going on. After calling it several times, the system didn't make any sound. Lu Qiqi was too tired and really fell asleep. When Lu Qiqi woke up, she opened her eyes and saw 4 maids sleeping next to her. They looked very tired and should have just fallen asleep not long ago. She simply stayed in bed and summoned the system again. Hey, are you there? The system voice came quickly. You are looking for me. Lu Qiqi. I was looking for you last night. Didn't you hear it? System. I went to charge. Lu Qiqi. Charging again. Charging at the critical moment is enough to let the chain down. System. What's wrong with you? Lu Qiqi. I met a killer last night. And the prince said that there was a killer who assassinated the emperor. When I looked at the killer, he didn't have a strong murderous aura. System. The assassin you met is the hunter that the female owner of Xiaoji restaurant wants to marry. Boom. Lu Qiqi always felt that she had forgotten something. And it turned out to be this. Thinking about it, she hurriedly asked the system. Why did that person want to kill the emperor? System. There are many people who want to kill the emperor. Lu Qiqi changed very quickly and asked. Is the assassination of the emperor last night related to the female owner? The system did not speak. And a transparent screen appeared in front of Lu Qiqi. The picture Lu Qiqi saw on the screen was that a young man in brocade clothes took his guards to the hunting ground to hunt. A deer suddenly jumped out. The young man in brocade clothes was happy and chased it on horseback. After running for a while, the deer suddenly stopped running and stopped to look back at the young man. Lu Qiqi also felt strange. It shouldn't be like this. Just at this time, the young man saw the opportunity and shot an arrow directly. The arrow flew fast and flew over in a whoosh. Lu Qiqi knew that this was a way for ancient people to seek excitement in the wild. She also felt that violence and bloodiness could not change anything. Just at the moment when the arrow fell, the deer ran away. Someone stood up from the ground where the deer had just been. And the arrow that had been shot was shot directly at the person's head. The person who just stood up seemed to have not seen the surroundings clearly before falling down. Lu Qiqi saw the scene and asked, who is this person? System. The noble son is the emperor. And the dead man is the old shopkeeper of Xiaoji restaurant. Lu Qiqi. The father of the female shopkeeper? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi. Do you mean that the killer last night was arranged by the female shopkeeper? System. Yes. Lu Qiqi. What should I do now? System. Do as you wish. Lu Qiqi's heart is not so firm. Now tell the prince to expose the female shopkeeper of Xiaoji restaurant. And the prince will be able to do things more smoothly in the future. Lu Qiqi thought about how there would be people in the place where the emperor hunts. She saw the fence on the screen just now. Obviously it should be the hunting ground. How could there be outsiders in the hunting ground? What is the old shopkeeper of Xiaoji restaurant doing there? There is something going on here. In addition, according to the status of the emperor at that time, if it was a misjudgment, no evidence should be left. How did the current female shopkeeper know about it? For so many years, the female shopkeeper has been in the capital. Why did she take action at this time? Is there a story here? Soon, several maids woke up one after another and saw Lu Qiqi, who opened her eyes. After Lu Qiqi simply washed up, the 4 maids began to busy themselves with food. While waiting, Lu Qiqi went to the yard for some activities. It was a little cold now, and the air in the morning was starting to get colder. Chunbai took a coat and put it on the crown princess. Lu Qiqi looked at her and gave her a smile. Crown princess, it's cold. Put on more clothes. Lu Qiqi saw that she was still wearing such thin clothes. She used to be incapable. But now, as the crown princess, Lu Qiqi decided to make a few clothes for each of them. After dinner, go find someone to make a few clothes. Yes. Chunbai thought she was making clothes for the crown princess, so she didn't say much. Soon, Qingdai, Yudai, and Zhouyan brought food. After Lu Qiqi ate, Chunbai hurried to find Su Ma from the imperial household department in the palace. When Ansu heard that it was the maid of the crown princess, she did not dare to neglect it and hurriedly brought people to the East Palace. When everyone came to Lu Qiqi, she found that Chunbai had misunderstood. She did not say it clearly. Ansu was busy, and she decided on a few clothes and took out many styles for Lu Qiqi to choose. Lu Qiqi did not feel anything about these, so she picked a few at random and asked Ansu to do it. Before Ansu left, Lu Qiqi seemed to ask casually, "What are the requirements of the palace maids in the palace for clothes? When in Rome, do as the Romans do." She did not want to cause trouble to the other party because of her kindness. Ansu was an old woman. When she heard this, she understood what was going on. She hurriedly explained it in detail, and then ordered people to tailor a few clothes for the 4 maids. Speaking of which, Chunbai and others have been in the East Palace for so long, but they still don't have formal palace clothes. If it weren't for today's incident, Lu Qiqi would have forgotten it. Chapter 219A Status. After the people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs left, Yu Dai stepped forward. Crown Princess, You don't have to work so hard for me. It's cold. You should put on more clothes. Besides, in the palace, you should have a few palace clothes that match your status. When you go out, you can wear more casual clothes. Yes, Udai said. We will go out and order some more later, so that it will be convenient for going out in the future. Luchichi said this, and saw the light flashing in Chunbai's eyes, and knew that she liked it. Luchichi did what she wanted to do, and soon took the 4 maids out. I deliberately kept the killer I met last night in my heart, and didn't want to think about it. When she came to the outside of the palace, Luchichi walked and walked, and somehow, she came to Chaoji Tavern. She saw the female shopkeeper in a dazzling red dress busy in the store from a distance. The drinkers coming in and out became generous when they saw the female shopkeeper. Luchichi looked for a while, and left quickly, in order to please the crown princess. Chunbai deliberately mentioned the matter of Saoji restaurant. Luchichi was worried that the hunter was also in the store, so she didn't say much and quickly left with a few maids. When she passed by, she saw Zhao Kai and his men passing by. Judging from the direction, it should be Saoji restaurant. Luchichi was curious and turned her head to take a look. She found that it was not Zhao, but was heading to the restaurant next to it. Chunbai said, Crown Princess, it's guard Zhao. Let's go and see how Aunt Wang's chickens are doing. Aunt Wang raised chickens on the hillside. They didn't go far away and simply went to the nearby market. As expected, they saw Aunt Wang selling chickens in the market. Aunt Wang bought the chickens from her neighbors because the chickens she had just raised were not big, and then sold them. Such business made little money, and the price was too low, so she was reluctant to buy. She had no business, and was chatting with the vendors next to her. Suddenly, the scene in front of her eyes went dark. Aunt Wang looked up, and saw that it was Luchichi. She subconsciously knelt down, and called out Crown Princess. Luchichi spoke first. Aunt Wang, how much do you sell this chicken for? Crown Princess. Chunbai hurriedly spoke. Madam, I haven't seen you for a long time. Aunt Wang forgot about you. Aunt Wang understood, and quickly changed her words. Madam, you can eat for free. How can it be free? Luchichi looked at the chicken carefully and asked. This chicken is raised very fast. I bought it from a neighbor. In front of the Crown Princess. Aunt Wang didn't dare to lie. Aunt Wang really has a business mind. Luchichi said this casually. Aunt Wang started to feel a little embarrassed. Hearing this, she felt that she seemed to have done a great thing. When Luchichi picked the chicken and was about to pay, Aunt Wang refused. Madam, when you gave me money last time, you said that you would pay for it by eating chicken in the future. Udai was taking out money, and when she heard this, she took back the money. Luchichi didn't say much, took the maid away, and went to Brother Lu's pork shop to buy meat and a lot of pickles. Luchichi hadn't been to the market for a long time, and many people talked about her, and they were particularly friendly when they saw Luchichi. Under Chunbai's intentional or unintentional guidance, the former Miss Lu became Madame Lu. After a journey, if it were in the past, they would return to the Prince of Jin's mansion. After what happened last night, they all returned to the East Palace in tacit understanding. It was a strange sight to return to the East Palace with chickens, ducks, fish and meat. Luchichi didn't care. The 4 maids were used to it. They returned to the East Palace and started to get busy. Luchichi started together. 5 people were busy in the small kitchen of the East Palace. After more than an hour of busy work, the prince arrived just after the delicious food came out of the pot. What a coincidence. The prince came, Luchichi said as she picked up the chopsticks. Unfortunately, I was waiting for this bite of food. The prince was a little anxious to eat and leave. Isn't the matter done yet? Luchichi asked in a low voice. There is a clue, the prince said. Luchichi saw that she didn't say anything else and asked the prince to concentrate on eating. The prince finished his meal and left quickly. Luchichi thought that the prince already knew that the killer was the person that the female shopkeeper of Chaoji restaurant was going to marry. She never thought that the big melon that she had been paying attention to would have these things. Just at this time, butler who sent someone to deliver a message saying that the Prince of Jin's mansion was robbed. Hearing this, Udai stood up directly. Crown Princess, I will go back for a while. That is the foundation of the prince. Even if the prince does not live there now, he cannot be bullied. Luchichi thought for a moment. Zhou Yan will go with you. Yes. Zhou Yan stepped forward and responded. Soon. Yu Dai and Zhou Yan left together. Lu Qiqi looked at Chunbai. Go and find out who sent the news through. Yes. Chunbai responded and left. Qing Dai stepped forward. Crown Princess. Are you suspicious of Butler Hu? She had long disliked Butler Hu. Butler Hu is not capable of reaching his arm into the palace. I want to see who can be so optimistic about the East Palace in this mess. Because of this sudden news, Lu Qiqi felt that she should start to take action. At least she should not be restrained when doing things. Qing Dai felt that what the Crown Princess said made sense, and thought about how the Crown Princess had taught Butler Hu a lesson. So he shouldn't dare to cause trouble. Not long after, Chunbai came back. Crown Princess. The one who brought the news was a rough maid named Mi Jiao in the imperial kitchen. Mi Jiao? Is there anyone with this name? Lu Qiqi asked. I asked and confirmed that it was Mi Jiao. Mi Jiao has been in the palace for many years. It seems that she has offended people, and has been doing the hardest and most tiring things. This time she just happened to pass by. So, Lu Qiqi heard a general idea, and had an idea in her mind. The imperial kitchen is a good place. When you go to the imperial kitchen in the future, be a little closer to Mi Jiao. Yes. In the afternoon, Yu Dai and Zhou Yan came back from the Prince of Jin's mansion, and told the Crown Princess everything that happened there. Lu Qiqi only then knew that several concubines' things had been stolen. Several concubines were making a fuss, and Butler Hu couldn't make a decision. So he came to Lu Qiqi for help. All stolen? It's really strange. Only 1 or 2 were stolen. But all were stolen. Yes, Yu Dai said, handing over a list. Lu Qiqi looked at it, and confirmed that she had seen some of the things. Those women became concubines, and the prince moved into the East Palace. They had nothing to do with it. It was normal for them to make a fuss, because their personal belongings were gone. I wondered if the prince should give these women a name. Lu Qiqi didn't want to. But the prince was the hope of those women. As the prince's woman, she couldn't be generous. As a woman, she felt that women shouldn't embarrass women. Lu Qiqi didn't express her opinion on the spot. She kept the matter in her heart and planned to wait for the prince to come back and tell him about it to see how he would deal with it. What Lu Qiqi didn't expect was that the things that bothered her at the moment. After just one night, all these troubles disappeared. Chapter 220. Its Sun Rume. Yuqing Pavilion. Concubine Shu was sitting in the room reading a book when there was a noise outside. Nanny Pan heard the noise, and went outside to see. After a long time, Nanny Pan didn't come back. So Concubine Shu got up and walked to the door. And the senior maid Wu Xian supported Concubine Shu. As soon as she arrived at the door, she saw something dangling under a tree in the distance. It was too dark to see clearly, but she could vaguely see that it was Nanny Pan standing under the tree, and her body was shaking slightly. Wu Xian asked, Nanny Pan? There was no movement in the distance. Concubine Shu also felt strange, so she asked Wu Xian to call again. Nanny Pan? Nanny Pan still didn't move, and Concubine Shu had a bad feeling in her heart. Several maids who were working heard the movement of their master and hurried over. As soon as they walked into the yard, they screamed and fell to the ground in fear. Concubine Shu hurried over and saw that Madame Pan, who was just jumping around in front of her, was strangled by the neck and fell from the tree. Because her feet almost touched the ground, she didn't notice the rope on it at first. In the blink of an eye, she was gone. And Concubine Shu was scared and her face turned pale. Wu Xian was obviously scared. When Concubine Shu reacted and put Madame Pan's body down, it was still a warm corpse. Concubine Shu stood by in grief, and asked the palace maid to report the matter to the queen. The queen heard about this and came quickly. After asking about the situation, the queen was silent for a while and said, Has Madame Pan offended anyone recently? No. I have been in Yuqing Palace recently, and have hardly gone out. Concubine Shu was much more cautious because of Concubine Da's death. Unexpectedly, this happened around her. Madame Wu, the head maid, arrived soon. She was surprised to see Madame Pan dead. With the queen and Concubine Shu around, Madame Wu followed the rules and never stepped out of line. The queen looked at Madame Wu. What do you think? It happened too suddenly. Investigate it carefully. Madame Wu thought to herself that Concubine Shu was out of favor, and it was only a madam who died. So she didn't need to be too cautious. The queen saw through Madame Wu's thoughts at a glance, narrowed her eyes, and stared at the corpse on the ground. According to Madame Wu, who has the ability to kill Madame Pan in such a short time without alarming anyone? Madame Wu bent down slightly. In my opinion, it should be someone familiar. This remark directly pointed the finger at Concubine Shu. Concubine Shu saw what Madame Wu was thinking and stood by. Still sad about Madame Pan's sudden departure. Wu Xian heard what Madame Wu meant. She was angry, but couldn't express her opinion. The queen was about to question her carefully when someone came to Nanny Wang and said something. Nanny Wang whispered to the queen. When the queen heard it, her face changed slightly. She handed the matter over to Nanny Wu and left quickly with her people. Xu Fei saw it, but she didn't say anything. She tried to explain it in detail when Nanny Wu asked about it. Later, everyone in Yuqing Pavilion assisted Nanny Wu in the investigation. It was more than an hour later when Nanny Wu left. Xu Fei was sad. Nanny Pan, who had been with her for many years, just passed away like this, and her death was unclear. She went back to her room sadly and sighed against the head of the bed. Wu Xian was also surprised. Madame Xu Fei, what about Nanny Pan? Nanny Pan died strangely. Who is it? Xu Fei thought about it all night and knew that she was no longer favored and the emperor's health was not getting better. She was once favored. But as the emperor gradually retreated behind the scenes, she lost her former glory. It is very likely that the emperor will die, and her life will be over. Death. Today, Xu Fei does not feel terrible. What she is worried about is that she will die inexplicably. To put it bluntly, Nanny Pan died for her. That night, Xu Fei did not sleep well. She dreamed of Nanny Pan asking for help several times. She woke up from her dream several times and could not sleep again. The next day, when Wu Xian was helping Xu Fei with her makeup in the morning, she found that Xu Fei's favorite sachet inlaid with red agate was missing. Madame Xu Fei, your sachet is missing, Wu Xian said. Which one? The one inlaid with red agate. After searching for a long time, she couldn't find it. At this time, there was a noise outside, because Madame Pan died yesterday. Madame Wu, the head maid, still had to deal with some things, and Madame Pan's body was still in the yard. At night, the maids and eunuchs were too scared to come out. Now it was dawn, and they had to do things. They still felt a little creepy about Madame Pan's body. Concubine Shu was in a bad mood. She knew that Madame Pan's body was taken away today. She was reluctant and prepared to send her off for the last time. Lai Lai talked about her heart. It won't be long before Madame Wu will send someone to take Madame Pan away. Concubine Shu saw something familiar in Madame Pan's hand. Wu Xian followed Concubine Shu's gaze and saw it. She took advantage of others not paying attention and approached, and found that the red agate sachet she had been looking for a long time was actually in Madame Pan's hand. Wu Xian was timid and fell to the ground in fear. Concubine Shu also saw the sachet. She tried to stay calm and said to Wu Xian, Madame Pan has been with me for so many years. She has made no contributions, but has worked hard. Before leaving, she left me with one of my favorite things. This can be regarded as a perfect ending for our relationship as master and servant. When Madame Wu arrived, she took away Madame Pan's body and said something to Concubine Shu before leaving. They were all polite words. How could Concubine Shu not understand? Madame Pan was just an old woman. No one cared about her. She was dead. Concubine Shu felt sad. She returned to the house with the help of the maid Wu Xian. As soon as she entered the door, she saw the cut purple soft Shangyun gauze inner garment hanging on the beam. Concubine Shu suddenly realized that it was Sun Rume, because the red agate sachet and the Shangyun gauze inner garment were both given to her by Sun Rume. And Sun Rume died in her hands. There was absolutely no possibility that she would be alive. The only possibility was that there were people of Sun Rume around. Who? Xu Fei thought of the palace maid named Qiuju who followed Sun Rume later. After Sun Rume died, where did Qiuju go? Chapter 221 The corpse in the backyard of the restaurant. Something strange happened to Concubine Shu. Something strange also happened in the Queen's Fuyan Palace. The Queen hurried to the Queen Mother's Sinang Palace from Concubine Shu's Yuqing Pavilion last night. Seeing the Queen Mother's haggard appearance, all the resentment she had towards the Queen Mother over the years was put aside because of her sudden illness. Aunt, what's wrong with you? The Queen Mother was weak. Seeing the Queen, she took the Queen's hand and said, I'm old. I'll rely on you in the future. The Queen Mother knew that she didn't have much time to live. Before leaving, she was worried about her niece. Aunt, don't talk nonsense. My niece is still waiting to play chess with you? Play chess? The Queen Mother muttered. And her thoughts went back to many years ago. in that familiar and strange place, where they had a happy past. At that time. And always let my niece go. This time, my niece doesn't need you to let her go. The queen took the queen mother's hand and put it on her face. Feeling the warmth on her face. The queen mother is her only relative. The queen felt that she realized it too late and missed so many good times. Now she regretted it, and found that the queen mother was no longer the same as she was in the past. She was old now. As she was thinking, she felt her hand sink. The queen was stunned for a moment, and soon burst into tears. Nanny Luo saw it clearly from the side and explained quickly. Queen, the queen mother is asleep again. The queen realized that she had lost her composure, stood up to cover up her loss of composure, and said that she would go back to Fuyun Hall first. As soon as she returned to Fuyun Hall, she walked past the koi pond and found that all the koi in it were dead. Nani Wang was also very surprised to see it. What happened? Madame Wang asked the maid Shihong and Shiyu to serve the queen, and she went to ask about the situation. As a result, no one knew that the koi that seemed to be alive and well the moment before, all died the moment the queen arrived. The queen lost her favorite things again, and because she had been taking care of the queen mother for a long time, her face turned pale, and she was later supported back to the house. Madame Wang was an old woman, and she knew that the queen placed all her hopes on these koi. The last time this happened, the queen was angry, and this time it was even more serious. Lu Qiqi just woke up and heard that the prince did not come back last night, and she was worried about the prince. What she didn't expect was that news came from the Jin Palace that Ming Xishuan and Dong Huaizhu had a conflict last night, and Dong Huaizhu accidentally killed Ming Xishuan. Dong Huaizhu was afraid and jumped into the well and committed suicide. Hearing this news, Lu Qiqi asked Zhou Yin and Yu Dai to go back to the Jin Palace to see the situation. Lu Qiqi was in a state of anxiety. There were 10 concubines who entered the Jin Palace together, and now 6 of them are dead. In other people's places, the death of a concubine is nothing. Lu Qiqi was a little shocked when she heard it. She didn't have much contact with the concubines of King Jin, and she was in a mentality of competing for favor, thinking about how to live comfortably all day long. Now so many of them died, which is not good for the prince. Lu Qiqi thought for a while, and decided to go and see it in person. Leaving the palace, he ran to the King Jin's mansion. Halfway on the way, he saw many officers and soldiers surrounding the restaurant at the entrance of the alley. Lu Qiqi saw Ma, the head of the police, leading people in. Through the discussion of the people around, he knew the body buried in the backyard of the restaurant. Lu Qiqi heard from the system that Ma, the shopkeeper, caught them on the spot. On the surface, Ma felt ashamed and didn't want to make a big deal. That night, he drugged Wang and the child and killed the chef. Wang thought that the matter was exposed and he ran away. In fact, the chef was killed by the shopkeeper Ma, and the body was buried in the backyard of the restaurant. Who found it after so long? Back at the Jin Palace, facing the mess, Lu Qiqi had no mind to pay attention to anything else. Yu Dai saw the crown princess coming and was about to explain the situation, when a carriage came galloping. The speed was too fast for people to see clearly. Before the carriage stopped, a lady came down from the carriage crying. Yu Dai said, "Crown princess. She is Mrs. Dong, the biological mother of Dong Huaizhu." Lu Qiqi knew that Dong Huaizhu was the eldest daughter of Dong Imperial Physician. The old man sent the black-haired man away, and he felt sad. Seeing Mrs. Dong walking unsteadily, Lu Qiqi felt a little sad. Mrs. Dong came to the door and looked at Lu Qiqi with resentment. "Crown princess, are you satisfied this time?" Full of hostility. Even a blind person can see it. Chunbai saw others slandering the crown princess so much, and wanted to speak, but was stopped by Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi did nothing. Others thought that it was because she was too jealous that she did not allow these concubines to follow her into the East Palace, which led to the current tragedy. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi felt wronged, but not wronged. She watched Mrs. Dong staggering towards her dead daughter, and she was also a little moved. Butler who wanted to stop her from the side, but after receiving Lu Qiqi's signal, he quietly stepped back. Soon, Mrs. Dong knelt on the ground and cried loudly at her daughter's body. Lu Qiqi's eyes were red, and she turned her head to look at Yu Dai. "What happened to them?" Yu Dai said. "I have already inquired about the course of events. Ming Xishuan and Dong Huaizhu had a dispute and accidentally killed each other. Dong Huaizhu saw that she had killed someone and was scared to commit suicide. You're talking nonsense! Mrs. Dong yelled hysterically, got up from the ground, rushed towards Yu Dai, and was stopped by Yang Biyun, who just arrived. Lu Qiqi saw Yang Biyun. Yu Dai said that this person was very cunning. What happened to Gu Ling was also related to Yang Biyun. What did she mean by coming here at this time? Yang Biyun stopped Mrs. Dong, and was slapped by the excited Mrs. Dong. Yang Biyun was not angry and comforted Mrs. Dong. Mrs. Dong, I know you are sad, but this matter has nothing to do with the Crown Princess. When the incident happened last night, the Crown Princess was not in the Prince of Jin's mansion. It would have been better if she hadn't said this. After she said it, Mrs. Dong's madness was completely ignited. Crown Princess, you are so intolerant. If you really don't want my daughter, you can tell me, and I will take my daughter home. Why lose your life here? Mrs. Dong, don't be rude to the Crown Princess, said Butler Hu. Am I wrong? If the Crown Princess is a generous person and lets my daughter enter the palace, will she die? Mrs. Dong is really crazy. She will fight back against anyone who speaks. Butler Hu was also angry. Mrs. Dong, this is the Jin Palace, the former residence of the Crown Prince. You are just the wife of the second-rank imperial physician Dong. How can you yell at the Crown Princess? Mrs. Dong burst into tears when she heard this. What happened last night was not present by the Crown Princess. Even if she was present, Miss Dong killed Miss Ming. The maids present saw it. Miss Ming is the second daughter of the prefect of Lanzhou. Mrs. Dong should give an explanation to the prefect of Lanzhou for this matter. Butler Hu said this, severing the relationship between the Jin Palace and the problem on Mrs. Dong. Mrs. Dong was dumbfounded when she heard this. She came here to ask for an explanation, but she was bitten back. She couldn't accept it for a while and almost fainted. When things got worse, Imperial Physician Dong arrived. Imperial Physician Dong was much more rational. He showed the attitude of a minister to the Crown Princess. He also politely explained Mrs. Dong's disrespect and waited for Mrs. Dong to be taken away. Lu Qiqi breathed a sigh of relief. If this happened in someone else's family, it could be handed over to the people in the government office to handle it. The matter involved the Crown Prince, Imperial Physician Dong, and the prefect of Lanzhou. This matter must be handled with caution. Just when Lu Qiqi was thinking about which department to get involved, Sun Shou waited for the people from the Dali Temple to arrive. Chapter 222. The Crown Princess bullies me again. The Dali Temple intervened, and Lu Qiqi knew she could rest assured. After Sun Shou and the people from the Dali Temple negotiated together, they came to Lu Qiqi. Crown Princess, the Crown Prince said that this matter will be handed over to Mr. Zhang from the Dali Temple. You can rest assured. Lu Qiqi glanced at the people from the Dali Temple. As expected, they are the Dali Temple. They are much more professional in handling cases than Ma Butu and others. Where is the Crown Prince? In the carriage outside the door, Sun Shou said. When Lu Qiqi heard it, she felt strange and walked to the door immediately. Sure enough, she saw the Crown Prince's carriage parked at the door. Lu Qiqi felt strange. The Crown Prince arrived. But why didn't he go in? Just thinking about it, she saw a hand reaching out from the carriage. Lu Qiqi got on the carriage with the help of the hand. Lu Qiqi saw the Crown Prince frowning slightly. Is this matter difficult to handle today? One is the daughter of the Imperial Physician, and the other is the governor of Lanzhou. Things are indeed a bit tricky. The prince touched his forehead and said, I didn't sleep last night. I'm a little tired. Lu Qiqi felt distressed when she heard this, but she didn't say anything. She let the prince lean on her shoulder. She could feel that the prince gradually relaxed. On the way back to the palace, the prince slept very deeply. When he returned to the East Palace, he didn't get off the carriage. While the prince was sleeping, Lu Qiqi thought about things. She felt that she shouldn't hide the assassin's matter. She was going to wait for the prince to wake up and tell him about it. While waiting, Lu Qiqi thought a lot about what role Yang Bian played in the death of Ming Xishuan and Dong Huaizhu. After struggling for a long time, the prince didn't wake up. So Lu Qiqi summoned the system. Are the deaths of Ming Xishuan and Dong Huaizhu related to Yang Bian? System. This matter really has nothing to do with her. Lu Qiqi's eyes rolled. What is it about Yang Bian? System. Yang Bian is going to use this incident to enter the palace. Lu Qiqi smiled. She still beat them one by one to the Eastern Palace. Someone died. After Mrs. Dong's disturbance, everyone felt that if these women were in the Eastern Palace, this would not happen. Lu Qiqi thought for a while and asked, Can they come in? System. When I was dreaming. Lu Qiqi felt much more relaxed. She knew in her heart that many things could not be stopped. Hearing this, she could also be happy for a short time. Lu Qiqi. How did Dong Huizhu and Ming Sichuan die? System. They did have a dispute and impulsively caused a death. But there was someone behind this matter. Lu Qiqi. Who? System. Xiaoju. Xiaoju. Sun Rumei's maid, also known as Xianyi, is familiar with the Jin Palace. Where is Xiaoju now? System. Qin Palace. This time Lu Qiqi finally understood that all this was done by Qin Wang. Sure enough, Qin Wang seemed to be thinking quietly, and he was much more careful than Chu Wang and Yin Wang. He was brave and resourceful. No wonder he was given the title of Qin Wang. He was really patient. Lu Qiqi. The prince knows? System. I don't know now, but it will soon be traced to Qin Wang. Lu Qiqi. What will the prince do? System. It's a bit troublesome to deal with Qin Wang, but it's not difficult for the prince. Lu Qiqi relaxed and turned to look at the prince. Is he a thief? System. He's framed. Lu Qiqi. Tell me about it. System. Soon something big will happen in Qinwangfu, which will completely expose Qin Wang to everyone, and others will also discover Qin Wang's ambition. Lu Qiqi. What can I do? System. Eat. Lu Qiqi's face turned ugly. Who are you looking down on? System kindly reminded. You have the ability. If the prince is a tyrant, you will definitely become a generation of empress with your assistance. However, the prince is not a tyrant, so there is no place for you to use your skills. Lu Qiqi was a little discouraged. System. You don't have to be discouraged. Heroes will always have a place to use their skills. Lu Qiqi. Quick. Tell me about it. System. One day you will become a female general who commands. Lu Qiqi was happy. Do I need to read some books on military tactics now? After asking this question for a long time, Lu Qiqi didn't hear the system's voice. She knew that she was despised. But she was not angry. The prince is capable and doesn't need her. She just needs to eat and drink. This is her original intention for coming to this era. Now it seems that once the original intention is set, it is difficult to change. Lu Qiqi felt relaxed and looked around with satisfaction. Suddenly, she met the prince's eyes. When did you wake up? The prince sat up straight. Just woke up. He woke up for a long time and observed women for a long time. He found that women always like to be in a daze. It's very interesting when they're in a daze. If there were no important things to deal with, he really wanted to ask. The two got off the carriage quickly. The prince looked at the woman. I've been busy recently. After this period, I'll take you to a good place. Lu Qiqi subconsciously wanted to make up her mind. She didn't want to see the graves, nor did she want to see a place like the Coal Palace, facing the emperor's bright eyes. She couldn't refuse, and could only watch the prince leave. Chunbai came over with a smile on her face. Crown Princess, the carriage has arrived. Why haven't you gotten off the carriage for a long time? Lu Qiqi knew what someone was thinking. She was in a good mood and relaxed for a while, but pretended to be embarrassed. It's not easy to say. The smile in Chunbai's eyes became more exaggerated. Tell me about it. The prince didn't let me say it. Chunbai became more excited when she heard this, and chased Lu Qiqi to ask. But Lu Qiqi refused to say anything. After a while, Yudai and others only saw the two of them enter the house. Zhou Yin wanted to follow in, but was pulled by Yudai to do something. Zhou Yin was puzzled. And while preparing lunch ingredients, she asked, Yudai, why don't you follow? It's still early for dinner. Wait a little longer. Xinai spoke. Zhou Yin was puzzled. Sure enough, not long after, she saw Chunbai with an angry face. Chunbai started to complain when she saw them. The crown princess is so annoying. Yudai and others did not respond. It was meaningless to say something that they had known for a long time. Chunbai thought they didn't hear it, so she came close to Yudai. The crown princess bullied me again. It's your blessing to be bullied by you, Yudai said. Chunbai looked at this, then looked at that, and after a chuckle, said, the crown princess was obviously in a bad mood. But suddenly she became better. Don't you think it's strange? There is a crown prince, Chinai said. What did the crown prince do? Chunbai asked again. The question came back again, and Chinai and others just smiled and didn't say anything. Lu Qiqi leaned against the kitchen door, and saw Chunbai's gossiping mind coming up again. She smiled and watched from the side. She was happy to see Chunbai being humiliated. Lu Qiqi took a look and felt that if she didn't speak up, Chunbai would be bullied to death. She asked, "You Dai, who do you think is the busiest person in the Prince Jin's mansion now?" Lu Qiqi suddenly spoke up, and several maids saw it. Chunbai suddenly felt wronged. Unfortunately, no one saw her, so she could only hide in the corner and poke her finger. Lu Qiqi saw it and pretended not to see it. Yu Dai knew what the crown princess was thinking, and said directly, "It's still the person I mentioned. What do you think she is doing now?" Chapter 223. It's Qiuju. Yu Dai looked at the crown princess cautiously and said, "I think she should think about how to enter the palace." Lu Qiqi, "Can I refuse?" "Yes, but this kind of thing can't be stopped every time. First stop this time." Lu Qiqi said, "I know." Yu Dai responded, "Don't be too much in everything, so as not to make things worse." Lu Qiqi reminded. Yu Dai heard this and knew what to do next. She was happy that the crown princess had opened her mind. The Jin palace was like this, and the palace was even more powerful. If Yang Biyun's thoughts were brought to the front, it would only cause trouble. She felt that the matter could only be resolved in the Jin palace. Lu Qiqi sighed again. It's such a pity that Madame Xiao died. During that time, with Madame Xiao around, the Prince of Jin's mansion was relatively quiet. Now, two of them died at once, and they died in this way. I am worried that if they continue to die like this, I will definitely have a bad reputation. The four maids were silent when they heard this. Chunbai rarely responded quickly. Crown Princess, there are only 3 young ladies in the Prince of Jin's mansion now, so there shouldn't be any waves. Lu Qiqi felt that Gu Ling didn't like Yang Biyun, and sooner or later Gu Ling would fall on Yang Biyun. Thinking of this, Lu Qiqi wanted to know what would happen to Mu Yaji in the end. Thinking that Mu Yaji originally had a favorite person, they still haven't gotten together. Lu Qiqi thought that so many concubines had died. If a dead shield came to give Mu Yaji a good future, it would also be a good choice. As for Gu Ling, Lu Qiqi didn't care much about this person. She was originally the illegitimate daughter of Wang Xiangshu, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Wang Xiangshu liked this illegitimate daughter very much. Since she was an illegitimate daughter, many people couldn't bear to see her do well. As she was thinking, a little palace maid peeked out from the side, and Lu Qiqi saw it. The little palace maid met Lu Qiqi's eyes and knelt on the ground in fear. Your servant kowtows to the crown princess." Lu Qiqi looked at the other party's trembling little body and thought she had done something to hurt this person. Chunbai heard the noise and looked over. When she saw that it was a strange little palace maid, she asked, "Which palace are you from?" Your servant. The little palace maid was so scared that she couldn't speak. Yu Dai heard the noise and came out of the small kitchen. When she saw the other party, she saluted to the crown princess. "Crown princess, she is here to see me." Lu Qiqi looked at Yu Dai, then at the little palace maid who was nodding desperately, and smiled. "Go. Don't scare her." It was obvious that she was a timid palace maid, so Lu Qiqi didn't make things difficult for her. Yu Dai was a little embarrassed by what she said, and hurriedly walked towards the little maid. When the little maid saw Yu Dai walking over, she quickly stood up and whispered something in her ear. Lu Qiqi was curious and looked over there intentionally or unintentionally. Soon, Yu Dai came back. "Princess, I found Qiuju." "Where is she?" Lu Qiqi thought. People really can't be judged by appearances. Such a scared little maid. But she still knows this news. She's by concubine Wu's side. Confirmed. Lu Qiqi was a little surprised to hear this, and she didn't care so much about the little maid's matter just now. Yes, the maid just saw Qiuju in and out of Feiyu Palace in the evening. Lu Qiqi thought for a while. After Nani Man died, there was no one to replace concubine Wu. No. Do you know what concubine Wu is busy with recently? Concubine Wu has not been out recently. Prince Chen visited concubine Wu twice, both in the evening. Each time, he just went to eat and left, and never said anything during the period. Yu Dai told the news she knew. Lu Qiqi didn't say anything else, and Yu Dai started to get busy again. Lu Qiqi thought quietly. It was also evening, and the system said Qiuju was in Prince Chen's mansion. Yu Dai said Qiuju went in and out of Feiyu Hall in the evening, and Prince Chen asked concubine Wu to have dinner at that time. Could it be that the dinner was fake, and Qiuju wanted to do something? Qiuju is also a smart person. She can stir up trouble after Sun Rumei's death. and can also provoke the relationship between Dong Huaizhu and Ming Xishuan, which shows that Qiuju has some of Sun Rumei's courage to do things. If so, then what is the purpose of Qiuju going in and out of Feiyu Hall? Lu Qiqi couldn't figure it out. After thinking for a long time, there was no result. And later Lu Qiqi didn't force herself, convincing herself in this way. After dark, thinking that many things happened in the palace, most people would not come out. Lu Qiqi walked with her maid in the palace at night. The palace is really beautiful, and the beauty after dark is different from that during the day. Red lanterns are hung everywhere, and the red light of the lanterns illuminates a piece. Walking, Lu Qiqi actually came to the place where Rong Fei lived. Stopping and finding this place, Lu Qiqi was very surprised. Why did she come to this place? Every time the prince brought her here, she would complain in her heart. Why did he take the initiative to come here today? Thinking about it, suddenly, a figure quickly passed by in front. Lu Qiqi looked over and saw that it was a palace maid. The palace maids at this time would not walk around randomly. Even if they were in a hurry, they would not leave so anxiously. Just as she was thinking, she heard a voice from the system. That's Qiuju. Hearing this, Lu Qiqi deliberately slowed down her pace and followed not far away. From a distance, Lu Qiqi saw Qiuju enter Qifeng Garden where Sun Rumei once lived. What was Qiuju doing there? Lu Qiqi thought of a possibility. The secret medicine of the witch clan that she had taken from Sun Rumei. Could it be that Qiuju was looking for this thing? Lu Qiqi guessed roughly, did not stop, and deliberately walked somewhere else. But she could also get a general idea of the situation in Qifeng Garden. After about an instant's stick of time, Qiuju left Qifeng Garden and went to Feiyu Hall. Today's Feiyu Hall was quite lively. She only walked outside the courtyard and saw the busy palace maids inside. Lu Qiqi looked at Yu Dai, who understood what was going on and left quickly. When Lu Qiqi walked a distance from the side, Yu Dai caught up with her, and Lu Qiqi realized that King Chen came to eat again today and left a little later. Lu Qiqi guessed something in her mind. She returned to the East Palace and had just taken a bath when the prince came back from outside. The prince looked very happy. Lu Qiqi had no appetite for dinner. Seeing the prince coming back, she asked the 4 maids to go and chat with the prince. The prince also had something to say to her. The 2 of them had a tacit understanding and left behind the maids to talk. Lu Qiqi finally understood why the prince was so busy recently. Congratulations to the prince for getting what he wanted. Lu Qiqi clasped her hands together with a smile on her face. The prince also smiled. Wait a little longer. Lu Qiqi knew the prince's cautious attitude and expressed what she wanted to say in an obscure way. When I returned to the Prince of Jin's mansion yesterday, I saw that the restaurant at the entrance of the alley was sealed. Someone reported that a body was found in the backyard. The prince didn't care. He knew that the things he designed could cause such a big commotion. And there was nothing wrong with a woman finding it. So that's what happened, Lu Qiqi said, deliberately looking thoughtful. The prince saw it and asked, "What's wrong?" If you have anything to say, just tell me. Although I'm a little busy now, I can still handle it. Chapter 224. Do you have evidence? Lu Qiqi hesitated and said, I saw a familiar figure in Saoji Tavern yesterday. The prince knew that women were very concerned about these things, so he didn't take it seriously. Lu Qiqi's next words made the prince silent. I saw someone walking in Saoji Tavern, and it seemed to be the killer I met that day. The prince looked at Lu Qiqi, and Lu Qiqi nodded. The prince asked again, Are you sure? He had been searching for a long time without any results. Could it be that he was discovered by a woman by chance? I only took a look. Not sure. The prince called Zhao Kai in and told him to keep an eye on Saoji Tavern. Zhao Kai took the order and left. The prince took Lu Qiqi's hand and said, Be careful when you go out in the future. Well, I saw a familiar figure today. The prince's eyes changed slightly, and he grabbed the woman's hand and exerted a little force. Do you still remember the maid named Qiuju besides Sun Rumei? Xia Xinya. The prince sneered. Well, I saw her enter Qifeng Garden, and later enter Wuguifei's Fengyu Palace. The prince suddenly relaxed and smiled again. You are helping me on purpose. Right? Why? Do you remember the medicine we got from Sun Rumei? I remember. Lu Qiqi said that the prince also used the medicine to change the appearance of the eunuch chief steward, and later said that he was an impostor and drove him out of the palace. Seeing the prince like this, Lu Qiqi's heart was pounding. Prince, you are not? I put the medicine back. Lu Qiqi was smart. After hearing this and combining it with what she saw, there was nothing she didn't understand. Everything was in the prince's plan, and she really worried in vain. Later, as the maid brought the food, the two ate and talked, and Lu Qiqi learned from the prince that he was really busy recently. Busy calculating people, busy digging holes. Now that Prince Qing and Prince Yan are no longer threats, the prince began to specifically target Prince Qin. Lu Qiqi couldn't understand why the prince was so anxious. According to the time the system said, the prince still needed nearly 5 years to succeed to the throne. Why was the prince so anxious? I always felt that the prince had other plans. Smart Lu Qiqi didn't make it clear. Lu Qiqi became very curious about what happened to Prince Qin next. After the meal, the prince explained his recent whereabouts, and Lu Qiqi decided to eat the prince's big melon for the time being. The next day, Lu Qiqi learned from the system that Prince Qin did not attend the morning court, and later heard that Prince Qin was sick. When the imperial doctor saw the older Prince Qin, he was a changed Prince Qin. The prince didn't believe it, so he took people to visit, and sure enough, he saw a different Prince Qin. Prince Qin, you were tortured all night, and finally recovered. When you saw everyone coming, you were brought back to reality by Concubine Wu's scream. Who are you? Concubine Wu's words spoke the voices of many people. The prince stared at King Qin fiercely. Why does King Qin look different from before? I remember that the eunuch chief steward beside my father also changed his appearance overnight. At the critical moment, someone dropped the copper basin on the ground, making a particularly harsh sound. Concubine Wu looked over angrily, and was shocked when she saw that it was Qiu Ju. Fortunately, no one noticed. Qiu Ju reacted quickly and knelt on the ground trembling, temporarily escaping the disaster. The prince just glanced at it and didn't pay much attention. He continued to stare at Prince Qin's face. Prince Qin was annoyed by being looked at. Concubine Wu was there to cover for him. Soon, the imperial physician gave a diagnosis and said that Prince Qin needed to rest. The prince and others left. After the prince left, he went to the Prince Qin's mansion. This was the first time the prince returned to the mansion after leaving. When housekeeper who saw the prince, she was so excited that she took a long time to react. When she knelt on the ground and shouted, "Long live the prince!" The prince had already walked in. Yang Biyun was thinking about how to attract the prince's attention and let her walk into the East Palace. When she was worrying about this, she heard a noise from afar. She ran over and saw the prince going to the study. She saw that the opportunity had come. At this moment, Gu Ling, who was not on good terms with Yang Biyun, walked by. After their friendship capsized, Gu Ling never gave Yang Biyun face. Yang Biyun, are you proud this time? What are you talking about? Yang Biyun pretended to be confused. Don't tell me that Dong Huaiju's suicide has nothing to do with you. What are you talking about? Yang Biyun used to let Gu Ling talk nonsense. But today is different. The prince is back, and it is her best chance to leave the Prince of Jin's mansion. She must not let this guy ruin it. I'm talking nonsense? Why did Dong Huaizhu commit suicide? Isn't it because of your words that made Dong Huaizhu unbearable, and thought that the prince didn't want us anymore? So she thought she shouldn't commit suicide? When Gu Ling spoke loudly, many people suddenly appeared in the place where there was no one. I don't know when the housekeeper who came, and I don't know when the prince stood in the distance. After Gu Ling finished speaking, the moment he saw the prince, he ran over and knelt on the ground. Your Highness, Dong Huaizhu died unjustly. Unjust? The prince stared at Gu Ling, his eyes sharp, as if he wanted to see through her heart. Gu Ling felt guilty at this moment, and thought of Yang Biyun's thoughts. Why couldn't she do it? Thinking of this, he knelt on the ground without saying a word. The aggrieved little shoulders trembled. Yang Biyun didn't say anything either, and knelt on the ground quietly. Housekeeper who looked at the scene and felt uneasy. He wanted to slap the two women to death, but he didn't dare to say a word in this situation. Just at this time, Mu Yaji came. Seeing this scene, he knelt on the ground far away. The prince gave all his patience to Lu Qiqi. No matter what other women did, they were hypocritical and had ulterior motives. He raised his foot and prepared to leave and clean up everything here. Xiao Kai followed the prince to arrive. Seeing the prince's move, he knew that he had to clean up the mess. He didn't care much about the life and death of some people. It was just a matter of knife and knife. Just thinking about waiting for the prince to leave, he was going to take action. Just after taking 2 steps, he saw the princess coming from outside. The prince saw Lu Qiqi coming and walked over quickly. Why are you here? Come and take a look. Lu Qiqi walked in and saw Guobiyun and Gu Ling kneeling on the ground. Then she walked in and saw Mu Yaji kneeling in the distance. The system voice sounded. Am I right? Lu Qiqi. You are still capable. This is why the system rushed me to come here. Lu Qiqi looked around and asked. What's going on? The prince turned his head to look at Zhao Kai. What's going on? Zhao Kai reacted faster and looked at Butler Hu. Butler Hu? The crown princess is asking questions? Butler Hu was under great pressure and could only bite the bullet and speak. Ms. Gu and Miss Yang bumped into His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Lu Qiqi looked at Gu Ling. Is that true? Gu Ling glanced at the Crown Princess and glared at Yang Biyun. Replying to the Crown Princess. Dong Huaizhi did not commit suicide, but was coerced by Yang Biyun. The prince glanced at Gu Ling coldly. Lu Qiqi looked at Yang Biyun. Miss Yang? Is this true? It's unfair. Yang Biyun knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Lu Qiqi looked at Gu Ling. Do you have any evidence? Chapter 225 The Embroiderer of Hongyu Tower. Gu Ling was stunned when she heard this. Lu Qiqi said, talking and doing things requires evidence. It is not enough to make people believe it. If Miss Gu has real evidence, if Miss Yang is really related to Dong Huaizhi's death, I will never tolerate it. Crown Princess, everything is a misunderstanding. Yang Biyun said. Misunderstanding? Lu Qiqi said. Yang Biyun reacted after hearing this. She knelt on the ground and looked at Gu Ling angrily. Then looked up and explained to the Crown Princess. That day, I saw Dong Huaizhi was in a state of despair. Later, I learned that she had just killed Ming Sichuan. When Dong Huaizhi asked if she had to pay for her murder, I answered casually. When the prince heard this, he didn't want the woman to be entangled in these messy things. He took the woman's hand and said to Zhao Kai, Zhao Kai, send Yang Biyun to the Dali Temple to talk to Lord Zhang. Yes. Zhao Kai walked towards Yang Biyun. Yang Biyun was scared and knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the Crown Princess. Crown Princess, I am wronged. I really don't know anything. Please give me another chance. Zhao Kai moved quickly and walked over to silence Yang Biyun. At this time, the prince took Lu Qiqi away from the Jin Palace. When they arrived outside the palace, Lu Qiqi saw that only the prince's carriage was left. So she followed the prince into the carriage. Why are you here? I'm just wandering around when I have nothing to do. Can Lu Qiqi say that the system asked her to come here? What do you want to buy? Lu Qiqi looked up at the prince. His smiling face made her a little dazzled. I want to buy some clothes. What kind do you want? Lu Qiqi said. I want to buy something simple in appearance and practical to wear. As long as it's comfortable. I'll take you to a place. Lu Qiqi followed the prince. And as the carriage stopped, it stopped in front of Hongyu Tower. Hongyu Tower. Specially prepared for married men and women. Why did they suddenly come to this place? When she met Prince Yin and Sun Rumei even used Hongyu Tower to show off. Shopkeeper Ma got the news early and politely asked all the customers in the store to leave, waiting for the big customers to arrive. Seeing the carriage stop, she did not go out, but stood at the inner position of the door, waiting quietly. Seeing the prince and the princess get off the carriage, she hurriedly bowed and knelt on the ground, and waited for the prince and the princess to walk in. And then Shopkeeper Ma stood up. Not much talk, just standing quietly by the side, and only said a word or two when she saw the princess was interested in something. Lu Qiqi was very satisfied with this enjoyment. Shopping depends on mood, and no one is nagging beside her. This is what she wants to shop. After a look, he pointed at a few clothes and asked Shopkeeper Ma to take them down for a look. The prince did not urge him, but sat quietly beside him drinking tea, his eyes following the woman. When Lu Qiqi went to the inner room to try on clothes, the prince glanced at Shopkeeper Ma, who lowered his head slightly. This small action has conveyed some information. When Lu Qiqi came out and said she wanted those clothes, the prince paid for them and asked someone to pack them. Lu Qiqi and the prince left and got on the carriage back to the palace. Lu Qiqi said, Hongyu Tower sells a wide range of things. If you want something in the future, you can come here. The prince said, okay. What Lu Qiqi didn't know was that Hongyu Tower specializes in wedding supplies. The things Lu Qiqi bought today were all customized by the prince in advance. Lu Qiqi came and saw those things at first sight. On the way back, Lu Qiqi learned about Hongyu Tower from the prince. It turned out that Hongyu Tower has a history of hundreds of years. Lu Qiqi was very curious about Hongyu Tower, which has been passed down for hundreds of years. After returning to the East Palace, she looked at the clothes she brought back from Hongyu Tower, and every stitch on them showed the care of the embroiderer. Crown Princess, Hongyu Tower has a history of hundreds of years. The embroiderers of Hongyu Tower have been selected from the most intelligent people in the family for generations, and they have become embroiderers after years of cultivation by the family. It is reasonable to pay attention to things used in weddings. I see that the clothes are very well made. Whether it is the style or the stitches, I can see the care of others. This is the uniqueness of Hongyu Tower. No matter where the stitches of a piece of clothing are, they are of uniform size, and there will never be a slight deviation. Lu Qiqi didn't believe it, so she studied it herself. And it was true. I want to see what kind of determination the embroiderers of Hongyu Tower have to make such good clothes. Later, Lu Qiqi put it on, and felt like she was one with the clothes. The 4 maids beside her also thought it looked good. During the meal, Lu Qiqi was worried that her clothes would get dirty, so she changed them. Seeing that the Crown Princess liked it so much, Chunbai decided to have all her clothes made in Hongyu Tower in the future. She heard that a piece of clothing would cost several thousand taels of silver, and she felt a little pain. That evening, Aunt Su from the Ministry of Internal Affairs brought people to deliver the custom-made clothes. Because Lu Qiqi had the clothes from Hongyu Tower, she found some similarities after comparison. This dress is very well made. Aunt Su heard that the Crown Princess liked it, and happily explained, replying to the Crown Princess, "The dress in your hand was made by Yuan Sifeng, the apprentice of the embroiderer from Hongyu Tower." The embroiderer of Hongyu Tower? She only made clothes in Hongyu Tower. Why did she come to the palace? Yes, Yuan Sifeng is the eldest apprentice of the embroiderer of Hongyu Tower. When he was young, he was adopted by Yuan Yang, the embroiderer of Hongyu Tower, and he has been raised by her to learn embroidery. Because Yuan Sifeng is not a real member of the Yuan family, he cannot become an embroiderer of Hongyu Tower after learning. It happened that the Imperial Household Department of the palace decided to recruit. Lu Qiqi heard about Yuan Sifeng's past, and became a little curious about him. She didn't feel sorry for Yuan Sifeng. It was a pity that he couldn't become an embroiderer of Hongyu Tower. To gain a foothold in the palace by his own strength, he needed his own ability, and followed a good nanny. Nanny Su was Yuan Sifeng's mentor. When Nanny Su left, Lu Qiqi rewarded her with many good things. After Aunt Su left, Yu Dai explained, "Crown Princess, Yuan Sifeng used to make clothes for the queen and 2 concubines. Now she can make new clothes for the Crown Princess. It should be the queen's instruction. Is there such a thing?" Lu Qiqi was surprised. It's just a piece of clothing, but it has such a background. She also remembered that the queen had put a note in the cake she sent, asking her to be careful of concubine Da. Although concubine Da is dead now, the note didn't play a big role. Lu Qiqi had a little more good feelings for the queen, because of the grudge between the crown prince and the queen. Lu Qiqi was caught in the middle, and didn't show too much closeness to the queen. The system voice came out. Nanny Pan beside concubine Shu died. Lu Qiqi. If she died? She died. System. Xiaoju killed her. This surprised Lu Qiqi. Xiaoju was so powerful that she used the power of Prince Chen and concubine Wu to reach concubine Shu. System. When Nanny Pan died, she was holding a sachet made of red agate in her hand. Xiaoju also cut up concubine Shu's favorite Shangyun gauze underwear. Lu Qiqi thought of an incident a long time ago. In order to please concubine Shu, Sun Rumei used a red agate sachet and made concubine Shu's underwear with 8-year-old purple soft Shangyun gauze. These things originally belonged to Tang Xiaoya. It was a long time ago, and it was a bit surprising to hear the system suddenly say it. Chapter 226, The Art of Controlling Power. What is Xiaoju going to do? System. Revenge for Sun Rumei. Lu Qiqi. Why? System. Sun Rumei promised Xiaoju a lot. Now that Sun Rumei is dead, Xiaoju has used Sun Rumei to do things that have led to where she is today. Lu Qiqi sneered for a while and said, Xiaoju went to Qifeng Garden for the secret medicine. Right? System. The secret medicine was given to King Chen, and King Chen's appearance changed. Lu Qiqi couldn't figure it out. What's the point of King Chen doing this? That face is a symbol of King Chen. Another possibility is that the prince is also involved. Is the prince doing this just to make King Chen look bad? Soon, Lu Qiqi realized that the prince had taken action against King Chen. Maybe he couldn't find a favorable opportunity for a long time. So he just concocted one himself. System. Another thing happened in the palace. Lu Chichi. What's the matter? System. The koi fish that the queen kept died. No matter how the queen keeps them this time, they won't survive. Lu Chichi knows that the queen cares about these fish. It's direct to use this method. Lu Chichi. A lot of things have really happened recently. System. The biggest thing is that the queen mother and the queen have reconciled. Lu Chichi. This is a bit unexpected. System. It's not unexpected. Broken bones are connected with tendons. The queen has experienced the situation of the queen mother in the past. It's a good thing for the aunt and needs to join forces. Lu Chichi. Is it really a good thing? System. For the emperor? Not necessarily. Lu Chichi. Does the queen like the emperor? System. The queen has known that women of the witch clan are the symbol of the new queen. Not long ago, she just learned the secret that the queen can give birth to a legitimate eldest son, but cannot become the crown prince. Lu Chichi was also a little surprised when she heard this. What kind of rule is this? System. You don't understand the emperor's power control technique. Lu Chichi. According to what you mean, the queen is going to take action against the emperor. System. The emperor doesn't need to take action. And the queen is not that stupid. Lu Chichi. What will the queen do? System. The queen chose the prince a long time ago. Lu Chichi. The emperor chose the prince? How is this possible? Not to mention that the queen killed the prince's biological mother. Now she turns around to help the prince. Is she crazy? System. With the precedent of the queen mother, nothing is impossible. Lu Chichi. According to what you mean, I can relax on the queen in the future? Just after saying this, there was a scream from the system. Oh no! Another murder is going to happen in the Prince of Jin's mansion. Lu Chichi was anxious. What's going on? There are only 3 concubines in the Prince Jin's mansion now. Is another one going to die? System. Guobiyun is going to attack Gu Ling. Lu Chichi was anxious and wanted to rush back, but was stopped by the system. It's useless for you to go. It stopped today. And there's still tomorrow. Lu Chichi. Am I going to watch helplessly? System. The one who suffered the most this time is not Gu Ling, but someone else. Lu Chichi thought of someone else, and thought of Muyaji's existence. Muyaji? System. Muyaji can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. She wants to leave the Prince Jin's mansion, but if she doesn't come with a dead shield, she will have no chance. Lu Chichi understood. Muyaji still can't forget that person? System. Yeah. Lu Chichi thought that she didn't have much contact with Muyaji, and she felt that she didn't exist. It was unfortunate for a person who had someone in her heart to be forced to separate. Thinking of this, Lu Chichi felt that she could help Muyaji. The next day, Lu Chichi returned to the Prince of Jin's mansion with 4 maids. The grand scene she saw when she entered the door made the battle-hardened Yu Dai and Qing Dai dumbfounded. What's going on? Lu Chichi looked at the disaster scene in front of her and lamented that some people were so desperate that they didn't even care about their face. However, the most miserable one was Butler who, seeing Butler whose face being scratched by 2 women at his age. Muyaji's situation was the worst. She lay on the ground in pain, with large beads of sweat on her forehead. And she looked like she was in great pain. What's going on? Lu Chichi shouted. And the forces of all parties finally calmed down. The moment they saw Lu Chichi, they knelt on the ground one by one. Lu Chichi just took a look, asked Qing Dai to ask for a doctor, and walked between Yang Biyun and Gu Ling. What's going on? Both women were disfigured. And this time, they were both ruthless, and didn't let the other party have an easy time. It's just a disfigurement. No one died. It's not too bad. Crown Princess. It's Gu Ling, who insisted that Dong Huaiju's death was caused by me without knowing right or wrong. Lu Chichi remembered that Yang Biyun was sent to the Dali Temple by Zhao Kai yesterday. How come she came back so soon? Doesn't Yang Biyun have to bear any responsibility for Dong Huaiju's death? Lu Chichi believes in the Dali Temple. If even the Dali Temple can't be trusted, who else can be trusted? At this time, what Lu Chichi didn't know was that the Dali Temple in the past could be trusted. But the current Dali Temple is in the same boat with the Crown Prince, and everything is as empty as a figment for the Crown Prince. Gu Ling crawled to the Crown Princess. Crown Princess. It's Yang Biyun, who hated me for exposing her yesterday, and deliberately attacked me in the middle of the night yesterday. Yang Biyun sneered. Gu Ling. You need to have evidence when you speak. It's too despicable for you to frame me again like this. If it weren't for this person's nonsense yesterday, she wouldn't have gone to the Dali temple. Fortunately, she is back. Gu Ling will never have a good life in the future. Lu Qiqi knows that some people are smart. She looks at Gu Ling again and wonders what she has to say. Gu Ling directly exposed half of her arm, which had 2 shocking wounds on it. Everyone took a breath when they saw it. Who is so cruel? Seeing Gu Ling's aggrieved tears, everyone began to be moved. Yang Biyun, this wound was caused by you when you came back last night and rushed into my yard. You won't deny it, right? What nonsense are you talking about? Yang Biyun was angry. Gu Ling stopped looking at Yang Biyun. I know you won't admit it. You can ask your maid Chuanlian. Yang Biyun thought Gu Ling was crazy. Unexpectedly, Yang Biyun's maid Chuanlian suddenly knelt on the ground. My lady, what you did last night was really wrong. Today, the crown princess is here, and I can't continue to protect you, Chuanlian said, kneeling on the ground and kowtowed. Yang Biyun looked at Chuanlian in disbelief. What are you talking about? My lady, you came back yesterday, in a bad mood, and vented to Qingyan Garden. I can understand. But why did you treat Miss Gu like this? If it weren't for me and Chunlan stopping her, how could Miss Gu be alive until now? Yang Biyun was angry. What nonsense are you talking about? Chuanlian stopped looking at Yang Biyun, and knelt down and moved forward a few steps. Crown Princess, I exposed Miss Yang, and the conflict between Miss Ming and Miss Dong was also instigated by Miss Yang behind the scenes. Deliberately. Everyone was stunned when they heard it. Looking at Yang Biyun again, they couldn't believe that Yang Biyun would do such a bad thing. It seemed that there was no actual harm, but it was because of Yang Biyun's instigation that the situation developed to the point where 2 people died. Lu Qiqi looked at Yang Biyun. Is what your maid said true? No. Yang Biyun's face turned blue with anger. I have evidence. After Miss Yang returned, she asked me to destroy the dagger that injured Miss Gu. I was afraid and threw it behind the woodshed, Chuanlian said. Chapter 227 Various Big Melons. After hearing this, Butler who went to look for her in person. Before Butler who came back, Mu Yaji suddenly fell to the ground. Fortunately, Qi Nai found a doctor in time. After examining Mu Yaji, he sighed. The lungs are injured. I'm afraid your life will not be saved. The incident happened suddenly, and Lu Qiqi dealt with Mu Yaji's affairs. An hour later, after taking the medicine, Mu Yaji recovered a little. Princess, I beg you. Mu Yaji reached out to Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi couldn't bear it, walked over, and took Mu Yaji's hand. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. Mu Yaji shook her head. I know I'm dying, and I beg the crown princess to allow me to return to my hometown after I die. The system voice sounded. She still can't forget her lover. Lu Qiqi also saw that for a person who is determined to die, who can save him? Turning her head to look at you die and the others left. Lu Qiqi looked at Mu Yaji. Do you have someone you like? Mu Yaji was stunned, met Lu Qiqi's gaze, and nodded, which was considered an admission. If you still want to go back to him, you need to go back by yourself. If you can't escape from this place even after you die. Mu Yaji looked at the crown princess in confusion. I'll give you 2 days to think it over. If you don't want to stay in this place, I'll make arrangements for you. This is all I can do. What will happen in the future? You decide for yourself? Please help me. Crown Princess. Mu Yaji expressed her attitude anxiously. Lu Qiqi saw that Mu Yaji was a little anxious and a little weird. She didn't say anything about it, but only told Mu Yaji to take care of herself. When Lu Qiqi came out from Mu Yaji, Butler, who also found the weapon that Yang Biyun used to injure Gu Ling, Lu Qiqi handed the matter over to Yu Dai and took 3 maids back to the East Palace. Lu Qiqi saw that Yang Biyun was wrongly accused because of her first reaction when Gu Ling pointed it out. It is not difficult to understand why Yang Biyun's maid would frame her mistress. Yesterday, she accidentally said something that made someone think that they had found a way to put her to death, and she became an accomplice. On the way back to the East Palace, Lu Qiqi heard that a body was indeed found in the backyard of the restaurant at the entrance of the alley. After identification by Ma's wife, it was really her lover chef. Ma was arrested for murder, the system said. Ma has admitted to the murder and said that it was ordered by King Chen. Lu Qiqi was surprised. Shopkeeper Ma was the king of Chu's man. How did he become the king of Qin's man? System. Shopkeeper Ma had a mistress. And now she is pregnant. Someone threatened her with a child in her belly. So Shopkeeper Ma changed his words. Lu Qiqi thought. It was really a good move. The king of Chu is dead. And this line has no result. This will not pose much threat to the king of Qin. But it is not a good thing for the nosy king of Qin. System. The killer was caught in Saoji restaurant. Lu Qiqi was not surprised by this. I think there is some story behind the death of the father of the female shopkeeper of Saoji restaurant. System. Someone designed it. Lu Qiqi. It should be a long time ago. Right? System. No matter how long it is. No one can escape if they are involved. Lu Qiqi. Who is the mastermind behind it? It should be someone from the older generation. Related to the emperor. Or someone from the older generation. It seems that there are only a few. And I guessed it roughly. System. Guess? Lu Qiqi thought for a moment. Empress. Or Empress Dowager? System. Neither. Lu Qiqi was surprised. Who else could it be besides them? System. Concubine Wu. Lu Qiqi. Are you right? System. When the emperor had concubine Rong. If she didn't have some skills, how could she get the emperor's attention? Lu Qiqi. Even if concubine Wu succeeded, she wouldn't have become the empress. System. Do you think everyone is as lucky as you? Concubine Wu can have what she has today. If it weren't for her calculations and management, she wouldn't even be able to get through the gate of the palace. Lu Qiqi knew that this was another person with a story. System. This was designed by concubine Wu. Over the years, those who were not good to her have long been silenced. In this matter, the emperor must bear the blame. Lu Qiqi. The female shopkeeper of Saoji Tavern is not a confused person. Some things should be made clear. System. After so many years, the shopkeeper knows what she should know. She still insists on it. Don't you think it's a bit strange? Lu Qiqi is insightful. What do you want to say? Can you be more direct? System. Back then, the man the shopkeeper married was the illegitimate brother of concubine Wu. If there was no concubine Wu, the shopkeeper would not have been able to get married. She has been working for concubine Wu all these years. Even the killer she is going to marry now was arranged by concubine Wu. However, the shopkeeper was just following orders at first. But now she really likes him. Oh my god! There is such a big melon in this. Lu Qiqi. What will happen to the hunter-killer in the end? System. It won't be good. Lu Qiqi asked again. Will the female shopkeeper be alone? The system was silent for a while. It depends on the choice of the female shopkeeper. Lu Qiqi understood that everything depends on the choice of the female shopkeeper. And she didn't say anything more about it. Evening. Yu Dai came back and gave a general account of what happened in the Jin Palace. Lu Qiqi guessed that this matter was a bit far-fetched. And since Yu Dai handled it this way, it was obviously the prince's intention. And it also let Lu Qiqi know that these people and things in the Jin Palace were all in the prince's plan. She just had to wait slowly. For Muyaji, Lu Qiqi promised to let Qin Dai find someone to treat her well. Everything will be planned after Muyaji as well. Because someone was injured. The Jin Palace was temporarily quiet. Lu Qiqi just breathed a sigh of relief. And another big thing happened in the palace. This matter had nothing to do with her. Lu Qiqi heard it, and just regarded it as a big melon to relieve her boredom. Listening to all kinds of big melons every day. Time passed quickly. Chunbai saw that the crown princess was bored in the East Palace every day. So when she went to the imperial kitchen every day, she would ask the palace maids about some interesting things. Gradually, Chunbai and Mi Jiao had several contacts and felt that they had the same temper. Chunbai was also a straightforward person. When she saw someone bullying Mi Jiao, Lu Qiqi would help. After a few times, in less than half a month, the two of them called each other sisters. That day, Lu Qiqi heard the big things that Chunbai brought back from outside, which were all some small things between the palace maids. Who got the reward from the master became the capital for the palace maids to show off. Lu Qiqi knew that the palace was a small social scene. And the status of the palace maids in the palace also explained the status of the master in the palace. The emperor had been raised in the Imperial Dragon Palace. And all the things outside were handed over to the prince to deal with. The queen mother was sick. And the queen took care of her every day. Concubine Wu has been very low-key recently. And gradually all things revolved around the palace maids. After hearing more, there were only a few things. Lu Qiqi gradually lost the novelty at the beginning, and later learned about the big things happening outside through the system. Chapter 228 Nightmare. After the hunter-killer was caught, there was no further news. As if being caught was fine, Qiuju disappeared from everyone again, no longer appeared in Wu Guifei's Feiyu Palace, and no longer went in and out of Chen Wangfu. After Chen Wang changed his appearance, he was kept in a state of care every day, never attended the morning court, never went out, and was always taken care of by Chen Wangfei. Lu Qiqi learned from the system that Chen Wang and Chen Wangfei had a good relationship. It was also because of this that Lu Qiqi knew that Chen Wang did not compete for the Wu clan's legitimate daughter like Yin Wang did. And it was also because of Chen Wangfei. Because of this, Lu Qiqi had a better impression of Chen Wang, thinking that Chen Wang could even use his own biological mother. He was not much better. Lu Qiqi became more curious about Chen Wangfei. Chen Wangfei had some ability to make Chen Wang look at her with new eyes. In the few times he had contact with Chen Wangfei, he found that she gave him a gentle feeling. Lu Qiqi was thinking about these things when the system sent the latest news. The female shopkeeper Chao Chao's restaurant has come to the palace. Lu Qiqi. Can she come in? System. You don't know this? The female shopkeeper has a token to enter the palace. Lu Qiqi. Is it not a good thing to come at this time? System. The female shopkeeper has made a choice. At this time. Feiyu Palace? Concubine Wu was suspicious and upset by the ministers in the court because of the change in Prince Chen's appearance. This was not a big deal. If it was handled well, it would not be a bad thing for Prince Chen. It might also attract the attention of everyone. This attention could quickly turn into a force, which would make it easier for Prince Chen to compete for the throne in the future. The key to the problem is that on the second day after Prince Chen's appearance suddenly changed, there was a rumor in the capital that Wei Gonggong, the eunuch chief steward of the emperor's favorite, was also expelled from the palace because of the sudden change in his appearance and suspicion of his identity. At that time, it was said that someone else was pretending to be him. Now, Prince Chen has become like this. It just so happens that at this time, it was revealed that the Wu clan has a secret medicine that can change a person's appearance. The first Wu clan's legitimate daughter arrived. Someone saw her appearance and said that she was Sun Rumei, who should have died in the Jin Wang mansion. Now with Prince Chen's incident, some people said that Prince Chen had already colluded with the Wu clan. It just so happened that at this time, Prince Chen's health had not improved and he could not stand up to speak for himself. The situation at this time was a bit bad for Prince Chen. Concubine Wu was anxious, but she couldn't make a big fuss. It was because the queen and the queen mother, who had the most say in the Wu clan, were in the palace. If it was rumored that Prince Chen had already colluded with the Wu clan, this matter would be very unfavorable to Prince Chen. Concubine Wu was anxious and hurriedly summoned the female shopkeeper Chao. Only if Chao took action could the situation be saved without making a sound. Qiuju, who had done something bad, had just been tortured by her. Everything was Qiuju's fault. If it weren't for her, Prince Chen would not have come to the scene. Thinking of this, Concubine Wu stepped hard on the back of Qiuju's hand. Qiuju felt pain and couldn't make a sound, because she was fed medicine and couldn't make any sound. Soon, Chao arrived. When Chao entered the room, she saw a tortured maid on the ground, and she ignored it. Common woman pays respect to the concubine. Chao has done a lot for Concubine Wu over the years. When she came today, she knew that Concubine Wu asked her to do something. Over the years, she has long been accustomed to it. But today Chao is more cautious than before. This time, she came with her own purpose. Get up. Concubine Wu spoke, and the chief maid Dai Xian dragged Qiuju away. Chao saw that there was no reaction, and when she and Concubine Wu were the only ones in the room, Concubine Wu turned and walked towards the inner hall. As Concubine Wu pressed on the wall, a secret door appeared, and Chao followed Concubine Wu into the secret room. No one knew what they said in the secret room, and no one saw Chao come out. Not long after, Concubine Wu asked for a midnight snack. She ate the midnight snack quietly under the service of the palace maids. Rising sun. Something big happened in the palace. In the yard where Concubine Roan lived for a long time, all the leaves fell overnight. No one cared at first, because it was a deserted yard like a cold palace, and no one paid attention. It was a palace maid passing by who accidentally discovered the bare scene, and the news soon reached the ears of the prince in the imperial study. After hearing this, The prince asked Xiao Kai to pass the news to the ears of the eunuch serving the emperor. Not long after, the emperor, who had not appeared in front of everyone for a long time, suddenly appeared outside concubine Rong's yard, with the arrival of a large number of palace maids and eunuchs, and with the personal command of the emperor. The whole yard was completely renewed in less than half a day. Such a big commotion attracted a lot of attention. Concubine Wu and the queen came over after hearing the news, seeing the emperor standing in the courtyard behind them. The touch in their hearts was brought back to the past because of a back figure. Your Majesty, I am here. The queen saluted. Your Majesty, I am here. Concubine Wu saluted. The emperor seemed not to hear it, and he did not move, looking at the scene quietly. The three of them kept the same posture for a long time until the prince arrived. Father! The prince was quite satisfied when he saw the new courtyard. The emperor leaned over. Take a look. Do you like it? Yes. That's good. I'm going to plant some flowers here, and then dig a pond here, and plant your favorite lotus in it. In autumn, you can eat your favorite lotus pods. The emperor said this about the future plan for this courtyard. The queen and concubine Wu, who had been maintaining the saluting posture, finally found something wrong. The emperor spoke differently from before. The emperor spoke to the prince, and the tone made them feel familiar and scared. What is the emperor doing? Father, you are tired and should rest. After the prince said this, the eunuch stepped forward and helped the emperor leave. When turning around, I saw the queen and concubine Wu leaving as if they were strangers. The queen looked at the familiar backs leaving, and just now, she saw strangeness in the emperor's eyes. Impossible? Their relationship is not very good, and they don't treat each other as strangers. Concubine Wu also can't accept such an emperor. Some things are clear to each other. Since the death of concubine Rong, they have been competing secretly. Seeing the emperor suddenly like this, they can't accept it. The emperor was ill, and his illness was very serious. After the emperor left, the two left in disappointment. They didn't know that the emperor and the prince who left were drinking and talking happily in the Yulong Palace. The queen and concubine were thinking about what happened in the past, and they couldn't accept that the emperor had this disease. The queen was depressed and hid in the Empress Dowager Sinang Palace, refusing to come out. She kept talking to the Empress Dowager. Concubine Wu's son was not doing well, and the emperor was like this again. She was angry and vented it on her former sister Concubine Qin. Concubine Wu arranged for someone to invite Concubine Qin to Feiyu Palace. Concubine Qin looked much older because of the matter of Prince Yin. After receiving the invitation, thinking that Concubine Wu's son was not doing well now, she came to watch the fun. As soon as she entered the door, she was knocked unconscious by the people arranged by Concubine Wu. When she woke up again, she found herself in the courtyard of Concubine Rong, which had been abandoned for a long time. She looked up at the portrait of Concubine Rong hanging on the wall. Her body trembled slightly. Concubine Qin had nightmares several times, dreaming of Concubine Rong, and she would wake up in the middle of the night every time. The situation has only improved slightly in recent years. Chapter 229, This lady is the future new queen. Sister, it is a happy event to meet an old friend again. Why is there no joy on your face? Concubine Wu left with the help of the maid. Concubine Qin tried to steady herself and wanted to get up, but she was forced to kneel on the ground and could not move. Concubine Wu, you held me here just for her? Concubine Qin pointed to the portrait of Concubine Rong hanging on the wall and asked, What do you think? Concubine Wu asked back. Concubine Wu, you are now the emperor's favorite concubine, and your future is bright. You must not implicate yourself and your son for the mistakes you made in the past. Concubine Qin said. Concubine Wu thought of the emperor's appearance and sneered. Concubine Wu, I remind you, don't forget your identity. Concubine Qin said. Her son is now tortured beyond recognition, and the glory she once imagined is gone. Concubine Qin just wants her son to be safe. As for Concubine Wu in front of her, she is still struggling hard. She didn't know how much the prince knew about the past. Obviously, she would be the Concubine Wu tomorrow. Concubine Wu just looked coldly and didn't say anything. Concubine Qin couldn't help it. Concubine Wu, I won't offend others unless they offend me. If you are aggressive, you can just tell us what happened back then, and we won't have a good life. It's a pity that you can tell us what's in your heart so easily. Concubine Wu walked around Concubine Qin. Where is the Concubine Qin who made the plan back then? You also participated in what happened back then. Concubine Sheen said. It's true that I made the idea back then. But if it weren't for your calculations, would Concubine Rong die? Concubine Sheen looked at Concubine Wu. What? Do you regret it? You want to put all the responsibility on others, and want to clear yourself. But it's a pity that no matter how much you clear yourself, it won't change your son from being abandoned. This hit Concubine Wu's sore spot, and she slapped Concubine Sheen in the face. Concubine Sheen tilted her head slightly, stared at Concubine Wu and sneered. Concubine Wu, don't be complacent. My fate today will be your tomorrow. Concubine Wu was not afraid. The Emperor was like this. What else did she have to be afraid of? Concubine Wu thought of the Emperor's appearance, and her heart was uncontrollable grief. She stepped forward and slapped Concubine Sheen again. Concubine Sheen was angry this time, and wanted to slap Concubine Wu in the face, but was stopped by the palace maid. Concubine Sheen narrowed her eyes, and looked at the maid in front of her, sneering. Why? Without Nani Man, there is no one around you who can be used? Concubine Wu thought of Nani Man's death, and gritted her teeth at Concubine Sheen. Are you talking about her? Soon someone brought Nani Yu to the scene. Concubine Sheen saw it, and understood what someone was going to do. But she didn't care anymore. She watched Nani Yu being stabbed in the heart by Concubine Wu's dagger, and fell to the ground and died. Concubine Sheen just watched coldly throughout the whole process, as if she didn't know this old woman, who had served her for many years. You are so cold-blooded. Concubine Wu was unhappy when she saw Concubine Sheen's reaction. She should be angry. She should be angry. She should be like herself, losing the old Nani around her. It should be like cutting off her left and right arms. Concubine Sheen said. Concubine Wu, I always thought you were very smart, but I didn't expect you to be a stupid person. Concubine Wu looked at Concubine Sheen, and didn't say anything. Don't you know that whether it's Nani Yu or Nani Man, they are all the queen's people? Concubine Wu did not believe Concubine Sheen's lies. Nani Man was brought from her mother's home. How could she be the queen's person? Concubine Sheen saw that Concubine Wu did not respond, and said, I forgot to tell you that when I came, I asked someone to send a letter to the widow of Caoji Tavern outside, telling her the truth about her husband's death. Concubine Wu heard this, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, which was quickly suppressed by her. Just at this time, Yu Qian, the senior maid arranged by Concubine Wu in Feiyu Palace, ran over and whispered something in Concubine Wu's ear. Concubine Wu left in a hurry without caring about Concubine Sheen. Concubine Sheen was beaten, and was a little embarrassed. She seemed to feel nothing about it, after being hit hard by life. Concubine Sheen sorted out her clothes, and left the place where the dead had stayed. Before leaving, she tore down the portrait of Concubine Rong hanging on the wall, and tore it to pieces. Just after they left, the prince and the emperor walked out from the dark. The emperor stared at the portrait on the ground, his eyes stinging. The prince looked at the emperor steadily, without much emotion in his eyes, as if the torn portrait had nothing to do with him. The next day, Concubine Sheen left the palace, and ran to the Prince of Yan's mansion. On the way, she deliberately passed by Caoji Tavern. Seeing that Caoji Tavern was closed, she took a detour to the Prince of Yan's mansion. Concubine Sheen was happy because she had calculated Concubine Wu once. When she came to the Prince of Yan's mansion, she almost couldn't stand when she saw the situation in front of her. What are you doing? Concubine Sheen roared, quieting down the messy Prince of Yan's mansion. Diu was sitting in the yard drinking tea, watching the Prince of Yan climb a tree with Qigong, picking a flower and sending it to Diu. Diu was very satisfied when she saw the flowers and smiled at the King of Yan. It happened that Concubine Sheen arrived at this time. Her voice interrupted the beautiful picture that Diu had deliberately created. Diu glanced at Concubine Sheen and stood up. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. The King of Yan only had Diu in his eyes, and did not even look at Concubine Sheen. Concubine Sheen was angry, and wanted to slap Diu. As soon as she stretched out her hand, she was grabbed by the wrist by the King of Yan. King of Yan. Concubine Sheen couldn't believe that her good son actually attacked her for a woman. Diu saw this scene and smiled. Your Majesty, I forgot to tell you that now the King of Yan only listens to me. Concubine Sheen naturally didn't believe it. But when she saw her strange son, she was more angry with Diu. What do you want to do? Knowing that the witch clan had many secret medicines, Concubine Sheen was sure that her good son was controlled by the bitch Diu. Diu smiled. It depends on what the imperial concubine wants. What do you want to do? Concubine Sheen had to bow her head for her son. She was humiliated by concubine Wu yesterday. She wanted to come to the Prince of Yan's mansion to find some sense of existence, but was humiliated again. She wanted to kill this person. After being extremely angry, concubine Qin found a clue. Do you look at the Prince of Yan? Prince of Yan. She is mean to me? The Prince of Yan used force to throw concubine Qin to the ground. This scene happened to be seen by Yu Ling and Wang Yan, two concubines of Yan who had just walked over. Seeing the once arrogant concubine Qin fall to the ground in a mess, the two understood what was going on, knelt on the ground tremblingly, and bowed. Concubine Qin was in pain, and her heart was even more painful. What made her even more angry was seeing the situation of the two concubines of Yan. Concubine Qin was so angry that her face turned blue. Do you glanced around? Go down. The two concubines of Yan left, and the guards and maids around them all left, leaving only Du Yu, the Prince of Yan, and concubine Qin. Concubine Qin got up from the ground and walked towards Du Yu. You are really capable? Du Yu looked at concubine Qin. Concubine Qin should know that I am the future new queen, and it is really unfair for me to live in the Prince of Yan's mansion. Chapter 230 Murderous Devil. Du Yu said her purpose. The King of Yan married me for that position. If I can help the King of Yan, should concubine Qin express her opinion? Concubine Qin. She has been in the palace for so many years, and she will not believe it just because of the other party's words. Besides, if these are true, she will kill her after the matter is done. If concubine Qin wants the King of Yan to become the new emperor, she must listen to me. You are so arrogant, but I have these abilities. Du Yu said this and glanced at Wan Shu, who was standing in the distance. Wan Shu stepped forward and took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it to Du Yu. Du Yu only took a look, and Wan Shu handed the paper to concubine Qin. After seeing the handwriting on it, concubine Qin took it with both hands excitedly and read it carefully. When she finished reading, her hands trembled with excitement. Do you really have a way? Du Yu took back the paper from concubine Qin's hand and tore it up casually. If I didn't have this ability, I wouldn't have come to the capital. What do you want to do? Concubine Qin asked. Du Yu didn't say anything and turned to the backyard. Prince Yan and concubine Qin followed behind. When they came to the backyard, there were more than a dozen men in black waiting, and they all had strange weapons in their hands. At first, they were still as Du Yu and others came, and they began to move. Prince Yan, who was following behind, jumped into them. The sound of fighting came. Concubine Qin was terrified watching from the side. After watching for a while, she found that Prince Yan was not injured, and his martial arts had obviously improved a lot. Concubine Qin looked at Du Yu again, not as disgusted as at the beginning. She knew that the emperor was not the most outstanding one back then. It was with the help of the queen that he defeated many princes and became the emperor. Concubine Qin thought about it, and saw more than a dozen men in black fall one by one, and only the King of Yan stood covered in blood. Du Yu saw this scene, and with a snap of his fingers, more than a dozen men in black appeared around him. Concubine Qin saw that they were all heading towards the King of Yan, and was worried that the King of Yan would not be able to resist. So she wanted to step forward to stop them. But Du Yu spoke up. A loving mother often spoils her son. These words stopped concubine Qin's steps. Her eyes widened, and she looked carefully at the men in black who were heading towards her son. She was ready. If her son was in danger, she would rush over. Even if she could not do anything and could only be a meat cushion, she would be happy. But, in just a blink of an eye, what made concubine Qin unbelievable was that her son could actually beat those people away. Watching the men in black being beaten away one by one, concubine Qin went from being shocked at the beginning to being calm later. Later, seeing the arrival of waves of people, the King of Yan didn't seem to feel tired, and he became more and more energetic. Concubine Qin's expression became more and more beautiful. Later, when she saw the King of Yan knocking people away one by one, she also showed a satisfied smile on her face. Du Yu looked at the scene in front of her with sarcasm. The impossible thing really happened in front of her. Concubine Qin was a person who had lived half her life, but she didn't see anything wrong. In total, more than 100 people died in the hands of the King of Yan. The King of Yan's fighting power was like that of the King of Hell. Concubine Qin seemed to think that she was standing in a superior position and accepted the kneeling of everyone. Du Yu's voice interrupted her fantasy. Concubine Qin, do you still want to stop me? Concubine Qin looked at Du Yu. Her eyes changed, and she pretended to be friendly and took Du Yu's hand. her eyes full of love. It is a blessing for the king of Yin to marry such a capable daughter-in-law like you. Don't worry. The entire Prince of Yan's mansion will be handed over to you in the future. I am also relieved. If there is any need, I will fully cooperate. Diyu was a little embarrassed when she heard this. If you have anything, just tell me. My lady concubine. You also saw it. On the ground. Don't call me concubine. From now on we will be like ordinary people. You are just call me mother. That's all. Mother? You deserve it? No matter how good the status of concubine is. She is not worthy of being called mother. Some people really think highly of themselves. Hey. That's right. Diyu mocked in her heart. But she didn't care on her face. Mother. If these people are seen by others, it may not be good. What do you want to do? Concubine Qin saw so many people die. It would be inappropriate if others knew about it. If the king of Yen wants to cultivate peerless martial arts, he needs many such people. My daughter-in-law has found many candidates outside. It will be troublesome for her to come to the capital. I wonder if my mother has any ideas. After hearing this, concubine Qin thought about it, took off the token from her waist, and put it in Diyu's hand. With this, no one will dare to make things difficult for you in the future. Diyu looked at the token in her hand. The most important function of the token was to enter and exit the palace. With this, she could enter the palace as easily as entering her own backyard. Diyu felt that there was no need to bother the idiot in front of her. On the pretext of training the king of Yen, concubine Qin left first. If it weren't for the trouble of dying here, she would make someone shut up forever. Concubine Qin said nothing for her son. Before leaving, she also told Diyu about the relationship between the female shopkeeper of Saoji Tavern and concubine Wu. Diyu did not expect such an unexpected surprise. After sending concubine Qin away, Diyu began to train the king of Yen again. She trained the king of Yen not for any peerless martial arts, nor for the future throne. What she wanted to do was to train the king of Yen to be a big devil who killed people without blinking an eye. Half a month has passed. Lu Qiqi knew that Mu Yaji's body had recovered, and she should fulfill her original promise. That day, she took 4 maids out early. When they arrived at the Prince of Jin's mansion, some places in the Prince of Jin's mansion had already hung white lanterns. Only dead people can hang such lanterns. Today, everyone in the Prince of Jin's mansion knew that Mu Yaji had dragged on for half a month. But she still couldn't hold on and died last night. Because Mu Yaji was just a concubine, she couldn't show up. She just died last night and had to be carried out for burial today. Because she was just a concubine, she just found a place to bury her. Lu Qiqi knew about this. And because they were sisters, she came to see Mu Yaji off for the last time. Everything was simple. Lu Qiqi just took a look at the coffin parked in the yard, and butler who ordered people to cover the coffin. And then the coffin was carried away by the guards on the carriage. Everything that Mu Yaji had in the Jin Palace became the past as the coffin was carried away. Lu Qiqi sent another person away, and she was in a bad mood. Gu Ling came to refresh her presence, but was blocked by Chunbai. Yang Biyun brought food to Lu Qiqi, but was also rejected. Lu Qiqi stayed in Qingyu Pavilion until the evening before leaving. When she left, she told Butler Hu that the Jin Palace was closed recently, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. This request was a bit strange, and it was Lu Qiqi who said it. So Butler Hu could only obey the order. When Lu Qiqi returned to the East Palace, Sun Chao, who was protecting her in the dark, sent a letter. After reading it, Lu Qiqi burned the letter casually, looking at Yu Dai next to her. Do you think it's not good for me to send the prince's woman away? Chunbai was silent. Not only is it not good, the prince will definitely punish him if he knows. In Chunbai's opinion, how could a smart princess do such a foolish thing? Chapter 231 Lantern Festival. Once Miss Mu dies, there will be no Miss Mu anymore. Yu Dai said. That's right. Lu Qiqi nodded. I also think I've done a good thing. Yu Dai's mouth twitched. Crown Princess, you should think about how to explain to the Crown Prince. Right? Lu Qiqi didn't think she was wrong, and looked at Chunbai as if to ask for credit. Chunbai, you always think I don't know how to compete for favor. This time should be the most successful competition for favor. Right? Chunbai was speechless. If Crown Princess thinks this is a competition for favor, you should send Miss Gu and Miss Yang away together. That makes sense. I'll go and prepare it now. Lu Qiqi seemed stupid, as if she was addicted to doing this, and was about to leave, but was quickly pulled by Chunbai. Crown Princess, I beg you. You better not do anything. What did you say? Lu Qiqi asked. Chunbai nodded. I said so. Okay. I'll listen to you this time. Chi Dai and Zhou Yin watched from the side, always thinking that the Crown Princess was idle and deliberately teased the maids. What happened today was really dangerous. If some people knew about it, who knows what kind of storm it would cause. I don't know what happened to Muyaji in the end. I hope she can keep her mouth shut and never hurt the Crown Princess. All their worries were gone when the Crown Princess saw the first sentence of the Crown Prince. The four maids were so scared that they knelt on the ground. Prince, are you back? Yes. The Crown Prince walked in. The four maids saluted. Lu Qiqi sat at the table and poured tea for him. You went out again? Yes. The Crown Prince was in a bad mood today. He got the news from the palace maid and ran over, but was disappointed again. Twice in a row. He always felt that someone was doing it on purpose. Lu Qiqi saw that the prince was in a bad mood and asked tentatively, but because you sent Miss Yang away today, you can't bear to leave? The four maids knelt on the ground when they heard this. The prince knew these things, but he couldn't say it out loud, as long as they understood each other. If he said it directly now, where would the prince put his face? What did you say? The prince asked. Lu Qiqi nodded. You really can't bear to leave. Don't worry. The person hasn't gone far yet. If the prince can't bear to leave, he can send someone to chase him back. The prince nodded in agreement and looked at Yu Dai and the maids. You go chase them. Yes. Yu Dai and the others could only bite the bullet and agree. Chasing is to obey the prince's order. Not chasing is to obey the order of the princess. If they can't catch up, it can only be considered that they are not capable enough. After weighing the pros and cons, the four maids made a consistent decision and idea. After they all left, Lu Qiqi lay on the table with a smile. You are such a bad person. Really? The prince asked. His woman ran away, and he should not lose face in terms of emotion and reason. If it weren't for the woman in front of him, even if it was a concubine he didn't like, she would have to die under his nose. This woman can do it. Dare to do it. And dare to say it in front of him. Only he can spoil such a woman. Okay. Just show your intention twice. Those who don't know will think that I, the prince, am incompetent. You are kind-hearted and willing to let them go. The prince was touched by Lu Qiqi's words. His temper improved, and his disappointment of not being able to find the old palace maid was much better. Lu Qiqi knew that what she did was not right, so she tried her best to please the prince and make him happy. Later, the two drank to cheer themselves up. That night, others only heard bursts of inappropriate singing from the East Palace from time to time. It sounded a bit strange, but after careful tasting, I found the lyrics very interesting. Chunbai and others hid in their rooms and secretly listened to the little song of the Crown Princess. Chunbai still looked obsessed. Yu Dai reminded, don't forget, we should chase people halfway now. I know. I'll listen to one more sentence. Chunbai had never heard the Crown Princess sing a little song, and she was happy today and secretly happy. The most important thing is that the Crown Princess already knows how to please the prince, which is what she wants to see most. Chi Dai studied medical books. Zhou Yin had an account book in front of her, and the abacus in her hand was clacking. The four maids, each with their own characteristics, got along very well under the same roof. After the Crown Princess and the prince fell asleep, they didn't hear any movement and fell asleep with them. The next day, they used to get up early, so they deliberately avoided the prince. After the prince left, they got up and started to get busy. When Lu Qiqi woke up, it was the same as every day. After a simple wash, she could have breakfast. Lu Qiqi also asked symbolically, did the person catch up? No. Chunbai said. Forget it if there is no. Yes. Chunbai responded. Recently, we should be honest and don't go out unless necessary. Lu Qiqi said this and glanced at the four maids, who responded quickly. Lu Qiqi said this. She felt bored and couldn't stay in the house. She did some yoga and went to the backyard to check the vegetable garden. It was still early, so she asked Chunbai to get the storybook. Lu Qiqi read the storybook for a while, and then it was morning. Seeing that time pass so slowly, she suddenly felt that she could not waste her time anymore. Later, at Yu Dai's suggestion, Lu Qiqi began to practice calligraphy. When she started practicing calligraphy, Lu Qiqi could not calm down and soon wanted to give up. As soon as she had this action, she saw Yu Dai's little eyes, and she had to continue practicing calligraphy. She practiced and gradually found the feeling. Those who were used to taking a lunch break gave up, seeing that there was only one word dawn on the paper on the ground. Lu Qiqi read every word. As she wrote more and more times, she gradually found the feeling. When the prince arrived, he saw the words on the ground and knew that women were too idle. It happened that he was going out for a trip and asked Lu Qiqi if she wanted to go with him. When Lu Qiqi heard it, she looked at the sky outside again. It was getting dark, and it should be interesting to go out at this time. Speaking of which, she had never gone out to play at night. After a simple packing, she left the East Palace with the prince. When she came outside the palace, she saw many people on the street. The scene was different from that during the day. At a glance, all the men and women were holding lanterns. Lu Qiqi was curious. The moment the carriage stopped, she bought a lantern. When paying, the prince paid first. Lu Qiqi walked on the street with the lantern. After walking for a while, I realized that today was the Lantern Festival. No wonder there were so many people today. It turned out to be because of the festival. Lu Qiqi followed the crowd to the river, released the lanterns, and came to a bridge. Listening to the surrounding people and discussions, I realized that today's Lantern Festival had another purpose. It is a place for unmarried men and women to date. If you like each other, you can ask for each other's contact information to facilitate the marriage proposal in the future. If you don't like the one, you can't tell the other person your information. Lu Qiqi thinks this kind of blind date is quite interesting. Lu Qiqi and the prince walked among them, because they were a couple. Others thought they had just met. Some people were bold enough to show their affection to the prince, but the prince ignored them coldly. Some people showed their affection to Lu Qiqi, but they were isolated by the prince's strong aura. The prince felt that he had nothing to do and was asking for trouble. He took the woman to a tea house not far away, isolated from those who were chatting with him, and the two could chat quietly. Not long after sitting down, he met Prime Minister Chu. Chapter 232. I Know My Crime. Prime Minister Chu? I haven't seen this man for a long time. Seeing him again, he is still so sage-like. What Lu Qiqi remembers most is Prime Minister Chu's good medicine. If there were a few more bottles, it would be great. Lu Qiqi knows that people should not be too greedy. Just like Prime Minister Chu who was walking by. Just admire him from a distance. Seeing Prime Minister Chu walking along, driving the women around him crazy, Lu Qiqi smiled secretly. The prince saw it, and tried to cover up his jealousy by drinking tea. Looking at the woman for too long, he couldn't help but ask, "Is it beautiful?" Lu Qiqi looked at him. "You go down and take a walk, and see who is more popular between the two of you." Boring. The prince thought he was suave, handsome and unrestrained, and faced with Prime Minister Chu who was like a banished immortal, he still had a little self-knowledge. Lu Qiqi didn't notice the prince's thoughts, and was still comparing. Prince Chu looks like an immortal. Like he doesn't care about worldly things. You are handsome and suave. You two are equally good. However, Prime Minister Chu looks like he has a good temper. You are cooler, less talkative, and more serious. If you only look at the appearance, more people like Prime Minister Chu. If you get to know him better, more people like you. The prince didn't think this was a good thing. Isn't it just that the Prime Minister Chu is the person he is, and the one who is attracted to me is the power behind me? This is obvious suppression. I've seen enough. Let's go! No. Let's take a look again. Lu Qiqi found that at some point, the lanterns in the hands of some women disappeared and turned into flowers. Someone walked towards Prime Minister Chu and offered the flowers to him. Lu Qiqi felt strange and asked, "Prince, what are they doing?" The prince looked at Lu Qiqi. "You don't know?" Lu Qiqi shook her head. "I should know." The prince saw that the woman's words didn't seem false, and explained, "This is a way for women to show their love. If a man accepts flowers, it means that he likes women." "Very interesting," Lu Qiqi said, and asked, "How many flowers did you receive?" The prince looked at her and said nothing. Lu Qiqi thought that the prince had received a lot of flowers, but she didn't know that the prince had been suppressed so badly in those years. On a day like today, he had been staying in the Prince of Jin's mansion, and would not have the opportunity to receive flowers. After a while, the prince signaled Zhao Kai at the door to take out the prepared things. Not long after, Zhao Kai came with a basket of flowers, and the prince gave them all to Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi saw the flowers and smiled. Thank you. She picked up the flowers carefully and smelled them. The fragrance of the flowers made her feel better. Lu Qiqi was counting the flowers when she heard footsteps on the stairs. She looked up and saw that it was Prime Minister Chu. Prime Minister Chu also had a lot of flowers in his hands. Lu Qiqi looked at the prince and thought about what the prince had said not long ago. Could it be that Prime Minister Chu had so many people he liked today? Prime Minister Chu saw the prince, nodded slightly, and strode towards the side, and gave all the flowers in his hand to Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi looked at the flowers, then at Prime Minister Chu. Prime Minister, what are you doing? They gave it to you. They saw that you liked it, so they gave it to you, Prime Minister Chu said. The prince said, no need. Damn Prime Minister Chu. He really is interested in women. Prime Minister Chu said nothing, put the flowers in front of Lu Qiqi, turned to sit next to her, and poured himself a cup of tea. The prince was so angry when he saw someone's behavior. Just as he was about to drive him away, Prime Minister Chu spoke up. This trip to Yuzhou has yielded a lot. The prince knew that Prime Minister Chu went to Yuzhou to deal with the rice fields. Seeing that he meant that things were going well, he was still a little unhappy that he showed up on this day, because he was the prince. No matter how uncomfortable he felt about some things, he could clearly distinguish the importance of things compared to national affairs. Lu Qiqi drank tea and watched the flowers quietly, and saw that Prime Minister Chu and the prince had gone from tit for tat at the beginning to talking about family and national affairs now. She knew in her heart that this was the purpose of the prince's coming out today. After they finished talking, Prime Minister Chu left, and Lu Qiqi continued to drink tea with the prince. Not long after, the prince took Lu Qiqi away. After returning to the palace, they first came to the courtyard where Rong Fei had lived, thinking that this place was still a deserted scene not long ago. It has been a long time since it was completely new. Lu Qiqi heard the voice of the system. Not long ago, someone drugged this place, and all the leaves fell. When Lu Qiqi heard it, she felt that this situation was somewhat familiar. System. It is the same as the Joyong garden where Tang Xiuya lived. Lu Qiqi. Are the two related? System. Xiaoju did it. Lu Qiqi. Xiaoju did a lot of things? System. There will be no chance in the future. Lu Qiqi. What do you mean? System. Prince Jin changed his appearance this time because he took the medicine Xiaoju gave him. This brought disadvantages to Prince Jin. Concubine Wu was angry and arrested Xiaoju. Now she should be dead. Lu Qiqi. It's better to die. Xiaoju did so many things. It's better to die. And she doesn't have to dirty her hands. This is a good thing. Looking at the vitality in front of him again, he felt that Master Xiaoju had done a good thing. In the future, even if he came to this place alone, he would not feel scared. After a long time, the prince said, this was arranged by the emperor. Why did it go to waste for so many years? Lu Qiqi asked the bottom of her heart. The prince sighed. Some things have been put down. Let the past go. It may not be a good thing to always keep it in your heart. The prince turned his head and touched the woman's head. If I had met you earlier, it would have been great. He would not have suffered so many years. Everything depends on fate. The two stood in the yard for a long time. It was late at night when the two returned to the East Palace. The two watched the moon together in the yard again. This night was too tiring for Lu Qiqi, and she fell asleep on the prince's shoulder. The prince carried Lu Qiqi back to the house and covered her with a quilt. Looking at the sleeping woman, he was reluctant to leave, and because the matter in Yuzhou was not a trivial matter, he needed to deal with it overnight. This is the prince. He never takes chances in matters of family and country, and he will do everything himself. The woman was sleeping soundly, and the prince was still dealing with important matters. Minister Su was summoned to the palace overnight. On the way, Minister Su thought a lot. Today was the day of the Lantern Festival. The prince took the princess to the Lantern Festival. Logically, he had no time to take care of other things. On the way, Minister Su felt all kinds of ups and downs in his heart. Arrived at the palace, and smoothly came to the imperial study. As the door of the imperial study opened, he saw the prince sitting on the dragon throne. He was not yet the emperor. The various feats of the prince in these days made Minister Su lose the last bit of hope. As the prince threw a memorial to his feet, he saw the word Yuzhou in the open memorial, and he knew he couldn't escape. He knelt on the ground and begged the prince for mercy. "Prince, spare me." "Mercy? If you do something wrong, you will be executed for 9 generations." The prince raised his eyes and slowly looked at Su Shangshu. The murderous aura in his eyes made Su Shangshu feel a little scared. "I know my crime. I will tell you everything." The prince glanced at Su Shangshu. Su Shangshu knew that this was his last chance, and he didn't dare to take any more chances. So he quickly told you everything he had done. The more the prince listened, the angrier he became. Su Shangshu knelt on the ground and begged. "I was also instructed by someone. Please, prince." Before he finished speaking, the prince flashed and came to Su Shangshu. With the prince's action, a cut appeared on Su Shangshu's neck, and blood spurted out instantly. Chapter 233 The Prince's Childhood Sweetheart. Su Shangshu's blood splashed all over the prince. The prince raised his head slightly, wiped the blood on his face with his fingers, and looked at it in front of his eyes. Then he took out a handkerchief, wiped the blood on his hands, and threw it on the ground. "Deal with it." Shao Kai heard the noise, came from outside, carried Su Shangshu's body and left. Soon someone came to clean up the traces on the ground. Soon, all the traces left by Su Shangshu's arrival were cleaned up. After doing all this, the sky outside was slightly brighter. The prince took a bath, changed his clothes, and continued the morning court as usual. The prince sat on the dragon chair and looked at the people kneeling below. He saw the king of Qin kneeling in front of him. King of Qin. Excellent. He single-handedly concocted the Yuzhou incident. And now he has the face to kneel down. Thinking of King Qin's thoughts again, the prince set his sights on the dull-eyed king of Yin. After the morning court began, the prince said a few words symbolically, and many ministers began to discuss. At this time, someone found that Minister Su did not attend the morning court. King Qin stood at the bottom, and when he heard this, he did not react and continued to stand quietly. The prince looked at King Qin, and then looked at King Yin standing next to him. There were some things he had not said, and when the morning court was over, the prince left King Qin and King Yin. King Qin was unhappy, and King Yin had a blank expression on his face. When everyone left, the prince spoke. "King Qin, King Yin, are you all well? Thank you for your concern. I am much better now." King Qin said. King Yin said, "I am fine." "Good. Very good. A big thing happened in Yuzhou, and I think it is most appropriate for King Yin to deal with it." The king of Yin looked at the crown prince. His eyes were calm. "Yes," the crown prince said. "Originally, this matter was interrupted a few days ago and given to the king of Qin to handle. But unfortunately the king of Qin was ill. I can do it." The king of Qin gritted his teeth. Today, Su Shangshu did not attend the morning court, which made him feel a little strange. Now that he suddenly mentioned the matter of Yuzhou, the king of Qin felt a little upset, thinking that some things were not handled by him personally. He didn't have to worry even if he found something. If the matter of Yuzhou was handed over to the king of Yin, wouldn't it be a disaster if something was found out? Thinking about it, and hearing the words of the crown prince, he was obviously dissatisfied in his heart. Pretending to be careless and asked for permission. "I am fine. I hope Yuzhou will go." The crown prince glanced at the king of Yin, but he didn't react. But the king of Qin was anxious. After thinking for a while, "What do you think? The king of Yin?" "Everything is up to your majesty's orders," the king of Yin said. The crown prince and the king of Qin looked at the king of Yin together. The king of Yin stood there without reacting. The prince said again, "King of Yin, do you have any plans for the trip to Yuzhou?" "Everything is up to your majesty's orders," King of Yin said, repeating the same words, saying your majesty all the time. The prince should be your highness, and it is obviously inappropriate to say your majesty. The prince was sure of something in his heart, and King Qin also found that he could not escape this mission, and the two of them were slightly relieved in some ways. King Qin said, "I am willing to go to Yuzhou." The prince was very good at talking and changed his original idea and let King Qin go to Yuzhou. After King Qin and King Yin left the palace, they returned to their respective houses. As soon as King Yin returned to his house, he accepted to use strict training. Suddenly, more than 100 people rushed out to attack King Yin. King Yin accepted everyone who came, and he could kill without blinking an eye no matter who he met. Du was watching from the side. She knew that it would not be long before the King of Yin was completely at her disposal. With the King of Yin, she would be able to do everything in the capital. Holding the token of concubine Qin in her hand, thinking that the token could enter and exit the palace. Her plan was half successful again. When Prince Chen returned to the Prince Chen mansion, concubine Chen fell into the water. The reason for falling into the water was that she was accidentally bumped into the water by the concubine. She was rescued, but she had been in the water for too long and was unconscious when she was rescued. Prince Chen wanted to go to Yuzhou immediately to avoid more trouble. Seeing concubine Chen like this, he could not leave for a while and could only postpone the matter. This matter was soon known to concubine Wu in the palace. At first, she was still happy that Prince Chen was finally willing to do something. This was a good thing. She also fantasized about Prince Chen's future development. Later, she heard that concubine Chen had tripped her up, and she was unhappy. In order to prevent others from hindering Prince Chen's steps, concubine Chen must die. After thinking about it, I thought of the best person to do it. Xiaoju. If you attack Princess Chen, Xiaoju will not survive. It can be considered that someone has realized a little value before dying. Concubine Wu arranged this matter, and soon she thought of another good hand of hers. Damn concubine Qin. She actually set a trick. Now she can't contact Chao. There are many things that need Chao to do to clear herself of the relationship. After thinking about it, she thinks it's a risk to leave the palace. When Lu Qiqi woke up, she was greeted by the smiles of several maids. When she looked at the time, it was almost noon. Knowing that several maids had misunderstood, she did not explain. Just after washing up, she received a letter from Mu Yaji. Not long after Mu Yaji left the capital, she met her beloved General Hua, who came from the border. Lu Qiqi was happy for Mu Yaji. She was also worried about whether a woman could leave the capital safely. This time, she was relieved. Chunbai was unhappy when she saw this. Crown Princess. She obviously did it on purpose. What a coincidence. She just left and met her sweetheart. What you are most worried about is that someone will compete for your favor. Can you rest assured after sending one away? Chunbai continued to hesitate when she heard this, which made the maids next to her feel strange. When did Chunbai become so calm? Later, under the questioning of Lu Qiqi and others, they learned that it was rumored that the prince had a childhood sweetheart who was about to come to the capital. After hearing this, Lu Qiqi asked the first sentence. Is she beautiful? I heard she is very beautiful. She was beautiful when she was young, but she might grow crooked when she grows up? Lu Qiqi said. Yu Dai couldn't laugh when she heard it. She had also heard about the prince's childhood sweetheart Li Jiaxuan. If the prince had not been young, with the help of the queen mother, Li Jiaxuan, her childhood sweetheart, would have become the princess of Jin, the current crown princess. After spending so much time with the crown princess, she likes the current crown princess more. Qin Dai and Zhou Yan knew about this. Only Chunbai and Lu Qiqi didn't know. I hope so. Chunbai didn't hear that. And at this moment, she didn't want to say it out to ruin the crown princess's good mood. Lu Qiqi saw the trick, but didn't say anything. Just finding fun to pass the time as usual. Later, she came to the vegetable field and saw that some vegetables were ready to eat. She picked a lot of vegetables with a basket and prepared to have hot pot in the evening. Just after picking the vegetables, she came to the well next to her, picking and washing vegetables. Several people were busy. Because of the childhood sweethearts, everyone was in a bad mood. While picking vegetables, Lu Qiqi heard about the childhood sweethearts from the system. That woman's name is Li Jiaxuan. She grew up with the crown prince. At that time, Li Jiaxuan was pretty and sweet-mouthed. She liked everyone she met. If the queen mother hadn't stopped her, she might have become the princess of Chu or the princess of Qin. Chapter 234 Hungry. Lu Qiqi. So popular? Lu Qiqi felt the threat from a woman for the first time. Every prince likes Li Jiaxuan. But unfortunately, the queen mother has been stopping them and preparing to keep her for the prince. Lu Qiqi's mouth twitched. So, my arrival seems a bit redundant. Li Jiaxuan is redundant. You are the heroine. Lu Qiqi. You should talk about their past. Knowing yourself, and the enemy will win every battle. She doesn't like to be a deserter or a loser. When the prince was a child, he was often bullied. With the queen mother's protection, there were always many people who disliked the prince. Li Jiaxuan encountered it several times. It was Li Jiaxuan. The more Lu Qiqi listened, the colder she felt. Sure enough, Li Jiaxuan treated the prince differently. When people are in the most difficult times, no matter who stands up at this time, It will illuminate the whole world like a ray of light. Lu Chichi was silent for a while. Why do I feel like I should quit? System. You're crazy. Lu Chichi. We're childhood sweethearts. And we have such a good relationship. If I stay here any longer, wouldn't it be a bit redundant? System sighed. Have you forgotten that the Queen Mother poisoned you? Lu Chichi. I remember. System. What did I say at that time? Lu Chichi. What did you say? System. There was no poison in Concubine Sheen's pastry. It was the Queen Mother who put it in. The Queen Mother also prepared the antidote in advance to ensure that your life would not be threatened. Lu Chichi. I remember. System. I also said that the Queen Mother was going to use this incident to attack Concubine Sheen, and was also going to use the upcoming wedding of Prince Yin to expose Sun Rumei's true identity. By then, there would be no such thing as the legitimate daughter of the Wu clan, and you would not be destined to live and die with the prince. At this time, if someone special to the prince appears, it will attract everyone's attention, and you will be safe. Lu Chichi. Sun Rumei is dead, and the Prince of Yin has already married. These things are, for the prince, the appearance of a special person will attract all attention. Is this person you are talking about the prince's childhood sweetheart? The system laughed. You finally understand. Lu Chichi. Why? Since the Queen Mother is so optimistic. Why wait until now? She doesn't think the Queen Mother is doing it for her own good, or has some ulterior motive. System. Soon, everyone will know that Li Jiaxuan is the one who is connected to the prince's fate, and then others will take action against Li Jiaxuan. Lu Chichi asked. Why did Li Jiaxuan come to the capital at this time? System. The Queen Mother asked her to come. Lu Chichi. Why did you leave back then? System. Li Jiaxuan had too much influence on the prince, and the Queen Mother found a reason to drive her away. Lu Chichi. You mean the Queen Mother has been preparing for this matter, regardless of my appearance or not? System. Oh my god. You finally understand. Lu Chichi finally understood that she was not the third party, but a latecomer. She was thinking that the Queen Mother had started to plot so many years ago. If someone was on the Queen Mother's mind, no one could escape unscathed. After thinking for a while, she asked, why did the Queen Mother do this? System. Protecting you is protecting the prince. Lu Chichi. The ultimate goal is the prince. She smiled. The prince was protected by the Queen Mother like this. He was lucky, because she had a little relationship with the prince. She was also included in the protection of the Queen Mother. At this time, Lu Chichi didn't mind the Queen Mother's poisoning her. After figuring out some things, Lu Chichi felt relaxed. She took the washed vegetables back and started to get busy. Eating hot pot is the simplest. No need to stir fry. Just wash the vegetables and put them on the table, because they are all freshly picked vegetables. They taste better. The most difficult thing is the seasoning. Lu Chichi put a lot of thought into this. Everything was ready, and it was already dark. Lu Chichi rarely ate alone and waited for the prince to arrive. After waiting and waiting, there was no sign of the prince. So Yu Dai was sent to check the situation. What I heard was that the prince met many people in the imperial study, and many people walked unsteadily when they left. Hearing this, what's so strange? The prince was angry, and those people were scared and dared not walk. Lu Chichi thought she had finally been virtuous, but it turned out like this. Lu Chichi laughed at herself. I finally managed to perform well, but ended up like this. Tell me, shouldn't I have done that? Chunbai interrupted. Crown Princess, you did a great job. This shows your sincerity. Lu Chichi touched her hungry stomach. Your so-called sincerity is to pay the price of my hunger. Chunbai chuckled. I think if I wait for the prince to come back hungry, he will definitely feel bad. Otherwise, I will wait for another half an hour. If the prince doesn't come, I will start eating. Chunbai didn't dare to respond. The crown princess had nothing to do with breakfast, so she ate a little at noon. Waiting any longer would be bad for her health. She also thought that the prince's childhood sweetheart would be back soon. At this time, the crown princess should perform well. If the crown princess really starved, would the prince be more partial to her? This was just Chunbai's inner thoughts. She didn't dare to say it out loud. Fortunately, all the worries were gone. The prince came back just in the half hour the princess said, saving everyone present. Lu Chichi invited the prince to eat and asked several maids to go down to eat. Without the maids, Lu Chichi was like the hostess of a small family. eating and talking about trivial things. They all talked about today's dishes. Prince, try this. Some vegetables. It's true that the ones you grow yourself are different. The prince had important things to do. But when he heard that the woman was waiting for him to eat, he left everyone in the imperial study and ran back. Looking at the woman's red face from eating hot pot, she kept eating and talking, and felt that today's hot pot was particularly delicious. Well, delicious. It's delicious. Eat more. I see you have lost weight recently. Not only thin, but also haggard, as if he hadn't rested for several days. Is there? The prince touched his face symbolically. Lu Chichi was even more exaggerated. You are so skinny that you are just skin and bones. The prince was amused by the woman's exaggerated expression. Lu Chichi followed with a chuckle. The vegetables we planted now are just delicious. Let's continue to eat hot pot tomorrow. Okay. What do you want to eat tomorrow? I will prepare it, Lu Chichi said. The prince understood what the woman meant. I like everything you prepare. How about an old hen soup as the base of the pot tomorrow? Which is more nutritious? Okay. Add some fresh mutton and pork. And it will taste better when paired together. The prince deliberately picked up a piece of mutton and asked, What kind of meat is this? This is mutton. The sheep was killed yesterday. It doesn't taste good. Tomorrow, I will find a freshly killed sheep and the belly piece of mutton. It will taste better when eaten in hot pot. Chapter 235 Miscarriage. Meat from the belly of the sheep? The prince asked. It's the lamb ribs, Lu Chichi said. Delicious? It's the fat and meat. And it's best to eat it in hot pot. If you boil it, it's also okay. But some people can't stand the strong smell. Are you very knowledgeable about food? I have nothing to do. And I eat all day and study food. I know it after doing it many times. Practice makes perfect? The prince said. Lu Chichi looked at the prince for a while and laughed. From what you said, I seem to be a foodie. I remember who said that I want to be a foodie who sits and eats and waits to die. Lu Chichi rolled her eyes at him. Can you speak? Lu Chichi spoke casually. And the prince felt comfortable listening to him. He had been fighting wits and courage with Chen Wang and Yin Wang in the imperial study all day, and had to deal with major events in the court. He was upset by the hypocritical faces of those people. In front of Lu Chichi, he was the prince. Just like the woman, said the prince. But there was no respect at all. This feeling made the prince feel relaxed, and made him feel that he was also a normal person. When the two were almost full, Zhao Kai came with a stiff upper lip. He couldn't stand those old guys in the imperial study anymore. So he came to ask the prince to move. The prince's good mood was gone in an instant, and he put down his chopsticks in anger. Lu Chichi saw it, but she pretended not to notice and lowered her head to eat. The prince saw through the woman's thoughts. He thought she was considerate not long ago, but now he thought she was cunning. He stood up and said, You eat first. Lu Chichi looked up. You eat slowly. The prince sat down again. I can eat more. Zhao Kai was about to kneel down. Prince, it's time. Don't be like this. Okay? Lu Chichi smiled. Prince, you can eat more if you want. The prince really took a bite. Lu Chichi saw the prince put down his chopsticks. Not eating any more? The prince glanced at Lu Chichi, got up and left, and walked to the door and muttered, It's not delicious at all. The maids outside the door were all depressed when they heard this. What's wrong with this? When the prince left, Chunbai ran the fastest and came to the princess and asked, Princess, what's wrong with the prince? I haven't eaten enough, and I was called away by Garjiao, so I feel unhappy, Lu Chichi said. And she ate another piece of mutton. It's so delicious. Just now, in order to go out and play, she said that the mutton was not fresh. God knows how guilty she was when she said this. Fortunately, she was not exposed by others, so she didn't feel so ashamed that she couldn't face anyone. The next day, Lu Chichi left with 4 maids in broad daylight. After leaving, they went shopping crazily again. Aunt Wang's chickens were indispensable, so Lu Chichi's first stop was to buy chickens, then Brother Lu's pork, and then fresh mutton and beef. I found that I hadn't been to the market for a few days, so I met someone selling bean sprouts and tofu. Lu Chichi saw them and thought of various ways to eat them. She bought a lot in a row. When they left the market, Lu Chichi and the 4 maids were full of spoils. After leaving the market, Lu Chichi ate at the tea house and bought some snacks to reward them. Eating and drinking. Life was very comfortable. Before Lu Qiqi left, she heard that Yanlinger had a miscarriage. The words came from Chung Ro's mouth, and they were not false. Lu Qiqi felt sorry for the unborn child, and thought of Yanlinger's bad mood. Without revealing her identity, she took 4 maids to Su's house. When she arrived at the door, she did not reveal her identity as the crown princess, and came to the door as a friend of the young lady. After entering, she was brought to Yanlinger very smoothly. Lu Qiqi felt distressed when she saw Yanlinger lying on the bed, with a pale face without a trace of blood. What does marriage bring to women? It seems that there is nothing else except pain. When Lu Qiqi questioned the marriage, Su Lei arrived. Su Lei was obviously in a bad mood, but he could still take care of Yanlinger carefully. Lu Qiqi saw that Yanlinger was happy. She met the right other half. For the one who had no children, it can only be said that there was no fate. Su Lei saw Lu Qiqi and felt that she looked familiar. He saw that there were 4 maids around her. She should be the wife of a wealthy family. Su Lei had encountered a lot of things recently. Seeing someone accompanying Yanlinger, he left quickly, without anyone else. Lu Qiqi held Yanlinger's hand. What did you do to make yourself so embarrassed? Lu Qiqi did not forget that someone asked her to drink tea in the early stage of her pregnancy. Yanlinger was not in good condition. Seeing the crown princess, her wounded heart was a little better. There are some things that cannot be said to others, but it is different for the crown princess. Sister Lu, it is not what you think. Tell me. Lu Qiqi knew that people who had just had a miscarriage were very fragile. At this time, they were in a bad state of mind and prone to depression. It's the same as postpartum depression. She didn't want Yanlinger to go to that step. After listening to Sister Lu's words, I came back and started to pay attention. Later, I found a reason to drive away all the maids who were still unfaithful. This time, I had a miscarriage because I heard that my father-in-law had no news for a few days. I was anxious and accidentally slipped while walking. Then, when Lu Qiqi heard this, she always felt that Yanlinger cared too much about her father-in-law. Because Yanlinger was not feeling well, she didn't say some words, but only comforted Yanlinger, telling her to take care of her body, and to take care of herself after a miscarriage, and never treat herself badly. After telling Yanlinger, she saw that she was very tired, and left after staying for a while. When leaving Su's house, she met Mrs. Su, who came back from outside. When Mrs. Su entered the door and heard the housekeeper say that someone was visiting the young lady, she didn't care at first. But when she saw the crown princess coming out, she was stunned. She remembered that she had met her once in the palace, and this person showed her kindness and helped her get out of that difficult period. After seeing the crown princess in her own mansion, Mrs. Su was stunned, and then she hurriedly bowed. Your servant greets the crown princess. The housekeeper, who started to lead people and heard that this person was the crown princess, and knelt on the ground tremblingly. Lu Qiqi was recognized. Not surprised. Mrs. Su, there is no need to be polite. Today's matter came to visit your little sister. Mrs. Su understood, stood up and stood aside politely, because she had a good impression of the crown princess, and because she heard that she was a friend of her daughter-in-law. Madame Su had been in the circle of noble ladies in Beijing for many years, so she understood what this meant. It is an honor for us to receive the crown princess's care. Lu Qiqi smiled slightly. Madame Su is serious. Yanlinger is young and lacks experience in many areas. Please take care of her. Of course. Madame Su is sensible, and as a woman, she knows these things. If it weren't for the sudden disappearance of Su Shangshu, she would have been anxious and should have taken care of him in the mansion these days. Now that Su Shangshu is missing, no one knows where he went. In such a big mansion, her son can't support it, and she, a woman, can only show up. These days have not been easy, and Madame Su also feels tired, but she didn't dare to show it in front of the crown princess. Lu Qiqi knew that she had a lot of things to do, so she said a few words and left. When she arrived at the gate of Su's house, she was a little surprised to see the prince's carriage parked at the gate. Chapter 236, Welcoming Childhood Sweethearts. Why is the prince's carriage here? Lu Qiqi felt strange. Xiao Kai came to the carriage and asked her to get in. Lu Qiqi saw the prince sitting inside through the curtain of the carriage. Lu Qiqi said nothing and got in the carriage. After the carriage had gone for a while, Lu Qiqi looked at the prince. Aren't you very busy? Why are you here? I was out on business, and I heard you were here, so I came here. Could the prince say that he had just killed Minister Su and was worried that the woman would be in danger in Sue's mansion? If he hadn't heard this news, the prince would not have rushed over in a hurry. Lu Qiqi only saw the carriage in Zhao Kai, and didn't know that the prince had deployed many people around to prevent any changes. Lu Qiqi explained, I heard that Yanlinger had a miscarriage, so I came to see. The prince didn't care about this, and just said Yanlinger is also pitiful. When she was pregnant, she was tricked into drinking tea. Fortunately, I reminded her. I didn't expect that she still lost the baby in her belly. Maybe her fate with the child is too shallow. They haven't been married for a long time? The prince was relieved. As long as it didn't involve Su Shangshu, everything would be easy to talk about. Yeah. Lu Qiqi didn't hear the prince's hidden meaning, and just hummed casually. The prince wanted to say that they had been together for a long time. Why didn't the woman get pregnant? And because Yanlinger had just had a miscarriage. This topic was a bit heavy, so he didn't continue. When the carriage stopped, Lu Qiqi saw it at the door of Jinjiang Tower. The heart that was originally disappointed because of Yanlinger's miscarriage instantly felt much better. Get off the carriage with the prince and walk into Jinjiang Tower together. When they arrived at the private room, there was a table of hot meals waiting for them. I haven't been out for a long time. Today I went out to buy a lot of things. I can also eat such delicious food. Lu Qiqi is in a very good mood. I also drank a little wine during the meal. This feels so good. Lu Qiqi ate too much, and it was convenient to get up. As soon as I went out, I met Du, who had just come to the second floor. Du, the current princess of Yen. Lu Qiqi saw that she was standing there. Princess of Yen bowed politely. Du greets the crown princess. Princess of Yen, Lu Qiqi said. They were not familiar with each other, so Lu Qiqi felt that there was nothing to say. Seeing that Du was alone, she felt strange. After a simple politeness, Lu Qiqi followed the toilet in the backyard. After Lu Qiqi left, Princess of Yen kept looking at the stairs. Meeting her in this place, I thought that the things I did would not be discovered. Right? Thinking of Lu Qiqi's reputation outside. In addition to having better luck, she is an out-and-out foodie. I didn't think too much about suddenly meeting Lu Qiqi. Just after walking a few steps, I heard a familiar voice. Du's heart trembled. She didn't stay for long. Turned around and left directly. Lu Qiqi came out from the backyard and just saw Du leaving in a hurry. I felt strange. It was strange for a person to come to the restaurant alone. And he left in such a hurry, as if he had done something wrong. Back in the private room, I saw Zhao Kai talking to the prince. And the prince looked bad. Lu Qiqi knew that the prince had too many things to do recently, and he was able to come out for dinner in his busy schedule. When Zhao Kai left, Lu Qiqi said, We're almost done eating. Shall we go back? I have nothing to do today, so we can go shopping together. It's rare to come out, so you can't let a woman spoil the fun. Lu Qiqi was happy to hear this. She couldn't be happy next. It was because the prince took her to Rongfei's tomb again. She was speechless when she came to this familiar place. Did the prince have any misunderstandings about strolling? Did he come here while strolling? Fortunately, the prince didn't keep silent this time and said a lot. Lu Qiqi couldn't tell how she felt when she saw herself being introduced to her mother-in-law. She had never seen Rongfei and didn't know what kind of person Rongfei was. If it weren't for the relationship with the prince, they wouldn't have had any intersection. Lu Qiqi didn't have too many thoughts about people without feelings. She burned paper money quietly and never said much. When they left, the prince took Lu Qiqi's hand and said, I'll introduce you to an acquaintance in a few days. Acquaintance? Who? Do I know him? Lu Qiqi asked 3 questions in a row. Her name is Li Jiaxuan, my childhood playmate. Later, the queen mother arranged her to live in the royal courtyard. Recently, the queen mother was unwell and recalled her. Childhood playmates. So they are childhood sweethearts? It's not what you think. The prince was worried that the woman would misunderstand him, so he hurried to explain. Seeing that there was no ripple in the woman's eyes, the explanation seemed a little pale. Some people, if you like them, it's understandable to get them around. If you don't like them, it's best not to give them hope. I don't want to get in the middle and make it difficult for people. The prince smiled. The woman finally realized it. How can it be difficult for people? The prince thought that Li Jiaxuan was easy to get along with, and should be able to play with Lu Qiqi. Lu Qiqi saw that things were not going well, and stated in advance. I was just talking casually. She is your childhood sweetheart, and has nothing to do with me. If you provoke me, I won't be polite. Okay. The prince didn't think Li Jiaxuan was difficult to get along with. After so many years, she should still be the little girl she was back then. Still so considerate. What the prince didn't know was that they were all grown up now. After all these years, Li Jiaxuan had also become an old girl. People's mentality and ideas had long changed. In Li Jiaxuan's view, the Queen Mother summoned her back after the King of Jin became the prince. She was obviously not satisfied with the crown princess. She took advantage of the prince's ascension to the throne to replace the crown princess with someone she liked. The two didn't say much about the upcoming Li Jiaxuan. When they returned to the palace, what was waiting for them was that Li Jiaxuan, who was supposed to arrive in a few days, actually fell down in advance. At this time, the prince had already gone to the imperial study to deal with things. Lu Qiqi returned to the East Palace and had just rested for a while. When she heard the news from Yu Dai, she didn't think it was a good thing. She was so anxious to come back. Obviously she had been prepared. Lu Qiqi didn't like such people. She also decided that as long as Li Jiaxuan didn't provoke her, she wouldn't be a bad person. If she made trouble for no reason, she wouldn't be polite. That night, Lu Qiqi received a warning. Lu Qiqi prepared for the hot pot tonight for half a day and sacrificed her lunch break. What she didn't expect was that after preparing for so long, the prince actually had a meal in the Empress Dowager Xineng Palace. It was said to be a welcome party for Li Jiaxuan. Damn welcome party. Lu Qiqi ate a sumptuous hot pot alone. And the more she ate, the more angry she felt. Later, she found that her mood was not right. Only then did she realize that her care for the prince had already exceeded her normal mentality. If she continued to find out in this situation, there were so many people in the palace who were eyeing her covetously, and I thought her result would not be too good. No, she couldn't let things develop. Lu Qiqi got drunk that night and woke up in the middle of the night to see that the prince had not returned. Because of drinking, she woke up several times but didn't see the prince. Chapter 237 Stubborn Slave. The next day, Lu Qiqi woke up and learned that the prince had not returned all night. Later, she heard that the prince was drunk last night and slept in the Empress Dowager Xineng Palace. Hearing this, Lu Qiqi was unhappy. At this time, the Empress Dowager arranged a Madame Gao to teach Lu Qiqi the palace rules. Seeing Madame Gao standing in front of her, Lu Qiqi wanted to kill her and be done with it. Chunbai was more and more displeased. Looking at the arrival of Madame Gao, her mouth has not been idle since she arrived. All kinds of rules are hanging around her mouth. And she is picky about the crown princess. Everyone inside and outside said that the crown princess had no rules and was not worthy of being the crown princess. Chunbai's face changed when she heard it. If Madame Gao was not arranged by the Empress Dowager, she would tear up Baba's stinky mouth. Yudai, Qingdai, and Zhou Yin saw Madame Gao and complained in their hearts. Knowing Madame Gao's background, they could not move for the time being. Chunbai couldn't listen anymore and said, Granny Gao, I heard that you are an old man in the palace and someone trusted by the Queen Mother. You should know all the rules. Right? Of course. Granny Gao raised her chin proudly. Lu Qiqi looked at Grandma Gao's look and knew that this person was not a good person. And because after Li Jiaxuan arrived, she was sent by the Queen Mother, so she must have a very good relationship with Li Jiaxuan. Thinking of this, it is not difficult to see that Grandma Gao was deliberately making things difficult. Lu Qiqi thought, stood up and stood aside. Granny Gao, please show me. Please. Giving Grandma Gao enough face. She also successfully pushed Grandma Gao to a high position. Lu Qiqi has been working hard in the business world for many years, and she has seen all kinds of people. She has long understood the thoughts of Grandma Gao in front of her. I have nothing to do, so I just want to have some fun. It can be regarded as a way to test the bottom before meeting Li Jiaxuan and see how capable Grandma Gao is. When Grandma Gao heard this, she was even more proud. She sat down in the position that Lu Qiqi had just sat in and looked at the crown princess. Then let's start with serving tea. Yu Dai was about to step forward, but was stopped by Grandma Gao. Crown princess, why don't you do it? Chunbai was angry, and she was shameless. Lu Qiqi stopped Chunbai, who couldn't calm down, and stepped forward to pour tea. Lu Qiqi was used to being lazy and didn't care about many things. But it didn't mean that she didn't know. Lu Qiqi showed the kung fu tea she had learned. She knew in her heart that Grandma Gao was deliberately looking for trouble. No matter how perfect it was, she would not be satisfied and would deliberately make things difficult. This was what she had to do. She did every action and posture of Kung Fu tea in place, which made the 4 maids next to her dumbfounded. The Crown Princess knows a lot. The posture of making tea was even better than theirs. When Lu Chichi brought the teacup to Gao Mama with both hands. Mama, would you like some tea? Granny Gao glanced at her. Raise your hand. Lu Chichi raised her hand holding the teacup slightly too high. Lu Chichi lowered it again. Your hand position is wrong. You should hold the edge of the coaster with both hands. And your little finger should not be raised. Lu Chichi did it with good temper. You should lower your head and focus your eyes on the position of your hands. Lu Chichi lowered her eyes. A cup of tea finally satisfied Gao Mama, who was picky about it. When she drank the tea is cold. When you made tea, you only knew how to bluff, and it was flashy. Yes, that's what Gao Mama said. Lu Chichi lowered her attitude again and again. Chunbai and her men could not help but want to kill Gao Mama. Gao Mama thought that someone was from a small place and had never seen the world. So she was frightened by a few words. You, from a small place, don't know the rules? Please teach me. Gao Mama. Gao Mama began to recite the palace rules one by one. This took a whole morning. During this time, she was dry-mouthed. Lu Chichi also brought her tea several times. No matter what kind of tea it was, she drank it in a few sips and continued to recite the palace rules. Lu Chichi seemed to be listening carefully at the side, and she also signaled to several maids with her eyes to stay calm. They were waiting for the Crown Princess to punish Gao Mama, but they didn't expect that Gao Mama kept showing off. And the Crown Princess didn't get angry. Before leaving, the Crown Princess also stuffed Gao Mama with a silver note of 1,000 taels. After Gao Mama left, Chunbai couldn't stand it anymore. Crown Princess, why do you have to pamper Gao Mama? She is deliberately making things difficult for you. I know. Lu Chichi slumped in a chair. Yu Dai hurriedly brought tea to the Crown Princess. Lu Chichi drank a cup of tea and smiled to remind them. You all saw what happened today. Tomorrow when Gao Mama comes, it will be the same. Crown Princess, I will tell the prince to deal with that old woman. Chunbai yelled unhappily. Lu Chichi's face turned cold and reminded. Just do what I say. Crown Princess. Yes. Lu Chichi was so serious that Chunbai was scared and dared not speak. The next day, Granny Gao came, looking down at people with her chin, not pleasing everything. And everything she did was wrong. No matter what she did, she was criticized to pieces. The third day, Madame Gao didn't consider herself an outsider. She was just a madam. But she was pointing fingers at Lu Chichi. The 4 maids who were listening to her began to doubt their lives. The 4th day, Madame Gao was used to being praised by others. She said Lu Chichi was wrong. Lu Chichi didn't refute it. Crown Princess, it's been a few days. How come you can't even make a cup of tea? I don't know how you learned the rules in the palace and how you serve the prince. Madame Gao looked at Lu Chichi from head to toe with disgust. Lu Chichi, who was bending over to serve tea, straightened up and threw the teacup in her hand at Madame Gao's feet, which scared Madame Gao. Madame Gao was a little confused. She looked at the Crown Princess, who suddenly went crazy, pointed with her finger, and couldn't say a word for a long time. Lu Chichi turned around gorgeously, sat on the chair, stared at Grandma Gao, sneered. I have been serving tea for a few days, but Grandma Gao has not been satisfied. Today, you will demonstrate to me. Chunbai, Yudai, Qingdai, Zhou Yin, and others were confused. What happened to the Crown Princess? She changed her face without any sign, and they couldn't react. Crown Princess, you? Lu Chichi raised her hand and slapped Grandma Gao, and the smile on her mouth deepened. Why? Grandma Gao taught me to point with my finger when talking to the master? Grandma Gao was hit, and she knew she was wrong. She took her hand back and looked at the Crown Princess. Lu Chichi slapped Grandma Gao again. As a servant, you should only look at my hand when looking at the master. How dare you look directly at me? There is this rule in the palace rules? Grandma Gao was unwilling to do so, but she could only do as she was told when facing the ferocious Crown Princess. The Queen Mother asked you to teach me the rules. How can you teach me the rules if you stand here and don't say anything? Lu Chichi said. Gao Ma knew that the Crown Princess was deliberately making things difficult for her. When she heard these words, which were all what she had said in the past few days, she realized that she was being tricked. She tried to suppress her anger and made tea for the Crown Princess. She held the tea in her hands and brought it to the Crown Princess. Crown Princess, you should. Your posture for making tea is wrong. Gao Ma. Your posture for serving tea is wrong. Gao Ma. Your water temperature for making tea is too high. Gao Ma. Your water for making tea is too cold. Gao Ma, holding the teacup, looked at the Crown Princess. Crown Princess, you haven't tried it. How do you know that the tea I made is not good? Lu Qiqi sneered. I learned everything from Gao Ma. If I also serve tea to the Queen Mother like this, what will the Queen Mother say? Chapter 238, Dealing with the Cunning Slave. When Nani Gao saw the Crown Princess using the Empress Dowager to pressure her, she felt a little timid. Then she thought that the Empress Dowager was not satisfied with the Crown Princess, and it was unclear how long the Crown Princess could be in office. So she simply stopped being afraid, offering tea to the Empress Dowager. The Crown Princess should learn the rules well. Nani Gao wanted to preach. Lu Qiqi didn't listen, and got up and left directly. Nani Gao started to deliberately sing the opposite tune behind her. Crown Princess, your walking posture is wrong. Your steps are too big. Your posture. Lu Qiqi didn't care what anyone said. She strode away, walked to the yard, and said to the 4 maids, hurry up. I'm going to offer tea to the Empress Dowager. Why don't you hurry up and catch up? Nani Gao was dumbfounded. When she saw the Crown Princess really left, she chased after her. When she saw the Crown Princess really go to the Sinang Palace, Nani Gao was scared. She hurried to catch up. Lu Qiqi knew that she walked very fast on purpose. Gao Mama was old and had been living a life of luxury with Li Jiaxuan for these years. This time, she came here on orders. She saw that Lu Qiqi was a soft persimmon with no status, so she tormented her as much as she could. I thought that after being tortured for a few days, someone would leave tactfully. But I didn't expect that they would rebound so strongly today. If she really complained to the Queen Mother, she would not have enough heads to chop off even if she had 100,000 heads, in order to establish the authority of the Queen. Which woman in the palace had not suffered from the Queen Mother? And this time it was her turn. She knew she was afraid. She had been used to being arrogant outside the palace with Li Jiaxuan for these years. When she returned to the Sinang Palace, Li Jiaxuan was placed in the Sinang Palace. She saw that after leaving for so many years, in the Queen Mother's heart, Li Jiaxuan was still the best. And with the affection between the Crown Prince and Li Jiaxuan would only have a higher status in the future. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she took the initiative to come to the Crown Princess and show her power. She thought she had suppressed the Crown Princess these days, but now she is in trouble. Lu Qiqi did what she said, and endured several days of torture just for this moment today. She knew from the system that Gao Ma was Li Jiaxuan's confidant, and she also knew that Li Jiaxuan lived in the Empress Dowager's Sinang Palace. With the reminder of the system, she could ignore Li Jiaxuan. She had been bullied for a long time, and it was time for her to fight back today. Lu Qiqi and her group came to the Empress Dowager's Sinang Palace angrily. After reporting to the Empress Dowager, Lu Qiqi came to the Empress Dowager. When she entered the door, she saw the strange woman standing next to the Empress Dowager. It was not the same as expected. With the prompt of the system, she knew that the woman in front of her was Li Jiaxuan. She thought Li Jiaxuan should be a little bird, or have a pretty little face, speak softly, and should be a standard lady. Lu Qiqi only took a look at Li Jiaxuan, and found that she was very different from her impression. This person gave Lu Qiqi the feeling of being strong, like a strong woman. The Queen Mother saw Lu Qiqi coming and laughed. Qiqi is here. Lu Qiqi came back to her senses, and saluted the Queen Mother. Meet the Queen Mother. Get up. The Queen Mother waved at Lu Qiqi lovingly. Lu Qiqi stood up, and walked to the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother introduced them. Qiqi, this is Miss Li. Li Jiaxuan saluted the Crown Princess. Your servant greets the Crown Princess. Lu Qiqi looked at her. Are you the Crown Prince's childhood sweetheart? Crown Princess, you are too kind. Your servant is fortunate to have known the Crown Prince when he was a child. Li Jiaxuan said. I heard from the prince, and I was impressed today. The Queen Mother laughed in her heart when she heard this. She couldn't hold back her temper. There will be big moves in the future. How can such a small mind bear it? With the Queen Mother to smooth things over. Lu Qiqi and Li Jiaxuan didn't say much. They sat quietly on the left and right sides of the Queen Mother. After the initial greetings, Lu Qiqi waited for Gao Mama to arrive and directly explained her purpose. Queen Mother, I have received Gao Mama's explanation of the palace rules in the past few days. I know that there are many shortcomings. I came to the Queen Mother specially to ask for Gao Mama. The Queen Mother saw Lu Qiqi's hostility towards Li Jiaxuan, and also knew that Gao Mama was an old man around Li Jiaxuan. Qiqi, what do you want? I think there should be an experienced person around me to remind me of the palace rules at all times. The Queen Mother nodded and was about to agree. When Gao Ma heard this, she felt bad. She rushed in without summoning her and knelt on the ground. Empress Dowager, I have something to say. The Queen Mother nodded with satisfaction. Granny Gao is quite capable. After just a few days of getting along, Qiqi came to ask for it. It seems that Gao Ma is deeply loved by Qiqi. I will make the decision today. Gao Ma will serve Qiqi in the future. Gao Ma must treat Qiqi with all her heart and soul as she treats me. And never slack off. Granny Gao wanted to say something more, but after hearing what the Queen Mother said, her former master Li Jiaxuan did not speak and could only agree. Thinking of the Crown Princess's insidiousness, she knew that her life would not be easy this time. So she knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Li Jiaxuan. When she stood up, her eyes were already red. Look! Gao Ma is so excited to serve the Crown Princess that her eyes are red. I sent someone to arrange a party. Seeing that her goal had been achieved, Lu Qiqi didn't know how to get along with Li Jiaxuan, so she simply found a suitable time to leave. When Lu Qiqi left, the Queen Mother took Li Jiaxuan's hand. Jiaxuan, I know you can't bear to leave. It's because Grandma Gao caught the eye of the Crown Princess. So, you can pick any of the old people around me and let whoever you like serve you. Li Jiaxuan bowed. You are too kind, Queen Mother. It is her blessing that Grandma Gao can serve the Crown Princess. I am so happy for Grandma Gao that I can't bear to leave her. That's good. That's good. I think among all of you younger generations, you are the only one who knows my thoughts best. It is my blessing that I can serve the Queen Mother. At this time, Lu Qiqi left with a step that did not recognize any relatives. She knew that if she spoke, the Queen Mother would not refute her. According to the mentality of Gao Ma, who flatters the powerful and despises the weak, she will certainly ask for credit in front of the Empress Dowager every time she returns to the Sinang Palace. In the eyes of some people, they get along well. Get along well. In the days to come, she will get along well and make Gao Ma excited and cry every day. Everyone in the East Palace saw the Crown Princess leave angrily. And soon after, the Crown Princess came back happily. Gao Ma, who has been making things difficult for the Crown Princess these days, has a long face again? Seeing that Gao Ma was about to cry, everyone didn't know what was going on. Yu Dai saw everyone's expressions, and she also wanted to know what the Crown Princess was going to do. Lu Qiqi returned to the room, tilted her butt, sat on the chair, and said to Gao Ma, Serve tea. Gao Ma stood at the door and said nothing. Lu Qiqi looked at Grandma Gao. Grandma Gao, are you unwilling to serve me? Or do you think that you are too old and your physical strength cannot keep up with your sharp tongue? And you can't even serve people? Princess Consort, please calm down. Grandma Gao's status has changed, and she dare not act like a demon in front of the Crown Princess. She can only lower her posture and carefully serve tea to the Crown Princess. Chapter 239 Promote Madame Huang. Lu Qiqi returned all the poisonous tongue skills she had learned from Madame Gao to Madame Gao. In the morning, Madame Gao was tortured to the point of doubting her life. At noon, Lu Qiqi asked Madame Gao to serve her for lunch. Lu Qiqi didn't want to feel unhappy, so she drove Madame Gao away after eating 2 bites. Before leaving, she asked Yu Dai to go out and give some instructions. Soon, Lu Qiqi sat at the table to eat and heard Yu Dai introducing Madame Gao to everyone in the East Palace in the yard. From today on, Madame Gao is the most experienced old madam in our East Palace. If you have any questions in the future, you can ask Madame Gao at any time. Will Madame Gao really work in the East Palace in the future? Someone asked. Yu Dai smiled. Of course. Just now, the Crown Princess went to the Queen Mother to ask for Matron Gao. When everyone heard this, they thought of what Matron Gao had said to the Crown Princess in the past few days, and they had heard some of it. With Yu Dai's words, it was obvious that this was true. Looking at Matron Gao, everyone was smart and knew how to get along with Matron Gao next. Yu Dai said just enough, and didn't say much. After giving instructions, she left Matron Gao in the yard and returned to serve the Crown Princess. When she entered the door, She saw that the crown princess was eating happily, and Yu Dai was happy to see it. In the next few days, Lu Qiqi often lay on the windowsill and watched everyone working in the yard, laughing and joking. How do I see that after Matron Gao came? Our people in the East Palace have become much more united. The four maids laughed secretly. More than being united, they should be twisted into a rope, deliberately targeting Matron Gao. In just 2 days, Gao Mama's arrogance disappeared, and she was like a frightened bird from time to time. This was all thanks to the people who were willing to appear around Gao Mama all the time, scaring her like this. Just thinking about it, Gao Mama, who was in the yard, was ordered by an old woman to fetch water from the well to water the vegetable garden. This simple job had to be done countless times. Gao Mama had been in the East Palace for 2 days and didn't know there was a vegetable garden. She was not happy to be asked to fetch water. Seeing that the crown princess was not there, Gao Mama thought she was superior. Looking at the old woman, who was pointing fingers at her, she was rude and retorted, "Who do you think you are? I am an old lady in the palace. I have served the Queen Mother. Today I am serving the crown princess. Is it your turn to say something? Granny Gao, you are taking advantage of your age. You really take yourself seriously. And you said that you are an old lady in the East Palace. Why can't you work? I am here to tell you the rules. If you don't want to listen, I will report to the Queen Mother and drive you out of the East Palace." Granny Gao felt that she was superior to others. When she came to the East Palace, she offended the crown princess, but no one dared to do anything to her. She pointed at the crown princess's room and said, "If you don't accept it, you can go to the crown princess and sue me now." "Oh, you still take yourself seriously?" Granny Gao sneered. "In terms of seniority, she is older than you. And in terms of serving a master, she is more precious than the one you serve? I see that Grandma Gao means that you don't want to stay in the East Palace, don't want to serve the crown princess, dare to stand up and speak, and you are also good at talking." This made Gao Mam so speechless. Don't underestimate that vegetable field. It was planted by the crown princess herself. If you don't work hard, even if you say it to the Queen Mother, I will be right. Lu Qiqi felt relieved when she heard this. Looking at the four maids, "I didn't say anything. I didn't do anything. Someone didn't like Gao Mam. It has nothing to do with me." Lu Qiqi finished speaking and spread her hands. Yes, I can prove it," Chunbai continued. Yu Dai asked, "Crown Princess, why do you have to ask Gao Mam to come over? She is a rat shit." Lu Qiqi smiled mysteriously. Gao Mam Gao is someone's favorite. If someone wants Gao Mam Gao to show me power, I will cut off her arm. Yu Dai felt that the crown princess was very conscious, and did this to confront Lin Jiaxuan. Then there is no need to let Madame Gao be so arrogant for so many days? Chunbai didn't understand. Since they were targeting Madame Gao, why didn't they do it on the first day? Are you stupid? Madame Gao was sent by the Queen Mother. She will report every day when she goes back. It can be seen that she is the one who wants to take credit. Naturally, she said all kinds of good things. If I go to ask for her now, she should give it to me. Right? Keep her by your side, and torture her to see who has a bigger temper. If you don't use your brain when doing things, you will only suffer. Chunbai heard that the crown princess was right to do this. Thinking of what the crown princess had experienced in the past few days, she also wanted to step on the arrogant Madame Gao. Who was the one who spoke up just now? Lu Qiqi said. Yu Dai said. It was Madame Huang. Madame Huang is a bold and careful person. Yes. We should have such an old nanny in charge of the East Palace. Lu Qiqi had a good impression of Huang Mama and felt that the promotion was suspicious. Yes. Yu Dai understood what the crown princess meant and was ready to explain. Lu Qiqi had watched the good show for a long time and had a particularly sweet nap. When she woke up, she immediately asked Yu Dai to call Huang Mama to her. Mama Huang was nervous. This morning, she almost couldn't breathe and fainted after scolding Gao Mama. Why did the crown princess see her at this time? She was in a state of anxiety. But fortunately, she didn't forget her identity when she saw the crown princess. After kneeling on the ground and saluting, she waited quietly. Lu Qiqi was more and more satisfied. The system voice sounded in her mind. Mama Huang doesn't have any great ability, but she is also a loyal person. This person can be used. Lu Qiqi knew all this, and looked at Huang Ma again. She had been kneeling on the ground for so long, and she was calm. Are you Huang Ma? Yes. How long have you been in the East Palace? Almost 2 months. How long have you been in the Imperial Palace? I have been in the Imperial Palace for 30 years. You are an old man in the Imperial Palace. And you should know all the rules of the Imperial Palace. Right? Yes. Lucici was more and more satisfied as she looked at them. I have 4 maids around me, all of whom are capable. I am still lacking an old man around me. Preferably one who is familiar with the rules of the Imperial Palace. I think you are a good choice. If you are still confident in yourself, then you can be the madam around me. Madame Huang looked up at the Crown Princess, and then quickly lowered her head. She couldn't believe that such a good job would fall on her. How many people stared at the old madam in the East Palace? Because the Crown Princess had 4 capable maids around her. They had no chance to get close to her. Who would have thought that she would hear this today, and she couldn't keep calm? I have observed you for a while. You are bold, careful, and honest. I will leave this matter to you. Is what the Crown Princess said true? Lucici smiled, said nothing, and picked up the teacup to drink. Chunbai said, when has the Crown Princess said anything false? I thank the Crown Princess for her grace. When Huang Mama heard this, she knew she had heard it right, and knew that her job was safe. So she happily began to thank her. Chunbai added something on the side, intentionally warning Huang Mama to be loyal to the Crown Princess and not have any second thoughts. She must do the things entrusted to her well. If she didn't do it well, she would be punished. Huang Mama agreed. Chapter 240. If you don't obey, you will be poisoned to death. Soon everyone knew that Huang Mama was promoted to the old Mama of the Eastern Palace, and she was the person of the Crown Princess herself. Lucici's move also told everyone who was the master of the Eastern Palace where the wind should blow, and where the heart should be placed. After the incident with Gao Mama, Lucici wanted to drive away all those who had second thoughts in the Eastern Palace, and this required the help of Gao Mama. As for Gao Mama, she would not do anything to her. She must be someone said by the Queen Mother, and she would have to be returned soon. It would be difficult to explain if she was missing limbs when she returned. If there were any conflicts and contradictions with the palace maids, and even physical collisions occurred, it would have nothing to do with her. Lucici did not need to punish a mama who did not follow the rules herself. On the contrary, Li Jiaxuan gave people a strong and rigorous feeling, so she should be more cautious in everything in the future. After finishing this matter, it was already evening. Lucici was in a good mood and made Wu Daolong sesame cakes by herself and asked Yu Dai to send them to the prince in the imperial study. These days, the prince has been busy in the imperial study. There have been rumors outside that the prince is in the Empress Dowager Xineng Palace, and it is obvious that the prince and Li Jiaxuan are having an affair. She taught Gao Ma a lesson, and now it is the prince's turn. Some things, if the prince does not acquiesce, there will not be so many gossips. In this case, she kindly reminded someone. Sure enough, not long after Yu Dai sent it, the prince ran back happily. Lucici still pretended to be generous, as if nothing had happened. The prince was a little unsure of Lucici's thoughts. Eating together, it was obviously delicious, but his heart was still up and down, and he always felt uneasy. Chichi, the Wu Daolong sesame cake you made today is a little different. Lucici took a bite of Wu Daolong sesame cake, thought about the legend about Wu Daolong, and looked at the prince in front of her. She felt that some words should be made clear. Prince, you probably don't know that there is an allusion to Wu Daolong sesame cake? The prince felt uneasy, seeing the woman smile. He thought he was suspicious and asked calmly, what allusion? Wu Daolong was a sesame cake seller. He was short but married a charming and beautiful wife. The wife looked down on Wu Daolong. Later, the wife poisoned Wu Daolong. The prince was eating Wu Daolong sesame cake. When he heard this, he couldn't hold the sesame cake in his hand and dropped it on the table. Lucici was satisfied with someone's reaction and smiled slightly. It's just a legend. I don't know if it's true. Besides, if you don't like a man, you don't have to poison him. Divorce is also possible. The prince tried to stay calm and picked up Wu Daolong sesame cake to eat. The more he ate, the harder it felt to swallow. I don't know if the story Lucici told is true, but the prince understood the meaning. If he doesn't obey, he will be poisoned to death. Is Lucici dissatisfied because she believed the rumors in the past few days? The prince now has no words to express his suffering. He wanted to tell the truth, but he thought of the plan, so he could only eat in silence. The four maids couldn't react for a long time. They didn't know that there was such a story about Wudalan's pancakes. If they had known, they would never do it. What made them feel even more terrified was that the meaning of the Crown Princess' words was obviously that if the Crown Prince didn't disobey, he would be poisoned to death. Oh my God! The Crown Princess was angry and said everything. Finally, I felt that the Crown Princess was serious for once. Now it seems that it is too early to be happy. The dinner ended quickly. After the meal, the Crown Prince stayed in the East Palace and did not leave. After the maids cleaned up the table, Lu Chichi asked them to go down. The Crown Prince was worried that Lu Chichi would misunderstand, so he quickly told her that he had been sleeping in the imperial study for the past few days. In order to make Lu Chichi believe it, he specially asked Zhao Kai to come to testify. After Zhao Kai left, Lu Chichi asked, "What is the Crown Prince doing?" She, Lu Chichi, is not a generous person. After dealing with Gao Mama, it is now the Crown Prince's turn. After the Crown Prince is done, she will study Li Jiaxuan carefully. Li Jiaxuan is much more difficult to deal with than Gao Mama. Just met once. I know that this person is much smarter than Gao Mama. From the current point of view, this person is higher than Sun Rume. Just thinking about the troubles created by Sun Rume, each one is a bit of a headache. Some things have been experienced, and no one will feel too happy if they are experienced again. After she came to the ancient times, her fighting spirit was almost exhausted, and she felt upset when she fought wits and courage again. She told herself in her heart that if Li Jiaxuan knew the limits, she would not want to have too much contact with this person after Gao Mama, and she would not be afraid if this person had other thoughts. There are too many things recently, and I can't make up my mind about some things. I want to hear your opinion, the prince said. Lu Chichi looked over. You also saw what happened on the day of the Lantern Festival. There are some clues about Yuzhou. This time I wanted to let King Yin go, but King Chen took the initiative to ask. When Lu Chichi heard Yuzhou, she thought of the Wu Shitzi she had met, and heard about King Chen, and understood what the prince meant. Lu Chichi generously turned the page on some things. With the system's reminder and the prince's attitude, Lu Chichi said pertinently, I believe the prince has his own reasons for doing this. The prince took advantage of the situation and stretched out his big hand, directly embracing the woman in his arms. I've been too tired these days. After saying that, he leaned on the woman's shoulder. I've been very tired recently. Because of Madame Gao? The prince asked. I guess so. If you don't like it, I'll solve it for you. Lu Chichi thought about this carefully. Was she thinking about killing people? The system voice came out. The prince has killed many people recently. Lu Chichi was shocked. Is the prince busy with this? System. It's mainly aimed at King Chen. Lu Chichi. What did you do? System. Prince Yen was controlled by Duyu, and quickly became a killing machine. That day, the prince intended to let Prince Yen go to Yuzhou, and Prince Chen jumped out automatically. Originally, Prince Chen wanted to go to Yuzhou immediately, but unfortunately, Princess Chen was knocked into the water by concubine Chen, and was delayed because of this. Concubine Wu knew about this, and was ready to get rid of Princess Chen. After the prince knew these things, he did a lot of things against the two of them. Lu Chichi heard the key to the matter. Concubine Wu felt that Prince Chen was too deeply in love with Princess Chen, and planned to get rid of her. The prince just took this opportunity to do something. Looking at the prince in front of him, he was indeed very busy. Thinking about it, he asked the system. Did Concubine Wu and Prince Chen know what the prince did? System. No. They were suspicious of each other, and Prince Chen planned to take Princess Chen to Yuzhou. Lu Chichi. Prince Chen has such a good relationship with Princess Chen? System. It can't compare to the prince's feelings for you. Lu Chichi was unhappy that the question was always directed to herself. So she simply stopped talking to the system. When she looked at the prince, she found that she was distracted and asked, What's wrong? You always want to be distracted. Thinking about something. What? The prince wanted to say that with him around. What else could a woman think about? I'm thinking about your childhood, sweetheart.